Volume 4. Book 11, Chapter 59. Stellar Transformations Book 11 Chapter 59, The Mystery of Ni Yang's Death. On the fourth floor of Nine Heavens Palace, 3 people were currently standing in its lobby. Brother Zone, I never thought that you would pass level 6. To withstand a level 6 golden immortal sword spirit and still live. Du Zhongjun sneered sarcastically. In his opinion he should be rank 2 and not Zhongju. From the arrangement Immortal Emperor Ni Yang made previously, one can guess that the 9th floor's treasures are for the first rank and contains the most valuable items. In the 8th floor, the treasures are also plentiful, but in the 7th floor, the treasures are the lowest of value. Even so, the 7th floor would contain a divine equipment. It was just luck, nothing more. Zhongju smiled faintly. Mangon's voice broke the awkward silence that followed, and said, "Enough, in the floor below, there are 2 more people, Qinyu and Lan Feng. For Brother Qinyu, it will be very difficult, but for Lan Feng, I believe the probability for him to pass level 5 or level 6 would not be very high." That's right, the top 3 should just be S3. Du Zhongjun laughed triumphantly. Even if he wasn't rank 2, being 3rd wasn't too bad. Suddenly, Mangon will enter the 8th floor and Zhongju will enter the 7th floor. Du Zhongjun will be transported out of Ni Yang's realm. An indifferent voice echoes through the 3rd to the 4th floor's Great Hall. What? Mangon, Zhongju and Du Zhongjun were completely jarred by the announcement. The former 2 stared open-mouthed at Du Zhongjun, whose expression was a mixture of horror and madness. All the other 2 was squint and watch as Du Zhongjun vanish from the 4th floor. Following Du Zhongjun's spectacular exit, Mangon and Zhongju were transported to their respective floors, the 8th and the 7th. In the 3rd floor of the Nine Heavens Palace. Qinyu, as I promised, I did not announce that you took the 1st rank. Alright, it's time for you to get ready to enter the 9th floor. The thin black man, Wu Lan, smiled with mirth at Qinyu. Many thanks, Mr. Wu. Qinyu did not want Mangon and Zhongju know that he obtained the final treasure of the 9 heavens. As long as Wu Lan does not announce the results, the other may assume that Lan Feng was number 1 and not Qinyu. Another stream of light descends onto Qinyu, and envelopes his entire body. Qinyu felt the world disappear from below his feet, as his body vanished from the hall of the 3rd floor. After Qinyu disappeared, Wu Lan still stared at the open space where Qinyu had stood, then shook his head and laughed inwardly. Ni Yang, you died so abruptly and still left behind so much bothersome work. Your realm that you spend so many wealth, treasure, and time to create, and yet it will be left in the mortal plane, ha. Wu Lan laughed dryly again. Only the most precious and coveted artifacts are found here in the 9 heavens, in the top 3 floors. All of the other treasures found elsewhere combined could compare with even one of the top floors. Looks like all the treasures will be inherited by the next successors. It's high time for me to reunite with my old friends too. And from the hall of the 3rd floor, the final figure, Wu Lan, also faded away, only thin air remained. Du Zhongjun felt the heavens and earth whirl about like a jumble of colors. A moment later, the colors stabilized and the surroundings became clear. With a short observation, he exclaimed, "What is this?" "It's Golden Woods Island." It turns out, Du Zhongjun was transported to the Golden Woods Island. Du Zhongjun, you were also ejected as well? You didn't make the top 3, right? Huayan smiled then walked over from one side of the beachfront. With him was Fang Tian who asked, Du Zhongjun, if I remember correctly, you successfully passed level 5, right? Currently on Golden Woods Island, there were a small group of people. It was the group of people that were ejected from Ni Yang's realm. There was Fang Tian, Yu Liang, Huayan, Elfeng, and now Du Zhongjun. Yeah, I failed as well. Du Zhongjun felt helpless but also frustrated at this outcome. I remember I was transported out after Zhongju passed an astoundingly high level, level 6. After him there should only be Qinyu and Lan Feng remaining. Who was the one that forced you to lose your place in the leaderboards? Fang Tian asked doggedly. I don't know either. Not knowing who made Du Zhongjun lose his placement only infuriated him more. I still cannot understand who, of Lan Feng and Qinyu, surpassed me? Considering Qinyu's power, how could he even pass through alive? As for Lan Feng, his power is indeed very formidable, but how could he pass anything higher than level 5 or level 6? Also, that thin black fellow only announced that Mangon was rank 2 and Zhongju was rank 3. Before he sent me out he didn't announce who was first. Du Zhongjun cursed and scowled darkly. Huayan, Fang Tian, Elfeng, and the others all frowned. I think, number 1 could be Qinyu. Huayan suddenly smiled mysteriously. That's impossible. With his power, even passing through a room would cost him his life. Du Zhongjun shook his head. Did not forget about Lan Feng? Lan Feng must know that it was difficult to come first, so, I assume, he used some kind of hidden technique to merge his power into Qin Yu's body temporarily. When Qin Yu enters the room, Lan Feng would release his stored power. Huaiyan laughed at Du Zhongjun's brainless assumption. As far as I know, some Golden Sword immortals knows of such kind of hidden technique. Huaiyan could clearly remember as if it were yesterday, during his time in the immortal, devil and demon realms, there was a powerful sword immortal who could merge his sword spirit in the body of his disciple. And during a contest, the disciple could unleash that amazingly powerful sword spirit. Possibly. Fang Tian, Du Zhongjun and some others' face lit up. If Qin Yu acquired that divine item, that painting of the lost god, by my predictions, Qin Yu would have to give up most of the treasure to his martial uncle Lan Feng, and only take a meager amount. Huaiyan explained, Lan Feng may be tough to take down, but we can approach this problem from Qin Yu's side. By stealing from Qin Yu. Everyone thought deeply about this problem. Qin Yu did not know that such a group of thieves are secretly scheming his downfall. All of his attention was entirely focused on the interior of the 9th floor of the 9 heavens. The 9th floor of the 9 heavens was a spacious hall. The shape of the heavenly ceiling was spherical as is the space below. Looking above, at the heavens, the 9th floor's ceiling of the main hall was infinitely deep and black. Among the blackness were countless number of stars, twinkling with pure brilliance. Where they hung was a vast starry sky, both mysterious and distant. And suspended above the ground was, immortal items one after another in multiple rows. As far as the eye can see, over thousands upon thousands of items was arranged ahead. The worst was high-grade immortal equipment. There were numerous top-grade immortal items as well. Far in distance, there were many porcelain containers, which could very well contain immortal pills. It was like stepping into a treasure planet, with shiny goods left and right, up and down, truly the treasure room after the final boss. Immortal items, immortal pills, there's everything but top-grade holy elemental stones? Qin Yu shrugged helplessly. What he wanted the most was top-grade holy elemental stones. With them, he could use his sword immortal puppet without a fear of his puppet losing power. Just as Qin Yu was about to lower his head in frustration, the entire 9th floor shook side to side and the air around the center of the hall vibrated. A figure appeared out of thin air. The figure wore the familiar black martial robe. The figure had longer flowing hair, and had a pair of extremely cold discerning eyes. Qin Yu suddenly recalled that familiar statue that was in the White Jade Plaza. Junior, surely you have already guessed who I am. I am the immortal Emperor Ni Yang. The figure's icy voice echoed in the great hall. Qin Yu carefully examined the man in front of him. This was the legendary figure of the one existence who stood at the pinnacle of all existences in all the upper realm, immortal, devil, and demon. This was the great immortal Emperor Ni Yang. I have already died. This is just a messenger I left in the enchantment spell I place here. The figure expressed a bitter look. Whether it was life or death, my life was always subject to fate. And like that, my death was already determined by my fate. The emperor slowly shook his head and smiled faintly. All right, that is all in the past now, I won't dwell on it anymore. On this 9th layer, I have left 3 grand treasures. In a moment you can go get them. Before you do, you have to promise me one thing. Ha ha. Ni Yang suddenly laughed in a self-mocking tone. Alas, I'm just a dead person now, I could not forcibly make you promise me anything. It's just that I hope that when you reach the upper realms, at some point, cheat Emperor Yu and Emperor Xian in a grand style. But, if you could injure them or, even better, kill them, that would be the best. When the figure said the words Emperor Yu and Emperor Xian, its eyes glowed with fierce intensity and ruthlessness. Just that I know, for you to kill or wound them would almost be impossible. So to be about to cheat them in the grandest style possible, would make me satisfied already. You have the Atlas of 10,000 on your person, then I have good confidence in your ability to accomplish this task with ease. But Qin Yu felt puzzled. This immortal Emperor Ni Yang was obviously dead for a long time. How could he guess that the first place would go to the one who acquired the Atlas? You must be wondering how I could guess that you have the Atlas of 10,000 beasts. The Emperor laughed for a short while. Junior, you must know that, in fact, this last hurdle, the so-called the top 3 ranker will enter the 9th to 7th floors, was just a farce I let Wu Lan arrange. In reality, whoever is transported to the 9th floor depends on Wu Lan's wishes. It was just that in the past, I made him swear an oath. He must vow to send the person who got the Atlas would be transported to the 9th floor. Qin Yu did not know whether to cry nor laugh at this remark. It turns out, even without passing that room challenge, he would still come here. Only with the Atlas, the task I entrusted to you could possibly be completed. The Emperor sighed and continued, Junior, though I am a dead man who cannot force you to do anything, but I implore you take it upon yourself to avenge me on those 2 one time over. Qin Yu could feel the honest emotion behind Emperor Ni Yang's pure-hearted plea. He felt somewhat frustrated at the emperor. Even in death, the emperor Ni Yang could not forget his revenge. But Qin Yu understood this. How could he take all these treasures left by the emperor Ni Yang, and not give the emperor a helping hand? He would always feel guilty about it. This was the human heart's flaw. I will promise you this. Qin Yu vowed in his heart. Junior, can you see all this effort? I spend so much effort preparing this realm to select a worthy heir. The emperor let out a loud sigh. At the beginning in Nine Swords' immortal mansion, the paradise of hallucinations was used to determine if the heir had a determined disposition. Later in Split Pathways, the Peach Garden and the Path of the Underworld was used to test if the individual did not fear death. To see if they dared to walk the thin line between life and death. If the heir was not firm or timid, how could they have the courage to face Emperor Yu and Emperor Xian? Qin Yu secretly nodded. So this was the reason why the emperor set those series of trials. Emperor Yu and Emperor Xian are both figures at the forefront of the immortal realm. To deal with them, one needs to be bold and courageous, and unafraid of death. The same one also needs to have a steady heart and a firm mind. But simply with courage, fearlessness, and a firm mind, the heir wouldn't be able to achieve more than a fool's errand. The emperor said in a matter-of-fact tone, I also set up a trap in the scattering treasure cliff. The highly dangerous treasure trove is a setup to determine my heir must be tactful and careful in every endeavor. To be careless while battling Emperor Yu and Emperor Xian, which is the same as tempting death. Ni Yang continued, as for the Blue Cloud Road, it was a test to determine the resolve and strength of my heir. Having a firm and tactful mind does not mean anything, if your strength is not enough. Qin Yu felt a certain euphoria. He finally knew the reason Ni Yang put so many different trials before him. All of the Emperor Ni Yang's effort into making all these trials was to carefully select a successor to entrust his revenge upon. This successor needed to be unafraid of death, a firm disposition and a pedantic tactician. But at the same time, have the potential, drive and prowess of an elite disciple who can overcome so-called unsurmountable obstacles. I believe, the one who could reach this place, would be the kind of person I am seeking. Your characteristic traits include, fearless of death and unafraid of high obstacles. The emperor spoke with dignity and confidence befitting his status. This person's character should be easy to guess, since they are able to overcome all these life-threatening and highly difficult obstacles. Emperor Ni Yang. Truly meticulous, truly powerful. Qin Yu could not help but admit it and sigh in utter admiration for this ghostly figure. Junior, if you are blessed with good fortune, hopefully you have obtained the blazing ice ring. If you have, then all I can say is that you are blessed by Lady Luck. The emperor laughed while the light from his eyes danced with amusement. I must say, luck plays a huge role in your life. In the past, when I was in the secret region of the upper realms, at the time, I was being pursued by Emperor Yu and Emperor Xian. I had finally made them lose track of me, but dogged by their presence, I stepped on a poisonous bug just when I was about to acquire the grand treasure. That was a poisonous bug from the celestial realm. Even in death, its poisonous barbs could penetrate my feet. The toxins attacked the soul directly. Once injected into my soul, it continued to consume my soul force. I barely managed to hold myself together for about 1,000 years. It was just a poisonous bug, but don't underestimate its deadliness since it was from the celestial realm. Recalling his memories, the emperor wore a helpless expression. That region he was in was the most mysterious region of 3 upper realms. Since its discovery, in its existence of countless years, no one had successfully reached the innermost chamber. But the Emperor Ni Yang had achieved this ultimate success. Unfortunately, he stepped on a corpse of a poisonous bug of the celestial realm, just as he was about to reach the ultimate goal. What a stroke of bad luck! Who would mind such a dead thing? Naturally, Ni Yang did not pay much attention to the region surrounding the bug. It was just a dead bug. This was what caused the immortal Emperor Ni Yang's death. That death, it was truly a downpour of bad luck. Qin Yu didn't know whether to sympathize or laugh. Qin Yu finally understood why Ni Yang kept repeatedly blaming his own bad luck. First he gets rid of his pursuers and successfully gotten the final treasure, then to step onto the corpse of a celestial realm poison bug. Even in all 3 upper realms, this was a rare spectacle. A celestial realm poison bug? Qin Yu suddenly remembered that Ni Yang mentioned this. How could a celestial realm poison bug appear in the immortal, devil and demon realms? Enough, Junior, my treasures, I will leave it here for you to retrieve at your leisure. It's just that when you do not forget the quest I've entrusted to you. The Emperor Ni Yang's ghostly figure dissipated gradually into mist. Qin Yu saluted at this great emperor's departure. Emperor Ni Yang, I've taken your grandest treasures, for that I owe you some repayment. This task you've entrusted to me, I will certainly accomplish it. Qin Yu turned towards the mountains of loot and countless treasures, and started to store them directly into his blazing ice ring. End of chapter 59. Note, this chapter was originally translated by Thunderat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 60. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 60, Uncle Lan's Gift. The forecast was a fine day, faint blue sky dotted by fluffy white clouds like woolly sheep. Atop a rather large woolly heap sat 5 people: Du Zhongjun, Huaiyan, Aofeng, Fang Tian, and Yu Liang. It was a comical scene seeing 5 people sitting on a rippling cloud. That plan I just discussed with you all, do you all concur? Huaiyan looked down the cloud table, towards the other 4. Du Zhongjun was the first to smile his assent. Brother Huaiyan, what you said is reasonable. Lan Feng is most likely stored his sword spirit into Qin Yu's body. This way Qin Yu would get first place. Although he got first place, most of the treasures will be taken by Lan Feng, but Qin Yu will still get a small portion. Qin Yu is just by himself, what are we afraid of? You may not all agree to this, but I offer my pledge to take part in this. What about brother Fang Tian? Huaiyan turns to Fang Tian. Fang Tian frowned upon this plan. Huaiyan, what you said is justifiable, and your information is spot on. It is true that Qin Yu cares a great deal about his relatives, but to use his family to threaten Qin Yu is a little too much. What? Huaiyan sneered, his face contorted evilly. What? Do you want to attack Qin Yu directly? He isn't someone that easy to capture, especially if Lan Feng is close by. It is impossible for us to corner him directly, so we must approach him using this method. The 3 emissaries, Du Zhongjun, Huaiyan and Aofeng, descended from the upper realms to Anyang's realm for treasure. And yet, they haven't gotten anything out of it. Obviously, they have some grievances against Qin Yu. Their target treasure may be in Qin Yu's possession. Aren't you afraid of offending Lan Feng? Fang Tian interjected, even if you manage to get the treasure from Qin Yu, once Lan Feng learns of it, the consequences will be devastating. Fang Tian. Aofeng laughed, there's no need to worry, we can leave the mortal plane whenever we wish. Once we've gotten our hands on a satisfying amount of treasure, we will return immediately to the immortal, devil and demon realms, and to our headquarters. Who would fear Lan Feng, when we are under the protection of HQ? Du Zhongjun and Huaiyan snickered and nodded their confirmation. Descending was very difficult, but going back was much easier. That sounds reasonable, but with Qin Yu's strength, he may manage to come first and get access to the top treasure floor. All the valuable treasures will go to Lan Feng. Qin Yu would only get 1 or 2 top-grade immortal class item. Fang Tian reasoned. Huaiyan and the other 2 conspirators frown at this. That makes sense. Qin Yu is about to ascend himself, and to ascend with mountains of treasure will attract unwanted attention. Lan Feng most likely only left Qin Yu with 1 top-grade immortal item. Aofeng said and looked somewhat distressed. The primary purpose for these 3 emissaries was the final divine class items in the top treasure rooms. It was true that top-grade immortal items are pretty good, but not worth courting so much danger. Aofeng suddenly bites down on his molars. Brother Huaiyan and brother Du Zhongjun, I ask you, do you have any sky aquamarine crystals, circular U crystals or obsidian ores? TN, crystal names, in order of appearance, An. Huaiyan and Du Zhongjun were quite startled by the abrupt change in topic. These 3 crystalline stones weren't very rare but aren't cheap. Why would Aofeng ask about them now? Brother Aofeng, why are you asking? Huaiyan inquired. Aofeng explained, I thought that since the plan is to corner Qin Yu and use him as a bargaining piece to blackmail Lan Feng, Aofeng flashes everyone a ruthless look. You cannot. Fang Tian's face starts to heat up. Aofeng, didn't you witness Lan Feng prowess? Even when I used the true dragon spirit, I was still below his thumb. Now, you wish to blackmail Lan Feng, you know you are just welcoming your own death, right? Don't worry. Aofeng exclaimed confidently, Fang Tian, you are just a dragon living in the mortal plane, there's many things you don't know of. While I was living among the dragon clan of the demon realm, I learnt of a hidden technique to create a maze trap. With enough materials, I can create this maze. Even with Lan Feng's strength, it would still take a few months to break through it. A maze? Huaiyan and Du Zhongjun doubt how this could restrict Lan Feng. Aofeng nodded. Originally, this maze was a sort of sure-kill tactical spell. It has an external maze component, an internal hallucinatory spell and a latent damaging array. This is all integrated in a super large spell array. My understanding of that tactical spell is still shallow, I only have a thorough understanding of this maze technique. But, it is true that this maze will be able to restrict Lan Feng for several months. Haha, as I thought having brother Aofeng was a blessing. With this spell array, we can blackmail Lan Feng with ease. Within this array, how would we be afraid of offending him? If we can threaten to cough up the treasures, then we will benefit. But, if we aren't successful, we can still return to the immortal, devil and demon realms, and avoid his wrath. So I have nothing to lose. Hua Yan snickered wickedly. Du Zhongjun also nodded his assent. Well, Yu Liang and Fang Tian, do you accept? Ao Feng asked. I don't think it is worth offending Lan Feng for these small things. You emissaries may be able to return to the upper realms, but I will have to stay here for a time before ascending. Offending Lan Feng will be very troublesome for me, I'm afraid I cannot make such a promise. Fang Tian replied firmly. On the surface, Ao Feng smiled and nodded, but in his heart he cursed at Fang Tian. That was just an excuse. Even Ao Feng can see the obvious. Fang Tian was a 5-clawed golden dragon. Once he ascends to the dragon clan, he would be treated like a treasured VIP. Why would he put his life on the line for something like a divine class item? After all, a 5-clawed golden dragon was more valuable. Yu Liang, how about you? Ao Feng looked towards Yu Liang. Yu Liang thought for a moment. Gentlemen, I won't ask for much. I just want to get a top-grade immortal item from Qinyu, would that be alright? That's okay. Ao Feng accepted his request. For the 3 emissaries, their eyes was only for that divine item. Then let us depart. Ao Feng wore a devilish smile. Then gentlemen, I'll take my leave. Fang Tian said moderately, then got up and took 2 to 3 steps downwards to reach the sand beach of Golden Woods Island. Clearly, Fang Tian wishes to take the ancient teleport ruins to Snowfish Island and return to the Dragon Clan. Hua Yan, Du Zhongjun and the others sneered coldly at Fang Tian's retreating back. Then the 4 conspirators flew towards the northern direction. Their goals was only at one place, Qianlong Continent. In the 9th floor of the 9 Heavens Celestial Palace and amidst countless treasures. Qinyu had stored over 1,000 high-grade immortal items in a single breathe. Amongst those treasures were, around 100 pieces of top-grade immortal items, and various precious immortal elixirs and pills. With so many high-grade or better immortal items and the numerous high-level beasts of Atlas of 10,000 beasts, I finally bring out and wield a formidable force. Qinyu is currently above Cloud 9, he has no idea what has transpired in the outside world and those who conspire against him. Only after storing all the treasures around him, Qinyu finally saw the 3 grand treasures the Emperor Ni Yang spoke about. These 3 holy objects were suspended in the air, previously obscure by other treasure. The leftmost object was similar in shape to the double-edged long sword his puppet wielded. The rightmost object was a long battle robe, it had a black silky finish on the outer surface, while the inner side was inlaid by thin lines of silver. Between these 2 and in the center location was a painting, its brilliance vastly outstripped the treasures on either side. The painting emitted misty light that twinkled like the stars above, showering the immediate surroundings in ever-changing starlight. These 3 must the treasures immortal Emperor Ni Yang dubbed as the real treasures. Qinyu reached forward and grasped the hilt of the double-edged long sword. The moment his hands closed around the pommel, a familiar voice echoed within his mind. It was Emperor Ni Yang. This sword's name is Sky Piercer, it is a middle-grade divine weapon. It bestows its master the ability, Heaven Sundering Sword Technique, which could be activated by name. Its power is overwhelmingly high. To acquire this ability, this is my true legacy. It was something I gained during my time in the immortal, devil and demon realms. Tian, I named the Heaven Sundering Sword as Sky Piercer because it sounds better. The instant Emperor finished, Qinyu dripped a drop of blood on it to form the blood contract. The moment the blood touched the divine sword, it was absorbed, and at the same time torrents of information poured into Qinyu's mind. I never thought the immortal Emperor Ni Yang's Heaven Sundering Sword Technique was granted to him by this divine sword. No wonder this Heaven Sundering Sword Technique was incredibly powerful, it did not originate from the immortal, or equivalent, realms. Qinyu sighed inwardly. Upon receiving the Sky Piercer, did Qinyu understood that the Heaven Sundering Sword Technique was embedded into by the true practitioner of this divine sword. Even so, I'm not accustomed to using a long sword. A short sword would be better. Qinyu quietly mused in his mind. Instantly, the 1.1 meter long sword shrunk to the size of a short sword of 10 centimeters. The new size was much like the Yuchang short sword Qinyu used to use. Qinyu absorbed the Sky Piercer into his body, and reached out to the battle robe. This battle robe is called Black Snow, it is a low-grade divine armor. A golden immortal's body's resilience is not bad. But, with this defensive divine armor and the offensive Sky Piercer, only then I was at the peak of all existences in the immortal, devil and demon realms. Emperor Ni Yang's voice resounded in Qinyu's mind. Qinyu could not hide his glee as he formed the blood contract with the item. The moment the drop of blood was absorbed, the armor started to release specks of snowy white light. These snowy specks and soft white light whirl around the armor like a slow-moving blizzard. With a single thought, the armor equipped itself onto Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu felt very comfortable in this silk black battle robe. Whatever style Qin Yu thought of, the armor changed into. Well, I have already accepted both the divine sword and the divine battle robe. This last object should the infamous painting of the lost god. Qin Yu reached in front of him, towards the scroll suspended in the air. Just from its appearance, the painting simply looked like a mysterious scroll, but since Qin Yu acquired the Atlas of 10,000 Beasts, he did not dare to underestimate the power within the painting. Junior, this painting of the lost god is the top-ranked treasure in all of the immortal, devil and demon realms. Even if you possess the two divine class items, and if your personal power has not reached the mystic immortal stage, allowing others to know about you is just courting death. So, I placed a restrictive spell on this painting, so that if you are not at the mystic immortal stage yet, you will not be allowed to open it. Hearing that Emperor Ni Yang had placed a restrictive spell on the painting only mildly surprised Qin Yu. What is the painting of the lost god? It's the top-ranked treasure in all of the upper immortal realms. The moment he heard that the painting was the top-ranked treasure in all the immortal, or equivalent, realms, he was still quite shocked by the statement. It's true, without the power to protect myself, I'd best not let anyone know about this painting being in my possession. Otherwise that would be certain death. Still, it is unfortunate, I will not know about the true mysteries this treasure contains until I've reached the mystic immortal stage. With another drop of blood and a blood contract, the item was absorbed into Qin Yu's body. And finally, all the treasures on the 9th floor of the Nine Heavens Palace have been taken by Qin Yu. Both the divine sword and the battle robe doesn't seem to emit any dominating aura, instead it appears to be quite plain and mundane. Weaker observers will only see it as a plain robe and sword, but in actual fact, it is both divine class items. Qin Yu looked at the reflection of his shape-shifting battle robe on the polished marble floor, feeling quite satisfied with his attire. Divine items, they are items that cannot be refined and made in all of the immortal, devil and demon realms. Also, the experts of these realms cannot discern the true nature of the equipment. The first reason was that not many people have seen these scarce divine items, and the second being that the divine items have seemingly very ordinary appearances. Qin Yu inhaled a deep breath and exhaled it slowly. His nerves and poise was fully calm once again. His eyes swept through every nook and cranny of the great hall. Nothing could escape his notice and none interested him either. In the past, Uncle Lon said that as long as I succeed to pass through Ni Yang's realm, I will know what power level I will need to be able to see Lear again. But I can't seem to find whatever Uncle Lon left behind. His heart thumped agitatedly in his chest. The items left behind by Uncle Lon was far more important to Qin Yu than the 3 pieces of divine equipment left by Emperor Ni Yang. What he desired the most was to know what level of practice he must be at to be able to see Lear again. Xiao Yu. A deep but mild voice reverberated around the entire 9th floor of the Nine Heavens Palace. A moment later, a figure of Uncle Lon appeared a little distance in front of Qin Yu. Uncle Lon. At closer examination, the figure in front of Qin Yu felt much realistic, unlike the projection of the Emperor Ni Yang earlier. Xiao Yu, this is a copy of my real body, doppelganger, which was waiting for your arrival. It looks like you haven't let me down. Uncle Lon looked at Qin Yu kindly. His face was that of a caring grandparent. Qin Yu was pleasantly surprised by his Uncle Lon's presence. Doppelganger? Well, at least that explains why this figure of Uncle Lon felt so real. Uncle Lon, please tell me when can I see Lear again? Qin Yu said hurriedly. He desperately wanted to know about this. Uncle Lon walked over to Qin Yu, lightly caressed his head in a fatherly manner. Then he shook his head. Don't be too hasty, you must endure, alright? This time, when Lear returned, her royal father had once tried to force her to marry someone else. What? How can he do that? Qin Yu's heart thumped wildly, he could not calm himself anymore. Do not worry, Lear is adamant in her decision to defy her father's orders, plus I am helping her as well. That had quietened down her royal father to withhold his orders for the moment, but Lear did not dare to tell her royal father about her affair with you, Qin Yu. I predict that if Lear told her royal father about you, her father will definitely come to kill you. Uncle Lon gave Qin Yu a look with a hint of irony. Qin Yu had linked and clenched his hands, his heart was throbbing with unwillingness. Uncle Lon, please tell me at what level I must be at, to qualify to see Lear, to qualify to stand by her side? Qin Yu raised his head, looked right into Uncle Lan's eyes, his eye bright. In their reflection, it showed a fiercely determined young man, his honest eyes shining of inner strength. They were completely clear, absolutely pure as his desire and determination. The two companions looked at each other for what seemed like an eternity. Finally, Uncle Lon unwound his arm from behind his back and lifted to chest height. With a hand flip, a small green column appeared in the center of his palm. Uncle Lon, this is. Xinyu was, once again, puzzled at this object. Uncle Lon patiently explained, this is the Jianglan sector, it is a special divine item that I refined. How to use it will depend on the insights and knowledge you gain from it and elsewhere. I must tell you, only when you are fully able to use this Jianglan sector, only then will you be able to see Leer. But, remember, you will only be able to see Leer. That small green column drifted through the air, from Uncle Lan's upturned palm to the space in front of Xinyu. Only when you are able to fully use the Jianglan sector, only then, you will be able to see Leer. That phrase echoed repeatedly in Xinyu's mind. Xinyu could hardly suppress his rising excitement. With an outreached hand, he received that small green Jianglan sector. He was still giddy as he held this real treasure with trembling hands against his bosom, as if it was his only lifeline. End of chapter 60. Note, this chapter was originally translated by Thunderat. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 61. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 61, The Transfer. Xinyu held the small green tower in his left hand, feeling at a loss. He didn't know how to use this Jianglan's realm. How do you use this? What do you mean by fully use this Jianglan's realm? Xinyu inquired persistently. Do not be so hasty, first apply a blood contract with it. Uncle Lon revealed a knowing smile. Xinyu blushed with embarrassment and looked at Uncle Lon, he was a little too jittery. He even forgot about applying the blood contract, which everyone knew about when trying to identify an item. But, Uncle Lon knew Xinyu was very nervous at this moment. Drip! A drop of scarlet blood rolled from Xinyu's finger onto the surface of the small green tower. In a second, that drop of blood vanished from sight like a drop of water in a vast desert. In the same place where the drop was absorbed, that spot of the tower had turned pink, the color started to converge towards the tower's center. It looked like a drop of liquid ink dropped into a beaker of clear water. Once it gathered at the center, it rose, like a comet in the night sky, to the peak of the tower. When it finished gathering at the peak, the spire tip had evidently changed to red in color. He closed his eyes to focus. Within Xinyu's heart, he could sense the natural aura of the small green tower. A short moment later. There are 3 spatial pockets. Xinyu suddenly opened his eyes, turned to look at Uncle Lon in stark surprise. Uncle Lon, this Jianglan's realm is a spatial storage divine item? But, there are also 3 individual spatial pockets inside. Uncle Lon smiled knowingly and spoke, yes, this item is indeed a storage division divine item. The 3 spatial storage pockets are near infinitely large. Uncle Lon may have had answer quite mildly, but his explanation paralyzed Xinyu. Xinyu was feeling dumbfounded and at a loss for words. After the blood contract, Xinyu could also confirm and acquire information about this Jianglan's realm. It's right, the tower contained 3 different spatial pockets. In the first spatial pocket, the time was distorted inside and was slower than the time in the world outside by a ratio of 10 to 1. So if a decade was spent in this chamber, then outside it, in the outside world, has only passed 1 year. And, this chamber was filled with rich energy, of about 10 times higher than the outside world. In the second spatial pocket, the time was also slower at a ratio of 100 to 1. So if a century was spent in this chamber, then outside it, in the outside world, has only passed 1 year. And, the energy was 100 times higher than in the outside world. In the third spatial pocket, time was at a ratio of 1,000 to 1. 1 millennium inside was equal to 1 year outside, and the energy inside was 1,000 higher than outside as well. Whoa, this divine item even controls the time within it. How could Xinyu not be shocked? Xiaoyu, there is a catch to the energy within this tower. It is not naturally formed within, it is actually absorbed from the outside world. Uncle Lon explained, for example, when you are in the mortal plane, you can absorb harmonized spiritual energy. Similarly, when you are in the immortal, devil and demon realms, you can absorb holy elemental energy. Tien, harmonized energy is the same as the old holy energy. Xinyu nodded. How can there be limitless energy within these 3 near infinitely large chambers? Then where does that energy come from? It must be from the outside world. Xinyu already guessed this was so. Well then, try out the first chamber. Try opening it. Uncle Lon revealed a small smile. Okay. The young man began to channel his stellar energy from his solar core at the center of Dantian, an infinitely large space with concentrated energies. He aimed his pure energy to the gateway of the first chamber. After a short time, pure and hot energy surged forth from his body. However, over time, he turned to look at Uncle Lon, his face wore a disappointed expression. Lad, to be able to open the first chamber, your personal power must be at least at level 5 borderline to level 6 golden immortals. Uncle Lon instructed. Chinyu felt slightly shaken. As for the second and the third chambers, you will know how much power you need once you reach the previous chamber's requirement. Pay attention, only when you can completely open all 3 chambers, and only at that time, are you eligible to see Lear. Uncle said solemnly, his face was hard without a shred of sympathy. From Uncle Lan's expression, Chinyu could feel an enormous pressure on his shoulders. An unprecedentedly large pressure. For the first chamber to be opened, he needed at least the power of a golden immortal at level 5 to 6. Obviously, the second chamber was going to need far more power, and what about the third chamber? How much power does he need for the third chamber? Chinyu felt like he was wading through an endless swarm, and his heart had sunk down a bottomless pool with little light. Uncle Lon, tell me, how many years will I have to wait? How many years? Chinyu uttered a slightly stifled desperate plea. Uncle Lon hushed Chinyu to stop his questions that was about to bubble to the surface, and sighed, don't be so anxious. How many years you have to wait will depend on you. Depend on how quickly you train. Naturally, if you train slowly, the time you have to wait will be much longer. Chinyu could not help a hint of bitterness surface from his throbbing heart. Xiaoyu, lad, your chosen path is quite peculiar. I suggest that you continue down this path. It would be best if you do not dabble in those ordinary immortal, devil, and demon paths. Uncle Lon felt he owed his dear companion some advice. The young man's heart thumped a little louder. He gazed at Uncle Lon in puzzlement. At the right time, lad, you will understand. I cannot even imagine how powerful your path will amount to, and what unfathomable depth your strength will be. For a new practitioner path and an unimaginable training method, your defensive and offensive capabilities will differ from others. Also, you know about other people's capabilities, while they don't know yours. In the future, this will be advantageous to you over your opponents. Uncle Lon sincerely. Xinyu's eyes lit up with understanding. Alright, Xiaoyu, you must put all your effort into training, but you must not be too hasty. Haste makes waste. Mortal's time has little meaning to my family. As long as you don't give up, I can guarantee you that no one can force Lear to marry. Don't give up. Uncle Lon spoke softly, his voice barely a whisper. But, to Chinyu, it was crystal clear like wind chimes breaking the ever-present silence. They echoed within Chinyu's soul endlessly, giving him inexplicable energy and fueled his resolve. He was so absorbed in the moment, that he wasn't aware that the 9th floor of the 9 heavens was experiencing minor tremors. Xiaoyu, that is all I have to say. It is time for me to leave now. Uncle Lan's facial expression softened and he smiled kindly at Chinyu. Remember, believe in yourself, steel your resolve. Don't let others sway you from your true path. As long as you live your life without regrets, be true to yourself, be true to your beliefs, and that will be more than enough. Chinyu faced Uncle Lon, his back ramrod straight and his feet shoulder-length apart, his eyes aflame with steel and resolve within them. Uncle Lon smiled happily and looked with satisfaction into Chinyu's eyes. Uncle Lan's figure slowly fades into the surroundings, soon became a hazy blur, and finally vanished. Now, only a young man stood within the 9th floor of the 9 heavens. Lear. Chinyu reminiscent his time with Lear, he remembered that wholesome feeling of contentment, and that feeling of bliss when the two of them held each other in the other's embrace. It was as if the world around the two had momentarily disappeared, even time became stagnant, and felt as if the universe was completely focused at the couple. He would not forget the short years he had spent with Lear, and the times where he stood with her. Nothing can stop me. None. The young man lifted his head skyward towards the illusionary night sky painted on the ceiling of the 9 heavens' 9th floor. It was as if his vision pierced through the fabric of reality, through the void, through the immortal, devil and demon realms, and directly into that secret region, that mysterious place. And at that special place, a certain young woman gaze shifted downwards. She quietly and longingly gazed below. It was as if the two gazes met at the midpoint and intertwined like lovers. Golden Woods Island. A young man's body appeared from thin air a few meters from the beachfront. Chinyu had been transported out of Ni Yang's realm. Even before Chinyu arrival, two individuals, Man Gon and Zhang Ju, stood a fair distance away, obviously waiting for him. The two of them wanted to see the one who came first and the same one who entered the 9th floor. Haha, brother Chinyu, it really was you who came first. Man Gon laughed loudly with a trace of self-mocking, whilst walking over where Chinyu had just appeared. When Chinyu glanced on the two approaching, he instantly knew that he spent the most time within the 9th floor. Facing these two, Chinyu smiled immediately and said, Brother Man Gon and Senior Zhang Ju. It was thanks to my martial uncle that I was able to become first. By the way, gentlemen, do you know where is my martial uncle? As soon as he said that, he glanced at all four, north, south, east and west, directions. Zhongju followed his gaze, and said, I thought as much. You are only at the Deshang stage, it must have been Lan Feng who helped you survive that test. Since any of the room's power was, at least, more than 10 levels beyond you. I had just then scouted around here, but I didn't see Brother Lan Feng. Zhongju. You can stop looking now. A familiar voice sounded nearby. It had the same nonchalant and indifferent tone. Zhongju and Mangon looked towards where the voice originated from, and watched Sword Immortal Lan Feng fly down from above. Younger martial uncle. Xin Yu's face lit up. The smiling Sword Immortal Lan Feng said, Nephew Yu, since you became first this time, you must have gotten quite a bit of treasure? Choose of divine item and a few top-grade immortal items, for yourself. At this, both, Mangon and Zhongju, pair of eyes lit up with a hint of greed. Xin Yu smiled to show his gratitude, but then shook his head. No need, martial uncle, you must know that I have nearly reached the cultivation of the Deshang stage where I can ascend soon. When I ascend, I will most likely only be at the lowest layer of the immortal realms. If I possess even one divine item, I would most likely be hunted to extinction. Lan Feng replied with hesitation. Martial uncle, don't worry, I only require one piece of top-grade immortal item and that is a battle robe. Please take everything else. With an over-exaggerated wave, numerous treasures appeared between the two martial companions. Amongst them was many top-grade immortal items and even included the divine scroll, painting of the lost god. Mangon's gaze instantly focused on that painting. Xin Yu was already aware of their stares, but only did so to reduce unnecessary trouble later on. With the two as his witness, others would also know soon enough, and this will help convince all that these treasures are not on his person. Lan Feng smiled knowingly and received all the items. When Lan Feng received these items, naturally, they were transferred to Xin Yu's Jade Immortal Mansion. While he received each item, he applied the blood contract. In reality, that drop of blood was actually Xin Yu's blood. Like a boomerang, all the items have once again returned to their original owner. But of course, Mangon and Zhongju does not know that nor can they determine it. Xiaoyu, do you want to go back with me? Come with me to see martial brother? Lan Feng said. Xin Yu shook his head regretfully and replied, No, it has been a long time, and I want to go back to see my family. After that, I will go to see Uncle Lan later. Good. That is good. Lan Feng nodded, and turned to face the other two, Brother Mangon and Brother Zhongju. I presume you have also obtained divine items. And from my opinion, they should be quite good. Mangon laughed openly, That's right, Emperor Ni Yang wasn't acclaimed to be the emperor with the most divine items for no reason. He must have had over 10 pieces altogether. In the 8th and 7th floors both had Defense Division divine equipment. It truly was an incredible sight. Naturally, for Emperor Ni Yang to act, he would come marching in his best. In the 7th and the 8th floors, the divine items was in the Defense Division, but the 9th floor would definitely have the best. Including the Atlas of 10,000 Beast in the 1st floor, all of these divine items weren't normal divine items either. Both pieces were Defense Division divine items? Lan Feng asked, slightly surprised. Mangon and Zhongju nodded lightly, and the former replied in a sour tone, If I could use divine items to exchange for your painting of the lost god item, let alone one piece of Defense Division divine item, even with two I would willing. 2 Defense Division divine items for the painting. Brother Mangon, do you not think that I did not know about the true abilities of the painting of the lost god? Lan Feng teased. Mangon uttered a dry and awkward laugh. Actually, Lan Feng, Xin Yu, did not know about the true effects of the painting of the lost god, but simply based on its rank as the top treasure in all the immortal, devil and demon realms, he could determine its value. Alright, it's time I go back to see martial uncle. With his help, we can arrange these treasures. Lan Feng smiled briefly, and nodded a farewell at Xin Yu. Then his body vanished from sight. Mangon stared at the spot where Lan Feng disappeared from, and with a start, he came back to himself and exclaimed, An individual like Lan Feng is already so strong. What stage of power is his martial uncle at? Xin Yu, do you know? About Uncle Lan's capabilities, even I do not know. Xin Yu shook his head. Zhongju recalled the black scimitar given to him by Senior Lan, who could casually give out a prized weapon with the toughness comparable to low-grade divine items. Senior Lan had to be an extraordinary person. Senior Lan was incredibly powerful, he was at least a level 7 or 8 golden immortal. While his martial brother Senior Lan should be at least at the mystic immortal emperor stage. Zhongju mused aloud. Mangon fell into a stunned state. The mortal plane had such a powerful expert? Mangon was confused, but witnessing Lan Feng's power, he could no longer deny it. Mangon shook his head from side to side repeatedly and sighed. To be able to acquire a defense divine equipment this time was already fortunate. Zongju and brother Qinyu, I will not stay here in this mortal plane any longer. Here is where we part. Mangon said his farewell to the other two. Qinyu was still quite curious how Mangon would return to the demon realm. Brother Mangon, coming to the mortal plane seemed very difficult, how about going? Going back is not too difficult, but much easier than coming here. Mangon took out 5 small crystals with a flip of his hand. Except the colors of the crystals were different, Mangon then placed these crystals on the ground around his body, such that they encircled him. While he did, with another hand he retrieved 5 more paper charms and stuck them each crystal. Sizzle, sizzle, when the charms touched the crystals, vapor rose like dropping water on embers. Explosive energy burst forth from these 5 crystals, then each crystal formed ley lines linking the crystals next to it. In the end the 5 crystals formed a circular array around Mangon. Brother Qinyu and Zongju, farewell. When you ascend to the immortal planes, you can come find me in the demon realm. Mangon smiled through the soft light of the array. Farewell. Qinyu and Zongju was still a little surprised by the scene, but managed to give a farewell. Pang! The 5 crystals exploded, a terrifyingly powerful wave of energy surged from the formation. That dominating wave of energy made Qinyu recall that thin black man, Wulan, from the 3rd floor of the 9 heavens. In the space above Mangon, another channel appeared and shot alarming energy down. It connected with the formation, then. Shoo, dot. Around Mangon was a floating battle robe, then in the same moment, he was gone, into the upper tunnel. In a short while, the space where the array had been was quiet again, the 5 crystals were reduced to powder. Qinyu and Zongju finally came back to themselves since witnessing that spectacle. Senior Zong, you will probably go back to the chaotic astral ocean, and I to my own home. We shall part here as well. Qinyu said. Upon acquiring this divine item, I felt I'm finally about to break through. In approximately 10 years, I will ascend to the demon realm. In these 10 years, if you have the time, come visit me. Well then, farewell. Zongju laughed. When Qinyu heard that Zongju, who was a 12th Tribulation's loose demon, was about to break through to a level 1 demon king, he had to congratulate Zongju. Then the two parted at Golden Woods Island, each going their separate ways. End of chapter 61. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 62. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 62, To Endure. Qin Dynasty, within the Imperial Palace. In the rear Botanic Gardens, the Qin Dynasty's emperor, Qin Zheng, sat beside a moderately large pond. He wore a golden yellow royal gown, in his hand he held a fishing rod. At close examination, you could notice his hand was very steady, there was the slightest tremble. After a long time, the surface of the pond nearest to the fishing line rippled, and you could see Qin Zheng's face light up with a small smile. With a precise jerk, the submerged line and fish all flew up above the water surface. With a finger, Qin Zheng sent a ray of Xiantian internal energy to wrap around the magnificent carp he caught, which sent it into a flax basket by his left side. With his Xiantian energy, he removed the hook from the carp's mouth and tossed it back into the pond. Qin Zheng's personal eunuch stood a fair bit away, he dare not stay too close in case he would disturb the emperor. Suddenly, a call came from afar, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." A mature female palace servant ran over excitedly. Qin Zheng frowned, but nevertheless, he stood up and retrieved the hook and put the fishing rod beside him. "God bless Your Majesty, God bless Your Majesty. The imperial physician has just gone to see the royal consort Lian, and the physician said that the royal consort is pregnant." The female palace attendant's entire body quivered with excitement. Just a while ago, Qin Zheng was feeling slightly annoyed by the disturbance, but he suddenly became overjoyed by the good news. Consort Lian is pregnant? Great, that's great. Ever since the Great Depression caused by Wu Kanshui and Reverend Ming Shan's duel, every newborn child within the Qin royal family was cherished more so. That day, majority of the children of the royal family had perished in the collision of explosive energy, and ever since then the male population of the Qin family took on many more concubines. Qin Zheng. An unexpected shout from afar startles a nearby palace guard, rousing him from his semi-conscious state. With a snap of his boots, he salutes as the emperor passes by. Qin Zheng was very relaxed, he turned around to see the approaching figure. As the figure draws near, one could see that the figure was a young man who also wore a similar gold robe. The color gold symbolizes the royal house, and only its members can wear that color. If Qinyu was here, he would be able to recognize the approaching young man. It was Ao Feng, the Dragon Clan's emissary. Since Ao Feng was a Dragon Clan gold dragon, he naturally was favored the color gold. And who might you be? The emperor frowned. He could feel an extraordinary depth in the young man's eyes. Clearly, the young man was of an extraordinary personage. It doesn't matter who I am, especially a mortal like you. All you need to know is that, if you oppose me, then every single person in this entire palace grounds will die. The young man laughed in a sinister way. Clearly he could back up his threat. Qin Zhang felt frozen where he stood. The imperial eunuch by his side shouted, "Attend me! Seize this assassin, and escort him to." But before the attendant could finish, his entire body exploded with a boom into powdered flesh. A fine layer of spirit from Qin Zhang shielded himself from the post-mortem barrage of fine powder. "No one outside this garden will hear your cries," the young man said with a carefree smile. Before the man had arrived in the rear garden, he had already sealed off this region and separated it from the outside world. Qin Zhang knew that this man was powerful, incredibly powerful. His pupils had contracted from the pressure the man exerted on him. "All you can do is hope that your youngest brother will cooperate with me." Ao Feng laughed wickedly, and with a wave, sent a stream of energy into Qin Zhang's body. "What have you put into our body?" the emperor said steadily. The young man snickered and said dramatically, "Qin Zhang, please, you should understand what it means to oppose me, just go along with me obediently. As for what was put into your body, watch, that young lady over there also had been embedded with my powers, watch as what happens to those who are uncooperative." The said young lady was a palace attendant. As the duo watched, her body convulsed then grew still. Faint yellow smoke rose from her body, scalding and sizzling her skin from the inside. In just a short moment, the girl was reduced into smithereens. Upon seeing this revolting scene, Qin Zhang shuddered. "Don't worry though, you won't even feel the slightest amount of pain. Because with this trick, your soul is destroyed first and then your body is reduced to powder. By the time your body starts to be destroyed, you would have already lost all your sense of pain," the man said evilly. "Now, come with me." The man took to the skies while Qin Zhang was forcibly dragged by the spiritual energy wrapped around his body. The surrounding ladies in waiting and guards could only stare at the duo departure. They did not know what to do, but they understood one thing, and that was, the mysterious man was astoundingly powerful and had to be at least a high immortal being. What they don't know was that, their idea of an immortal is limited to early Jindan stage Shangxian, whereas the intruder was a level 1 demon king. The gap between these two stages is unimaginably wide. In the capital's palace courtyard, sitting on the left side's high officials' chairs were Qin Zhang, Qin Di and Qin Feng, and on their right side, sat 4 experts, Ao Feng, Du Zhongjun, Huayan, and Yu Liang. "Ao Feng, what you don't know is that brat Qin Feng tried to force his Jindan to explode, when he knew I was going to use him to threaten Qin Yu. He tried to burst his Jindan in front of me, what a joke." Du Zhongjun laughed loudly as if mocking Qin Feng for his bravado. If a level 1 devil king did not want him to burst his Jindan, how could he prevent that? Qin Yu's father, Qin Di, also tried to burst his Jindan in vain. It seems like their family members truly have admirable resolve. No wonder that kid, Qin Yu, could have such high accomplishments in less than a century. Huayan exclaimed with resignation. Yu Liang nodded as well. Even among the Zayationists there aren't many who do not fear death. I can't believe there are people like you, who don't have the guts to face my third brother directly. You resort to such pathetic ploys to threaten him, aren't you ashamed to call yourself elites? Qin Feng spat out quietly in disgust. All the members of the Qin family are resolute and firm, fearing nothing, not even death. Fenger, enough. Be quiet. Qin Di sent his eldest son using voice transfer. Although their Yuanyings within their bodies were sealed, but they could still use voice transfer through the Yuanying, because it was an ability of the soul. Royal father, I was careless. Qin Feng realized that his father, his brother, and himself was in the enemy's hands. If they carelessly provoked the enemy, they may die a meaningless death. To the enemy, one person less was still enough to threaten Qin Yu. Brother Ao Feng, have you sent the voice-transferred message to Qin Yu yet? Huayan inquired, feeling completely at ease. Ao Feng slowly took out a voice transmitter, and replied nonchalantly, "Relax, Brother Huayan, his family members are already in our hands. And as a safeguard, our spiritual energy has been injected into their bodies, so with a light gesture, his family will die, even Lan Feng would not be able to harm us." With the voice transmitter, Ao Feng started to send the message to Qin Yu. Qin Yu. Return to the Qin dynasty's imperial palace, alone. Brother Huayan, Brother Du Zhongjun, Yu Liang, and I was waiting for you. Your father and your 2 brothers are also waiting with us. Don't fool around, come immediately to the imperial palace. In mid-flight, Xinyu was riding his top-grade immortal class sword. He felt quite good since returning from his successful trip to Niyang's realm. Though he did have a divine sword, he did not want to use it unless the situation was dire. My royal father and my brothers will continue to live a peaceful life in the mortal world, but as soon as I return, I want to enter closed-door training. Only from solitude will I be able to quickly ascend. Leaving this mortal realm, I don't have any more regrets. Xinyu lips parted and formed a serene smile. He was at peace with the world. But, suddenly... Xinyu frowned as he took out his voice transmitter. As quickly as it appeared, his facial expressions dropped. A glint of murderous intent burst forth from his eyes as he looked at the transmitter. It's Ao Feng, Du Zhongjun, Huayan, and Yu Liang. That streak of anger transformed his eyes into deathly orbs, as if his cold gaze could petrify any who saw them. A while ago during the journey through Niyang's realm, Xinyu had not bothered to kill those people because he belittled them. But, how could he have known that these bastards would actually hold his family as hostages? With his level 9 golden immortal sword puppet, the taking puny lives of Ao Feng and them would be as simple as eating or taking a stroll. He always had thought of them as colorfully dressed fools. To dare take my family hostage, then don't blame me for being ruthless. It was the last straw. Xinyu was filled with murderous intent that even his good nature would not get in the way. It wasn't the first time Ao Feng and the others had conspired against him. The last time was to command him to enter the Blue Cloud Road, and now they take his family hostage. He swore to himself that he would kill them for their treachery. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. He finally understood everything. They want me to return alone and do it obediently? I assume they are afraid of Lan Feng. But you will be disappointed, because the sword immortal Lan Feng doesn't exist. He is just my immortal sword puppet. If I go, it's the same as Lan Feng going. Xinyu could feel the cold and calculating killing intent coiled within his heart. He understood that given the others' situation, they mostly likely have had spellbound his family members' bodies. So with the slightest careless mistake in his revenge, his loved ones would perish, and that was something Xinyu would regret a lifetime. With these thoughts in mind, Xinyu accelerated his pace. His body became the lightning that streaked towards Qianlong continent. Qin Dynasty. Within the palace courtyard, Huayan and the 3 other conspirators sat around a marble table, sipping tea. Simultaneously, they all look upwards only to catch sight of the trailing light of an comet that landed directly in the courtyard. From behind that light, a person appeared. It was Xinyu, who had come at breakneck speed. Xinyu, You are. Xinde, Xin Feng and Xin Zhang could not help but mouth silently. Xinyu eyes could see into his royal father, eldest brother and second brother's bodies, and confirm the presence of a restrictive spell placed within them. With a small gesture from the enemy, his loved ones would die instantly. Deep down, his struggle to retain his taciturn while controlling his rising murderous intent. If he could, he wanted so desperately to immediately kill the 4 captors. I must endure this. Xinyu could suppress his facial expression to turn livid. Ao Feng, what are the 4 of you think you are doing? Xinyu cast a chilling gaze at the 4, and turned from one side to another. Don't forsake yourself for us. We are one family, the Qin family. As long as you don't perish, then our family will live on. Don't bother with us. Leave now. Do you understand? Xinde said solemnly. Shut the F***ck up. Du Zhongjun shouted. A stream of spiritual energy shot out from his body toward Xinde. Just before that violent stream of energy hit Xinde, Xinyu had instantly appeared in front, just in time to block the attack. On the surface of Qinyu's body was a violet armor. This armor was just a top-grade immortal armor. Normally, Xinyu would use top-grade immortal items, but only in dire circumstances would he use his divine sword, Sky Piercer, and his divine armor, Black Snow. Du Zhongjun, if you dare act out again, I can promise you for sure that my martial uncle Lan Feng and my uncle Lan will immediately appear. Xinyu see that and spat out from between his clenched teeth. Lan Feng? Uncle Lan? The conspirators' hearts wavered. They forgot that behind the powerful Lan Feng was an even stronger behemoth, Uncle Lan. Du Zhongjun, restrain yourself. Ao Feng reprimanded. Du Zhongjun immediately wore a superficial smile. Brother Xinyu, I was just a little too trigger happy. I promise I will not let it happen again. In reality, both parties were afraid of each other. For Xinyu, he was afraid Huayan and the others would kill his family members, and for the conspirators, they were afraid that Xinyu might go on a rampage and massacre them. For them, they needed to return to the upper realms, and this required the space to be stable. On the other hand, all Lan Feng needed to do was arrive as soon as possible, while Xinyu tied them down by disturbing the surrounding space. Once Lan Feng was here, they would have no escape. Brother Xinyu, our demands aren't that high. You must know that we expended great effort and wealth to descend to the mortal plane, but for what? It was all for a divine item. Ao Feng sighed exaggeratedly, but even now we have not gotten one. Oh, so you want some divine equipment? Qin Yu frowned. That's right, brother Qin Yu, after all, you went into the 9th floor of the 9 heavens, right? Where are the divine item you got from there? Could you tell me? Hua Yan shamelessly asked. And at this moment, the rest of the Qin family members was stunned by the topic of Qin Yu's and their captor's discussion. Descendants of the immortal, devil, and demon realms? Divine equipment? Qin De and the two brothers knew about many things of the Zionist's world. They knew of immortal equipment, though it was legendarily rare and unattainable. But the so-called divine equipment, these were completely unimaginable to them. And then there was immortals descending to the mortal world? And these people are those who descended to this mortal world. Qin De was absolutely stunned by this information. I obtained 3 divine equipment. Qin answered, the first was the divine sword Skypiercer. I know of this Skypiercer. It was the divine sword Emperor Ni Yan used to sweep across and rule in the upper realms. It was an extremely powerful divine equipment focused on offense. Hua Yan's eyes shine with greedy luster. That divine sword is most suitable for a sword immortal, especially that ability called Heaven Sundering Sword Technique. It harmonizes with a sword immortal well. Qin Yu continued, the second item is Black Snow, a defensive divine equipment. Defensive divine equipment? Ao Feng and the others' eyes all were set ablaze. As for the last one, which you know, the top treasure across all the upper realms, the painting of the lost god divine item. Qin Yu said lightly. The hearts of the conspirators shook with glee. Brother Qin Yu, do you have the divine items on your person? Hua Yan inquired hastily, eager to get it. Qin Yu shook his head slowly. No, I don't, I have given it all to my martial uncle Feng. After all, I'm about to ascend soon, so keeping such valuables on me would only bring me trouble. Lies. Du Zhongjun snapped, you'd be willing to give up all your divine items to your martial uncle? If you don't believe me, you can ask Man Gong and Zheng Ju. They witnessed my exchange. Oh wait, Man Gong used some mystic art to return to the upper realms. He should have returned already. Qin Yu said in the most natural way. Man Gong has gone back? Ao Feng, Hua Yan, and Du Zhongjun could not help but admire their fellow emissary, who had returned with a hard-won divine item. While they have to resort to petty crimes. It's just that they know, in the upper realms a level 1 golden immortal is nothing. Only with a divine item will they be able to climb up in status and position. Qin Yu observed the 4 people in front of his eyes, his heart quivering in anticipation. But for now, he must endure. Only when Hua Yan and the others have let go of their hostages, and only then would he act. Until then, he must endure this ridicule and abide his time. In Qin Yu's heart, these few people were just dead men walking. He had already decided on their death. End of chapter 62. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 63. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 63, Beyond Heaven. Are you saying that the 3 divine equipment you got from Ni Yang's realm aren't with you? Ao Feng asked again. I said already, I don't have them. If you do not believe me, then try inspect me. Qin Yu repeated, slightly annoyed at their repetitive questions. Ao Feng nodded and smiled. He had come to a decision. Well, since you said that you don't, then don't mind me probing you a little. If I find that you lied, then I will kill one of your 3 loved ones. As soon as he finished, he took out a voice transmitter. Who do you wish to contact for your inspection? Qin Yu spoke in a carefree tone. Despite his outward behavior, Qin Yu was actually quite worried. Although he let Man Gong and Zheng Ju play the witnesses, where he handed over all his divine items to Lan Feng. The only miscalculation was that Zheng Ju may or may not answer truthfully, and if Zheng Ju doesn't, he would suffer the consequences of it. That will be none of your business. I have my own way to do my investigation. Ao Feng snorted. Qin Yu watched helplessly as Ao Feng started to communicate with his voice transmitter. He knew Zheng Ju and Ao Feng weren't on the friendliest terms, which meant Zheng Ju may not necessarily tell the truth if Ao Feng messaged him. With a flip of his hand, Qin Yu withdrew his own voice transmitter. Just as he was about to send a greeting to Zheng Ju. Qin Yu, what are you doing? Hua Yan glared at Qin Yu, his lips twisted into a nasty grimace, showing unusually white teeth. Why are you sending voice-transferred messages at this time? From the beginning, since he noticed Qin Yu's peculiar actions, he had spread out his immortal spirit sense to cover all the surroundings. Qin Yu looked at Hua Yan in the eye, while the latter smiled faintly for a moment. The latter intent was obvious. Xinyu withdrew his voice transmitter with reluctance. I advise you behave yourself, Xinyu. If I even catch a whiff of you trying to contact your martial uncle Lan Feng, or that whatchamacallit Uncle Lan, then don't blame us for being merciless. Du Zhongjun gave Xinyu a rotten smile. They thought that Xinyu was secretly exchanging messages with Lan Feng for reinforcements. Who were they most afraid of? Oh, they fear Lan Feng, but their fear for the most terrible, Uncle Lan. Lan Feng's prowess was widely known, so they know when Lan Feng decides to act, they will have no chance of survival. Ao Feng, have you finished your investigation? Xinyu was feeling a little anxious as he urged Ao Feng to finish up. A few more moments. Ao Feng expertly brushed off Xinyu's attempt to rush him, then he waited quietly with his voice transmitter. Crackle. Ao Feng's voice transmitter starts with energy, and soon Ao Feng nodded at Xinyu. Looks like you are telling the truth. Alright, we believe you. Just a minute. Before Ao Feng could finish, Yu Liang interjected. The three emissaries turned to Yu Liang and waited. Under their watchful looks, Yu Liang wore a self-deprecating smile. I'm not a foolish nor do I desire a divine item. I believe Xinyu's current armor is a top-grade immortal equipment, right? Brother Ao Feng, do you still remember our agreement? The three emissaries felt quite awkward and uncomfortable that they had forgotten all about Yu Liang. The three first felt annoyed at Yu Liang for asking, since they are taking the risks but they haven't gotten anything yet. Whereas, Yu Liang wants to grab a top-grade immortal armor and leave, just like that. But they felt awkward since they'd promised that equipment, so they cannot void it now. Ao Feng turned to face Xinyu. Top-grade immortal battle armor? Xinyu smiled coldly at the four people. Are you asking for the top-grade immortal armor I am wearing right now? But you all should at least show some sincerity in this exchange. How else would I give you this combat armor? It was just a piece of top-grade immortal armor. Since Xinyu gained all the great treasures in Nine Heaven's 9th floor, a single piece was nothing much. But, he wanted to gain an advantage over this ordeal to help him later. Our sincerity? Simple, we'll let one person go, that should be sincere enough, right? Du Zhongjun laughed dryly, then with a flourish and withdrew the restrictive spell from Qin Zhang's body. He continued to laugh loudly as if impressed by his own magnanimous gesture. He wasn't a bit shy, after all, even the shockwaves from releasing his spiritual power would be enough to kill Qin Zhang. Halt! Xinyu shifted his gaze to the fore. I know you want to get your hands on the divine items from my marital uncle, and you want to use me to threaten my martial uncle. I'll agree to be obedient and listen to your demands, but you must promise to release my father, my eldest brother and my older brother. This is my ultimatum. Hua Yan shouted back, no. If you were to go back on your word, we would. If you do not allow my family to go and I allow you to keep me as your captive, and at that time, will you actually let my family go? Hua Yan, Ao Feng, Du Zhongjun and Yu Liang, you have two options. 1. You let my family go in exchange for me. 2. We fight to the death and throw caution to the wind. With that being said, Xinyu immediately drew out a voice transmitter. I will count to 3, if you don't make your choice by then, I will send for my school's martial elder, and with their ability, they can come here in instant. By then. Xinyu stared daggers at the four, his face hard and cold. Royal father, eldest brother, second brother, please forgive me. Xinyu glanced at his family members. Instead of a look of despair, his father Qinda's eyes shone of resolution and praise. You are really a son of mine. What does death mean to us, eh? His two brothers, Qin Zhang and Qin Feng, both looked equally resolute as their father. As if laughing at death himself, they looked disdainfully at Ao Feng and the others, and smiled to ridicule them. The four conspirators stared blankly back. Given their current status as fellow conspirators, they had already begun to discuss using voice transfer. As they continued their discussion, Xinyu's search, with his spiritual sense, for the Ink Qilin and Shirexayan, two divine beasts. These two had been left to his family to take care of them. These two are usually found living in the palace itself. When Ao Feng and the three came to the palace, their auras had struck fear into the two divine beasts that they went into hiding. Master, you can't blame us. They are too strong. Even if we tried, it would be in vain. We would still want to able to send you voice-transferred messages to aid your intelligence. The Ink Qilin mumbled hurriedly like a scolded child over voice transfer. Shirexayan hurriedly added his 2 cents worth. Master, we don't fear death, it's just that this time it will be in vain. Between Master and Beast exists a soul link, and that was how Xinyu and the two divine beasts were using. Enough, let us forget about this ordeal for now. Xinyu could understand their difficulties in this case. Have you discussed enough? I will start counting. 1. Xinyu said firmly. Ao Feng and the others were momentarily stunned. 2. Qin Yu sent each of them a murderous look. Stop. We've come to a decision. Hua Yan hurriedly interrupted. They've realized that with Qin Yu's relatives, they can control Qin Yu, but it would be counterproductive to use his relatives to threaten Lan Feng. So they still have a need for their hostages to control Qin Yu. Good, you better release my royal father and my brothers. And I'll lay myself down and await my captivity. Qin Yu stored his voice transmitter back into his interspatial ring. As his family watched Qin Yu lay himself down for his captivity and become a captive, his family looked uneasy. Brother Hua Yan, Brother Ao Feng, Brother Du Zhong, it's time I left, farewell. Yu Liang grinned since he's already gotten what he came for, a piece of top-grade immortal equipment. Then we won't extend your stay. Go on. Ao Feng waved his hand lightly, while Hua Yan and Du Zhongjun just nodded. Their expression showed some annoyance. But Yu Liang just pretended not to notice, and transformed into a blur, flying east towards the wilderness. Qin Yu, I warn you, you better not resist. Otherwise, I will kill you immediately. Du Zhongjun spread his blood devil spiritual energy around Qin Yu's body, completely covering it. Any resistance would be cut off at the root by instantly killing Qin Yu. Mother Fasterus Kerr, this brat actually follows a weird path of practice. I can't actually perceive his true strength with my sealing spell. Du Zhongjun cursed and muttered to Hua Yan beside him. Hua Yan was also mystified by this and nodded. His body's internal structure is very peculiar. Seems we must use the most old-fashioned and simplest way to imprison him. Qin Yu laughed sarcastically to himself. Obviously there wouldn't be any effect to use a restrictive spell on his Yuanying, when in reality that spell was applied to his star at the place where his Yuanying should be. The most old-fashioned method Hua Yan spoke of was actually the most idiotic method to imprison someone. It required the captors to use powerful energy to form a shroud around the body, in this case, Qin Yu's body. The shroud has two purposes, one unintended and one on purpose. The first applies a protective shield around the body, and the second suppresses any energy from being released. We're still at the Imperial Palace, so for the time being, I won't act. Once we're outside, I will grant your 3-year deaths. Qin Yu thought to himself, his pupils reddened with bloodlust. For now he needed to abide his time, waiting for the moment to strike. The battleground has to be far from the palace, since killing 3 level 1 golden immortals would send waves of energy to the surroundings. It could very well injure any within the palace. Brother Ao Feng, should we go directly to the star Yellowstone? Hua Yan inquired as he turned to Ao Feng. Ao Feng nodded and thought aloud. People of Lan Feng's caliber should be very familiar with the star systems. The star Yellowstone would be a good choice. There isn't any signs of human habitation with minimal disturbance, and we can prepare everything to invite Senior Lan Feng to come. Qin Yu felt a tinge of unease from his captor's conversation. Where is this star Yellowstone? He hadn't heard of such a place before. Ao Feng gave Qin Yu an odd look. Brother Qin Yu, you've grown this big and yet you haven't even left your home world yet? Haha, in the mortal plane, there are numerous planets that are much larger than the one you live on. Star Yellowstone is one close by with no human presence on it. Qin Yu had known about other planets, other solar systems and the universe from his master, Lei Wei, so he wasn't too shocked by Ao Feng's reply. He knew that planets with no human presence number far more than one with human presence, and the planet he lived on was super large-sized planet. Your planet may be big, but the distance between planets are enormously larger. The distance from your planet to star Yellowstone is no less enormous, but with the 3 of us supporting you, this task couldn't be easier. Ao Feng couldn't suppress a trace of a smile from touching his lips. With such a long distance, even Lan Feng's immortal sense shouldn't be able to find it immediately. That's obvious with this distance. Unless Lan Feng has reached the mystic stage. Hua Yan chimed in. Let's not waste more time. Depart now. Du Zhongjun roared, silencing any further idle chatter. Powered by curiosity, Qin Yu had decided to withdraw his attack temporarily until after flying out of his home world. He had never left his planet to date. Once outside will he let loose and attack mercilessly. Go! In a spearhead formation with Ao Feng at vanguard, and Du Zhongjun and Hua Yan in the rear points, with Qin Yu between them. But Qin Yu paid no mind to this. He was quite excited to see the world beyond the heavens, and it was the first time he had directly flew upwards toward the sky. His brothers, Qin Feng and Qin Zhan, watched the group effortlessly sail upwards and towards the highest sky overhead. Royal Father. Qin Zhang mumbled, barely a whisper. Zhang. His father, Qin Di, had just started to come back to himself after that incredulous scene. From today onwards, I decree that any 3 children of the main bloodline in every generation must stay and live in the capital. Only after a period of time, let the other children come back to live in the capital. So that even if we die, our Qin house, our Qin bloodline continues. Having tasted being blackmailed, I find it is really hard to stomach. Yes, my royal father. As soon as his father decreed, Qin Zheng sent the order, while Qin Feng kept gazing at the endless sky. By now, Qin Yu had already become part of the skyline. Meanwhile, Ao Feng, Huaiyan, Du Zhongjun and Qin Yu, the captive, had flown to the highest point of the sky. Ahead was a region, blocked by arcing lightning like serpents of pure energy midst violent gales. Ha, how could this lightning storm even try to block me? How laughable. Ao Feng uttered a dry laugh, and an expanding column of light pushed out from his body. The storms parted like the Dead Sea, in between was a perfectly formed tunnel free of any disturbances. The group continued flying through this tunnel for 6 hours. Eventually, in front of Qin Yu was an endless void. In this dark void, the darkness was swept away from a nearby star. Its size was inexplicably large, whose dazzling radiance lit up the surrounding space. Qin Yu understood instantly, this star was epicenter of many satellite planets. It was what many people knew and called. It was the sun. Brother Qin Yu, your first time in space, the feeling is not too bad, eh? Ao Feng idly chatted to Qin Yu in a jovial tone. Stunned by the view, Qin Yu could only nod. Qin could feel a weight off of his shoulders. The group had long left Qianlong continent behind, to outer space. Here he could kill the 3 men around him with ease. His curiosity hadn't been satiated, he still wanted to go see the Yellowstone star. Secretly, he waited so that he could piggyback with these immortal to go there, else in what year or decade would he take to get there by himself? Huaiyan didn't forego Qin Yu's stunned expression, he wanted to show some superiority by introducing the world around them. You see that star that is constantly releasing countless solar flares? That star should have been at least 10 million years old. The outer flares are already horrifyingly powerful, but the closer to the core the purer the heavenly fire becomes. That means the bluer the fires are. As for the very core, not even mystic emperors dare to go in there. Qin Yu was somewhat surprised by Huaiyan's knowledge. The cause was that immortals of the immortal plane knowledge of the star systems by the same title as his master Lei Wei. The slightly ahead Ao Feng continued on, there are many grave dangers in outer space such as cosmic meteor showers, spatial black holes, comet trails and cosmic streamers, so flying in outspace is very dangerous. Naturally, Qin Yu already understood the dangers of the universe, but nevertheless listened quietly. Qin Yu's real master, Lei Wei, had left a priceless treasure. It was a journal documenting the knowledge of many things about the universe. In terms of knowledge, Qin Yu may have a better understanding than Ao Feng and the others. Qin Yu looked down at his own planet. Ah, it's really beautiful. Brother Qin Yu, your homeworld is called the mysterious purple planet. Your planet appears beautiful and full of boundless waters. But from another perspective, your planet truly has one side purple and the other white. Huaiyan said, while Qin Yu nodded in reply. The purple side was the region of extreme heat, and the white was the region of extreme chill. Mysterious purple planet. Qin Yu engraved this name into his memory. It was his home planet. Brother Ao Feng and Brother Du, let the 3 of us quickly use mass teleportation directly to the Yellowstone star. As level 1 golden immortals, the 3 could barely support the mass teleportation art. Only with the 3 of them could this be possible despite the Yellowstone star being the closest to their starting point. End of chapter 63. Note, this chapter was originally translated by Thunderat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 64. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 64, The Wretched. Greater teleportation? Qin Yu was curious about this type of mystic art only available to those at the Golden Immortal stage or above. Du Zhongjun, Huaiyan and Ao Feng had already surrounded Qin Yu, forming an isosceles triangle with him at the center. With the 3 people at each point of the triangle, each body's energy sent connections to the other 2 points, forming a triangle with a unique region in the center. As soon as the region was formed, Qin Yu felt his body quiver involuntarily, while a strange euphoric rose from his core towards his head. Before his eyes, the world whirled like a typhoon, dragging his body with it. It felt like the world had warped into a single point, but with a snap, that feeling had disappeared. We've arrived. Ao Feng broke from the triangular formation, his voice crystal clear in the void. Qin Yu found that the surrounding scenery had completely changed. Just a moment ago, they were outside his home world, the mysterious purple planet, but now that planet was much larger and now dyed yellow. Looking past the looming star in front, toward the right side, was another huge cosmic body, his homeworld, the mysterious purple planet. If you had a look at Yellowstone from his home planet, Yellowstone was only the size of Qin Yu's fist, and vice versa. The mysterious purple planet appeared fist-sized from Yellowstone. Qin Yu mused aloud. By eyesight, the distance between them only seems to be 100 steps. Once here, the Yellowstone star was astoundingly huge. Brother Chinyu, in outer space, the distance between two planets appear to be short, but in reality, if you try to flying from one to the other, that distance is inexplicably large. And that is not all. In outer space within the universe, there is a peculiar phenomenon. If you use your eyes to direct you to a faraway planet, but when you near it, you will find that the direction is wrong. Huayan said with a lofty voice, casually imparting this knowledge to Chinyu. Chinyu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He already knew the truth behind this phenomenon from the knowledge his master, Lei Wei, left him. It was due to the principle behind the refraction of light is peculiar, because in outer space, Chinyu only understood the general idea, but if he had to explain, that would be a whole other level beyond him. The mysterious purple planet has the circumferential length of 5 billion kilometers, and in contrast Yellowstone has a circumference of about 15 million kilometers. The difference in volume is over 1,000,000 times. Du Zhongjun continued, a star as large as the mysterious purple planet was really rare. Aofeng, Du Zhongjun and Huayan could not help but sigh and praise at the size of the mysterious purple planet in the distance. Reflected in the eyes of these experts, at least 3/4 was dominated by the brightness of the purple star. Brother Du and Brother Huayan, it's time we make haste to Yellowstone. Once there we'll set up the large formation, then it'll be time to invite Lan Feng to come join us. Aofeng's eye twinkled with anticipation, his smile relaxed. Just thinking about all the divine items Lan Feng would bring, Aofeng's accomplices nod in vigor. They led Chinyu towards the surface of Yellowstone. At closer observation, the surface of Yellowstone was bloated by high-density sedimentary rock, which caused the star to be much denser than it looked. With greater mass, naturally the greater the gravitational pull of it. The gravity was about 20 times on the surface than of the mysterious purple star. To put into perspective, a 20 times stronger gravitational field meant, if mortals were to stand on its surface, they would instantly perish as their muscles and, even, bones would torn by the force. But to people like Chinyu and the others, they could not compare to ordinary people. 20 times increase couldn't be easier than 20 times less. Once the group arrived at the surface, Chinyu was the first to look above towards the sky. On the surface of Yellowstone, there wasn't any obstruction from his home world, so he could clearly marvel at all the distant twinkling stars in the boundless sky. And he knew each of those twinkling lights represented beautiful planets. Hey, aren't you guys afraid I might escape? You've even lifted the imprisoning energy you place on me. Chinyu said nonchalantly, rolling the words around his tongue. His words were for the trio whom were concentrating on a mystic formation. Though the trio was familiar with the formation, but due to size and power of the Great Maze, it would still take at least 10 to 14 days to set it up. When Aofeng heard Chinyu's remark, he uttered a short laugh. If you have the ability to escape, be my guest. You don't even know how to use teleportation. If you tried to fly there, even I do not know when you will reach the mysterious purple planet. Chinyu's lips twitched, but he said no more. In the next passing days, the trio's attitude towards him was quite good. When they talked, they would joke and laugh. They have even lifted all the imprisoning energy on Chinyu. But he knows the shallowness of all of this. These people wanted his cooperation when Lan Feng arrived, so that their plan would go without a hitch. But Chinyu no longer cared about their plans. He strolled around the surface, keen to continue appreciating the natural scenery on Yellowstone. The surface of Yellowstone was densely compacted with yellow sedimentary rock, and up above, countless stars and few planets hung in the overhead dark sky. But even out of the large amount of stars, their size did not seem to be as large as his home world. In the far reaches of the universe, Chin could see dozens of stars and sparsely dotted planets. Of these planets, he could predict that most of these planets was uninhabited. After all, the number of planets populated with humans was relatively low. And just like that, Chinyu's days passed leisurely. Soon, 13 days had passed. In a particular location on Yellowstone Star, a row 4 stone huts stood. These 4 huts were, precisely, the temporary residences of Chinyu and the trio of thieves. At this moment, Chinyu and 2 of the thieves, Aofeng and Huayan, was standing beside, while Du Zhongjun was standing several thousands of meters from their position. Brother Du, can you clearly see us from your position? Aofeng's voice echoed towards Du Zhongyun's direction. Yes, I can, came the latter's response. Everyone was currently checking out the power and psychedelic effects of this great maze, which belonged to the Demon Realm's Dragon Clan. Now, try to find a way to us here. See if you can do so. Aofeng projected his voice once again. Alright, I will start now. They watched as Du Zhongjun began to move towards them. They observed the latter's movements to see if he could traverse from the outer edge of the maze towards them, at the center. Aofeng couldn't wipe the confident smirk on his face, and explained with a hint of pride, this large formation has the radius of 6 kilometers. Du Zhongjun should enter the outer edge of the array very soon. Alright, he is inside. Qinyu and Huayan watched carefully for any reaction from Du Zhongjun. The moment Du Zhongjun stepped into the range of the large formation, his figure paused. Brother Ao Feng, I've stepped into the array, but I cannot see you at all. All I can see is a boundless prairie. Ao Feng nods, as if to reaffirm some prediction he had already made. No matter, this formation can only trap intruders and has not harmful effects. Try to move forward. The maze was a small portion of the super-large formation known by the intersect of the Dragon Clan. The complete super array contained 3 layers. This maze was the first, the second was a hallucinatory formation and the innermost was a damaging formation. Those within the range of the maze formation would only wander with loss. Qinyu watched Du Zhongjun walk in a circular motion of the range of 10 steps. No matter how many times Du Zhongjun repeated it, he could not escape from that endless loop. Since Qinyu could not discern the trick with his eyes, he shut his eyes, and proceeded to use his spiritual sense to probe. From his spiritual sense, he could feel the region in front of him was chaotic, and that the entire space in that region was constantly in disorder with bends and twists in the fabric of reality. What a powerful maze formation! Qinyu was startled and mumbled to himself. He knew that given how deeply affected the surrounding space was, naturally the difficulty to pass through would be incredibly large. Brother Du, close your eyes, I will lead out shortly. Ao Feng projected his voice to Du Zhongjun. He watched as Du Zhongjun immediately closed his eyes and Ao Feng's body quiver. He noticed that Ao Feng did not simply walk in a linear path but follow a preordained path. Ao Feng did not move constantly, but stopped here and there, and only after several hundred steps and numerous stops did he arrive at Du Zhongjun's location. Ao Feng then took Du Zhongjun's hand in his, and led the latter back, while walking as a weird pattern. After a long time, much more than what it take to walk a few thousand meters, the two finally arrived beside the stone huts. Alright then. Brother Du, we have successfully gotten out. Ao Feng laughed. Du Zhongjun looked at Ao Feng with undisguised shock. Brother Ao Feng, this maze formation is truly very powerful. I didn't even pass through the first stage of this maze. Ao Feng replied with pride and self-appreciation. This is only a part of my Dragon Clan's hidden formation technique. I imagine the complete formation would even pose a threat to Immortal Emperor stage experts. Even though the maze is just a portion of the formation, should hold an Immortal Emperor expert for at least a day or two. For someone like Lan Feng, it can easily restrict for at least 10 to 14 days. Admirable, truly admirable. Huayan exclaimed without pause. After all, seeing is believing. Hearing about it would, in most cases, be exaggerated. Within the Immortal Planes, the Dragon Clan holds a fairly unique position of power. If the Devil populace and the Immortals were to join forces, their combined strength would exceed the Dragon Clans, but how could such prideful forces unite? There was too much feuds and grievances between the Devils and Immortals to allow them to unite. While the Dragon Clan was very united under the Dragon Emperor. When the Emperor commands, the clan acts as an entire entity. Of the entire Immortal Plane, this force was inviolable. No one dares to offend the Dragon Clan. Because of this, many hidden arts of the Dragon Clan are not known to outsiders. Brother Qinyu, you can contact your martial uncle Lan Feng now, right? I hope you didn't forget your words when we let go of your loved ones. It is now the time to comply with those words. Ao Feng turned to look at Qinyu. With the completion of the large formation, it was time to let Lan Feng to come here. Once they have obtained the divine items from Lan Feng, they would immediately return to the Immortal Plane. They were at the precipice of their devious plan. The other two accomplices, Huayan and Du Zhongjun, also looked towards the character in question, Qinyu. Qinyu chortled in indifference, and snickered. Gentlemen, you have treated me with grace in these passing days, how could I void my promise? As soon as he finished, he retrieved a voice transmitter with a flip of his hand. The eyes of the trio of thieves lit up with glee. They knew that Qinyu going to communicate to Lan Feng. The distance from Yellowstone and the mysterious purple planet is quite far. Could a voice transmitter be effective? Du Zhongjun mouthed his concerns to Ao Feng. The voice transmitter's effective range was actually limited. In the Immortal Plane, most experts are widely spaced out, and any communication was done via items of higher grades than the ordinary voice transmitter. For the ordinary voice transmitter, they are only distributed amongst ordinary Xiaxianists or Xiamoists. That's no problem, the distance between these two stellar bodies are quite close. I've already sent messages to Feng Tian before. It is possible. Ao Feng confirmed. When Du Zhongjun heard that Ao Feng had already communicated with Feng Tian, he was finally at ease. Alright, I have informed my martial uncle and told him about this all. It seems my martial uncle is infuriated by all this. Qinyu smiled bitterly at the trio of thieves. His expression did not betray a hint of his true emotions. You have? Very good. Suddenly, Aofeng struck Qin Yu's abdomen with his foot, and sent the latter flying, whilst his face contorted in a tyrant's expression. Huaiyan, help me imprison his brat. Our politeness these last few days have gone to his head that he has forgotten who he is. Did he really think he could stand on the same ground as us brothers? That kick did not hurt Qin Yu in the slightest. Their behaviors are really true to their natures. Qin Yu smiled inwardly. At the beginning, you worried about my cooperation and even treated with courtesy, but once my purpose is completed, you rear your ugly head, and dare to kick me. Qin Yu wore a strange smile on his face. Looks like you aren't completely retarded. Du Zhongjun laughed. Since Lan Feng is going to come, you no longer have any use? Qin Yu's voice projected towards the trio. There's one other thing I am still puzzled about. This maze formation is powerful, is there really not way to break it? Aofeng sneered, idiotic brat, do you intend to break the maze to help your martial uncle? Well, telling you won't help anyway. To get rid of this formation from outside requires strong force, but breaking it from the inside requires much less force. But even so, if the force required to break it from the inside is much less, for you to break any of key points of this formation, you would require power greater than mine to break my spells. Else, you cannot expect to break this formation. Oh, Qin Yu glanced at the trio and the formation. Qin Yu, don't you think you are very noisy and annoying? Get the F***ck into your sh**tty stone hut. Du Zhongjun spat out. These passing days, they had endured their anger, and now they finally let loose their wrath on Qin Yu. Okay. I'll go. Qin Yu wore a bright smile despite being spat on. He began to walk toward his hut. Brother Aofeng, Lan Feng has 3 divine treasures, and given how highly regarded Lan Feng is towards Qin Yu, which treasures should we take? Du Zhongjun piped up. Just as Qin Yu entered the stone hut. Aofeng, Du Zhongjun and Huaiyan, release my martial nephew, else I will bring you your deaths. A cold and icy voice was projected across thousands of kilometers and reverberated across Yellowstone's surface. It's Lan Feng. The trio stood up and carefully surveyed the surroundings. They wanted to know from which direction Lan Feng would come. Lan Feng's speed is so fast. Huaiyan beefed. Aofeng nodded as well. He's certain about Lan Feng's strength now. Lan Feng's strength is much higher than all of us combined. I presume he would teleport here directly. Just that we don't know which direction would he be coming from. The trio continued to survey all directions, eager to find Lan Feng's presence. Stop looking. I'm over here. The trio literally jumped in fright. The source of the voice came from behind them. This scared them out of their wits. Their bodies twisted around almost instinctively to say, there's nothing here, it was just a joke. But instead, they watched as Qin Yu and Lan Feng walked leisurely out from the stone hut. Their mouths agape, they couldn't believe what was happening in front of their eyes. It can't be, it simply cannot be. Aofeng's trio was absolutely stunned. No matter what they thought of, they could not come up with the reason of how Lan Feng could walk out from the stone hut. Qin Yu stopped slightly in front of Lan Feng and glared at the trio like a predator. What is it? Cannot comprehend it? Qin Yu said with a sly smile, inside that stone hut, there is more than just Lan Feng. There are other people as well. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, a beauty wearing a pure white evening dress strode out from that same hut. This neatly dressed beauty was, precisely, the leader of all the divine beasts of the first layer world of the Atlas of 10,000 Beasts, Shu Yan. Immediately after Shu Yan walked out of the stone hut, another level 9 demon followed her. But that did not end. One after another, demons continued to stream out en masse. While the trio just stood and watched the spectacle like a bunch of idiots. Level 9 demons may be a level lower than them, but by now over 100 level 9 demons crowded in front of them. If such a large amount of level 9 demons were to attack them en masse, it would only take a moment to kill them. The densely crowded amount of level 9 demons was already enough to scare the trio sh*+, let alone Lan Feng himself. In front of such monstrosities, their souls as well as their hopes had already departed them. They stood pitifully and quaked in their boots. They were truly wretched beings. End of chapter 64. Note, this chapter was originally translated by Thunderat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 65. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 65, Judgment on Yellowstone. What the hell is up with that stone hut? The trio stood like sitting ducks, their hearts trembled in fear and their minds were in a trance. From their point of view, the doorway of the stone hut led to hell, as one after another level 9 demons emerged from its depths. They did not need to communicate to know one thing: incoming catastrophe. Aofeng's eyes lit up suddenly, and gazed at the distant Lan Feng. Lan Feng, your power exceed our powers greatly. If you want to kill, then kill. But at this sort of moment, how could you use the beasts of the Atlas of the 10,000 beasts to threaten us? With your strength, I estimate that you can open the second layer world. Why not send out demon kings rather than lower-level demons? Are you trying to humiliate us? The trio had witnessed Lan Feng seizing possession of the Atlas while they were in Ni Yang's realm. Even now, they thought these beasts were released by Lan Feng. Xinyu chuckled and gave the trio an indifferent smile. Oh pity, what a pity. His voice reached every distant corners of the formation. He could only pity them, after all, even staring at their deaths, they did not know who killed them, how could that not be pitiful? Now you show your arrogant face. Ha, only when you are with your martial uncle Lan Feng do you display your arrogance. Du Zhongjun cursed, he and the others knew their deaths were certain, so instinctively they would act in an unbridled manner. The corners of Qin Yu's mouth twisted into a sly smile. Ah, even now you do not know, Qin Yu sighed, but now that we've reached the precipice, I could not retain you any longer. Before you all die, allow me to give you a clue. If you understand, then you will die a comprehensive death, else you will die a pitiful death. A clue? Ao Feng and the others become startled. This subject welcomes the master. Shuai Yan and all the level 9 demons bowed and paid their respects to their master. Their vocations resounded in the empty grounds around them, their direction of their salutations was towards Qin Yu. Obviously, Qin Yu was this master they spoke of. The master? The trio stare blankly at Qin Yu, their jaws wide apart, completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, as if lightning struck their heads, the trio almost simultaneously jolt for comprehension. Ha, such pitiful people, even now you don't understand? Qin Yu uttered a mocking short laugh. Lan Feng, you may start now. Remember, you must leave their yuanyings so that I can refine them. From the conversation between the martial uncle and nephew, in particular the nephew's commanding tone, the trio's faces darken. While their minds are in disarray, the conversation had completely confused the trio's minds more so from their previous revelation. Without a moment's hesitation, Lan Feng nods and instantly 3 paper-thin concentrated sword energy ripple through the air from Lan Feng. Ah! That energy had jolted the trio awake, but it was too late. How could they dodge the attacks of a level 9 golden sword immortal? It was impossible. So, the high-pitched whine of the fast-moving projectile cleaved through the space, and as the torrents of energy collided with their bodies were torn apart while their souls destroyed, forever removed from existence. Their so-called immortal bodies parted like butter under a hot knife, tendons, blood vessels and bone were instantly bisected as their bodies were bisected. There was no blood splatters, it was a perfect cut with such high speed that any liquid was instantly solidified by the heat. Thud! Their bodies fall lifelessly to the ground. From start to finish, this all happened in a split second, there was no opposition, absolutely none. It happened so fast that Ao Feng, Du Zhongjun and Huai Yan didn't even have the chance to avoid the slashes. Their eyes were still wide with disbelief, and before they could react, their souls were shattered by the light wave. Their foolish faces forever petrified in frozen time as is their bodies. 3 level 1 golden immortals yuanying. With a flourish, Qin Yu retrieved all 3 yuanyings that previously stored the souls of the trio. Now with their souls destroyed, there wasn't the slightest movement from them. A small smile played on his lips, tempting to break into a broader grin. Qin Yu thought, you all took me to Yellowstone and letting me see and feel the universe at large, for that I let you all live for another half a month. Just because of that, I'm not going to let you go. After all, your execution was already settled when you dared to take my relatives hostage. Instead of a broad grin, that small smile transformed into an indifferent look. He stored the 3 yuanyings into his blazing ice ring. Ha, in this entire planet, Yellowstone, I am the only person here. Qin Yu turned in sequence from north, east, south and west. Following that, he looked above at the boundless universe, rivulets of stars and nebulas, and the unfathomable deep space. Qin Yu felt a little euphoric and could only gasp at the wondrous depth and mysterious of this world. He had only experienced the tip of the iceberg, while below the water an endless larger portion of the iceberg still remains. This maze formation is actually quite impressive. Qin Yu looked at the size and detail of the formation. After all, he wasn't in a hurry to break through this maze. This massive formation was actually built up from multiple layers of spells and smaller formations. It's true that it may be easier to break it from the inside using the immortal sword puppet, especially when the puppet's strength is at a level 9 golden immortals, but I cannot afford to use the puppet to break this large formation, since the puppet's source of power is from his limited supply of top-grade elemental stone. That means there is only the simplest method left: deconstruct the formation. Either way, I should not be in a hurry to break this formation. I've made it to the final known stage of my stellar transformations, Star Stage. Any chance of ascending will depend on my insights into my chosen path, else I would never break through. Ha! Nevertheless, from here on, I will not have any instructions from my predecessor. I can only toil along and tackle this problem by myself. Qin Yu sighed. With a small gesture by his mind, the sword puppet merged into his body again. I should just stay here on Yellowstone and train, given the optimal surroundings. With stars above me, most suitable for my stellar path and for quietening my mind, and a maze formation around me, there is no other place more suitable. Like this, I'm at ease. Qin Yu leisurely sat down in a cross-legged position near his stone hut. Listen up, Shou Yan. Qin Yu projected his voice to the multitudes of demons a fair bit away from him. The leader of them, Shou Yan, immediately bowed. I will start my closed-door training soon. I will assign you and 3 others of your choice to stand guard. In most cases, simple threats would not pass through the maze formation, but if there are any that cannot be blocked by the formation, immediately alert me. Qin Yu instructed post-haste. Consider it done. At once, Shou Yan selected 3 volunteers, while the rest of the demons returned to the first layer world of the Atlas of 10,000 Beasts. To them, the Atlas was their home, and returning did not require the aid from their master. The guards were 2 males and 2 females. A total of 4 guards positioned themselves at the 4 major directions around Qin Yu, as he started to meditate. These guards could also understand their role was simply watchers or scouts. Their jobs were easy, since if there was any threats that could pass through the maze, they would not be able to oppose either way. Lear, Xiaohei and Fei Fei. Within his mind, a series of images floated in sequence: Lear's graceful smile with dainty little dimples on her cheeks as her smile broadened, Xiaohei's firm and resolute demeanor, and the hysterical Hou Fei. Qin Yu withdrew his voice transmitter, eager to ease the worry of his loved ones and let them know about the situation. Father, I am safe now. I'm preparing to start closed-door training, and am not sure how long this training could take. Please do not worry about me. In the distant mysterious purple planet. Qin De was still worried about the fate of his youngest son since the kidnap. But, as soon as he received Qin Yu's voice-transferred message, he was elated by the news. That's good. That's great. Qin De could finally relax, focus on your closed-door training. You don't need to worry about your father. Since I know that you are safe, father is at ease. As soon as Qin Yu got in his father's message, he withdrew the voice transmitter and started closed-door training. He stopped referring to his experiences, as later breakthroughs would only depend on himself. With a completely relaxed and open mind, he started to assimilate with the world. Hearing his own pulse, he slowly merged with his surroundings. Forget time. Forget places. Forget the past. Forget the future. Forget yourself. With his mind completely emptied of all thoughts, he entered an enlightening trance-like state. Once practitioners enter this transient state, they may wake up, in a moment, a few days, a few centuries, or even a few 100,000 years. It is hard to say exactly when they will wake. Over time, Qin Yu became buried in layers of dust. Even so, his 4 guards, Shou Yan and 3 other guards, did not move to remove that heavy layer of dust. They knew that any practitioner undergoing closed-door training are very sensitive to environmental changes. Even the smallest action to remove the dust could disrupt their training. An immeasurably long time passed, as dust continued to pile on Qin Yu's body. Under the gravitational force of the planet, Qin Yu resembled a monolith. Not so far from Yellowstone, on the mysterious purple planet, numerous scientists struggled and fought for treasure, for personal power, for wars, for territory, or even for a precious piece of ore. Nobody was aware that next to the mysterious purple planet, on a yellow star, a man was undergoing painstakingly difficult closed-door training quietly. On the mysterious purple planet, Qianlong continent, Qin dynasty's Misty Peaks Villa. It's been 10 years, Yuer has been training for an entire decade. Even now I do not know when he will return. Qin De looked towards the skyline, and could not help but sigh. In this past decade, Qianlong continent has been through some turbulent times. Of the 3 great dynasties, the Ming dynasty has been the most unstable with the death of the previous emperor and the new emperor's fatuity. Only did the new Ming emperor want to mindlessly attack Qin dynasty, but also due to his greed and lascivious nature, whose actions have caused rebellion within his own dynasty. In contrast, the Qin dynasty was in a thriving period of improving prestige. It can be said that the Ming dynasty's destruction will be within the next few years. While the Han dynasty has been gradually gathering strength since the new emperor Han Wu rose to the throne. Currently they are in a passive state, but they could pose a huge threat to the Qin dynasty. In the courtyard of the Misty Peaks Villa, the figure of Qin De was currently contemplating to the sky. Soon another figure joins him. The approaching person was Qin Feng. Father. Qin Feng watched as his father's demeanor slackened each year and felt a tinge of sadness. Ever since his brother had departed from the royal palace that day, his father would come to the childhood home of his 3rd brother every year, to commemorate his brother's efforts. "Oh, it's Fenger." Qinde could only show a faint smile. "Father, Xiaoyu already said he was undergoing closed-door training. You do not need to be too worried about him." Xin Feng said with some concern. "I'm not worried. I'm just reminiscing the past." Qinde shook his head slowly. Suddenly, the space around the two rippled. From that ripple, two people appeared in the courtyard. The new duo was Zhongju and Yu Liang. For Zhongju, his days were numbered since he could feel that his ascension was close. So he sent a message to Qinyu as a farewell, but since Qinyu was in a trance-like meditative state, there wasn't any response. As a result, Zhongju sought out Qinde, and from Qinde, he learnt about what had happened in the past. Once he knew about that event, he could already deduce the identities of those four conspirators. For the three emissaries, there was no way Zhongju could deal with them, nor could he find them. However, for Yu Liang, it was still simple enough. He would not face any opposition from Yu Liang. Zhongju directly attacked and captured Yu Liang from the wilderness. "Qinde, Senior Lan was my greatest benefactor and had shown great kindness to me. How could I not try to return some of that kindness? The day I ascend is close by. Regarding this Yu Liang, I will let you decide what to do with him." With a light shove, Zhongju propelled Yu Liang to stand in front of Qinde. The sudden appearance caused Qinde and Xin Feng to hesitate. "Gentlemen, I must admit that I was wrong to take that top-grade immortal armor. I would like to return it to you too, if you could find it within yourself to forgive me." Bitter anger boiled beneath Yu Liang's face. How withstand the shame to beg for forgiveness from a Yuanying stage and a Jindan stage mortal, whereas he was the ruler of the entire wilderness? How could he not feel angry? But there isn't any other way, he had to endure. Now that Zhongju is about to ascend, and once he ascends, I will definitely erase the shame from today. Yu Liang swore to himself. Qinde may not be a powerful expert, but he has a perceptive eye for people. Just from the glint in Yu Liang's eyes, he could discern what the latter was thinking about. Once Zhongju ascends, this Yu Liang could harbor disaster upon us all with the slightest thought. Qinde immediately came to a decision. "Senior Zong, please execute this individual." Following Qinde's statement, Yu Liang's fate was decided. His face paled, completely devoid of any color. "Execution?" Zhongju's eyes flickered with harsh light, then laughed. Excellent. To be honest, Qinyu, decisiveness and ruthlessness could not compare to you, his father's." A narrow black scimitar appeared in Zhongju's hand and instantly pierced Yu Liang's body. Qinde only smiled faintly at the death of Yu Liang. In the past, he was the commander and leader of millions of soldiers, which led to establishing the current Qin dynasty. How could the death of one person going to affect him at all? In a short moment, Yu Liang's soul shattered and died immediately. Yu Liang was the wilderness overlord, but due to greed, he had fallen so low. The Zayashinist's path is a difficult one. There is always higher mountains in a mountain range. At any time, one's body and soul could be shattered by another stronger expert. "Fenger, this is the main reason why I will not let you enter the world of the Zayashinists," Qinde explained to Xin Feng. "I understand, father." Xin Feng nodded. Zhongju's face lit up with understanding. Perceptive, truly perceptive. "But Qinde, you may be able to live at peace on the Qianlong continent, but when you are in the immortal plane, that is not so. Living a peaceful and uneventful life in the immortal, demon, and devil realms is impossible. To enjoy a millennium of quietude, I would be very satisfied. Any other would be content. As for ascending? Who knows when that time will come?" Qinde laughed lightly. Zhongju nodded a few times. "Qinde, hopefully we'll meet again in the immortal plane. Farewell." As abruptly as he came, Zhongju's body had disappeared from sight. Yu Liang's death was just a small episode on the mysterious purple planet. The mysterious purple planet, Zayashinists are counted by the million. Each year, countless die. Who knows, may one unremarkable Zayashinist would die in some corner of the planet, in some continent, and in an unknown courtyard. Time still flows on. In a blink of an eye, 100 years or so passed. On the Qianlong continent, the Ming dynasty had its timely demise. From it a new country rose, Zhou dynasty, with half the land from the Ming dynasty, while the other half went to Han dynasty. The two dynasties joined together to deal with the Qin dynasty. A new equilibrium has been broached on the Qianlong continent. Presently, the Qin dynasty emperor is Qin Zhang's grandson. Despite the constant surges and torrents of changes on the Qianlong continent of the mysterious purple planet, there is only silence on a nearby star. On Yellowstone, situated in the center of a great maze formation, Qinyu quietly meditated while four guardians silently guarded. Nobody knows when Qinyu would break through. On this particular day, The temperature at the surface of Yellowstone suddenly shot up from a cool state to over 100 degrees Celsius. The space above the surface rippled with the raising surface temperature. Even the four guardians could not remain calm. However, at the center of the four guardians, Chinyu was still unmoving. He was completely unperturbed by the rising heat. End of chapter 65. Note, this chapter was originally translated by Thunderat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 66. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 66, The Seventh Stage. On the surface of Yellowstone, Shuayan of the Four Sentinels stood up to protect Chinyu. Of the four sentinels, a tall thin man was the first to break the silence. Leader Shuayan, for such a star's temperature to change so rapidly, it should be drawing near to its death. The four sentinels turned to look towards the distant horizon in the northern direction. I remember when our master started closed-door training, the volume of the star wasn't too high, but now it is many times larger than before. So it should be entering its destruction phase. Shuayan nodded. Stars thrive for almost limitless amount of time, but it was only almost infinite. As it continues to burn, eventually one day it will be destroyed. Now those bursts of heat energy that was thousands of times stronger than the incandescent flares in the past, was a sign of its destruction is near. Those radiated heat waves have also affected the surface temperature of the Yellowstone star. But for the mysterious purple planet, none of its inhabitants could feel a thing because of the protective ionic storms in the upper atmosphere. However, it hasn't reached the final explosive stage, but once it reaches its explosive death stage, the heat waves of the exploding star will be millions of times higher than the heat wave presently. At that time, the surrounding space would be trembling at the destruction of that star. Leader Shuayan, should we alert the master? If the master continues to train in quietude, the spatial shockwaves could very well affect master's mental state. A female sentinel in green asked her superior Shuayan. Shuayan pondered for a moment, then shook her head. That is not required for the time being. That star is quite far from this Yellowstone star. The spatial shockwaves that travel here will be feeble in strength. In addition, we have the maze formation around us. The formation itself also affects the space in its range, thus the master will be subject to harm. If we wake the master now, it could very well waste all his efforts and insights he is currently trying to unveil. Listen up. From now we must exercise caution and spread our awareness. That star may be far away, but for it to release so much heat that it could be felt here, it clearly is an extremely large star. It may possibly collapse into a region that will swallow all the surrounding space and affect a wider range of space. We must exercise vigilance against it. Shuayan ordered. Yes, leader. The other three sentinels saluted, having received that order. Turning to their silent guardianship, the four sentinels stood wordlessly as the faraway star continues to radiate more heat, and the temperature of Yellowstone continues to rise. And yet, Chinyu continues to practice quietly and unmoving. Lost in the training trance, the meteoric tear continues to nurture Chinyu's body and soul, while the surrounding holy elemental spirit are absorbed by him. Over the centuries' time, Chinyu's soul has become much stronger and has reached a new stage. Even after his soul's improvement, the fiery star in his dantian is still a star. All he needs now was an epiphany or a spark of insight. None of Chinyu's features show that he wasn't, at all, anxious, because the feeling to merge with the world was quite a comfortable feeling. It was the same as a mother's embrace. An innumerable number of years passed. Be careful. That distant star is in its final phase before imminent collapse. Shuayan alerted and the other three nodded their consent. All their attention was focused on the huge star that was about to collapse. That distant star was already very large, with arcing heavenly fires whipping about its surface, continued to heat up. Suddenly, the size of the star instantly increased in leaps and bounds, and the heat it radiated increased by at least 1,000 times. That heat wave collided with Yellowstone, and given Yellowstone's lack of an atmospheric protection barrier, the surface temperature skyrocketed to alarming heights. Chi. The distant star continued to expand rapidly with no sign of stopping. Suddenly, as abruptly as it ballooned up, the star contracted at terrifying speed. With the star rapidly expanding and contracting caused the surrounding space to shake, but because Yellowstone was quite far from the star, the spatial shockwaves was very feeble, and Chinyu did not feel them at all. That would be the case if Chinyu wasn't in a trance-like state. During the enlightened state of merging with the world, Chinyu is very sensitive to the surroundings and, naturally, sensitive to the shockwaves. The statue at the center of the four sentinels shook slightly. Countless specks of mineral dust fell from that very real statue. As the dust particles piled high around a cross-legged Chinyu, forming small mounds in 360 degrees. And, after over a century, Chinyu had finally opened his eyes. with his piercing eyes, like pools of endless wisdom, turned to gaze at the intense brightness in the sky. That moment when Qin Yu looked towards the sky was the moment when the star had just started to contract. From a balloon-like state, the star contracted down to its original size, then further, until it was no longer visible. The point with the star had disappeared was dark and ominous, with it as the epicenter, space distorted and converged there like a bottomless pit sucking all life around it. Even on the distant Yellowstone, the attractive force was minuscule but still present. While the suction force continues to distort the surrounding space, another change occurs around that space. Unbeknownst to the residents on Yellowstone, in everywhere else in the universe many changes are occurring. This is the evolution of the universe. That star is really large. I think the final form of that star should be that devouring region rather than a dark star. Shuo Yan smiled. Naturally, if Qin Yu heard this, he would understand as well. This so-called devouring region would be known as a black hole, while the dark star would be similar to a horrifying gravity well produced by a white dwarf. Why is it so hot? The 4 sentinels felt puzzled, since the surrounding temperature was even more terrifying than before when the star collapsed. Your Honor. Look, Master, he's. 3 of the 4 sentinels looked at the last, a green-robed woman, with surprise. A split second later, all 4 turned to look at their master with shock. Around their master, Qin Yu, flames had erupted from his skin, forming a halo-like flaming aura around him. Right now, Qin Yu looked like a war god doused in endless flames. His lips mouthed silently, star, collapse, and black hole, thereafter. Suddenly, with a triumphing cry, Qin Yu whooped, "Ha, I see." The flames that were previously sticking to his skin leaped outwards, expanding and consuming everything in all directions. It wasn't normal flames, it was purple flames. As soon as Shuo Yan and the other guardians saw it was heavenly flames, they started to protect themselves and resist it. For ordinary level 1 demons, heavenly fire would be devastating, but for elites like level 9 demons such as Shuo Yan and the others, if they're careful, heavenly fire is not a big deal. Your Highness, what is the matter? The 4 sentinels could not help but inquire given the abrupt change in their master's state. Over the centuries' worth of training, Qin Yu's hair was extremely long. He looked like a mass of hair levitating about a meter from the ground. Purple heavenly fire surround him in a radius of 100 meters. With that mass of unkempt hair billowing about Qin Yu, he resembled a god of fire in the eyes of his followers. But his face did not show the cliché arrogance, instead his brows furrowed. It seems my energy is not enough. With a casual flip, a Yuanying appeared in his hand. This was a Yuanying of a level 9 loose devil that Qin Yu acquired. It was acquired during the time he posed as Reverend Heavenly Fire who decimated devils and immortals of Yingyu Mountain. The Yuanying floated in front of Qin Yu, and streams of powerful energy surrounded it, changing its state to liquid. Qin Yu opened his mouth wide and with a swallowed the level 9 loose devil's Yuanying directly into his body. Silence presumed for a short while. Boom! That field of purple flames exploded outwards from the original 100 meters to tens of thousands meters in an instant. Its current range was frighteningly large. Just as abruptly as the field expanded, its range shrunk. Then shrunk again. Until, all of that devouring purple heavenly fire had vanished within Qin Yu's body. At closer observation, the land in tens of thousands meters had sunk a whole 10-meter layer, while the stone huts were reduced to rubble. If it weren't for the personal power of each of the 4 sentinels being quite formidable, they too would have perished with a layer of Yellowstone's crust. The 4 sentinels continued to stare at Qin Yu, while he levitated silently. What is the matter with the master? The woman in green asked to no one in particular. The others shook their heads. They too pondered what the matter with their master was. Previously, when that explosive energy erupted from Qin Yu, it had startled the 4, but now with the overbearing silence, they grew more unsettled. Break them down, then rebuild it. Stars collapse to form black holes, that is the final path, but to force a star to collapse, it required immense energy, far too much energy. Qin Yu knew about the situation within his dantian and could not help but sigh in his heart. With that, he turned back to look at that distant star, only to see the moment it was going to collapse. Right then, a spark of insight struck his head. After over a century of meditation, only now does he become enlightened. Within the space of his dantian and at the epicenter, was a red bead. This dark red bead was 1,000,000 times smaller than the solar star that was in his dantian previously. This dark red bead may be 1,000,000 times smaller, but its energy was 1,000,000 times purer. From star collapse to black hole takes far too much energy. The current dark star within my dantian is already powerful, and even with a level 9 loose devil's Yuanying energy, I couldn't collapse it into a black hole. It seems the formation of a black hole will take much more time. Qin Yu pondered. Even so, my solar star had been compressed into this dark star, required at least 50% of my energy, but my combative power has increased by 100 times. When the star contracted, the too much energy was released, but the remaining 50% has been condensed and was more concentrated by hundreds of thousand times. The energy contained within was extremely pure and the offensive power was very astonishing. After a moment contemplating, Chinyu finally relaxed his shoulders. Because he had finally created the 7th stage of his stellar transformations path, Dark Star. During the 6th stage, the stellar energy erupted and flared with chaotic wrath. Whereas in the 7th stage, Dark Star, the star had been compressed thousands of times smaller. In comparison, if the energy of the star stage was scrap metal, then the dark energy of the Dark Star stage would be the refined metal. Metal that had all its impurities removed then compressed 1,000,000 times to form a fine and pure needle. The pinnacle of purity. If my estimations are correct, then the next stage from Dark Star would be to collapse it to form black hole. Alas, the energy required for that transformation is horrifyingly large. Even if I had the energy, my soul force would not be enough to control it. Chinyu deduced. He knew that his soul had improved greatly since entering N'Yang's realm to now. Back then, his soul was at the level of a level 1 immortal, and after 100 years of training, his soul was now at a level 7 immortal. Despite having a higher level soul, with regards to the previous release and compression of energy, he nearly could not control it. For the black hole stage, I think it would be best to wait under my soul is beyond the golden immortal stage. He clearly understood the depth of his own power. For a star to collapse may sound simple, but in actuality it was very complicated. Only when Chinyu witnessed the collapse of that distant star, did he have an epiphany? This was completely unrelated to his 100-year meditation. He opened his eyes to see 4 very worried sentinels. He already knew why they were acting like so. Ha, I did not expect that Chinyu, whilst on the mysterious purple planet fought through a century worth of battles to reach the star stage, and yet to reach the next stage, I would take 150 years. Amusing, truly amusing. Chinyu said nonchalantly. In these 150 years, his soul had reached a level 7 immortals only because of 2 reasons. First, due to that trance-like merging with the world state, secondly and most importantly because of the nurturing streams of energy from the meteoric tear. Congratulations, Master. The 4 sentinels intoned. Please rise, for me to break through this time was also thanks to you all helping me. Chinyu wasn't shy to dish out some praise for his followers. After breaking through, he was feeling elated and very pleasant. For his stellar transformations path and from the Dark Star stage, each sequential stage would need to be created by Chinyu himself. My lord, previously your energy could be faintly detected on your body, but now how can there not be a hint of energy? Shuoyan gasped. She was, after all, a level 9 demon. How could she fail to sense any energy from Chinyu? Ah, this is due to my technique. Chinyu replied lightly. The reason was due to achieving the Dark Star stage. The Dark Star was not just condensing energy into a tiny size, dark red sphere, but also producing the devouring region effect. This dark star was similar to white dwarfs and neutron stars in the universe. They all have that same alarmingly strong attractive effect, strong gravitation wells. With a thought, the world and space around him converge like a whirlpool with Chinyu's body as the eye. The surrounding elemental energy was directly drawn into the tiny dark sphere in his dantian. The amount of energy was immense and yet the red sphere had not changes at all, because the purity of the energy of the sphere was simply too incredible. And just in this instance, his soul trembled slightly. A stream of information floated within his mind. Within 3 months, he would ascend to the immortal plane. Ascension? Chinyu smiled broadly. All these years of training was just so that he could ascend to the immortal plane, so that he could reunite with his brothers, Heiyu and Hofei. And of course, Lear. In the same instant, the meteoric tear started to vibrate within his body. Quickly, Chinyu sent his mind's eye inwardly to observe any changes to the meteoric tear. The meteoric tear started to transform. The tear flew from his heart to his mind and to the place where his soul resides. Wherein, his soul had already condensed into a concentrated essence liquid. That liquid merged with the tear. Following their fusion, the surrounding soul force like rivers flowed into the oceanic depth of the fused essences. When everything was fused, the essence core contracted and shrunk in size, so that even if a high master probes Chinyu, he would not detect the slightest breath from Chinyu. Chinyu's body and his surroundings shook, and from that, Chinyu was reborn anew. From the 4 sentinels' perspective, Chinyu stand to float, his hair billowed with an unnatural rhythm, but there wasn't a hint of breath from his body nor soul. Suddenly, Chinyu's eyes shot open, eyes twinkled with life, and in that instant his entire person was rebirthed, revitalized, renewed. It seems that after condensing the soul essence, one still needs to go through the 3 and 9 immortal souls refinement. Chinyu murmured to himself. On his face, he wore a smile of untainted satisfaction. End of chapter 66. Note, this chapter was originally translated by Thunderat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 67. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 67. Is this teleportation? The 3 and 9 soul refinement was a soul training technique, part of a special set of arts. This soul training technique emerged within Qin Yu's mind after the meteoric tear had fused with his soul. I feel that the mysteriousness of my meteoric tear is truly unfathomable. I didn't know that it could fuse with my soul. All this time I had no idea it could do that. He felt helpless and a little frustration since he had little control over all this. Master, are you feeling better now? Shuai Yan couldn't endure the bombardment of questions within her and finally let one escape. Just a moment ago, the aura around their master had disappeared without a trace. To them, this was something like only happened when one soul was shattered, leaving their empty bodies behind. Naturally, it scared them greatly. They were about to approach their master, but then their master opened his eyes and looked at each of them in turn. They could feel greater strength behind that piercing sight. I feel extremely good. Qin Yu nodded. After the fusion of his soul and meteoric tear, Qin Yu could exert greater and finer control over his life force or soul force, to an extent that he could withdraw all of his soul force into the meteoric tear and assume pseudo-death. No one would be able to sense the slightest breath or life from his body. Complete control, that's what it was. Complete control over every minute speck of energy or function of the body, whether it was the dark star within the dantian, the soul, or ordinary movement, everything was included. That feeling when one had complete authority over all was quite a good feeling. My guardians, you may rest aside, I must familiarize myself with my current powers. Qin Yu nodded at the 4 sentinels. Of course, Master. The 4 responded with a curt bow. As the 4 stepped aside, the muscles around his arms and chest instantly tensed up like steel pythons. The space in the immediate region of his body rippled with minor waves. Then he punched his right fist forward and instantaneously thousands of shadow fists appeared at the same point of thrust. Bang! Qin Yu Flash stepped to retreat from that point where he unleashed the barrage of fists, only to see the space around that point had cracked open, revealing spatial cracks the size of a pencil. Master! What terrible power! Shou Yan and the others was stunned by the display of raw power. Just then that powerful explosion had been caused by 1,000 shadow fists creating spatial cracks. Even for these level 9 demons it would be devastating to take on that fist. Qin Yu smiled in satisfaction. 150 years of training and elemental energy absorption certainly packs more power than before. This time, he underwent 150 years of closed-door training compared to spending less than a century on his homeworld. To reach star stage, a little more power is not surprising. Solely relying on my own power, I think that it should be equivalent to a level 7 immortal in power. Qin Yu mused to himself, completely absorbed by his own assessments. That could just be his own speculations, so his real combative power may or may not be higher. He could only be sure once he dueled with a level 7 immortal equivalent, and then will Qin Yu be able to accurately judge his real power. But to regards to his change from the 6th stage, star, to the 7th stage, dark star, he had confidence in the force contained in his dark star. A level 9 loose immortal Yuanying is comparable to a level 6 immortal, and on top of that, I have my own solar star. And by compressing it all into the dark star, the power level may not be equivalent to a level 7 immortal, but that does not mean the attack is necessarily so. Qin Yu was confident in his combat ability, in particular, he had various top-class equipment. Nonetheless, for the dark star stage, its offensive power depends on energy concentration and energy purity. With an excited expression, Qin Yu mused. Well, it should be now or never to test out the strength of my dark star stage. This next exercise would be the first time he used a real attack since advancing to Stellar Transformation's 7th stage. Taking a preparatory stance, Qin Yu drew fists at his waist, then strikes forward. Like thunderstrike, his fist pierced through the darkness. Like a hot knife through butter, his fist tore a gigantic hole in the fabric of reality and creating a huge crack-like rip in space. That crack instantly began to devour all life around it, making Qin Yu retreated with haste. Qin Yu was slight dumbstruck by his own power. Just a single punch was more powerful than the continuous attacks those thousands of shadow fists. He felt openly happy with this development. While Qin Yu was only surprised, the 4 sentinel was absolutely frozen with stupor. To be able to rip through the fabric of reality and create spatial cracks is nothing, but what stunned them was, their master's destructive punch did not affect them the slightest, not even the spatial crack affected them. That attack was simply too focused, a pinpoint attack of extremely concentrated force. Shuai Yan, what do you think of my offensive power? Qin Yu inquired with a straight face. Shuoyan thought deeply for a second, and shook her head. Apologize, master. We are currently in the mortal plane, where creating spatial cracks could only show that your attack power is at least a level 7 immortal. It is difficult to determine, exactly, what your real strength is at. At this Qin Yu nodded. He also had thought as much. If I remember correctly, as long as my power is at least at the golden immortal stage, I would be able to open the second layer world of the Atlas of 10,000 Beasts, right? Qin Yu suddenly laughed in delight. Yes. Shuoyan nodded, then she hastily exclaimed. Then does master wish to? Her voice trailed off. Clearly she understood what Qin Yu implies. The other 3 divine beasts also turned to give Qin Yu a strange look. Open the second layer world of the Atlas? Looking at Qin Yu's current strength just from his demonstrations, 'tis hard to tell if it will work. But what would happen to them if Qin Yu did open the second layer and released the Demon King stage divine beasts? They would definitely be the push to the bottom rung of the ladder. That is correct. It was said that to open the second layer, one would need a golden immortal's power. No matter how it is reached, as long as the master passed the golden immortal stage, it would be possible. Qin Yu immediately withdrew the Atlas from his blazing ice ring. It's true that he had just broken through, but the Dark Star stage possessed incredible offensive power. It might be possible to reach golden immortal stage. From within his body, dense stellar energy rushed out and into the Atlas, only to see the Atlas emit faint green light. After a while, his face began to flush red with effort, then shortly after, he slumped his shoulders in defeat. The Atlas, once again, returned to normal. Only a little more in. Qin Yu's face wore a forlorn expression. He could feel the torrents of pure stellar energy, crashed against the gate of the second layer world, was only slightly subpar. Sigh, it looks like I'm still not at golden immortal stage in prowess. Qin Yu sighed again, shook his head and smiled at his own powerlessness. Was he a bit too ambitious? He had just broken through to the 7th stage, Dark Star, and now he desired to open the second layer world of the Atlas? In actuality, for the Dark Star stage to have such unbelievable amount of combative power was already fortunate. The Dark stage should correspond to the Immortal stage, but I just entered the 7th stage, I should be at the earliest phase of the 7th stage. Qin Yu mused to himself, next I should analyze this new stage a bit. He began to dissect the principles and map out his new stage. Once he broke through, his solar star had transformed into a dark star which was close in offensive power to the golden immortal stage. But, what was this class? Did this belong to within the dark star stage? Early? Mid? Would it be the early dark star stage? No, if it were part of the collapse process, if I didn't absorb that level 9 loose devil Yuanying, it can be said that I would have entered the early dark star stage, but now, the evidence wasn't very clear, and Qin Yu was somewhat unresolved that would determine his progress. If he did not absorb that Yuanying, then his star would still be a dark star now. But, now his dark star was dark red in color, which should mean Qin Yu's current progress should be the second phase of his dark star. His current progress should be thanks to the energy contained in that Yuanying. Qin Yu pondered some more, and decided. Since my offensive power is approaching the golden immortal stage, and I've absorbed a level 9 loose devil's Yuanying, let's just say for the time being, I'm at the mid-phase of dark star stage. With that resolved, he had begun to classify the phases of the dark star stage. Early dark star is equivalent to a level 1 to 3 immortal in terms of energy and offensive power equivalent to a level 4 to 6 immortal. Middle dark star is equivalent to a level 4 to 6 immortal in energy and attack equivalent to a level 7 to 9 immortal. Late dark star is equivalent to a level 7 to 9 immortal in energy and attack equivalent to a level 1 to 3 golden immortal. These results were based on Qin Yu's investigation of his current power and energy. When he absorbed that level 9 loose devil Yuanying, which was equivalent to a level 6 immortal, plus his own star, the total energy would be double of what he had presently. He had lost half of that energy during his transformation, so it can be said that his current energy was about a level 5 or 6 immortal. The reason why his attack was quite strong was because the dark star energy was extremely concentrated and pure, at about a level 7 to 9 immortal. Shuoyan, come. Let's spar a little. Qin Yu said openly. What? With you, master? Shuoyan was a little hesitant. Qin Yu only smiled his acknowledgments. Shuoyan frowned and felt distressed at her dilemma. She was the leader of the first layer world of the Atlas, though a level 9 demon, but possessed no less offensive power as a level 1 demon king. If she were to spar with her master and somehow harm the master, wouldn't that have a tantamount of consequences? Haha, you don't need to worry. Try me. Qin Yu said lightly. He knew about Shuoyan's misgivings. It was true that Shuoyan possesses superior power, but with the meteoric tear coupled with his own current transformation, he thought he would be able to put up a fight against Shuaiyan. Acknowledged, Master. Since it was Qin Yu's desire, then Shuaiyan shouldn't hesitate anymore. Be careful. His voice echoed coldly. He had already started to make his move. Qin Yu did not actually move from his spot. A wave of howling sword spirit pierced towards Shuaiyan. That sword spirit was the result of channeling his dark star energy into the top-grade immortal long sword in his hand. Its power was no less than a level 7 to 9 sword immortal, because the sword spirit was comprised of dark star essence. Of course. Once acknowledged. Shuaiyan became aware of the prowess her master, and let loose herself. In her hand was an emerald green scimitar and began to counterattack. With that, the battle began. Without a moment hesitation, the sword in Qin Yu's hand became a dagger and his body turned into a blur. After reaching the middle dark star stage, his attacks transformed as well. His strike speed was simply terrifying. All the other sentinels could see was continuous blurs and waves of energy, but even so, between those blurs was flashes of chilling light. What incredible speed! Shuaiyan was a divine beast fox, speed was her specialty, but compared to Qin Yu, even her speed was inferior to his. Pinpoint focused power and superior speed has brought Qin Yu another level jump in combat power. To be able to be superior to Shuaiyan in speed was something that was within Qin Yu's predictions. 1000 Shadow Fox Mirage. A bushy fox tail appeared behind Shuaiyan, which split into 1,000 tails. When Qin Yu saw the display, he felt his mind cloud, but quickly snapped out of it. But just in that moment of weakness, the green scimitar appeared in front of Qin Yu. In the face of impending doom, Qin Yu exploded with a war cry. Meteor strike. Shuaiyan was stunned. Qin Yu did not mind the attack, but his eyes was closed. The dark star's power was brought out of the body revolving in a fast-acting cyclone, into a giant encompassing nebula. What? Eyes closed? The hand Shuaiyan was holding the green scimitar trembled with reluctance. After all, Qin Yu was her master. She did not dare strike with murderous intent. What wonderfully good feeling! Qin Yu could feel he was at harmony with the world to the point of achieving a terrifyingly high stage. Faster. Faster. Beyond the limit of speed. Rip. With the top-grade sword as the focus, the entire body of Qin Yu became like a streaking comet shaped like a drill. Relying on the stellar field, the heavens and earth parted willingly, like a ship's bow through calm seas, and at an unprecedented rate. He streaked past Shuaiyan. And Shuaiyan vanished. For real. A continuous and huge spatial rip appeared in Qin Yu's trail. This rip was so large it could not be classified as a crack but rather a fissure. It was at least 100 meters in width and length. That hole exerted unbelievably strong devouring force on the surroundings. Many layers of the surrounding Yellowstone crust was swallowed up in a whirlpool-like fashion. Even Qin Yu and the 4 sentinels disappeared without exemption. After many breaths, the spatial hole disappeared. Yellowstone once again became calm. After a long time, Qin Yu reappeared again. My lord! Was I just trying out my meteor strike? Yet, you let such a big fuss happen. Are you trying to scare me to death? Qin Yu chuckled self-mockingly, but his heart wasn't as settled as he looked. His heart trembled at what had happened. Thank the gods, I had reacted quickly, or else, it would have been terrible. As I fled, I withdraw the 4 sentinels back into the Atlas, while I entered in the immortal mansion. Otherwise, Qin Yu let out a quivering breath, it would have been disastrous. Just then when Qin Yu used that technique, he instantly knew about the devastation he will bring. Within the same breath he stored the 4 beasts back in the Atlas and dived several hundred meters into Yellowstone. Then he entered the 9 Swords immortal mansion. With that disaster averted, Qin Yu's face parted into a wide grin. Though the risk was high, but as I suspected, when I was at the meteor stage that technique used condensed energy to strike. But now, with the super-concentrated energy of the dark star stage, meteor strike's power would be ridiculously powerful. Ha, suddenly, I'm not so afraid of golden immortals. Qin Yu exclaimed with glee. In fact, Qin Yu had other powers in addition to his personal power, the blazing ice ring. With the 3 abilities given by the ring, it should be enough for Qin Yu to overcome level 1 to 2 golden immortals. Sigh. Well, it's time to undo this maze formation. I should return to the mysterious purple planet. Qin Yu heaved a deep sigh. Raising his head, he looked towards the night sky. Looking at the stars, those endless rivers of stars was still ever present. Above all, the mysterious purple star stood out the most. It was his home. In any case, it should be a given that he needed to return before ascending. For an ordinary expert, teleportation between planets was impossible. The routes between planets was not simply a scene, because in outer space, light was distorted and refracted. So when they enter the eyes, distant things are not at the position as they appear to be at. But for Qin Yu it wasn't a problem. He had two divine beast pets on the mysterious purple planet, Qilin and Ice Lion Shurexien, and through their interlinked soul connection, Qin Yu could easily gain the correct orientation. As long as he teleports in that general location, he definitely would be able to get back. Looks like I can only use some top-grade elemental stones. With a thought, Lan Feng appeared from thin air, then charged towards to each supporting pillar of the maze. Destroying the maze from the inside out was much easier. Crash. The formation shattered like brittle porcelain. Shouyan with another thought, Qin Yu summoned Shuayan. She immediately bowed. Milord. Qin Yu continued, Shuayan, how do we go about this teleportation business? Shuayan replied with deep respect, Milord. Teleportation is possible for all those who have reached the immortal, or equivalent, stage. It is a divine ability of these experts. As long as one attempts to merge the soul force with the world, they would be able to sense the destinations using teleportation. It is like an innate ability. Once you've reached to that level, you will naturally know how to do it. Qin Yu nodded, alright, you should go back first. Shuayan bowed and vanished, back into the Atlas of 10,000 beasts. Qin Yu turned towards the mysterious purple planet and with his heart he tried to sense the position of the divine beast Shurexien. Teleportation. An immortal class divine ability, eh? Allow me to test it out. Qin Yu closed his eyes and began to merge with the world, but just at this time, a warm and comforting draft enveloped his body like entering a mother's protective embrace. Within Qin Yu's oceanic mind, a gallery-like video capture of what the divine beast Shurexien was viewing was on display. Among it was a scene of the imperial courtyard Qin Yu was familiar with. Naturally, he knew what he was seeing. While he was immersed in this gallery, that comforting supernatural feeling enveloped his body. Teleportation. His body vanished from Yellowstone's surface. Next, Qin Yu reappeared again in front of a shocked human form Shurexien who was completely rooted to the spot. The fellow's jaw was so wide that it would be possible to fit an apple without touching any tooth. Was it teleportation? Qin Yu watched the frozen Shurexien, as if the fellow had seen a ghost, mouth agape and wore a comical expression. Was it possible to teleport directly from the surface of Yellowstone, a distant star, to the Qianlong continent on the surface of the mysterious purple star? Note, this chapter was originally translated by Thunderat. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 68. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 68, Ascension. Shuayan, come forth. At Qin Yu's command, Shuayan quickly came out. With regard to teleportation, Shuayan was more well-versed than him. Shuayan, can you tell me, how far could one teleportation could go? Is it possible to directly teleport to the mysterious purple planet from Yellowstone Star? Once Shuayan came out, Qin Yu inquired hastily and playfully chopped at Shuayan's head. He was having misgivings about the information he got from Shuayan. Shuayan froze. To teleport directly from surface to surface, from Yellowstone to the mysterious purple planet? Is that also teleportation? Master, don't jest like that, asterisk you pout, owie my head asterisk. How could it be possible to teleport from surface to surface? Even if the route was in a straight line, it would be impossible. Let alone once, even if one would try 100 times, it would still be impossible. Shuayan exclaimed with an unwavering expression. Then Shuayan swiveled 360 degrees then stopped. She was dumbstruck at the sight. She had finally snapped out of her earlier daze. This is? Master, this should be the mysterious purple planet, right? Shuayan could not believe what her eyes saw, but the facts are there, the trees and wooden hamlets are undisputable. Not to mention the anxious-looking divine beast to the right side of Qin Yu, who looked like he wanted to interject but was too afraid to speak, all are undisputable facts. She remembered that just then, the master asked her about teleportation. In a blink of an eye, they were on the mysterious purple planet. Isn't that a bit too fast? This is definitely my home world. Shuayan, I did exactly as you explained to use teleportation. But isn't this a bit too sudden? To suddenly arrive directly in the imperial courtyard of the Qianlong continent. Qin Yu looked at Shuayan questioningly, tell me, what is going on? Shuayan, in turn, gave Qin Yu a somewhat blank stare. Sluggishly, she responded, Milord, you say you directly teleported here from Yellowstone? She couldn't believe her words. Qin Yu nodded assertively. Master. That means. That was greater teleportation. It definitely had to be that, how else could normal teleportation suffice? But, how could your power be enough to use greater teleportation? How could it be greater teleportation? Shuayan still conflicted with what she thought. She couldn't accept the reality of her own words. His face lit up with puzzlement. Greater teleportation? As far as I know, this technique called greater teleportation requires you to be, at least, at the golden immortal stage to use. Say, to use this greater teleportation, what are the main requirements? Of course. Shuayan pondered for a short while, and carefully chose her words. Before I explain that, I want to tell my lord that both teleportation and greater teleportation are techniques that manipulate and convert space. The main principle is this space conversion. It will determines whether one can use teleportation or greater teleportation. The main deciding factor of this is his or her progress in their soul force, i.e. the power of the soul and the stage of the soul. The stage and power of the soul? Qin Yu repeated for clarity. Shuayan confirmed, that's right, if you want to use normal teleportation, the soul must be at least at the immortal, or equivalent, stage. If it's greater teleportation, then it must be at least golden immortal, or demon/devil equivalent. But my soul's power isn't at the golden immortal stage. Shuayan's reply gave him more questions than answers. Even Shuayan had no idea why this is so. I don't know why it is so. The two continued to muse quietly, but alas, they were unable to come up with an explanation why Qin Yu could use greater teleportation. He sighed with resignation, and recalled Shuayan back into the Atlas of 10,000 Beasts. What he doesn't know that when the meteoric tear fused with his soul, this was part of the transformation's benefits. When Qin Yu gained absolute control over his soul, it allowed him to merge unexpectedly well with the world. So whether it was teleportation or greater teleportation, both depended on the degree of assimilation with the world. If that degree was high, then it would be possible to teleport instantly to any corner of the universe. The aftermath of the fused meteoric tear allowed Qin Yu assimilate at a degree similar to the general degree of golden immortals. That alone will allow Qin Yu to use the greater teleportation technique. Master? A rather nervous-looking ice lion, Shurexien, quietly gestured, afraid that he would disturb his master's thoughts. Oh, it's Shurexien, Qin Yu snapped out of his reverie, with a mild acknowledgement. Qin Yu may be clever, but he didn't think that, along with the superior physical benefits of the meteoric tear, there were benefits for the soul as well. It was this that allowed him achieve a higher level of merging with the world. When he actively tried to emerge with the world, he had thought this was just a part of his innate talents. The divine ice lion was completely ignorant of Qin Yu's inner thoughts. The former quivered with silent excitement. Master, have already broken through the 6th stage? Will you be ascending soon? Since Qin Yu has come out of closed-door training, it must mean. Qin Yu confirmed with his reply. Soon. I have only got 3 months left. The beast trembled with happiness. That's magnificent. Finally, we can ascend. This day has finally come. Tears of joy threatened to pour from the fellow eyes. He could hardly contain his merriment. Qin Yu wore a wistful smile at the fellow's cry of delight. Qin Yu could understand the fellow's merriments, since the Ice Lion trio of brothers had already reached the ascending stage, but was detained by their master, Qin Yu. The eldest of the three was still here with Qin Yu, while the younger brothers, Bing and Zhan, had already ascended more than a century ago with his own brothers, Fei and Yu. Over these years, Shurexien most definitely missed his brothers. He can finally see the light at the end of his wait. Ah, I've troubled you all this time. Qin Yu couldn't but help feel some guilt towards Shurexien. While he was undergoing his closed-door training by himself, the fellow was trapped in the mortal world unable to ascend. Not at all. For my master to ascend with me, I'm also quite happy about it. Ah, master, your father often thinks about you. Did you come back to see him? Shurexien jolted with realization. Qin Yu nodded. Father. His return was primarily to see his family once more. Qin Yu expanded his immortal spirit sense, and in an instant he had already encompassed the entire Qianlong continent, including the 3 major dynasties. From his probing, he found his father and his uncle Feng Yuzi was currently residing at the peak of East Lan Mountain, and his father had already reached the Dongshu stage after over a century. While his 2 brothers were in a palace grounds at the boundary of the Great Plains. With his investigation done, his body instantly vanished from sight. East Lan Mountain Peak. Strong mountain gales howled across the pinnacles. 2 figures, Qindi and Feng Yuzi, was playing a fierce game of Chinese chess, completely oblivious to the winds. For experts at their level, some breeze, that would have pummeled common folk, was more for refreshment than threat. A thin layer of frost was found on the shoulder tips and kneecaps of the 2. Both had been playing in this harsh weather for a full 13 days. The two were old chess rivals, both played the game slowly and carefully. In particular, in the late game phase, at these times, a move may not be played for half a day. A youthful voice breaks the silent reverie. "Father, Uncle Feng." Qin Yu's voice rode with the wind along the mountain tops and in the ears of the two figures. The two fellows did not mind the wind at all, but that message had startled the two players. The message continued along the wind, Faith RRCLFANNG, but the figure on the left side suddenly got up. It was Qin, looked at the direction where the voice came from. The fellow's body quivered slightly like he was electrocuted, then dropped the chess piece in his hand. A delicate ping rang forth when the piece hit the marble chessboard. It would have continued to echo in the pursuing silence, but the wind had already pulled it away. In that continuous mountain breeze, a long-haired Qin Yu levitated in the mountain air, whose robes fluttered lightly. Beyond that lengthened hair, one could see a youthful pair of eyes glistening with intelligence and a hint of attachment. You have finally come back." His father stuttered, and a little overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes became misty. I've returned." Qin Yu nodded. Uncle Feng Yu broke the pleasant quietude with an ill-contained cry of joy. Come join me, Xiao Yu. Come quickly, sit and stay a while with your father and Uncle Feng." He hurriedly waved and gestured at Qin Yu. Came a quick reply. Qin Yu was like a good little boy in front of his family. He eagerly sat down next to his father and his Uncle Feng. In these past years of your training, I've tried my best to find you, and yet I couldn't find a wisp of your presence anywhere. Where have you been undergoing your closed-door training?" His father, Qin Di, inquired hastily. "Oh, Yellowstone Star." Qin Yu responded with a wistful smile. "Yellowstone Star? Are you saying that it was on another planet?" Qin Di was giving Qin Yu a perplexed look, then froze, while Uncle Feng was also stunned by this revelation. Qin Di snapped out of his stunned state and chuckled with delight. Your father cannot perceive the magnitude of your accomplishments anymore. Yellowstone Star? Even on another planet, I'm afraid that even those loose practitioners could not freely leave our planet." Qin Yu nodded again. He knew that those experts of Reverend Ming Liang's level would not be able to lease the mysterious purple planet with ease at all. Unless they were towed by powers with the greater teleportation technique, and only then could they enter a planet with human activity. "Brother Feng, in my entire life, what I'm most proud of is my son, Qin Yu." Qin Di wore a dignified expression, full of pride, as he was the proud father of Qin Yu. Uncle Feng nodded dramatically many times as if to emphasize and mock his companion's words. "My oldest friend and brother, Qin Di. I still remember when Qin Yu was size, you were convinced that he would not amount to much, and yet he persevered." His eyes twinkled with mirth. Oblivious to their playful bout, Qin Yu could not help but recall that year, all those years ago, when he sat on his father's lap, unsure of the future. That year in his youth, it was night time, and just like this cold mountaintop. That night was cold like this mountaintop. He was watching the stars twinkle in the night sky. That was his youth days where he spent every day training, and in that frosty night, his sweat and blood was fell on the snowy path along this very mountain. One by one, his past floated in a cyclic order in front of his mind's eye: swimming, weight training while running, flexibility training, resilience training with iron sand. Many more memories of his training days revolved about his mind. In a turn of the hand, over 2 centuries have passed, but his memory was still keen. Qin Yu drifted out of memory lane and looked at his father. All those years of training, all those sweat and blood was just so that he could hear his father's praise. Qin Di uttered a short self-deprecating chuckle. "That's right. That year when I found that Yu could not train in internal energy, nor have interest in politics, I had already given up on him. I was a fool. Yu then became the first external Xiantian expert in the history of the Qianlong continent. And shortly after, he entered into the ranks of the Xiationists with other internal experts." Qin Di drew in a long breath. Everything that has happened after was like a dream. The third son I abandoned has, time and time again, given me so many pleasant surprises. He spat out a short self-mocking laugh. That time, when thousands of Xiationist experts kneeled in front of Yu and announced their allegiance and servitude towards him, that time, I was completely stunned. And since their admittance in the imperial palace, I grasped many things about the Xiationists' world. Then there was that other time, when those powerful loose practitioners who terrorized my home, and yet we could only bow to that power with opposition. And only Yu could. And then there is the 2 sentinels who were supposedly at the loose demon level, and they were only Yu's tamed divine beasts. Qin Di glanced at Qin Yu once again. I cannot believe Qin Di would foster such an incredible son." The look he gave Qin Yu was one of veneration and pride. When Qin Yu heard these honest remarks, his heart felt moved and surging with emotion. You were, a century ago, just 10 years after you started your closed-door training, Zhongju came to visit. His parting gift to us was killing Yu Liang. He also told me that you would also be ascending soon. All these years, I've been worried about, has you ascended already? Or not? But now I've seen you, I finally feel at ease. I've finally seen that you are okay, Qin patted Qinyu on the shoulder and gave Qinyu a comforting look. His heart was relieved that he'd be able to see Yu one last time before Qinyu ascended. How could a father whose son was away from home without notice, not feel some regret? Qinyu looked at his father, his eyes a little misty. Father, he knows. He knows that in 3 months he would have to ascend. Ascension was bound the rules of heavens and earth and cannot be overruled. With a calloused hand, his father touched Qinyu's face. Don't be like this, you are a man and men are tough as old boots. Qinyu took a staggered deep breath and squeezed out a grin, but his eyes was still teary. The time Qinyu spent by his imminent ascension was passed very contently. He spent these months accompanying his father and his 2 brothers, visiting the younger generations of the Qin family. Most of the time he spent with his immediate family, chatting and carousing. Qinyu had become a grandfather, with many younger generations. After all, he had already become a Zionist for more than 200 years. I never would have thought that in a short 3 decades, Qin dynasty would decline so much. During the 3 months' time, on this day, Qinyu was discussing matters with his father and brothers. With this regard, even Qinyu was surprised. Xiao Yu, don't worry about it. A dynasty can only go with the flow of the times. To be the forefront of the dynasties in all generations would be almost impossible. Though, our Qin house is powerful in the region north of the chaotic astral ocean and in the Qianlong continent, we cannot also reign with force. That would only harm the common people. Qin Zhang said lightly. He, himself, was a superior emperor with a plethora of capabilities befitting the head of a nation. But, with each successive generation, how could they also have the same superior capabilities? Each generation of Qin emperors are given a lot of power. Even if the latest generation declined, their ancestors, Qin Zhang and his immediate family, would still be alive having not acted. These ancestors understand that to become the most powerful house in the Qianlong continent, they require its successors to train hard. Path of kingship? As of today, many Qin generations are practitioners of heaven's path, let alone the path of the Zionists. In the face of these true powers, worldly nations mean very little. All is well then. The governance of a nation is very tedious, while training is much easier. Qinyu took a deep breath and exhaled. He wore a solemn expression. From his ring, he took out a jade slip and handed it to his father. What is this? Qinda looked at the jade slip and then at Qinyu with a quizzical expression. Qinyu replied, this is my way of practice, the stellar transformations. Its requirements are very high, the successors must be an external expert at the Xiantian stage. Father, you can choose some talent people across the continent to cultivate their talents. If someone has reached the Xiantian level using external techniques and is a good person, then you can pass down my legacy to them. Qinyu stood up and looked above at the stars. This practice path was bestowed upon me by my master, Lei Wei. It has 6 stages. The 7th stage was created by me, while the 8th stage was conceived by me, but I haven't tested it. As for the later stages, if there are any stellar transformation successors, and if they can meet me then I will tell them, if now then they will have to reveal using their own powers. His father nodded solemnly. You be at ease, this path of practice, your father will help you pass it on. If your father cannot find a successor in this lifetime, then I will instruct the Qin house to continue the task. Qinyu felt relieved at once. If he does not return, there would be nothing in his legacy. To pass on his stellar transformations is to prevent such venerable power being lost. In the late night and among the darkness, his family awaited, with him, for dawn. This is the last day. The next morning. Qin Di, Qin Zhang, Qin Feng, Feng Yuzi, Su Yuan and the rest of the Qin extended family, all came to the field in front of the Misty Peak Villa. This was the first Qin member in all history to ascend. Numerous children, grandchildren and later generations took up places in the field with the immediate family at the front. Qinda, the eldest and second eldest brothers looked towards Qinyu. As well as, all the rest of the Qin family watched Qinyu's every move. From the heavens above, streams of golden light shone down converging on Qinyu and Xin. It basked Qinyu in holy light, and Qinyu slowly rose towards the sky along the path of the beam. Qinyu's gaze was fixed on his loved ones below, his unshed tears threatened to roll down his cheeks, thus he lifted his face skyward. But, nevertheless, tears fell down and splashed on the ground below, scattering in all directions. Father, elder brother and second brother, goodbye. I can only hope to see you all again in the immortal plane, Qinyu mumbled, untrusting of himself to continue saying anymore. Two brilliant golden flashes bloated out the sky, and with that, Chinyu and Xin vanished from the crowd's eyes. They knew that Chinyu has left the mortal plane and ascended to another world of the immortal plane. Note, this chapter was originally translated by Thunderat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 1. Book 12 Chinyu, Chapter 1 Amber Moonstar. Plus previously on Stellar Transformations. Having accomplished the prerequisites to ascend, Chinyu decided to spend the last 3 months with his family on Qianlong continent. Once there, he left his legacy, Stellar Transformations path of practice up to stage 8, with his father. His father was tasked to search for a worthy successor to his legacy. With a beam of holy light from heaven, Chinyu left the mortal world where his loved ones reside. The immortal, devil and demon realms makes up a vast space, almost endless space. The entire region was filled with limitless holy elemental spirit. Its density was exponentially higher than energy equivalent of holy spiritual energy found in the mortal realm. The massively large region is comprised of 4 major powers, the immortals at the East Realm, the devils at the South Realm, the demons in the West and North Realms, and finally, the hidden and special power in the Northeast Realm. Though the 4 major powers may be allocated to their own realms, the boundaries for each realm is very much blurred, in particular the boundary of the mysterious and special region. The borders are usually complex, jagged, and overlapping. One of the largest cosmic domains that contain the immortals and devil realms, Indigo Bay. The Indigo Bay, a cosmic domain with 10 megagalaxies. These 10 galaxies span unimaginably large, each galaxy hold countless planets and stars, but in any case, the planets with life are far less than the total number there is. One shouldn't assume that the weakest or the lowest of the food chain in the immortal plane are immortals, devils, and demons. It was just a place with worlds like the mortal world, except there are countless Zyationists, practitioners, but many couples give birth to children, whose children become Zyationists, in turn, gives birth to more children. This is the cycle of life in the immortal plane. Being born under the pressure exerted by the transparent and gaseous form of holy elemental energy, infants are born to be at least at the Jindan stage. Since at birth, the infants must be able to absorb holy elemental energy, while mortals cannot. Remember that these infants are the children of original Zyationists at least at the Jindan stage. Even before birth, in the womb, these children can absorb holy elemental spirit already. In the immortal plane, infants are born mostly at the boundary between mortals and immortals, peak Hotian stage. They are much more powerful than ordinary mortal ascendants, and with just 100 years of serious training, they can immediately become Jindan Zyatianist. Now compare that to martial practitioners of the mortal realm. The latter needs thousands of years of training to achieve the same stage of comprehending the way of heaven. They're simply incomparable, not at the same grade like pears versus apples. Nevertheless, these infants may become immortals very quickly, but it does not mean all will survive those years, so even with the accelerated training, their numbers could not keep up with mortal ascendants. The Indigo Bay cosmic domain, in a silver stream star system. In there, are thousands upon thousands of planets with Zyationists, but the Amber Moonstar is only a mid-large Zyationists planet. On it, there are tens of millions of Zyationists, immortals in the tens of thousands and only a few golden immortals. Even a mid-sized planet has so many immortals. Now imagine how many there will in the entire immortal plane F. At the border of the immortal and devil realms, in the cosmic domain of Indigo Bay, within the Silver Stream system, and on the Amber Moon Star. Lakeside of Lufeng City, one of the 3 largest cities of Amber Moon. A youth in the 20s, was kneeling at the lake, tears glistened in the light like silver droplets. Sob mother, sniff, I've been training for many years. At 25 years old, my mother's son, is 25 years old now, but is still at the Jindan stage. Only the Jindan stage. Sob, of our clan, the oldest other is only 16 years old. The blue-clothed youth sobbed to himself, resenting his own lack of talent. Amongst the inner sect of the clan, his results was unprecedented. I've worked so hard, I've never slackened my diligence. But, no matter how hard I train, how long I train, it's no use. The youth in blue bit down on his molars and pounded his right fist into the moist ground. I don't have any low-grade holy elemental stone. By simply absorbing the elemental spirits in the world, when will I be able to reach the Yuanying stage? My only chance, during the clan contest among the inner sect, my only chance was dashed when I fell to the 100th rank. His shoulders sagged, frustrated with his own helplessness. The contest, it was a test of sorts, a contest between peers, an event to gain qualifications. In his generation, all his peers were at the Yuanying stage. If he weren't at the last place, who else would it be? Because I'm weak, I'm at the lowest rank of the contest within the clan, so none of the low-grade holy elemental stones were given to me. While the higher ranks are treated as elite disciples with elite privileges. They are given the low-grade holy elemental stones, while I'm not given any. I've declined, while they've grown. The power gap gets larger with each coming year. This burden, this responsibility is getting heavier year on year. Now the gap is so large, that I am losing confidence in my abilities. I feel like I'm wandering in the darkness, lost. I can no longer carry on. The two salty streams fell from above, down the soft textured hills and splashed into the serene lake, causing ripples on the surface. Sniff, I'm respectful towards all the older generations of the clan, and I train so hard. Boo, it's useless, the results are fruitless. Without the strength, I cannot carry the burden. Without power, I cannot even dream to be an elite disciple. I will always be tread on as the loser at the bottom. The young man lamented to himself, his body trembled at this reality. Father, he is so strict with his demands, but I can't help it. Every day, sniff, every day, I spent more than half the day training, but my potential is poor, much worse than my peers. My meridians, my spiritual channels, are weak and thin. When will I be able to stand up? When will I be able to change my life for the better? The youth wore a bleak expression, his lips, a grimace. Lu Hanshu, I am a Lu of the great Lu clan. But for me, it represents endless pressure. My heart and body are tired. I can no longer hold up the burdens. The Lu clan, one of 3 great houses on Amber Moon. The Lu clan has been in existence for a number of thousands of years. Naturally, its younger generations are numerous as well. In the clan contest, the competition is fierce, and Lu Hanshu is the weakest among his peers. Newborns are generally near the edge of the peak Hutane stage. In general, at age 5, they will reach early Jindan stage, and at age 10, they'll reach early Yuanying stage. But Lu Hanshu? He was still at the Jindan stage at age 25. His peers were already at the Yuanying stage. Poor aptitude, there's nothing more to say. Father, he originally had poor aptitude, but he was very respectful and treated everyone with care. One day, on that particular day, he met an immortal stage expert who helped him widen his meridian channels, so that father could finally catch up to the average man. Now he is a Dongxu stage practitioner. Father said that towards experts, you must bow and pay compliments. But to do so for a lifetime, to live as a person at the will of another, I cannot withstand such humiliation. He laughed at himself. Mother, I don't have the aptitude, the strength, the talents, and still desire to be the strongest, like the tallest pine in the forest. Are these only dreams? Lu Hanshu wore a dreary expression. He had become very tired over these passing years. A young adult at the Jindan stage, what was that? Everyone walking down the street, one needs to look down and avoid eye contact and others' wrath. Children at the age of 12 years old would already be at the Yuanying stage, they could beat him blindfolded. Being humiliated by others, being looked down at by his own clan members, being denounced by his father, and even despised by his peers. This has all driven Lu Hanshu mad. Mad with grief. He always wanted to be someone who was respected, someone praiseworthy, someone with a happy and warm home of a loving family. But in this world, a fiercely competitive world, only the strong is respected. But Hanshu is the weak. It's not because he doesn't work hard, he works harder than anyone, but his aptitude and potential were too poor, that is why he is failing so miserably. Whenever he cannot withstand that pressure, that humiliation, he would come to this lakeside. That year, his mother had perished at this same lake, killed by a Kongming stage expert. His mother was a strong practitioner at the Kongming stage. If his mother was still alive, maybe he would have lived a better life. But that was only just a fantasy. This is how my days pass. Anyway, I should return. Amber Moon is only so big, where could I hide from the probing sense of a Zionist? Impossible, I can only face reality. Time to go back and train in earnest. Lu Hanshu stood up, his face, a sour expression. If Lu Hanshu would return normally with Qing Chang, then he would be subject to a lifetime of endless humiliation, and to live at the very bottom of the entire Amber Moon star. However, this time it will be different from the first few times. As Lu Hanshu turned, preparing to go back, a voice echoed around the lake, a clear and aloof voice. Hey, friend. Lu Hanshu was truly the weakest critter on Amber Moon. If someone called him, how could he dare not to listen? He immediately turned his body, his visage instantly changed from grim to respectful and friendly. It was a notable skill to not insult the great powers out there and to live a good life. He slowly looked upwards to the source of the voice. The air above him blurred, a figure appeared in front of him. So fast. At least a Kongming expert. He's lived for some time among Zionists, so his judgment isn't bad. The expert was a man dressed in black robes. Robes that fluttered lightly with the wind. eyes full of wisdom, but also piercing as if he could see through people's souls. The expert was. It was Chinyu. Formerly, he had ascended with Shurexin, his divine beast. He had thought that they would arrive at the same place, but after he came to Amber Moon, he could not find Shurexin at all. Even with his soul link, he could barely feel Shurexin in the western direction, but how far, he wasn't sure. Chinyu couldn't imagine the distance between him and Shurexin. Clearly, Shurexin has ascended to another planet in the demon realm, while he was this planet. Junior Lu Hanshu greets his senior. The blue-robed youth bowed respectfully. Chinyu secretly nodded at the fellow, and using his immortal sense, he swept through the youth. He found that this Lu Hanshu was at the middle Jindan stage, but the fellow's meridians was actually very narrow. With such narrow meridian, he could still become a Jindan stage practitioner? Chinyu felt shocked at this information. If the fellow was in the mortal plane, and with such narrow meridians, even reaching Xiantian would be near impossible, let alone Jindan stage. But Chinyu was mistaken. He had forgotten that practitioners in the immortal plane could not be compared to those in the mortal plane. This was because, in the immortal plane, the practitioners would be able to absorb the dense elemental energy. How old are you? Chinyu inquired. He wanted to know how long it takes to become a Jindan stage Zayationist with such poor quality meridians. Lu Hanshu could not help a trace of bitterness show on his face. An age 25 middle Jindan stage practitioner was regarded as a joke. This junior is 25 this year. Because I have poor aptitude, I've spent such a long time to reach this stage. The fellow replied without hesitation. He couldn't dare not to answer. Chinyu was shocked. 25 years old? It took 25 years to reach middle Jindan stage? You aren't lying, right? On the Qianlong continent, in general, for practitioners to reach early Jindan stage it takes an additional decade, and to reach middle Jindan stage, it will take over a century. At only 25, the fellow was already at middle Jindan. He is a genius. Chinyu took close to 20 years to reach early nebula stage. Junior dares not to lie to senior about such a shameful thing. Lu Han's face twisted into a grimace, but he felt that this expert was different from the resident experts of Amber Moon. The experts in the past were extremely arrogant, hardly giving a word, but this fellow was at least friendly with him. Shame? Chinyu felt startled at Lu Han's reply. Prior to ascending, Chinyu had investigated some things about the immortal plane, such as information about golden immortals and immortal emperors, as well as geography and so on. As for immortal plane Zayationists? Why would Chinyu care about them? That's why he wasn't very knowledgeable about immortal plane Zayationists. Seeing Chinyu undisguised surprise, Lu Hanshu continued in his self-mocking manner. Usually around the age of 5 to 6, children will reach early Jindan stage. Around 10 to 11, they will be at Yuanying stage. And around the 20s, they will be at the Dongshu stage, yet I'm still at the Jindan stage. How could I not be ashamed? Chinyu inhaled a sharp breath. Jindan stage at ages 5 to 6? And that's normal? Himself had only reached nebula at 20 and was venerated and worshipped by countless descendants of the Qin clan. If these results were to be brought to the immortal plane, would it not be humiliating? Shua Yen. Does immortal plane's Zayationists train very quickly? Chinyu projected his inner voice into the atlas of 10,000 beasts. Within the first layer world of the atlas, Shua Yen began to explain the situation to her master. Their conversation lasted a long time, but in reality, time had trickled by less than a split second. I see. Chinyu nodded to himself. Fadi still has many grievances, such as finding a complete map of the realms. For most golden immortals, devils and demons, they rarely venture out of a galaxy. In most cases, they would just teleport within the galaxy to go about their businesses. Even the demons of the Atlas only have knowledge about a few demon systems in the demon realm. They wouldn't know of the overall geography of the realms. Lu Hanshu, which planet are we on now? And which territory does it belong to, demon, devil, or immortal? Chinyu urged to the fellow to continue. In spite of the expert's near-dumb questions, Lu Hanshu continued to explain politely. This planet is called the Amber Moon planet. It is within the Indigo Bay domain that is within the Silver Stream galaxy. This galaxy is not in either immortal or devil-controlled realms, it is on the boundary of both, and connect to either side. There are immortal-controlled planets and devil-controlled planets within this galaxy. This planet is under the control of the immortals. Chinyu finally gained a clear understanding. He ascended to a place not of immortal nor devil. To this day, he has only opened the first layer world of the Atlas, whose demons would not know anything about the devil or immortal realms, let alone this planet called Amber Moon. An idea springs to his mind. In this immortal plane, with powers lower than a golden immortals are incapable of interstellar travel. For now, I'll live here temporarily on this Amber Moon planet. Only when I've reached the golden immortal stage and able to open the second layer world of the Atlas, and at that time, I will go scour the universe. He had made up his mind, first train then act. Now, Xinyu understood that this Lu Hanshu stood at the bottom level of all Xiationists on this planet. Lu Hanshu, I am not very familiar with this Amber Moon planet, so advice where possible. Here. He retrieved a middle-grade holy elemental stone from his inventory. This is a middle-grade holy elemental stone, and it will be a remuneration for your guidance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 2. Book 12 Xinyu, Chapter 2 Reforming the Meridians. Plus previously on Stellar Transformations. A lone young man known as Lu Hanshu was lamenting his pitiful life at the lakeside near a large city, Fenlu City. The man was suffering continuous humiliation from his peers as a poorly gifted Xiationist who was at Jindan stage, while his peers were at least at the Yuanying stage. On that fateful day, he met a wandering expert. Unbeknownst to him, the expert was Xinyu, a recent ascendant from the mortal plane. A piece of middle-grade holy elemental stone? Something like that wasn't even worth much to Xinyu. In his 9 Swords immortal mansion, the entire structure was made of one whole holy elemental stone. And within the allotted warehouses within the mansion, these stones are piled high like small mountains. Even high-grade stones were a commonplace. Aside from holy elemental stones, other treasures piled high are all ores used to refining immortal weapons. The downside is that there aren't any top-grade elemental stone anywhere. Middle-grade holy elemental stone? For being a guide? Lu Hanshu couldn't believe what his ears were telling him. For normal immortal stage expert, something like a middle-grade elemental stone was to be cherished, while poorer ones hold to them like their own precious children, and wealthy ones may gift them rarely. But providing guidance, Guidance in exchange for a piece of middle-grade holy elemental rock? Seriously? Hanshu stared at the stone in the fellow's hands and felt the whole world burst with life. Gone was the decrepit world and grayscale of humiliation and neglect, and come the new vibrant world, full of valor, life and color, of hopes and dreams. Unless, you do not want to? Xinyu raised his brows questioningly. I do. Junior is honored to do so. He was excited. In the last 20 years, he hadn't been as excited as he was now. He wasn't as foolish to pretend it was good enough a reward. Senior, a little thing as guiding you isn't worth a holy elemental stone. Junior does not deserve such exuberant reward. Xinyu smiled at the fellow's generosity. If I say you can have it, then take it. This is the first time I've come to Amber Moon Planet. I am not familiar with much of the situation here, which you will have to inform me. Come, take me to a place where I can stay. He tossed the middle-grade elemental stone to the young man. Lu Hanshu jumped to catch the stone, and bowed immediately after. Senior, please follow me. The moment he took the stone, he grasped it firmly, suddenly forgotten to store it. He was too excited at his luck. By turning towards the city's direction, he stored away his treasure. Thankfully, I have a storage bracelet. With the stone stored, he finally regained his posture and felt relieved. Once the exchange was done deal, Lu Hanshu leaped onto his flying sword and started flying towards the destination. Alongside him was Xinyu, matching his speed. Xinyu was already aware there was a city in the distance, but he knew little about the immortal plane and its realms. He had decided to get a guide and live in this city for the time being. He knew this Lu Hanshu fellow grew up in Amber Moon, and having a native help out would save him a lot of worry. Well, he also was determined to help change Lu Hanshu for the better. Close to the city boundaries. To this day, Xinyu had never seen such an expansive city, whose population was at least 10 million. Hanshu started to give the expert a detailed tour. Senior, this is Lufeng City, one of 3 major cities of Amber Moon. The other 2 are Wanlian City and Yenshan City. Xinyu nodded, and answered with a question. Hanshu, how strong are the experts of on Amber Moon? Hanshu paused for a short while, and thought out loud, experts, on Amber Moon, that would at least be at the immortal stage. In the entire planet there are about 10,000, while golden immortals are few in number. They could be counted in one hand. A handful? A smile surfaced on Xinyu's face. Was that all? That was the pinnacle of the experts on Amber Moon? Xinyu could tread wherever he likes without fear. Let alone the golden immortal sword puppet, he, himself was a force to be reckoned with. Coupled with his blazing ice ring and his divine weapon, Sky Piercer, and divine armor, Black Snow, his strength would be supreme. But nevertheless, he wanted to be on the safe side. There aren't any mystic immortals, immortal emperors? Immortal emperors? Hanshu's lips quivered, he swallowed aloud. Senior, those figures are truly reign supreme. They are too distant from us. Even the main branch of my clan had not ever met an immortal emperor. Shinyu felt much relieved, but it seems that mystic immortal emperors were far and few between. Shinyu lifted his head from quietly musing and absorbed the sights and sounds of the bristling city. Lufeng city gates were wide and tens of meters tall, as he followed Han Shu into the city. From the gate, Shinyu was stunned by the width and size of the streets, and the amount of pedestrians. With a casual sweep of his immortal sense, he noted the weakest was at Jindan stage. Most of all he was awestruck by the infants. The infants, still in arms of their mothers, were at the Xiantian stage. Seeing was believing. The fantastical scene amazed Shinyu. The immortal plane was really a different place, even infants with Xiantian practitioners. Roadside shops had various and wide range of ores, arms, and clothes. He did not hesitate, and allowed Han Shu continue to show and tell him about everything. Senior, look, this weapon shop is renowned as the top 3 arms shops in the city, but the price is also exuberant. Oh, that pub's wine is superb. I've also frequented there once. Han Shu felt somewhat proud to have drank the wine from that pub. Ah, senior, see that store. After walking around for an hour, Shinyu had gained a reasonable understanding of Xiaxinist cities in the immortal plane. He also bought a few bottles of high-class wine to quench his thirst on the way. The true experts of Amber Moon may be far and few between, but the wine was undeniably better than the wine from his home world. Senior, the city is governed by the Lu clan, one of the 3 great clans of the city. Myself, am a son of the Lu clan. Han Shu whispered softly. He did not want others to hear this. Shinyu's face broke into a wistful smile. Oh, I didn't expect that you were a son of the governing clan. Han Shu replied by shaking his head with a bitter smile. Senior, please don't make fun of Junior. The Lu clan had existed for many generations. There are over tens of thousands disciples, so what make me? Though I am a son of main family, but when raising disciples or successors, the clan favors the strong. It has little to do with being in the main family or not. This was the world where the strong ruled, strength was respected, nobody cared if you were a direct descendant or not. Don't be discouraged. The strong also started from being the weak. Shinyu reassured. He saw much of himself from this fellow, Han Shu. Back then, he had no aptitude at all and had to forcibly practice external techniques. Compared to Han Shu, he had worse aptitude, but even so, he persevered to the present level. You're right. Han Shu lightened up hearing Shinyu's encouragement. Senior, today I'm very fortunate. I mean, how often do I get the chance to walk with head held up in the middle of the road? Normally, I would have already been kicked aside by some passerby. Han Shu laughed at his own joke as to elevate his pain. Shinyu could only give Han Shu a reassuring pat on the fellow's back. Shinyu had already picked up those condescending looks the passerbyers directed at Han Shu. When they noticed him beside Han Shu, they did not dare to stare any longer. Senior, this is my home. Amber Moon may not have much else, but land is plentiful. Another good thing is that as the descendant of the main family, I am assigned a small townhouse. Han Shu led Shinyu to the gate in front of a townhouse with a small courtyard. He opened the gate and let Shinyu enter first. Oh, not bad. It's pretty comfortable. I shall live here for now, do you mind? Shinyu uttered a short laugh. Han Shu hastily gestured. Not at all, feel free to pretend it were your own home. He whooped to himself, at his luck. For a master like Shinyu to stay with him only had benefits rather than inconveniences. I found you have some problems with your meridians, come here and let me see. Shinyu sat down on a nearby stone bench, and gestured at Han Shu, but the fellow shook his head and sighed. Senior, I'm sorry, but this is something I was born with. Without reaching the immortal stage, it would be impossible to widen the meridian channels. In the mortal plane, it may be possible for Dongxu stage practitioners to open up another's meridians. But in the immortal plane, the mortals from infancy absorbed elemental energy. They were physically different from the mortals of the mortal plane. Just come here and give me a look. Shinyu had his hands stretched forward. Han Shu was dragged to his side by an invisible force. With his open palms, he gripped the fellow's wrist like vice, then injected a strand of power from his dark star and a trace of his life force into the latter's body. The life force came from within the meteor tears. And with the offensive power of his dark star, Shinyu break down the fellow's meridians directly, since it was much harder to widen the narrow channels. After breaking them down, he would use the extended life force to rebuild another. Since it was the life-restoring force from his meteoric tear, he did not doubt its capability to such a task. Tearing apart meridians was incredibly painful. The pain racked Han Shu's body, and caused him to convulse involuntarily, but despite so, he tried to suppress the pain. Good. You have perseverance. Shinyu smiled and encouraged, like a good doctor using something else to distract the patient from the pain. He began to manipulate the life force energy to build the meridians anew. Under the continuous application of the energy, the meridians reformed. The newly formed meridians was several times wider and more resilient than the average man in the immortal planes. As the meridians grew with the life force energy, the toughness increased to the level of Kongming stage experts. Whereas, previously Hanshu convulsed with pain, now his body felt serene and relaxed. All right. Xinyu let go and nodded at Hanshu. Lu Hanshu, I will go ahead and rest in the house. In a moment, when I tell you, you must come in as well. As soon as he had informed Hanshu, he walked into the empty house. Hanshu barely registered what Xinyu said, as he was too busy dumbstruck by the status of his meridians. Suddenly his face flushed and his body vibrated with unnatural frenzy, the facial muscles tensed and wild tears streamed down his taut cheeks. Smack, both his knees hit the courtyard ground. He knelt in unknowing worship of the changes to his body, and exclaimed, Mother, I've finally have the chance to stand up. I can finally walk down the street without worrying who my next aggressor would be, or who might insult and spit on me. I can finally stand up proud. Tears rained on the region of the ground directly from his face while he kowtowed. Those tears moistened the dry ground like merciful life droplets. Lu Hanshu was so excited that he was silent thereafter. From a young age, more than 20 years, he had been the bottom scrubber of every person he ever knew like a groveling slave. He'd suffered endless curses, humiliation, scorn of his fellow peers, if that weren't enough, even strangers to go out of their way to harass him. Life of unbearable, it wasn't life. But now, he was given a chance, a godsend chance to stand up tall with his newly transformed meridians aided by Xinyu. Now he had the potential and aptitude of 1,000 men, a genius of geniuses. He also had the middle-grade holy elemental stone making breakthrough to the next stage easy. Listening to the rampart cries of joy and hoarse exclamations, Xinyu only smiled lightly. This reminds me of that year when I achieved Xiantian stage via external techniques. I think I was as elated as Hanshu was, but that time my father did not let me go with him to the chosen place in the wilderness. He withdrew his grin, and thought about numerous things about the situation. Hanshu, you can come in now. Xinyu beckoned to Hanshu. The fellow should have felt calmer after his outcry. After being harassed for over 20 years, Hanshu had, at last, released some of his pent-up frustration. Afterwards, he used his internal spiritual energy to dry his tears and clean up his attire, then he strode into the house. Junior Lu Hanshu will never forget this gracious act. Smack his head hit the cold, hard floor as he kowtowed, showing his undying respect towards his benefactor. Xinyu laughed openly, an open and honest laugh, and waved it off. You're welcome. To be honest, you could still train with me doing so. You were far better than I was. I couldn't even train in the normal method, but you can. Alas, when I see you I see a part of myself. Hanshu froze. This senior was worse than himself? Senior, I beg of you, please take me in as your disciple. Hanshu pled. Xinyu froze, his face an expressionless visage, then glanced at Hanshu. This Lu Hanshu is not without diligence. Haha, he knows that I have a good impression of him, so that he asked me. Either way, Xinyu did not mind, and nodded to himself, then spoke aloud, All right, I will take you in as my disciple. Hanshu was elated. He quickly stood up and gave his new master a respectful bow. Disciple greets his master. Having a master would allow him to live better days in the future. Hanshu, let me ask you one thing. If I want to travel to the demon realm, how would I go about it? As if the previous pled was just a small episode in Xinyu's life. To the demon realm? Hanshu frowned in contemplation. This could be difficult, and Junior only knows the approximate geography of the immortal planes. We are currently located on the amber moon planet of the Indigo Bay star field, part of the Silver Stream galaxy. Xinyu listened carefully. He knew his understanding of the immortal plane was second to his disciple. Indigo Bay star field was between the devil and immortal realms borders, and all the realms have borders touching each other. As far as I know, to go to the demon realm, it would be best to go directly to the immortal hinterlands, from there go into the demon territory. His disciple frowned again. The problem is, interstellar travel is very expensive for every teleportation talisman, road tolls for passing each ruler's planet. From here to the demon realm would cost an astronomical amount of money. Road tolls? Xinyu queried. Yes. For example, if you were to travel from Amber Moon to the next planet over Blue Mountain, it would require a teleportation talisman costing 1 low-grade holy elemental stone, while road toll would cost 2 low-grade holy elemental stones. If you go further to the second star over, it would cost 3 for the talisman and 6 for the road toll, and so on. Hanshu informed Xinyu. It seems to be a way to make money for each planet's ruler. And that's just traveling, then you need a map. Detailed maps for interstellar travel are very valuable. Recorded on it was planets' teleportation coordinates, teleportation routes, and safe routes and so on. It would also have notes on dangerous planets, entry-barred planets. In short, interstellar travel is only possible with a map. Honshu took a deep breath and continued. Don't even need to mention traveling to the demon realm, since a detailed map of the Indigo Bay star field are few in number. As for a map from here to the demon realm, even Junior does not know. Oh. An immortal emperor will definitely have it. Once Jinyu heard it all, he wore a strange smile. He understood that to travel to the demon realm, he needed two things: 1, money to pay the exuberant road tolls, lastly, an interstellar map recording the teleportation coordinates of planets and dangerous places. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 3. Book 12 Jinyu, Chapter 3 in 9 Soul Refinement. Plus previously on Stellar Transformations. Jinyu felt heartened to Lu Honshu, and helped the fellow reform his poor meridians. Stunned by this gracious act, Honshu pled Jinyu to take him as a disciple, and Jinyu accepted. From Honshu, Jinyu learned how he would go about traveling from Amber Moon to the demon realm. So road tolls and an interstellar map. Jinyu repeated to himself. In terms of the road toll, he wasn't worried at all. He has mountains of low-grade elemental stones. The downside was that he didn't have an unlimited amount. If only he could be able to sell a few pieces of immortal-class equipment, it would definitely increase his stocks. He had obtained multitudes of treasures from Ni Yang's realm. The next most important thing was the star chart. From what Jinyu could gather from his new disciple, stellar maps are very rare. Ah, Master, there is another important thing I forgot to mention before. Honshu suddenly said aloud. Speak. Jinyu turned to face his disciple. His disciple hastily replied, I have heard rumors that a star chart is not always correct. The coordinates may be, but the teleportation talisman may be destroyed at that location. Jinyu couldn't help but feel a strand of loss. He's right, it might not be possible to permanently destroy or damage a teleportation talisman, but these star charts are as old as time. They couldn't be kept up to date, which is to say that the talismans may or may not be usable, at least usable with ease. Honshu seriously pondered his master's query. He wanted to be useful to his new master, and, between two talismans, a star may have collapsed and became a devouring region. It might have drawn nearby stars and planets towards its core, making the talismans on those planets or stars less accessible, but... Jinyu gazed downwards, deep in thought, considering all the possible problems that may occur below the surface of simple interstellar journeys. Cosmic bodies are constantly changing. A star chart will only show general routes but not the present situation at each talisman's location. In order to determine the current situation at the location, he'd have to be there to accurately assess the scenario. Master, another thing, I've heard my father talk about interstellar journeys. Supposedly, the trekker needs to be at least a golden immortal stage expert. Honshu whispered in a breathless tone, eyes widened. Jinyu only smiled slightly. Huh, Honshu, you think that your master is not on par with a golden immortal? You're worried that I might be in danger on my interstellar journey. Honshu hastily replied, he didn't want to doubt his own master. Master, Junior does not doubt in master's prowess. It's just that, our Amber Moonstar produced an interstellar merchant. I hear that those merchants are at least above golden immortal stage experts. You see, my father once served an interstellar merchant once, and when he returned he flaunted about his time telling me many things about an interstellar merchant. Interstellar merchants? Jinyu's brows shot up in mild surprise. Tell me, what these so-called interstellar merchants? He had his own assumptions of what they were, but he wanted to clarify these existences. Honshu licked his lips, his eyes swooning, his expression was in full worship, and said, Interstellar traders, those people are the cream of the crop of experts. They are all very skilled. They originate from the demon, devil and immortal realms, in all manners of places. Their primary goal is to buy cheap herbs, items or ores from one place, and sell it high at a distant place. They would earn the difference in prices, selling and buying, between the two markets. Sometimes, the difference would be 10 times, or even 100 times. It was as Jinyu expected. They were very much similar to the merchants and traders of the Qinlong continent, except they would travel longer distance. There is high risk to interstellar travel and the road toll is also very high, so those interstellar traders selling at prices 100 times greater than the buying price is commonplace. The risks are sky high after all. Honshu continued solemnly as if showing sympathy, Master, our small planet does not have many experts, but at the epicenter of our galaxy, the Silver Stream Galaxy. That is at the Scarlet Leaf Star, experts are plentiful and powerful. In the entire immortal plane, only the strong is respected. If others know you have many treasures, the powerful will likely to kill you for those treasures. Of course, Jinyu had suspected as much. Most merchants must carry a number of treasures and precious goods. If they weren't strong, then they would have died and robbed by experts at each planet. Han Shu intoned, "Our part of the immortal realm is slightly better, at least most people consider robbery in broad daylight below themselves, and they're unlikely to act directly. They will only under the table or in secret. I hear that boundary between the devil and demon realm is far more chaotic and lawless. People get mugged as often as they could blink." Shin Yu uttered a hearty chuckle. His disciple was still a sapling. He doesn't understand that underhanded cloth and dagger maneuvers are more dangerous than daylight robbery. But he knew all that was said were all rumors or things his disciple heard secondhand, and only by witnessing it firsthand will he be able to determine the authenticity of the information. Some things must be true or else it wouldn't be gossiped, and from that he gained some understanding. He heard enough, then instructed Han Shu, "Han Shu, I noticed the Zyationists on the streets before did not have solid foundations. Your skills may be poor, but your soul is at the late Yuanying stage. Go on, absorb the energy from that middle-grade holy elemental stone. Once you've reached Yuanying stage, we'll see then. At once. Then I will be retiring." Han Shu immediately left the room after a curt bow. Shin Yu sighed. In the immortal plane, Zyationists here are far more fortunate than the ones in the mortal plane. Here the density and quality of the energy in the world is of a higher grade than energy in the mortal plane. Alas, not only do practitioners train faster in skill, but also in soul. Even children are Jindan practitioners. If this were the mortal world, it would be unbelievable. After a while, Shin Yu discarded his roaming thoughts. This place was his here and now. Thinking about the past would not help his situation at all. He recollected his thoughts and determined, to know how much road tolls will cost, I need to find an interstellar merchant. As for the map, for now I don't need a planar map of all the realms. A map for the Indigo Bay star field will suffice. He knew how valuable and rare maps were, and didn't want to set his sights on something unreachable. But there are more things important than those goals. I have more hidden power. As soon as possible, I should open the second layer world of the Atlas of 10,000 Beasts. In there are plenty of Demon King stage divine beasts. Then will I be able to breathe easier. Shin Yu had settled on his action plan. He wasn't a bit worried. A broad grin parted his lips. He remembered something essential. Haha, how could I have been so foolish? As a new master, I still haven't bestowed my disciple a gift. The only decision now was which treasure should he give. When he was in Ni Yang's realm, he had acquired numerous high-grade immortal equipment. But, then a Yuanying brat with a high-grade immortal item, isn't that asking to be robbed and killed? How about giving that top-grade holy weapon to my disciple? With a wave, Shin Yu retrieved that familiar black long sword he'd used in the past, Hei Yuan. Hei Yuan was a top-grade holy weapon that Shin Yu refined himself. The key aspect that makes it no less precious than a low-grade immortal item lies in its adaptability. It was that metallic sword that could shapeshift, whether it was defense, attack or various other designs, it could mimic very well. He retracted the blood contract with the weapon and stored it again, in preparation for Han Shu, when the fellow finishes training. Shou Yen, bring another with you when you come out. Intoned an indifferent voice. From thin air, a beauty, Shou Yen, wearing fragrant purple gown and a middle-aged man in a teal robe appear unexpectedly in the room. The duo immediately bowed. At your service, milord. Shou Yen started introductions. Milord, this is Zhang Yuan, a level 9 demon. His original form is the powerful teal-colored Shadow Panther. Whether it is strategy or strength, he is among the top 10 of all the divine beasts of the first layer world. Shin Yu nodded in interest. There were over 200 level 9 demons in the first layer world, and as per Emperor Ni Yang's introduction, all are powerful demons. It's true that Shou Yen mentioned the ones in the first layer world had poorer aptitudes, simply because they did not ascend to the second layer world as a demon king. To be able to stand at the top 10 of so many level 9 demons, their strength would be no less than ordinary level 9 golden immortals. Zhang Yuan, Shou Yen. I know that interstellar merchants exist with strength no less than a golden immortals, but their servants couldn't be as powerful as them, right? Shin Yu laughed. Shou Yen smiled in return. Milord, you should direct this question to Zhang Yuan. His father was a former interstellar merchant. Oh? Shin Yu arched his right brow in mild surprise. He looked at Zhang Yuan with anticipation. Milord, an interstellar merchant must be at least a golden immortal, that is fact. The most common reason is that the journey is dangerous, but the most important reason is so that they could use greater teleportation during their travels. Say, if the merchant meets trouble at a location on the map, their sense to know lose out on profits and forces them not to turn back. In this case, they would need an escape plan, right? That's where greater teleportation comes into play as a way to take a shortcut around the problem. His disciple had only heard about interstellar merchants while Zhang Yuan had a firmer backing and more to say. These merchants may be soloists or come with attendants. Attendants are separated into two categories, bodyguards and servants. Normally, the prowess of bodyguards are relatively strong. Of course, golden immortal bodyguards would cost a fortune to hire. Zhang Yuan informed, a rule of thumb, the most powerful the hired guns are the more expensive their fees are. While servants are primarily to serve the merchant's everyday desires, and are naturally weak. Everything has a price. Tell me, how much is money, in the immortal plane, worth? He had held this question in for a while now, unsure who to ask to get an accurate approximation. Shuo Yan had a smile playing on her lips. Your Honor, that is very easy. For experts at the stage of immortal, devil and demon, low-grade elemental stones represent the smallest unit of money in the immortal plane. Generally, say it something costs $100, it represents 100 low-grade elemental stones. With another smile, she continued, in terms of higher units in currency exchange, 1 top-grade elemental stone equals 100 high-grade stones equals 10,000 middle-grade stones equals 1 million low-grade stones. The most valuable is the elemental essence core, where 1 is equal to 100 top-grade elemental stones. But, this is only an approximate, because essence cores are extremely scarce. At times, they can be worth more than said amount. The trio continued to discussion for a long time. By the end of the conversation, Qin Yu had gained some deeper insights to how the immortal plane operated. He excused himself and began to meditate and train his soul force. What he needed now was the sufficient soul force to refine level 1 golden immortal Yuanyings, because he still has 3 unrefined golden immortal Yuanyings. I've finally done it. I've finally broken through to the early Yuanying stage. Han Shu breathed in deeply, his eyes shone with excitement. He walked out of his room towards the direction of his masters. Halt! A chilling voice broke him from his thoughts. He snapped his head towards the voice. In the courtyard, there are a man and woman eating some fruits from a stone table. The fruits looked peculiar. These were fruits grown in the first layer world of the Atlas. Who are you? Why did you come to my residence? Han Shu looked worriedly at the two strangers. Unknown to him, the duo was precisely Shuo Yan and Zhang Yuan. The two continued to eat, didn't even give Han Shu a look. The master is training, do not disturb him. The woman said nonchalantly, our lordship is also your martial master, do not worry, and just wait outside for him. A Yuanying stage practitioner wasn't even worthy her attention. She was the leader of a large group of level 7 to 9 demon stage divine beasts. Aster? Han Shu choked on his own breath. He widened to the limit. How did his own master gain 2 attendants already? And so quickly. Within Qin Yu's room. Qin Yu was sitting in a cross-legged position, as lifeless and still as a rock. There wasn't a wisp of life force or presence around his body. During his soul training, he became aware that the training was divided into 3 stages, human, earth and then sky. Only when one reaches these 3 stages, one's soul could then be considered complete and whole. The room became clouded by thick gray fog. Even though the room was aired out calm the breeze from the open windows, the mist did not clear. It hung around like a bad cold. Qin Yu had spread his awareness to the space surrounded the mist. This was the first stage of the soul, the human stage soul domain. He'd only know of it when his soul was transformed by his meteoric tear, by the 3 and 9 soul refinement. Before this time, Qin Yu had not known that the soul could be trained. He had always thought the soul could only be nurtured with age. The mist and domain was the materialization of Qin Yu's human stage soul and awareness. Within the illusionary first layer's mist of the soul, his hands moved in a preordained manner according to the pattern depicted by the 3 and 9 soul refinement. It contained a continuous flow of 36 hand seals. On the surface looked easy, but as he flowed through from the first to the next, each successive seal was somehow more difficult than the last. He couldn't divert his attention even a little. The slightest distraction would cause that sense to fail, but he noticed that these seals have a unique aura to them. When completed, it relaxed the mind and body. As he shifted through the hand seals, streams of green-tinted mist pervade the first layer soul domain from outside. Over time, many more streams of green mist flowed into the domain. His hands moved like experts in mid-combat, flowing from one form to another, through the 36 seals. It may have been dull for others to repeat the same movement, but Qin Yu did not tire. He could feel his soul developing, growing and transforming, constantly at an astonishing rate. Were he not too focused on capturing this mantra-like state, he would notice that the green-tinted mist was diluted versions of the bright green specks that flowed out from the meteoric tear. In this form of meditation, like any other closed-door training, time was a subjective thing. It did not feel like time flowed the same as in the real world. Suddenly, something clicked, like a light prevailing over the endless space. Qin Yu was at the precipice of another breakthrough, but he did not proceed and stop immediately. Phew, well now, my soul force should be around a level 8 immortal. Qin Yu couldn't feel much like his past, but look about and by estimation, he knew a full 3 months had passed. He sighed. If he'd allowed his soul to passively cultivate the meteoric tear's nourishment, it would have taken at least 3 years to reach this stage. By active cultivation, it only taken him 3 months to accomplish the same results. Looking about his room, he walked outside for the first time in 3 months. In the courtyard of the little residence, the 2 demons were patiently waiting for their master. Seeing Chinyu approach, the 2 stood up in unison and paid their respects. "Welcome, master." Chinyu gave them a light nod. "Oh, that's right, where is my disciple?" That child, Lu Hanshu, did not know how long the master would train for, so he went out a while ago. Shuo Yan answered. Chinyu nodded, almost to himself. It was expected. He extended his immortal sense to encompass the entire city. Not single action in the city went unnoticed. Lufeng City, with over 10 million population, was a bristling city. Citizens were going about their destinations, among them were about 1,000 immortals. These immortals dotted the landscape, in every profession, every craft, and every task. It was business as usual. He already could sense where his disciple was. I'd never have thought. He swung his head side to side inside. My first disciple in the immortal plane would be bullied and kicked about at someone else's leisure. Well, I wish to acquire a star map, so it would be best if I establish myself with a little force. First I'll gain control of this puny amber moon planet, and acquire some attendants and followers. That would make my job much easier. Shinyu wasn't one with excess patience. He would not allow things to ebb by in nature's way. He was the type of person to take things by storm and calculation, of course. With a thought, he disappeared from the courtyard. He had teleported to his destination. As the master of both Shuoyan and Zhang Yuan, they were aware of their master's location, and a second later, they also teleported to Qinyu's location. Amber Moon was governed by 3 major clans. These clans hold equal power. But with the appearance of Qinyu and formation of his relationship with one clan's, Lu's, nearly insignificant disciple, clouds of change was rolling in from the far horizon. Amber Moon was the verge of this coming storm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 4. Book 12 Qinyu, Chapter 4 A Formal Visit. Plus previously on Stellar Transformations. When the meteoric tear fused with Qinyu's soul, he was imparted with the knowledge of an active method to refine his soul, known as 3 in 9 soul refinement. Having undergo this new soul refinement technique, his soul force was now equivalent to a level 8 immortal. With his personal cultivation on the way, he needed to achieve his goals to acquire a star map. And to do this, Qinyu desired to establish himself and gain some followers. The streets of Lufeng City are wide and spacious. The main streets separated the city into smaller districts. The northern district was entirely Lu clan's headquarters, residences, and the governor's palace. This was where most of Lu House's children and disciples reside. On one particular street in this district, a significantly large crowd of hundreds were watching a spectacle. TSK, heh, ho, what a surprise. Ha ha ha, a wimp like you actually became an early Yuanying stage. Ha 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 ha. A middle-aged man mocked Lu Hanshu, spit splattering out of his foul mouth. The crowd laughed with him, taunting the wimp. Another middle-aged man taunted, Lu Hanshu, you're the weakest of your generation. Look at your nephew, Lu Hanming, and you are the same age and you can't even compare against him. At least he is a late Dongshu stage. To think today, a scum like you would dare walk in the middle of the street like today. That's a crime. The beating you'll get from Hanming is just your desserts. Maybe you'll learn this time, haha. Surrounded by this circle of mob Zyationists, a sorry-looking Lu Hanshu crouched. A sweet and salty sensation was tasted at the back of his throat. It was blood. Another stream of it threatened to erupt from his mouth. An angry sneer played on his lips as he stared at his latest aggressor, his own brother of his generation, Lu Hanming. He didn't dare oppose, or that he couldn't. His face was parched white. Look at yourself, Lu Hanshu, even if you reach the early Yuanying stage, you are still the weakest of our generation. Look around you, are anyone of your generation still at the early Yuanying stage? The white-robed youth sneered and spat out his name as if it were bile. This man was precisely the Lu Hanming. Within the Lu house, all of the Han generation was cultivated as elites. Except him. But Hanming was right, at early Yuanying, he was still the weakest of the litter. Eldest prince, do not waste your precious time with bottom feeders like him, sire. The elder invited a powerful guest to personally instruct you. A rather refined middle-aged man beside the white-robed Lu Hanming advised. Behind the two was a dozen personal guards. The dignified-looking middle-aged man was a level 2 immortal. He wasn't part of the Lu family but personally invited by Lu Hanming's grandfather to care for Hanming. Both Hanming and Hanshu were sons of the main family, but their treatment was like two opposite poles. One was a prince and the other a ruffian. The main reason was personal power. At age 25, Han Ming was already a late Dongxu stage practitioner, only one stage from early Kongming stage. Lu Han Ming, one day, I swear, I will become better than you. Lu mumbled under his breath, wiped the rivers of blood from his mouth and chin and stood up. At this moment, he thought of his new master, Qinyu, and at once, he felt confidence swell up in his chest. How dare a little wimp like you look at the eldest son? He is the dignified eldest son of the main family. Young master, let us return. The refined middle-aged man's steely voice resounded in the encirclement. Then he waved his hand in a Shuing manner at Han Shu. Get lost, crawl back to the cave whence you came. There was no way he'd be able to defend, and a level 2 immortal's strength was incomparable. Suddenly, boom! A circular wave of spiritual energy erupted, with Han Shu as the epicenter, towards the encirclement. Both the young master, the refined-looking middle-aged man and the entourage of guards were thrown a few meters aside. They all landed in an undignified pile. The nearest onlookers were also repulsed back, and spat out blood. The rest of the farther onlookers were thrown to the ground, while the distant ones scurried like rats to flee from the shockwave. As the dust settled and the blast wave ebbed away, the crowd could see another figure standing by Han Shu's side. The newcomer was a youth who wore a fluttering black robe. The crowd gasped as they felt the pressurizing aura released by the newcomer. Simultaneously, they all thought of one thing: it was a real master. The black-robed youth swept a cold gaze across all present. Everyone felt as if they were petrified or drowning in icy water. That chilling gaze penetrated the very hearts of the crowd. A voice shattered that silence. Master Han Shu could not help but rejoice at his master's spectacular appearance. The first to stand was a white-robed youth, who immediately bowed and plastered a smile on. Junior Lu Han Ming greets Senior. I would have never thought that brother Han Shu would become the disciple of exalted Senior. It is really his brother Han Shu's great fortune. Qin Yu's expression did not change. It was a deadpan look, as if this fellow didn't even exist in his eyes. Han Ming saw this and mumbled on impulse, when did Lu Han Shu become the disciple of such a master? But this man is a little too cold towards my greeting. My lord. Shuo Yan and Zhang Yuan appeared behind Qin Yu and greeted their master. Qin Yu continued to eye Lu Han Ming's group, whom trembled in their boots and could not cease their worries in their hearts. Among this group, the most powerful, the refined middle-aged man, stood out from the crowd. Please excuse this junior, but I am not sure where Senior has come from. The refined middle-aged man was a level 2 immortal. He'd have some knowledge of the experts around here. Qin Yu did not answer. He was not inclined to even leave the man with his dignity or face. The other naturally didn't dare budge, not that they could anyway. Qin Yu had enveloped them with his aura, fixing them to their places. Any signs of opposition would be met with death. Speak. Who was it who dared to harm my disciple? A deadpan voice rang around the street. The Han Ming fellow bowed and answered, Senior, I witnessed one of my security detail enact violence on Lu Han Shu, who was walking in the middle of the street. There was no way he would do such humiliating thing himself. Even if he did, he won't lie to an expert. That would be courting death. Qin Yu only answered with 2 words, which one? A guard stepped up from the crowd. It was me. The guard was only a Dongxu stage practitioner, a relatively weak one at that, of the entire Lufeng city. Lu Han Shu is a weakling. Stepping on the weak is a privilege of the strong. Is there a problem? Qin Yu gave this man an eyeful. Bam! The guard's lifeless body settled in a heap on the ground, eyes wide, unknowing of his demise. Showing such disrespect to my master. You deserve nothing but death, the man behind Qin Yu sneered. That instant killing shot was by that man, Zhang Yuan, but nobody knows that this was a command from Qin Yu himself. The surrounding mob broke in cold sweat. Even Lu Han Ming's group flinched in shock. Even of the highest skilled of the onlookers, a level 6 immortal of the elder Lu generation, did not see how Zhang Yuan killed the guard. Despite the elder's endless effortless, he would not, because Zhang Yuan was far stronger than an ordinary level 6 immortal. Before anyone noticed, dozens of experts appeared in the airspace over the encirclement. Following their arrival, all could only hear the sound of whistling gale. The newcomers all stared at the masses below like gods above looking at puny mortals. The one in the middle spoke, his voice echoed in the ears of everyone present. Who dares to cause a ruckus at my home? Who? The man suddenly paused mid-sentence, and in a flash, his expression changed from one of wrath to a friendly look. The man was a handsome-looking middle-aged man. Honorable great-grandfather. Han Ming bowed deeply to the man, followed by an equally respectful bow from Han Shu, honorable great-grandfather. The man was precisely the grandfather of the two. This one is called Lu Yunshan, great senior. I do not know what the argument is about between my great-grandchildren, but senior, please restrain your hand. Please don't be angry. The elder bowed and wore a cordial smile of politeness. As if preordained, the level 6 immortal among the onlookers stepped out from the crowd and joined Lu Yunshan. The two looked much alike. The newest addition intoned, "Senior, this one is called Lu Yuntan. Since you are Lu Hanshu's master, then we are all one clan, please spare the offense Han Ming committed." These two's squabble is of no importance. At the same time, he and Lu Yunshan were having a voice transfer discussion. "Yunshan, if I didn't warn you before with voice transfer, your arrogance would have provoked this extraordinary figure and brought calamity to our Lu clan. That would be a great sin." Yunshan replied, "Yunshan, I suppose this time, I owe you for the early warning. I did not expect 3 experts to simultaneously appear here all of a sudden. Not to mention, I can't even see how powerful the 3 are." As soon as they finished, which was less than a second, the two waited for Qin Yu's response. They were part of the higher echelons of the Lu clan. That meant they represented the voice all Lu clan members present. Qin Yu laughed heartily to himself, his outward expression unchanged. He'd not thought, after all this tossing around, he had become part of the same family now. Instead of answer directly, he turned to his disciple to his side, and asked, "Han Shu, well, what do you say, how should this matter be resolved?" Han Shu hesitated with the sudden question. The 2 elders followed his gaze and looked at Han Shu, giving the fellow a knowing look. Of the 2, the earlier one, Yunshan, quickly added, "Han Shu, please don't bring your petty squabbles up and bother your master. Oh, I realize that it has been a long time since your father and you have come to see me. After this, if you have time, come visit me more often." Han Shu couldn't stop his heart from turning sour. He felt some sorrow and sadness. Before today, before he met Qin Yu, his own great-grandfather's palace was as unreachable as heaven. He were to approach more than 100 meters of the front gate, he would be frog-marched outside or sometimes booted out. But now, his lofty great-grandfather was giving him such a different kind of treatment, one more kindly. "Master, let's just let this affair go. It wasn't a big deal anyway." Qin Yu nodded, "Very well, since Han Shu said so, I'll spare your lives. Death may be too heavy a punishment, but injury is not. Zhang Yuan, make sure these people need to be resting for 3 months. Senior." Yunshan and Yuan Tan stared with disbelief. The young master, Han Ming, also gaped with confusion. All they heard from Zhang Yuan was, "As you command, master." And in the time for a breath, Zhang Yuan, who was standing behind Qin Yu, disappeared. For a top 10 ranker of more than 200 level 9 demon, Zhang Yuan is nothing short of a monster to those present. To deal with a group with the strongest 2 being a level 2 immortal, wiping the floor of them was a cakewalk. The next instant after that breath, the group was lying on the ground, vomiting copious amounts of blood, painting the monotonous ground with splashes of scarlet. "Senior, this is going too far." Yunshan spoke, his jaw trembled slightly with some rising anger. His spirit was increasing in ferocity, but before anything else, Qin Yu swept his gaze to him. Lu Yunshan could feel his entire body involuntarily shudder as if he'd been submerged in freezing water. The shock woke him from his bullheadedness and before he committed more irreversible acts. Without taking his eyes off Yunshan, he spoke for the first time in a while, "A disciple of mine, Qin Yu, is not to be slandered nor bullied." His voice was soft, but it could be heard as if he'd spoken next the ears of everyone present. "Han Shu, return home with me. Why stay in a clan that don't even treat their own as their own? You should not be too attached to this place." Han Shu's heart pounded loudly. He'd never thought in all his life that he would hear something as warm as that. He recalled his past, but shuddered slightly, trying not to imagine anymore and bring up any painful memories. Home? What was home? Was that home? The peers that spat on him, bullied him, and assaulted him. It was a home of nightmares. Within Han Shu's heart, a heavy burden was tossed aside. For the first time in his life, he felt so relieved. "Yes, master," came the answer. Lu clan may be known as one of the 3 great clans, but they only have 1 golden immortal stage expert, the rest was only immortals. Within the Atlas, Qin Yu had more than 200 level 9 demons, and destroying the Lu clan could be done with an odd. "Depart." Qin Yu held onto Han Shu's shoulder and vanished. Shoyan and Zhang Yuan turned around and faced the Lu elders. The 2 directed a cold, sly grin on their face, and then they too vanished. The elders gave each other an eyeful, both foreheads were creased. In a remote part of the city, in an insignificant townhouse far different from the luxurious palaces of the Lu clan headquarters. On this particular day, a group of people had gathered in front of the courtyard in front of that house, Han Shu's house. A loud shout was heard, "Master is currently tutoring Mr. Lu Han Shu. No one is to enter within 6 hours." 2 burly giants stood at the 2 sides of the entrance to the courtyard. These two were level 8 demons Qin Yu withdrew from the Atlas, Paihwan and Paifan. There were numerous level 9 demons and their reputation was high, which made the two level 8 demons desire to show the level 9s that level 8 demons are not to be squandered nor forgotten. So in their master's presence, they want to leave some good impressions. They were also representatives of the level 8 demons, so that they wouldn't want to be shadowed, not lose face, for their seniors as fellow demons. Outside the residence were 3 elders of the Lu clan, an unknown honored guest of the Lu house, another guest and a group of Lu clan's elite guards. The elders could not help but show a repressed smile of understanding. Yun Shan, you said that the 2 guards were not the same as the 2 from the other day, right? The Lu clan leader asked the other elder, Yun Shan. The fellow nodded, I'm very sure. These 2 men are not the ones before. Those 2 were a woman and a lean-looking man, not 2 burly giants. A level 8 demon. The 4th elder-looking guest, the honored guest of Lu House, said if I'm not mistaken, the 2 guards are flame lions. Their actual power far surpasses level 8 immortals. At most, Elder Shio could only barely handle 1. Even the guards are 2 level 8 demons. Every one of the elders gasped, they could felt invisible pressure on them, that Qin Yu must be even more fearsome than these 2 men. What a monster, when did such an individual come here? The clan leader also felt a headache coming on, because demons are stronger than immortals of the same level. That was true, unless that immortal followed a special path of practice, but nevertheless the chance of that was so minuscule that it very nearly did not exist. Eldest brother, did you notice that the 2 guards called Qin Yu as master? If it was the normal hierarchical structure then it only be lord and not by master. There is definitely more to it. Yun Tan remarked. The clan leader nodded at that, he didn't notice it at the beginning. Usually only the within the super large clans that control many planets would cultivate these experts, and only these experts would be titled master. After a long time. Squeak, one of the guards opened the courtyard door. Our master has said you may come in now. The other guard spoke, his voice rumbled like thunder, also, leave your guards outside, the garden would not fit you all. The clan leader laughed. There is one other person. He is Lu Honshu's father. A bored voice reached the guest's ears from within the gate, let him come in, then. One by one, the clan leader, the 3 elders, an unknown guest and Honshu's father walk in order through the doorway. Within the courtyard. Honshu had finally mastered the top-grade holy weapon Hei Yuan. Today, he wore a dark gray sleeved shirt made part of Hei Yuan, while the other part was in the shape of a flying sword. Qin Yu sat on a stone bench, flanked by Shu Yen and Zhan Yuan on the left and right. Honshu stood slightly ahead of him and to the side. The unknown guest was the first to speak. Through voice transfer, clan master, the 2 men standing guard are very strong, I could not perceive all of it, they are at least level 9 demons, as for Qin Yu, he is about a level 8 immortal. But, with the meteoric tears fusion with his soul, his control of spiritual energy has reached a profound level. With a light sweep, he could acquire all the information. Oh, not bad. Qin Yu laughed out loud. With his soul's fusion, and withdrawn of his soul and spirit, even a golden immortal would not be able to perceive his true strength, let alone an unknown immortal. The unnamed guest's face paled, this clan master's, Qin Yu's, strength is unfathomable. That was because he was unable to sense a hint of life force nor spiritual energy from Qin Yu's body. The Lu clan leader stared at the unknown middle-aged man, suddenly little frustrated that the guest would say Qin Yu was a level 8 immortal, then say the fellow's strength was unfathomable. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 5. Book 12 Qin Yu, Chapter 5 Teleportation Array. Plus previously on Stellar Transformations. Qin Yu confronted the bullies of Lu Honshu with his dramatic shockwave entrance. He display instilled awe onto the onlookers which attracted the attentions of the Lu clan elders. With the elders, clan leader, Honshu's father and another unknown guest at his doorstep, now what will Qin Yu do? This one is the Lu clan's clan leader, here to greet Mr. Qin. We are unsure, to what fortune does Mr. Qin wish to do here on this little planet, Amber Moon? If there are anything within my clan, Lu House, can handle, please allow us to do so. On Amber Moon, I of Lu clan at least have some capabilities, but... Qin Yu allowed a faint smile to show on his lips, pointed at a seat on the left side, the kind aimed for guests. Sit. The clan leader immediately sat down. Qin Yu looked at the leader mildly, we won't talk about my business, there is something far more important to discuss than my business. You see, here on Amber Moon, I took on a disciple. But, I discovered that someone dared to insult my disciple, and that someone was his own brothers of his generation. Lu clan leader, about this matter, can you explain to me why this is so? Standing behind Qin Yu was Shu Yen, who smiled coldly, eyes flashed with hidden intent. Oi, scion of the Lu clan, you better wise up. If you listen well and aid my master, then perhaps your clan may prosper, but if the master isn't happy with you, then your clan may just die out, unexpectedly. She hit the bullseye. What Xinyu needed the most was a star map. He did not care for power. There are many ways he could go about acquiring this star map, except that Xinyu chose to use this particular method, manipulation and negotiation with these major families. Of course, that would be the climax of this whole discussion. Bullying? How should we go about this? The clan leader asked no one in particular, then smiled lightly. This was a problem that arose from internal clan competitions between those children. To this, I promise one thing, and that is those things will never happen again. You swear it? Xinyu answered with a short, dry laugh. I find it hard to believe in your supposed promise. Hanshu shifted uncomfortably on his feet. He lowered his head in his master's direction, and whispered, Master, the clan leader's words are quite influential. Xinyu laughed with a hint of sarcasm. You foolish apprentice, I don't even know what to say to one like you. Hanshu was only a 25-years-old practitioner, who haven't seen much of the wider world. A man with such tunnel vision and naivety would only feel honor at the sudden appearance of the greatest pillars of his Lu family present today. Indeed, Hanshu felt he was drifting and fluttering about on cloud 9, and hearing the clan leader's promise, he was already convinced. He couldn't help add his 2 cents to aid the elder. Very well, let this be. Since Hanshu has said the matter is no longer a problem, then let bygones be bygones. The clan leader smiled, sly smile, as if this whole ordeal was just a facade. I noticed that the holy equipment on my own Hanshu is quite extraordinary. It seems it can transform and reshape itself. Such wondrous holy equipment, it must have been yours, right? Such equipment was refined by Mr. Qin? Xinyu confirmed it. He knew the reason why the clan leader was paying him such compliments. The proposition of any clan leader was to improve their impression they would leave on him. Yunlu was not an exception. He must admit, so far the group has been quite sensible, and not bullheaded. Lu clan leader, weren't you inquiring about my business here on Amber Moon, right? Well, I do have one affair of utmost importance I wish to trouble you for. Of course, I will provide suitable rewards for. The fellow's eyes actually twinkled and hastily asked, whatever are the rewards, if I can help, I will certainly do so. No, not to aid me without compensation. I am not one to leave my debts unpaid. Xinyu shook his head. Well then, if Mr. Qin does not wish to owe anything, the clan leader's face brightened, I do have a small request. I hope you could become an honored guest allied with our Lu clan. An allied guest? Xinyu furrowed his brows. I am a busy man. The clan leader hurriedly added, just in name. In name only. If problems arise, and you are free, then you could aid us, but don't worry, we will not come to seek your aid. If it's like this, Xinyu thought for a moment under the watchful gazes of all the guests, including the unnamed visitor. All right. I accept. That's fantastic. Please, this is a gift for any honored guest hired by the Lu clan. Every honored guests are given the same treatment. Please accept this as a sign of goodwill. A small assorted goods appeared on the nearby table. At closer observation, it was a token of authority. An opal-colored, transparent bead. And finally, 10 high-grade holy elemental stones. This token is inscribed with the mark of the Lu clan's honored guests. Anyone of the Lu clan are to carry such an item with them. This bead is a voice transfer talisman bead. It may not be very expensive, but to acquire may be met with some difficulty. These 10 high-grade holy elemental stones are for the gentleman to train with. The clan leader had a smile plastered on his face the whole time he gave his explanation. Xinyu widened his eyes, and smiled lightly. This is quite generous. High-grade holy elemental stones are something Xinyu did not even care about. He hadn't even assessed how many high-grade elemental stones he has within his 9 Swords immortal mansion. He only knew he had a lot, at least several thousand. But a voice transfer talisman, this was the only thing he desired. It's true that the voice transfer talisman does have an effective range, but on the same planet, no matter how large, is very efficient. If the distance between 2 planets are close, then it would be barely possible to communicate between them. In the immortal planes, only using the voice transfer talisman can one communicate over long distances. A standard voice transmitter would not work. The range should cover up to 2 planets. If one wished to communicate to distances greater than the range of 1 or 2 planets, you would need to be inside a greater formation of communications. Only within this greater formation can one be able to communicate, say, from the immortal realm to the demon realm. With the talisman and the formation, the voice transferred messages could be conveyed over very large distances, practically encompass most of the immortal plane. The only drawback was that the formation was very difficult to create. What he needed right now was precisely this, a voice transfer talisman bead. Well, since Lu Clan leader is so insistent, I will have to accept. He calmly stored the 3 gifts. Now, tell us about the task, Mr. Qin. Any matter of an honored guest of the clan is a matter of the entire clan. We will seek ways to fulfill the task. Lu Clan leader affirmed. A small smile flourished on Qinyu. To be honest, my senior martial elder wishes to go to the demon realm, but lacks a star map. I was wondering if the Lu Clan leader could help obtain such detail map of the stars. As if by design, a helpless expression adorned his face. The moment the guest heard that the desire was to go to the demon realm, brows wrinkled with distress, which changed to faint understanding. The men knew that Qinyu had many demon guards, and likely to have some connection to the demon world. So if the elders from Qinyu's side wished to go to the demon realm, it wasn't an outlandish desire. This interstellar map is, the clan leader stuttered, deep in thought. Mr. Qin, honestly speaking, star maps are very rare and also very precious. These maps are created by interstellar merchants through trial and error, and unlikely to part with a copy of it. These entrepreneurs often record the path most suitable for their goals, and shortcuts often are incomplete. So even finding a detailed copy of a local star map is very difficult. He obviously had already thought of this. During the years of turmoil and revolutions on the Qianlong continent, maps, in general, were regarded as priceless treasures. In terms of civilization stage, the immortal plane has boundless stars and planets. Mapping this boundless space was immeasurably more difficult than mapping Qianlong. Therefore maps were a sight for sore eyes. Of the entire Lu clan, we only have one complete map of the Indigo Bay star field. As you may know, there are 10 galaxies within it, and of that, each has hundreds to thousands of planets with habitants and human activity. Do you know how much this map would cost if given a quote in the current market? The clan leader spoke rather breathlessly. I do not know. Please, enlighten me. Qinyu gestured. 1 million. And that's only the wholesale price. He understood what the elder meant by a million, as in 1 million low-grade holy elemental stones. In other words, it was 100 high-grade holy elemental stones, was a very expensive item. Oh, then why aren't there any market prices available? Our star map of the Indigo Bay star field was something my family was very fortunate to acquire 1,000 years ago. Even the 2 other great families of Amber Moon, the Yen clan nor Wang clan, could not have such a complete map of the star fields. The clan leader asserted with an unyielding expression. When Qinyu heard this, he instantly knew that the clan leader holds this map in high regards. Obviously, the fellow wanted him to show more gratitude towards the Lu clan. Clan leader, what I desire is a detailed map from here to the demon realm. That is pretty much the map of the demon and the immortal realm. Of course, a map of the Indigo Bay star field is already quite good. At least with the Indigo Bay map, he would fear losing his way while traveling in the Indigo Bay's boundless space. With the Indigo Bay star field map, he could go to some planets with more experts. Places where major powers reside, such as planets with immortal emperors. Once there, he could obtain the maps of the demon and immortal realms. The chances of that are not improbable. The clan leader frowned and wore a bitter expression. Mr. Qin, this star map is not under my jurisdiction but the Lu ancestor. I want to help you make another copy, but this is very difficult. Qinyu already had thought it would play out this way. He laughed lightly in return. As long as Lu clan helps with this task, I will definitely remember this act. The fellow pondered for a second and swallowed visibly. Very well, I will return and see if I can persuade out ancestor. Clan leader, how can your authority is not on par with the Lu ancestors? The respondent laughed dryly. Mr. Qin, you may not know, but in my Lu family there are between 10 and 20 elders and around 8 honored guests. They all have one thing in common, which is that they adhere to our Lu ancestors' commands. What say you? Do you think the ancestors' authority is great or not? Finally, Qinyu understood. And Lu clan leader does not even feel some envy towards such authority? Qinyu asked. Playful light danced in his eyes. Envy? Why would I be envious? He is the previous generation clan leader and my grandfather. Why would I feel envious? The clan leader questioned. Clear confusion showed on his face. My grandfather is also the #1 expert of our Lu clan. His authority comes with his abilities. Qinyu affirmed. All right, our talk shall end here. When clan leader has completed my request, only then we will convene. The latter agreed. Yes, farewell then. The clan leader stood up and led his entourage and left the house. Getting the star map is really difficult. Qinyu sighed and shook his head. My own prowess is still too shabby. Even now, my soul force is not high enough to refine level 1 golden immortals Yuanying. At that time, I would be able to open the second layer world of the Atlas of 10,000 Beasts. The second layer world of the Atlas? What did that entail? Inside are a horde of demon kings. With one withdrawn, he could release tens or even hundreds of demon kings. With that kind of supremacy, he would have an easier time to acquire what he desired. After all, the only power he had that was over the early golden immortal stage was his sword immortal puppet. However, the latter required him to use top-grade elemental stones to power. I will retreat into meditation. When the clan leader returns, Shou Yan, you should notify me with voice transfer. Anything other than that, do not disturb me. Qin Yu had already walked halfway to his own room. A seductive voice was heard, yes, master. The two, Shuai Yan and Zhan Yuan, bowed to their master. When Qin Yu had returned to his room, across the hall, Han Shu and his father had struck up a conversation. Over the past decades, his father, Lu Niansu, had been living under the thumb of many people. Whenever he saw another person, he would have to bow very deeply, but today, he has finally regained his right to stand tall. In the first layer of the human stage soul space. In the vast emptiness and boundless space, at the center a cross-legged Qin Yu meditated, consciously shifted from one hand seal to the next. With each complete seal, divine powers released from it. His soul force, presently at the human stage, continued to devour energy from the meteoric tear like a pair of ravenous tigers, endless hunger and evolution. The time continued to move forward, while Qin Yu cultivated. After 10 days. In the courtyard of the house, two people sat in wait. One in blue was a wizened old man, and the other was the Lu clan leader that came several days ago. Lu clan leader and guest, please wait here. Shuai Yan then alerted Qin Yu through her mind. In a short while, Qin Yu emerged from the door of his room. On this day, he wore a broad smile. Mr. Qin, allow me to introduce to you, this is my Lu clan's ancestor. The clan leader hurriedly explained. As he explained, Qin Yu carefully inspected this new guest, his reaction of only so-and-so. Just a golden immortal. Probably about the same level as Hua Yan. He had already grasped the depth of this individual's power. This one is Lu clan's Lu Minghan. Mr. Qin has an incredible disposition and power. Minghan found that he could not perceive a single wisp of energy from Qin Yu. Minghan was shocked, he couldn't even detect any soul energy nor a hint of power either. Qin Yu had retracted his soul force into his meteoric tear and withdrawn his energies into the core of his small dark star. For Minghan not being able to detect it was very normal. Mr. Lu is quite well versed in the immortal's way. I do not know if the request I asked the clan leader last time could be allowed? Qin Yu inquired. The clan leader turned to Minghan. The latter replied, Mr. Qin, you might understand that the Indigo Bay map is very precious. The map not only has the common routes to human-inhabited planets, but also uninhabited planets, other special places, and it also has explanations about the stationary teleportation array. One example, some planets' teleportation arrays only allow one-way transfers, only in but not out. Only entry but not exit? Qin Yu starts with surprise. That's right, for those one-way teleportation arrays, you must rely on your own abilities to leave. Minghan explained, in short, this map has many insightful information, since interstellar travel is not a simple matter. A light bulb shone within Qin Yu's mind, he finally understood rarity of a star map. No wonder a star map was so valuable. Mr. Qin, this is a copy of the map in my family's possession. It was obtained about 1,000 years ago, and at my estimates, it was created about 10,000 years ago. In 10,000 years, I presume, the changes of the Indigo Bay should not be too big. Minghan carefully handed a jade slip to Qin Yu. Was created 10,000 years ago? From Zhan Yuan, Qin Yu knew that a star map made 100,000 years ago is still very valuable, let alone one created 10,000 years ago. Qin Yu did not hesitate in taking the jade slip and storing it into his blazing ice ring. Mr. Lu, clan leader, since the two are so generous to give me this star map, I shall owe you a favor. I do not know what you require, but as long as I deem within my ability, I won't easily refuse. Qin Yu already had thought that for the two to give him the map so easily, how could they not have a request of their own? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 6. Book 12 Qin Yu, Chapter 6 Battle for Control. Plus previously on Stellar Transformations Plus. The clan leader of the Lu family had paid Qin Yu a visit, they'd wished to acquire his cooperation as an honored guest to the family. There Qin Yu told the leader about his desire to go to the demon realm and wanted a copy of the Indigo Bay star map. The ancestor in charge of the map came forth and gave the map to Qin Yu, now the former wants something in return. The ancestor in question was Lu Minghan, who at this moment turned and gave the clan leader beside him a knowing look. He turned back to face Chinyu and wore an embarrassed smile. This request, I will explain it. It's true, Mr. Chin, we do have a request. But to ask of such, could be preposterous. Chinyu furrowed his brows. Too much to ask? If it is truly too much to ask, why bother mentioning it? A glint flashed across his eyes. He knew why the former two would say it in such a way. He had already taken the goods from them, how could he refuse to help now? Chinyu laughed dryly. Mr. Lu and Lu clan leader, I'm aware of my own powers. If I can help then I will, but let me be frank, if I cannot complete it, then it cannot be done. Of course, that's obvious. The clan leader quickly replied. Yun Lu, just be frank about it now. Ming Han gestured to the clan leader. Yes, great ancestor. The fellow nodded, then asked, this request is about the battle for control of the teleportation arrays. This contest or battle is held every once a century. In a decade, the same contest will be held once again. Mr. Chin, please help us. Lu clan claimed control of the teleportation array. Lines of confusion was shown as Chinyu frowned. Speak clearly, what is this battle for control over the teleportation arrays? The clan leader hurriedly apologized. My apologies, I said it in a rush. The situation is like this, each planet has multiple teleportation arrays, and just by controlling a teleportation array, the amount of low-grade elemental money earned is a terrifyingly high number. Every century on Amber Moon, the three great families have to compete for control over these teleportation arrays. Only the triumphing family would have complete control over the arrays for the next century until the next contest. Chinyu pondered and understood. I understand. Now, I have a question for you too. How much financial power does the winning family get of the three families? His question startled the clan leader enough that the fellow paused for a moment. Lu clan leader, you do not have to answer my question if you do not wish to. I know, this question is a little too insensitive and blunt. Ming Han gestured the clan leader to withdraw. Don't mind it at all. Allow me to answer. I see from Mr. Chin's question, you haven't thought or cared that the clan would invest in gaining that money, right? An awkward smile played on his lips. It is indeed as you say. Ming Han nodded. He already knew why Chinyu asked such a question. Mr. Chin, all you see, on the outside, our clan is bountiful and splendid, but underlying such large clan money is needed. You do not see how much we spend to maintain the clan, the multiple guards, as well as the many honored guests we've invited. This all amounts to a huge annual expenditure. So many low-grade holy elemental stones, that it... He sighed, but continued, in terms of the family's wealth, since the founding of the Lu clan, our revenue is only slightly above our expenditure each year. For example, when we invited Mr. Chin as an honored guest of the clan, it required one honored guest's token of authority, which is made and refined from precious ores worth 10,000. Then there's the voice transfer talisman bead worth about 100,000, but it is rarely found in the market, so another more secretive method of acquisition had to be used. That bumped the cost up to about 300,000. And finally, the 10 high-grade holy elemental stones which costs at least 10,000. This all adds up to several hundreds of thousands. There also the yearly payment to honored guests for their own training. Chinyu at last comprehended the situation. Those several hundreds of thousands equate to several hundreds of thousands of low-grade holy elemental stones. And that is only one honored guest. In our family, we have 9 honored guests, 10,000 immortal stage experts that have upkeep, and there are still tens of thousands of our disciples and children. Tell me, don't think that expenditure is high? Ming Han laughed in mock horror. In the immortal plane, for anyone to earn holy elemental stones, you can do it in 2 ways. One is by mining precious ores and cultivating precious spiritual herbs. The other method is by taking the toll of any interstellar trader as they come here via the teleportation array. The second method of controlling the teleportation array yields the greatest amount of revenue. Chinyu was silent after the elder's machine gun reply. For a large clan, if they did not mine ores, herbs and others, did not engage in business and did not control the planet's teleportation array, there wouldn't be many people willing to give their services to that family for free, particularly those honored guests. But the least of their worries, with no holy elemental stones, how can the disciples and children of the family get stronger fast? It's impossible. Their training rate would be extremely slow. If the family was weakened like that, then other external powers could easily overrun the family. Chinyu agreed. Seems that maintaining a large clan is really difficult. His own Chin clan had absolute military and economic superiority, and also they were the royal clan in the past, so loyalty within its population is relatively high. There wouldn't be much usurping powers arising from its territories. In this way, his Chin clan was the pinnacle of supremacy. As long as the status quo is maintained, there wouldn't be a problem. His family had it easy, because the competition wasn't so fierce. In the immortal plane, however, the families are large and more powerful. Not to mention the most powerful experts like Emperor Yu and those standing at the top of the mystic immortal emperor stage. They would have to compete with other similarly powerful experts in the devil and demon realms. Similarly, smaller local powers like Lu Clan have to compete with two other families on one planet. Xin Yu recovered from his thoughts. He looked up at Ming Han. Mr. Lu, please continue. Ming Han gave his consent through his look. Mr. Qin, you asked me how much assets our family has? I will tell you. As of present, our family has, in our storage, at best, 100 million low-grade holy elemental stones. 100 million low-grade ones? That's about 100 top-grade stones. Take this scenario, if there wasn't any revenue, this 100 million would only last our family for 100 years. And do you know how much revenue you would get from controlling the teleportation arrays for 100 years? Ming Han directed the question at Xin Yu. This, I'm afraid I do not know. In fact, Xin Yu did not have the faintest idea how much interplanetary teleportation tolls would cost, let alone how much the receiver of tolls would earn in 100 years. The asker's eyes shone with visible light. To use this planet's teleportation array, the toll for the nearest planets is around 4 to 10 low-grade stones. Further out, it would be about 100, and the furthest one requires about 1,000. Excuse me for a moment. Mr. Lu, how far can this teleportation array allow transfers? The fellow laughed with mirth, his face betraying the seriousness of the situation. How far will it allow transfers to and fro? The furthest distance and within the boundaries of the same galaxy, haha. Xin Yu was stunned. He knew the cost would be great, but not this great. There were 10 galaxies within this Indigo Bay starfield. Just passing through this starfield would cost 10,000. So to go to the demon realm, it would cost hundreds of thousands, if not more than millions. He looked towards Ming Han, who was about to continue. The daily revenue from travelers, coming and going through the teleportation, would amount to tens of thousands, which means that's about 10 million a year. So over 100 years, that's about 1 billion or so. Ming Han sucked in a sharp breath. Just winning over the control of the teleportation arrays for 100 years is enough to let us be at ease for a few thousand years. That 1 billion stones was enough to cover all costs for the Lu clan for 1,000 years. I dare ask, Mr. Lu, since the founding of your family, how many times have you controlled these teleportation arrays? Xin Yu probed. The fellow's eyes shifted, nervous as if he was somewhat too embarrassed to answer. How many times? Our Lu family has prevailed for a long time, at least few 100,000 of years. In all our existence, we have gained control over the teleportation arrays, only once. What? Once, only once? Xin Yu was previously only mildly surprised, now his eyes shot open like giant meteors. By the gods! The Lu clan had been around for few 100,000 years and they had tens of thousands of chances to compete. But of those numerous chances, they'd only gained control once, only once? He couldn't hide the shell-shocked expression from blossoming on his face, and they're still called one of the three great families? He gaped at the elders, who were, indeed, quite embarrassed by that fact. Ming Han avoided his eye contact, sighed and looked up again. Mr. Qin, could please not make fun of us, these things, I know, God. Ming Han had a solemn look about him, but he explained nonetheless, that one time when we gained control, that was about 100,000 years ago. All these years after, my Lu clan had become a huge family. We've tried to do business with minerals, ores and herbs, but alas, over the years, the valuable ores and minerals have depleted. In the later years, we have had this monetary problem weighing on us. The clan leader nodded solemnly as well. That is exactly it, Mr. Qin. As you know, your apprentice, Lu Hanshu, is a low-level junior, but if it was 100,000 years ago, every child of the Lu clan would receive a yearly stipend of a low-grade holy elemental stone. However now, those elemental stones can only be given to those children who compete and win in the intersect competitions. Only by gaining a suitable rank will they get those stipends. The two had spoken with such bitter tone that Xin Yu had nothing much to say. Silence. A cold female voice broke that same stillness in his mind. Master, these people are truly pitiful. Why do they wish to acquire so much people and yet do not have the wealth to support it? It was a voice transfer via soul connection, soul communication. Once he had heard Shuayan's rebuke, a matter-of-fact smile touched his mind's eye. For a clan, would they be willing to give up any people that comprised their superiority? Xin Yu still had another question he wanted to ask. Gentlemen, honestly speaking, I still cannot fully comprehend the problem. As said, does that mean your family is much less well off than the other two families? Since the controlling power is refreshed every century and you've only gained that control once so far. As to why he asked that, a thought had come to mind. If the discrepancy between the three families' wealth is many times larger than one, Lu's, which means the other two would have incredible wealth. At that time, why not just take the wealth away from the wealthy leaders? Just rob them. After all, what Chinyu desires are top-grade holy elemental stones. As for the golden immortal on this puny planet, they weren't even on the same eye level as Chinyu. Large discrepancy? No, we're actually ranked second of the three great families, in terms of combined powers. The lowest is the Wang clan. Of their entire existence, they hadn't gotten control even once. Ming Han explained. His face stiffened at that revelation. Do you mean that the number one was always Yin clan? And that the control of the teleportation arrays has always been in their hands? That means their wealth and influence was heavens beyond yours? He felt quite complicated knowing about this ordeal with the Yin clan. How many hundred years was that? How much wealth was that? Holy sh*t. If he'd just grab a few hundred top-grade holy elemental stones, his usage of the sword immortal puppet wouldn't be so stingy. He wouldn't have to fear for overusing the energy stored in his top-grade stones. As long as he had enough top-grade stones, then his sword immortal puppet would truly be immortal and everlasting. He had no doubt, after all, he knew about his puppet's defense. He had never seen anything that could break or damage the puppet the slightest. Ming Han confirmed, yes, all these years, the control of the teleportation arrays has always been in Yin clan's hands. His eyes lit up with hidden glee. Oh, then tell me about this ordeal with the Yin clan. From behind Chinyu, the two motionless attendants almost felt pity towards Yin clan. Woe to you, Yin clan. You are in big trouble now. The two had the same thought. As Chinyu's attendants, they knew about his sword immortal puppet, and could guess what their master had in mind. Ming Han chuckled lightly. That is something naturally said, an ordeal it is. If it weren't for the Yin clan, our family would have already been in control of the teleportation arrays. After a pause, Ming Han's jovial mood lifted, and solemnly said, the top expert of Yin clan is, presently, the great ancestor Yin Gao. He is a sword immortal, and also, is a level 6 golden sword immortal. Chinyu glanced at Ming Han. Mr. Liu, I must know, what level is your strength? Ming Han stuttered and said embarrassedly, I'm, presently, at level 2 golden immortal stage. I cannot be compared to that Yin Gao. The fellow looked somewhat dejected. Chinyu shook his head casually. That's right, any sword immortal's strength was already high, let alone a level 6 golden sword immortal. For Ming Han to compete against that, it was no wonder Liu clan could not gain control. But even so, a level 6 golden sword immortal was not impossible to tear down. Yin clan has only this one person, Yin Gao, who is very formidable. There is another golden immortal, but even I do not see much of a rivaling power in that one. Ming Han said with confidence, my only worry is with that Yin Gao. If we can solve that problem, then everything else would not be a problem. At this, Chinyu frowned. His expression was an act, unbeknownst to the other two. The two only saw a frown on Chinyu's face, and felt uneasy. Gentlemen, you say you want me to help you seize control, but I ask you, how should I help you seize it? Just state your intentions clearly. Ming Han answered immediately, there are two ways. The first is, after a decade, compete for us and win the contest. The contest is made up of 3 matches. Once you've won twice, the contest is over. Murderous light flashed through Chinyu's eyes, and, the other approach, With an equally murderous light, Ming Han exclaimed, the other is to help us, kill Yin Gao. Ming Han spat that phrase out vehemently. It was obvious, the hatred runs deep in his bones. The previously knitted brows relaxed. Chinyu already had deduced thus far. Killing Yin Gao? He would gain a lot of top-grade holy elemental stones from destroying the Yin clan. Golden immortal, not to mention a sword immortal, the most powerful of immortal paths, and a level 6 golden immortal at that. This is very difficult, indeed very difficult. Chinyu exclaimed with reluctance, at the very least, I have no way to beat it. What? You really have no way to do it? The two elders exclaimed, their hope was somewhat deflated. Chinyu pondered for a short while. Ming Han was the first to recover, a rosy light blossomed from his face. I remember Mr. Qin mentioned your Marshal Senior wished to go to the Demon Realm, right? Then would your Marshal Senior be close to here, maybe on a planet in the Indigo Bay star field? Maybe. No need to say anymore, I know what you mean. Chinyu gestured with his right hand, and sighed, my Marshal Senior is very powerful, so killing a level 6 golden immortal is, a matter of fact. A pair of bright smiles broke through that gloomy husk of a face of the two elders. Only be frozen by Chinyu's bitter laugh, I'm just a puny junior of the martial school. How much my word would be heard by my senior? With no reason whatsoever, to ask my senior to kill a level 6 golden immortal, I'm afraid offending him and being killed wouldn't be a surprise. Ah. Both elders frowned. Ming Han immediately added, is there really no way? Whatever the conditions, as long as it is within my family's power, I will definitely do it. To Minghan, even to give up all the wealth of his family, that 100 million, it would pale to compare to being able to control over the teleportation array. Qin Yu pretended to ponder seriously for a moment. He looked up, his eyes lit up like light bulbs and said, "Actually, there may be a way to persuade my martial uncle. You see, my martial uncle is actually undergoing refinement of treasures of mysterious content. He is in need of large quantities of top-grade holy elemental stones. Only with the concentrated energy found in a top-grade holy elemental stone will he be able to train effectively. So, as long as you provide enough top-grade elemental stones, it could help persuade him. At that time, I will have to rely on my relationship with my martial uncle to help your case." He had led the duo around and around, and finally showed his true villainous intentions. Top-grade holy elemental stones? The duo drew in a sharp breath, and simultaneously felt a lack of air in the surroundings. The two elders could not help but sigh in praise. To refine a hidden treasure using large quantities of top-grade holy elemental stones. No wonder, the man possessed incredible power. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 7. Book 12 Qin Yu, Chapter 7 Deception. Plus previously on Stellar Transformations. In exchange for an indigo-based Starfield star map, the two elders from Lu Clan wishes Qin Yu would satisfy their request, and that was to gain control of the teleportation array on Amber Moon. Instead of taking the long way through competing in the Century Cycle contest, the duo asked Qin Yu to kill the only opposing power, Yan Gao of the Yan Clan. To do this, Qin Yu coyly let the two know it could only be done by his martial uncle, and the only way to persuade his uncle is with top-grade holy elemental stones. The two elders, Lu Minghan and the Lu Clan's clan leader, felt a shortness of breath. They were at awe of the powerful forces behind Qin Yu, whilst at the same time feeling a little frustrated at heart. Before even getting into the negotiation stage, the start line was already at top-grade holy elemental stones. It wasn't one or two, but a matter of how many. The ugly expression on their faces betrayed their thoughts. How much was one top-grade holy elemental stone worth? How about 1 million? Of the three great families, how many top-grade holy elemental stone could they have, combined? Top-grade holy elemental stone. A single piece was worth 1 million. Minghan expressed helplessly, "Mr. Qin, our family does not have many people requiring such luxurious things as top-grade holy elemental stones. We may have many pieces of high-grade stones, but as for top-grade stones, we have far and few between. In normal operations, the Lu Clan does have an accumulative 100 million stones worth of assets, but they could not afford to use top-grade holy elemental stones. Usually, they expend low-grade, middle grades, and rarely high grades. Mr. Lu, what should we do?" Qin Yu sighed exasperatedly, "You have already given me a star map and helped me so. I will also give 2 top-grade holy elemental stones to my martial uncle to aid your cause. But of course, the rest is up to you. I dare say, anything less than 10 pieces would probably not be worth my martial uncle's eyes." The two elders gave each other an eyeful, unsure of how to proceed. They neither talked nor used voice transfer to discuss anything, they just looked at each other dumbfounded. Flanking the master's chair, Zhang Yuan stood, partly concealed behind a veneer of sincerity. The man's mouth was a thin line, not a slightest change in his expression, but underneath that visage, he was laughing so hard that his gut would have hurt. For Qin Yu to give 2 pieces of top-grade holy elemental stone. It would be the same as having something in your right hand and giving it to your left hand. There wouldn't be any change in ownership, at least not from the insider's perspective. Only now does the elders converse using voice transfer. "Grandfather, we need to be more decisive. Think about it, as long as Yan Gao is dead and we acquire help from Jade Sword School, not only this time but on other occasions, we will be able to control the teleportation arrays." The clan leader was first to jump into the discussion. He knew, for such important matters, only his grandfather's decree is sufficient. Like an eager child, the clan leader awaited Minghan, but the latter was struggling to come to a decision. Instead of replying, Minghan looked up from his reverie. "Mr. Qin, could please give me estimation of the minimum of which is acceptable?" He paused and continued, "How much top-grade holy elemental stone is needed to persuade your martial uncle?" Clearly, he had come to some kind of decision. "You say how many?" Qin Yu paused with purpose, then his brows flexed, showing a thoughtful expression. "I know for a fact that my martial uncle is currently refining a hidden treasure and he requires a vast amount of top-grade holy elemental stones, but, for how many? I can only guess that with 20 or 30 stones, you can definitely catch his eye. With more than 50, he would definitely listen, but for certain results, I believe 100 can definitely persuade my martial uncle." He had precisely calculated this would be the upper limit based on the total assets of the Lu Clan. How he would lead them on would depend on his meticulous handling. Ming Han responded with a nod. All right, Mr. Qin. Though my family does not own many top-grade holy elemental stones, I will retire from here and think about this. Sometime after I will have to trouble Mr. Qin again. Don't mind at all. You have already given me the star map of Indigo Bay Starfield, how can I not aid you where I can? Qin Yu smiled. An innocent and honest smile. With that matter finished, the elders did not loiter, and left the residence promptly. In the Lu clan's conference hall, a rather chubby-looking middle-aged man was currently standing ovation, then promptly bowed and offered a respectful salutation to Ming Han. I pay my respects to the great clan master. The latter inhaled deeply and said in a low tone, Yunfan, all these years of operation, our family had entrusted all its common commerce side to you. But now, I have a very important task to give you. Great elder, please give the order. Lu Yunfan replied without a shred of hesitation. The man held a high position within the Lu family, his power lay in the fact that the family's entire business side was under his control. The patriarch, Ming Han, handed Yunfan his own spatial storage ring. In here are numerous high and middle grade holy elemental stones, I would like you to convert them into top grade holy elemental stones. The request startled Yunfan. Normally, a family's entire wealth was kept with the elders and the patriarch, whose storage rings make up the warehouse of the family. In particular, the Lu family patriarch, whose storage ring contained at least a third of the entire family's total assets. There is about 30 million in here, try your best to exchange these for top-grade holy elemental stones. Whatever you can get your hands on, then do so. Whatever the results are, it will be as it is. Ming Han still had not let go of the ring, he held Yunfan's hands and articulated each word he said. By simple conversion, 30 million was equivalent to 30 pieces of top-grade holy elemental stones. Yunfan did not let his surprise show too much. Clan Patriarch, for such a large amount in such short time frame, I'm afraid that the exchange rate may be low and not in our favor. Normally, anyone with top-grade stones find exchanging them too bothersome, while others are too poor to afford them. Even the great experts who have them, loathe in having lower grades in their possession. If we do find some who may want to trade, they will most likely increase their own buying rate. In that case, the exchange rate may be 1 top grade to 110 high grades. Yunfan quickly added, why don't we exchange over a longer period of time? It may be true that value of different levels of money such as 1 top grade is equivalent to 100 high grades, but that is only known as an intrinsic value. If one were to trade them for a higher grade, the seller would have to take a loss at a lower rate, since the buyer would decide the trade rate. The same could be said about the voice transfer talisman bead, its market value is about 100,000 stones, but refining such item is very difficult. Most are obtained from a rare refiner in a distant city. Over the course of the journey from the seller to the buyer, the price would have increased to about 300,000 stones. Ming Han already knew about that deficit, make haste. It is alright to suffer some losses, but the most important thing is, convert them into top-grade holy elemental stones. He gave Yunfan a firm look. Since the great clan patriarch has spoken, there was nothing more to be said. Yunfan intoned, Yunfan will not fail great patriarch's expectations. He extended his hands and respectfully received the huge amount of wealth within the ring. Ming Han did not doubt the fellow's loyalty, nor did he worry about Yunfan taking the money for their own gains. The reason being, any individual in charge of the commerce and finance of the family have to take a blood oath of loyalty before being accepted. A blood oath is not to be underestimated, the oath bearers will face heavy penalties if the oath was violated. Violation was incurring heaven's wrath. Days passed like river flow. The entire eastern section of the Lu Feng city was comprised of a peaceful forest and glade. Atop that glade was a secluded and quiet manor, known as the Bamboo Garden. Inside resided Qin Yu and his disciple, Lu Hanshu. Both had moved in once Lu clan had given them this new residence. At the time of granting this manor, Lu clan also gifted an entourage of maids and guards. Like a complete set. They also decreed that no one is not to offend or shame the master of this Bamboo Garden. This announcement had become the source of many rumors in Lu Feng city. Many had gossiped about the identity of this master of the Bamboo Garden manor. Within the Bamboo Garden, a female attendant was currently leading a group of guests towards the core of the Bamboo Garden. The group had the same 2 elders that came before, Lu Ming Han and the clan leader, in the days gone past. Through a series of circular archways, the group approached a dense bamboo forest with soft tones of light shafting down from above. In a short moment, they had arrived at a clearing, and in the center of the clearing was a large pond, whose waters rippled slightly with the bobbing of a fishing bait. The owner of the bait and fishing rod was sitting and quietly fishing. It was Qin Yu. A delightful sound passed through his lips. Ho ho, I've got one. With a deft movement of his hands, the fishing rod rose and a lively-looking carp of about 1.5 kilos broke through the surface of the pond. Ha ha! Mr. Lu, and Lu clan leader. I've been sitting here fishing for quite some time, and yet I haven't even caught one. But the moment you came, a fish took the bait and I caught one. Makes you wonder how mysterious that is, eh? Xinyu casually flipped the rod aside and dropped the fish into a nearby basket, then stood up from the stone bench. He looked up and smiled a greeting towards his latest visitors. Minghan laughed in return. Luck has come your way, Mr. Qin, and there be no stopping it. At one side of the pond, a fair bit away, two figures stood. They were precisely Shuiyan and Zhang Yuan, who was snickering inwardly. They both had one thought: a fish has been hooked? Well, now, aren't there two big fishes eagerly taking the bait? Xinyu stepped forward and gestured politely, "Please sit," to a round marble table with 3 marble stools. The moment he had gestured, a maid stepped forward and set a matching tea set on the table with fresh tea. The 3 stools were taken by Xinyu and his 2 guests. Xinyu was the first to take a sip from his teacup. While drinking, he glanced at the 2 elders out of the corner of his eyes, then put down the cup and said lightly, "It has been, 2 months since our last meeting? I presume this time, the 2 elders have come because the preparations of top-grade holy elemental stones are complete?" Minghan confirmed instantly. "The preparations are done." Xinyu nodded and abruptly sighed with helplessness. "I must say, the 2 elders were quite slow in the uptaking. During these passing days, my martial uncle has been busy collecting top-grade stones, and as far as I know, he is not far from finished. The gap between have and need is much smaller. I do not know exactly how much my martial uncle has been able to collect, but I must say, if he is finished collecting, then even if you have the top-grade stones, it would not sway my martial uncle." He shrugged as if to articulate this helpless situation. As he finished, the 2 elders' rosy expression froze and fell. They can understand that reasoning too. Their honored guest's martial uncle was in need of top-grade stones to refine a hidden treasure. Naturally, the man would seek them as well. Given the prowess of the other's martial uncle, their collection speed should be quite fast. You should know that mere money would not sway my martial uncle, but it was only because I knew my martial uncle needed top-grade stones to refine his hidden treasure. And that was why I informed you 2 elders of such. But now, Xinyu sighed a second time. Minghan looked somewhat perplexed, and hastily inquired, "And now it can't be done?" "Don't worry, let me ask my martial uncle about it." Xinyu immediately took out the voice transfer talisman bead and pretended to use it. He did not actually use it, but it was important to portray that he was to complete the act. Silence instilled. All one could heard was the muffled plopping of fish splashing in the pond. And midst the soft rustling of brushing bamboo leaves, swaying in the light afternoon breeze. It was serenity. However, no one at the stone table was enjoying such natural splendor. The 2 elders shifted nervously in their seats, but not from stone being uncomfortable but from anxiety. The 2 breathed in and out in shallow gulps of air, and waited with abated breaths. They stared with nervous anticipation at Qinyu's face, trying to decipher any signs of new information between Qinyu and the martial uncle's telecommunication. Time slurred, and it felt like a year had passed, but in reality, only a short while had passed. The first to shatter that silence was Minghan. "Well, Mr. Qin, what is it? What did your martial uncle say?" Qinyu breathed out and said cheerfully, "It's fortunate. My martial uncle wasted a lot of time collecting aquamarine ores and did not have the time to collect much top-grade holy elemental stones. It seems there is hope." He paused to a moment, and asked, "Oh, that's right, how many top-grade stones did you bring?" Minghan gritted his teeth and exclaimed, 40 pieces. These 40 pieces was exchanged with the sweat and blood of his family. Xinyu did a little whoop of joy inwardly, but on the surface, his face did not even twitch in the slightest. "Oh, just 40 pieces? It seems there is only a moderate percentage to sway my martial uncle. On the contrary, my martial uncle cares for me deeply, so with my word, I'm confident my martial uncle would agree." While Qinyu was pumping his fists in joy, Minghan and the clan leader felt like 1,000 needles stabbed into their hearts. This was 40 top-grade holy elemental stones. It was close to half of his entire family's assets. The 40 was scraped together by hastily instructing Yunfan to exchange many lower grades and the meager top grades that was originally in the warehouse. Only by summing up all these, did they come to 40 pieces. Xinyu wore an innocent smile, and advised, "Elders, please rest here for a few hours. Right now, it is around noon on the planet my martial uncle is on. And I know for a fact that my martial uncle's mood is the most pleasant in the evening. Likely, the success rate is much higher than any other time. So elder, please wait for a while." As it should be, it should be. When the 2 elders had heard that the highest success rate is when the martial uncle is most relaxed, which is in the evening, how could they not accept? Presently, the 2 elders felt conflicted, what to do about these 40 top-grade holy elemental stones. They had sat on that question for a while now. If they gave these top-grade stones to Chinyu, they were worried the receiver would deceive them and flee. However, they were also worried they would insult Chinyu if they didn't give the 40 to Chinyu. A casual smile touched Chinyu's lips. He already knew why the two was looking so hesitant. Elders, please rest inside. As for the top-grade stones, please hold on to them for the time being. When my martial uncle comes, you can personally hand it to him, this way you wouldn't feel that I would cheat you of them. He chuckled at the two elders' demeanor. The two elders hurriedly added, we do not doubt Mr. Chin a bit. The elders then retreated to rest indoors. They had been conned into resting in the manor. And what of Chinyu himself? He resumed to fish. Only this time, he had a rosy and broad smile on his face, while his subordinates, Shuayan and Zhang Yuan, proceeded to howl with laughter and talk amongst themselves using voice transfer. At around the appointed time, Chinyu pretended to call his martial uncle with his voice transfer bead. In reality, he was instructing the manor's maid, tell the two elders, it is time. Then tell them to come back here. Yes, sire. The maid curtsied respectfully. In a short moment, Ming Han and the clan leader appeared in the clearing. How did it go? Ming Han asked immediately. Instantly a big grin broke apart on his face. It is done. Ming Han and the clan leader looked at each other and also broke into a hysterical laugh. Ka-ha-ha, the two beamed at each other and exclaimed, from this day onwards, my family, Lu family, will be the top family in all of Abramoon. There wasn't a trace of pain for using up 40 top-grade stones from earlier. There was only smiles and looks of joy, brimming full of excitement, but Ming Han did not forget to ask Chinyu. Mr. Chinyu, when will your martial uncle arrive? Chinyu was also pleased, but for different reason. My martial uncle is in the Silver Stream Galaxy, and through the voice transfer talisman bead, he had already deciphered the location of Ambermoon. Using greater teleportation, he will come here immediately. I presume in an hour he will make his appearance. But an hour? The rosy smiles on the elder's face broadened to infinity. If they could kill Yen Gao, then the Yen clan is finished. Two elders, I've said before, I will personally add another 2 more top-grade holy elemental stones to your tribute. Here, this is the 2 top-grade stones. When my martial uncle arrives, give these 2 with your 40 to him. But, of course, do now say the extra 2 was from me. Chinyu handed 2 top-grade stones to Ming Han. When the two saw Chinyu give 2 top-grade stones and say not to tell his martial uncle, they could not help but feel moved. They had never have thought this Mr. Chin would be such an honorable and valiant person. No, how can we take this? Ming Han abruptly refused. While Chinyu wore carefully displayed a well-designed angry expression and replied, if you do not take it, then I would feel that you have not given me any face. At this, the two elders had no choice but to take it, but nevertheless felt even more grateful in their hearts for Chinyu's honorable personage. In about an hour's time, Chinyu secretly estimated that the time was nigh, and with a thought, a figure appeared in the airspace above the clearing. The newcomer wore a flowing robe, had a ramrod back and a stern posture, emanating a brilliant aura. On the newcomer's back was the pommel and hilt of a magnificent golden long sword. Everyone in clearing could feel the unfathomable power of the newcomer's gaze like a king looking down on his subjects. Chinyu instantly bowed and greeted his martial uncle, greetings to martial uncle. The two elders looked upwards as they got up from their seats, at Sword Immortal Lan Feng and curtly chanted, juniors, Lu Minghan and Lu Yunlu greet senior. The golden figure of Sword Immortal Lan Feng swept his cold gaze below to Chinyu. Martial nephew, did you say, to kill a level 6 golden sword immortal for 42 top-grade holy elemental stones? Chinyu hurriedly glanced at Ming Han and said, that is correct. Mr. Lu, please give the said amount of top-grade stones to martial uncle. Ming Han could already feel the dominating aura from the golden sword immortal in the airspace above. He, himself drew in a sharp breath in the prowess of this newcomer, and was certain the individual more powerful than Yen Gao. With poise, he waved his hand in a flourish, and in the air in front, 42 pieces of top-grade holy elemental stones appeared. This is 42 top-grade stones, senior, please accept this humble gift. The golden sword immortal, Lan Feng, accepted and stored that allotted stones, and spoke. I've accepted the 42 top-grade holy elemental stones. As such, I will kill this person you desire to die. Now, tell me about this individual. The immortal's cold voice boomed in the ears of all in the clearing. The two elders was completely focused on the levitating immortal and did not notice the trace of mirth that danced playfully in Chinyu's eyes, nor the upward slant of his lips. The entire 42 top-grade stones were already in his hands, and not one less. With that, he can freely use his immortal sword puppet for the time being. Not to mention, he was about to go to the Yen clan to kill Yen Gao, whose clan will surely have no less amount of top-grade holy elemental stones. That very thought had brought illusionary fire wisps to dance in his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 8. Book 12 Chinyu, Chapter 8 The 36 Rulers. Plus previously on Stellar Transformations. Chinyu led the two highest authorities of the Lu clan to believe that his martial uncle would aid them to kill Yen Gao, the only opposing power to their family, in exchange for top-grade holy elemental stones. With enough stones, the elders can sway his martial uncle to commit the act. With his performance and the appearance of Lan Feng, the elders felt ever grateful towards Chinyu, while the latter schemes to acquire more wealth beneath this meticulously laid facade. Senior, the target, Yen Gao, is a level 6 golden sword immortal and also is the Amber Moon's Yen clan's great patriarch. Other than him, other people of the Yen clan aren't worth mentioning. But, beware of one thing, Senior. This Yen Gao is part of the Jade Sword School. A middle-aged-looking Lu Minghan spoke. Jade Sword School? The golden sword immortal Lan Feng frowned and narrowed his eyes. What is this Jade Sword sect? While the lofty immortal spoke, Chinyu instantly felt annoyed at the elders, because previously they did not mention such thing. Yes, Senior. Minghan continued, the Jade Sword School is just a small faction within the immortal realm, but the master of the school is not an ordinary existence. He is a level 1 mystic sword immortal. A level 1 mystic immortal? The sword immortal's face fell and Chinyu cursed in his heart. One must know that his own immortal sword puppet was just a simple level 9 golden sword immortal, while the other was a level 1 mystic sword immortal. Though the level gap between only differs by that one step of power, from level 9 golden immortal to level 1 mystic immortal, is huge. Most people would know that there is a bottleneck every level of a normal, golden or mystic stage, but the bottleneck between stages is so much higher than levels within a stage. Minghan hurriedly added, but, rest assured, Senior would not suffer any repercussions from killing Yen Gao, whom the master of the Jade Sword School is not too concerned about. Additionally, no one would know, this I can guarantee and swear in heaven's name. Even he could tell the Senior, who was a top-class golden immortal, would be hesitant to act against a level 1 mystic immortal. Oh, is that so? Lan Feng swept his cold gaze upon Minghan, and in an equally cold voice, he said, is there any more to be said? I advise you to make sure every matter is explained to me crystal clear, or else if calamity comes, I will not still my hand. At that time, you better be careful that I won't directly wipe your family off from the face of existence. Minghan trembled involuntarily as the cold gaze swept over his body. He felt he could simply suffocate from that menacing aura. After all, the Senior could casually kill a level 6 golden sword immortal, so eradicating the Lu family was as easy as flipping his hand. The clan leader, who was silent all this time, suddenly spoke. I just remembered another thing. I remember hearing about Sovereign Yu of the Immortal Realm commanded 18 emperors and 36 rulers, and of the 36 rulers, the master of the Jade Sword School was supposedly one of them. Chinyu was shocked to hear such a phrase, Sovereign Yu, so soon. After residing in the immortal plane for such a long time, he had finally learnt of some of the pillars of the powers under Sovereign Yu. His thoughts was interrupted by an angry shout, Martial Nephew! What is going on here? How did all this lead to Sovereign Yu, now? Lan Feng's former smiles had gone, only a dark scowl remained. Chinyu snapped out of his panicky state and hastily bowed. Martial Uncle, please allow me to inquire this. His gaze turned cold and locked onto the two elders, Minghan and the Lu clan's clan leader. Elders, now is not the time to twaddle on truth. You'd best not hide any more information about this matter anymore. Though he didn't shout, but each word was punctuated by the serious expression on his face. Minghan could feel the anger radiating from Chinyu and the sword immortal above. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, he quickly replied to quail the other's wrath, esteemed guests, Sovereign Yu is a supreme figure of the immortal realm. Below him are 18 emperors and 36 rulers, whom are all mystic immortal stage experts. The Jade Sword Schoolmaster is one of the 36 rulers, but how could His Majesty, Sovereign Yu, bother with the puny matters here? His Majesty couldn't care less about the minute matters here, so please rest assured, esteemed guests. Mr. Lu, I'm somewhat curious about this Sovereign Yu, could you enlighten me about this matter? Chinyu said abruptly. At this, Minghan's facial expression looked somewhat dumbfounded. As long as one is an immortal, how could not know of Sovereign Yu? He had suspected that Chinyu had undergone closed-door training in a remote place since childhood, that the fellow did not know much about the outside world. Nevertheless, Chinyu had asked the question, so he gave an honest reply. The immortal realm has about 20 stellar domains, of which there are 3 supreme figures who are Sovereign Yu, Emperor Xian and Emperor Qing. But their combined influence did not spread to less than half of the entire immortal realm. Minghan smiled. The immortal realm has a number of mystic emperors, each occupying a territory with their own influence. Although their individual sphere of influence was less than the three supreme figures of the immortal realm like Sovereign Yu and the others, the combined influence make up most of the immortal realm. Shin Yu nodded to himself. He finally could see the picture a little more clearly. It seems that this immortal realm is quite chaotic. Even the three supreme figures of the immortals could only spread their influence to a small part of the total region. The Elder wasn't finished. For example, this indigo-based star field was also quite chaotic, since the Silver Stream galaxy belonged to multiple powers. These powers included Sovereign Yu, Emperor Qing, Emperor Xian, other immortal emperors, and even devil emperors. It was a total mess. While the Elder spoke, Shin Yu listened quietly. He was like wandering blind man on regards to any matters of the immortal realm. With this train of thought, Shin Yu interrupted. Then that means Sovereign Yu is the most powerful of the three foremost figures of the immortal realm. Ming Han turned to stare at Shin Yu in mild surprise. Mr. Qin, this statement is incorrect. It seems to be true that you are usually undergoing closed-door training. You do not know of a variety of the simplest things of the immortal realm. Shin Yu did not know how to respond, so he just muttered, yes, that's right. Ming Han sighed and spoke with a touch of reverence. In terms of personal power, Sovereign Yu and the other two may be in the top few, but you cannot say that they are the three most powerful. In the immortal plane and immortal realm, there are numerous experts, many of which do not bother to occupy a large territory. Some of which could be super experts, whose strength was comparable to Sovereign Yu and the other two, but Shin Yu marveled at that revelation. He understood that some like to be revered like imperial personages and some like to live unfettered, unattached, and with freedom. Sovereign Yu and his lot of three are only regarded, on the surface, as the three most powerful, because the power struggles between them are visible. While, in terms of personal strength, there are a few that would match Sovereign Yu and the two other emperors. Ming Han sighed again. I still remember back in the days, when Emperor Ni Yang led his campaign across the immortal realm, Sovereign Yu and the other two had been allied together on the opposing side, but, it was unfortunate, Emperor Ni Yang vanished since then. Shin Yu smiled inwardly to himself. Not many people knew about Emperor Ni Yang's death. Emperor Ni Yang was indeed very powerful. It is said that his power could suppress Sovereign Yu and the like. However, he was defeated once, just once. That glorious battle shook the very pillars of existence in the entire immortal plane. It was that great of a battle. Ming Han was the great patriarch of a relatively large clan, so he knew about many events of the immortal plane. Emperor Ni Yang was defeated? But, by whom? Shin Yu had to satisfy his growing curiosity. He knew who Emperor Ni Yang was. The fellow was a level 8 mystic immortal and known to be the strongest sword immortal in offense. The fellow practiced the sword art of the heaven-sundering sword technique, while wielding the divine weapon, Sky Piercer, and adorned by the divine armor, Black Snow. How could he be defeated? That's right, because that battlefield was in our own indigo-based starfield. Ming Han cried out at a higher octave that emphasized the Elder's own excitement as he recalled that battle. Indigo-based starfield? Shin Yu's heart started to pump faster. He wondered who could beat Emperor Ni Yang. Who? He was completely taken by the adrenaline and drive of the story. Ming Han puffed up his chest and proclaimed with pride, the one who defeated Emperor Ni Yang was none other than the most respected super expert of my home, indigo-based starfield. That super expert is the absolute in the top few of the entire immortal plane, known as Emperor Yin. Emperor Yin? It was the first time Shin Yu had ever heard of this name before. Indigo-based starfield is at the boundaries of both the Devil Realm and the Immortal Realm, but neither party dares to openly attack each other in fear of offending Emperor Yin. In the Devil and Immortal Realms, no one, absolutely no one dares to show any disrespect to Emperor Yin. Ming Han chided. Shin Yu could not help but feel that this Emperor Yin is a third deterring power. With the presence of Emperor Yin, the indigo-based starfield would not fall into chaos. Emperor Yin does not bother with the power struggles, but prefers to live in his homeworld. A planet with extremely dense elemental energy, known as the Yin Emperor planet. Originally, the planet had a different name, but everyone had forgotten it. Now it is simply called the Yin Emperor planet. Ming Han had a far-off look, his eyes aflame with clear veneration and admiration. Shin Yu also felt somewhat apprehensive towards this Emperor Yin. For starters, to be able to defeat Emperor Ni Yang was a feat known only to a powerful figure of the top three in the immortal realm. In addition, that individual was not greedy or desired ruling power. The Yin Emperor planet has experts as common as clouds in the boundless sky. Many mystic immortal friends of Emperor Yin, as well as many Emperor Yin's disciples, reside on that planet. There are also many visiting admirers and experts that frequent the Yin Emperor planet. Though it is only one planet, but no one dares to offend or tread heavily there. Ming Han sighed with praise. Both Amber Moon and Yin Emperor planet are planets, but their prestige are like comparing an ant to heaven. Qin Yu snickered. How could Amber Moon be compared to Een Emperor Planet? Impossible. The other had countless mystic immortals, how could these two planets be compared? Ah, Een Emperor Planet. Qin Yu exclaimed in his heart. He longed to go there. That planet was like a hidden gem among countless basest metals. A place with concealed talents and powerful experts. I hear that on the Een Emperor Planet, one must be at least a mystic immortal, or else one would have to live humbly, otherwise, Ming Han smiled momentarily. Even Sovereign Yu and the like had once go to greet Emperor Een, but, well, that was just something I heard of. I do not know whether it was true or not. People generally have a sense of belonging as part of a faction, community or such. Even from the tone of voice from Ming Han, one could detect that unfettered pride to know that his own starfield, Indigo Bay, produced such a fearsome fellow known as Emperor Een. Qin Yu was also affected by Ming Han's infinite admiration that he promised himself. In the future, when I have the opportunity, I must go check out this Een Emperor Planet. Perhaps when he's found his sworn brothers and figured out the matter with Lear, he would take his brothers to visit this Een Emperor star. Whether it is Emperor Een or Emperor Yu, even the 18 emperors and 36 rulers are figures of immense power. They are all far above golden immortal like us. But, Ming Han showed a self-deprecating smile. Mr. Qin, do you know how many mystic immortals are there in our Silver Stream galaxy? And, how many golden immortals are there? Qin Yu shook his head in denial. I do not know. In the entire Silver Stream galaxy, of all the people in it there is only one mystic immortal and that is the Jade Sword Schoolmaster. Amongst those countless people, there are tens of thousands of golden immortals. Now, do you know the gap between golden immortals and mystic immortals? Ming Han chuckled lightly. Even the taciturn Qin Yu was shocked at this revelation. What about normal immortals? Normal immortals? Ming Han repeated and paused. In any one planet with life in the immortal plane, would have thousands if not tens of thousands of normal immortals. If it were the entire immortal plane, normal immortals are countless. You wouldn't even want to count them. That is how many there are, so many, that they are like a drop of water in an ocean. Qin Yu also crunched some of the statistics and found the number to be exponentially and incredibly high. Well, Honorable Senior, Mr. Qin, do you now know how lofty and superior immortal emperors are? So how could killing one Yen Gao of the golden immortal stage matter to the mystic immortal of the Jade Sword Schoolmaster? Ming Han proceeded to chuckle. Finally, Lan Feng mouthed lightly, Martial nephew, you should to lead the guests out. About this Yen Gao, I will prompt take the fellow's life. Yes, Martial uncle. Qin Yu bowed curtly then proceeded to lead the elders out of the bamboo garden. During the walk out, Ming Han asked Qin Yu to help quicken the completion of this task. Once the duo had finally left the premise, Qin Yu and Lan Feng quickly entered the enclosed cultivation chamber within the manor. Within the hidden cultivation chamber, Qin Yu was sitting cross-legged, while his sword immortal puppet, Lan Feng, stood aside motionlessly. Shuayan and Zhang Yuan stood outside as the gatekeepers of the chamber. Qin Yu immediately issued a command, Shuayan and Zhang Yuan. From now on, you will exercise caution while guarding the hidden chamber's exterior. If there are any important events, notify me using soul communication through your mind. Shuayan and Zhang Yuan bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, master. While sitting, Qin Yu looked inwardly with his mind's eye and promptly entered his soul-fused meteoric tear. Immediately after, his conscience flew into the core of the sword puppet. Soul separation, it is a skill that required the user to be at least at the Dongshu stage. It meant that his soul would be fused into the Yuanying. Qin Yu's level of comprehending the depth of practice path has allowed him to use soul separation with ease, and also view his internal sectors with ease as well. Separating from his body, his soul quickly entered the interior of the immortal sword puppet. Normally, he needed thought or action within his consciousness to control each movement of the sword immortal puppet. Once his soul had entered the puppet, controlling it would be like controlling his own body, making attacks, defense and movement sharper and distinguished. Qin Yu felt around his new vessel and could not help but lament at the prowess of its creator, Uncle Lan. This immortal sword puppet's body is incredibly tough and resilient and yet supple and elastic to the touch. Qin Yu, Lan Feng, immediately immersed his soul force with the world and applied the teleportation technique, then instantly vanished from the chamber. And his original body had also vanished from the hidden chamber. His original body had already been stored within the Nine Swords Immortal Mansion. Thankfully, no one was around to witness the scene where the hidden chamber was completely empty. Qin Yu's original body may be tough as an immortal, but it was far less resilient than the immortal puppet. Just the feeling of possessing the puppet, he marveled at the strength of its body, and thought it must be comparable to divine rank equipment. Its toughness wasn't a joke. In the late night sky above Lufeng City, a shadow stood above its airspace. Immortal class swords can change its shape and size, which means this body could also change. With that thought in mind, the puppet's body instantly grew about 5 to 6 centimeters, while a long cut of a scar appeared on the puppet's face. Since the body is so powerful, then I presume it can fly at high speeds as well. Xinyu had a toothy grin as he tested out his new toy. In the night sky of Lufeng City, the puppet's body shuddered and vanished, the air around its original position quivered and rippled. In one breath's time, Xinyu appeared at the nearby mountain peak overlooking Yinshan City. It may have been an instant, but it was purely based on flying speed and not by teleportation. Xinyu sighed in praise. This immortal sword puppet's body is at least 1,000 times stronger than my own body and speed is at least 10 times of my own. As soon as he was done, he resumed a taciturn expression, planning his next move. From his vantage, he could clearly see that this Yinshan City was much larger than Lufeng City. It seems the palaces of the Yen clan are much more luxurious and there are more subordinates as well. He noted all the distinctive features of headquarters of the Yen clan, as well as any details, paths, and overall size of the clan's land. It was still early night time. The entire Yen clan's headquarters was lit, most people were at home or meditating, but some disciples were wandering the lively streets of the city, exploring the nightlife. Pairs of armored guards continuously weaved around the clan's land, patrolling and unaware. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 9. Book 12 Xinyu, Chapter 9 Changed Affairs. Plus previously on Stellar Transformations. Lan Feng makes his appearance once again as Xinyu's martial uncle, this time, on a quest to kill Yen clan's patriarch, Yen Gao, asked by Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Minghan. During the request, Minghan revealed that Yen Gao was part of the Jade Sword School, whose master was one of the 36 rulers under Sovereign Yu. Xinyu also learnt of a legendary battle long ago between Emperor Enai Yang and the elusive Emperor Yin. Nevertheless, he still undertook the task and traveled to the city where Yen Gao resides, Yinshan City. Colorful lights lit the wide boulevards of the streets of Yinshan City. Shoppers and carousers came and went, going about and enjoying the city nightlife. To Zayashinists, sleep wasn't an imperative. Naturally, many people crowded the streets of the city, whether it was with friends or by themselves. Xinyu was but one of those people that walked the streets of this big city. He was one of them. Even walking in the middle of the street, he was already one with the magical night market and festive citizens of the city. He had one thought: killing Yen Gao is not urgent. For now, I'll enjoy this festive mood. He thorough-browsed over the market goods, completely at ease with the pleasant mood. On the streets he saw handsome men, pretty boys, beautiful ladies, and seductive women. There were even people of high status, arrogant people, aggressive people, and many more. There were all sorts of colorful people on the streets of Yinshan City. One had to be careful amidst this wondrous parade, after all. Zayashinists can change their appearances. Sigh, what a sensual-looking young lady with such bewitching beauty. Xinyu had settled his gaze on a young lady in a sensual green gown not too far down the street. He could not help but sigh in appreciation. That's right, he only praised from the perspective of a viewer appreciating beauty. Mistress, Amber Moon Planet is famed for its fabulous teas, in particular the one known as the gliding maple leaf red tea. It is one of its native tastes, we should try it out. A lithe young female attendant suggested to the lady in green slightly in front of her. The lady in green nodded with poise, I guess so, with a hint of smile in voice. Promptly, the two ladies entered the tea house, gliding maple leaf tea house. The ladies' voices traveled up the road and into Xinyu's ears. Gliding maple leaf tea house, eh? If it is as the lady said as a must-see place, I should go as well. Xinyu was piqued by the information, and a head full of curiosity, he also stepped into the tea house. Just as his foot was about to cross the threshold of the tea house's main door, he frowned with annoyance. Seems that there are some stalkers watching my movement? A part of his mind rang with alarm. After fusing his soul with the meteoric tear, Xinyu has raised the level of sensitivity of detecting soul force. Though he was only a level 8 immortal, even whenever a level 2 golden immortal like Lu Minghan shifted their sights on him, he could clearly detect it. On the contrary, the stalker who had just fixed their sights on Xinyu, he could only vaguely feel the other's gaze. All this happened in an instant. Without pause nor a change in his facial expressions, Xinyu entered the tea house. Across the street on the veranda of a restaurant, a wizened old man swept a quick inspection of the tea house, confirmed to himself, the most powerful person in the tea house is only a level 8 immortal. There is no danger to the young mistress. Inside the tea house, Xinyu was considering the tea house's menus and was somewhat surprised to see the figures on it. I must say, only the rich could enjoy the things in this gliding maple leaf tea house. The highest priced selection of tea is 100 stones, which is about 1 mid-grade stone. I guess only Dunwell immortals could afford such extravagance. It was the normal day for the famed tea house. There was only a handful of customers, but what was astonishing that all of them were immortals of least level 5. The lady in green that entered just slightly ahead of Chinyu was the lowest level at level 1, while her attendant was already a level 7 immortal. Chinyu deft lifted his teacup, the aromatic fragrance of the tea immediately hit his sinuses. The warm draft from the steam bathed his heart in splendor which slowly dissipated as he lifted the teacup away. Truly great tea, it is. Just the fragrance of the saturated leaves are enough to leave such miraculous effect on Chinyu. He could only gasp in marvel of such great tea. The waitress at his left side set down the teapot and said, "Seems that the young master is not from around here, right?" Chinyu slowly confirmed and glanced at the waiter who continued, "The only thing that makes Amber Moon well known is this gliding maple leaf tea. Of the entire domain of the Silver Stream Galaxy, there are only 2 places that produce this tea leaves, one is our planet and the other is the Red Leaf Planet. Though, the yield of our Amber Moon is significantly lower and also our cities are less populated and less wealthy." The waitress didn't even pause at all, as she rattled on with a hint of pride, "Amber Moon is but a small rural place, and naturally the prices are very low. A jug of gliding maple leaf tea is only priced at 100, whereas at Red Leaf Planet, it is priced at 200. And in any other places in the Immortal and Devil realms, a single jug could cost up to 1,000 or so stones." A few booths away, the female attendant of that lady in green said aloud, "Well spoken. The gliding maple leaf tea at our place costs around 500, and yet cannot compare with the quality of the tea here. What do you say, mistress?" Finally, Chinyu slowly took a few light sips and rolled the fluid around in his mouth, prolonging the moment and tasting the tea. He put down the cup delicately, and asked the waitress, "How much stock of this gliding maple leaf tea leaves does this tea house have? If possible, I would like to purchase some." The waitress' eyes lit up. "Young master, please wait for a moment, I will go inform the owner." A moment later, the owner arrived to negotiate selling price, but Chinyu didn't bother haggling one bit. He immediately took out 12 pieces of high-grade holy elemental ores to purchase around 90% of all the tea house's stocks. That left 10% for the tea house to use to entertain and receive guests. After the flashby, Chinyu sat back and leisurely enjoyed his tea, savoring every flavor. A booming voice rang throughout the tea house, "Third brother, do you have any more stock of gliding maple leaf tea leaves?" Almost all the guests simultaneously frowned in annoyance. Multiple pairs of eyes looked pointedly towards the source of the interruption. The source of the disturbance was a dignified-looking middle-aged man at the entrance of the tea house. The tea house owner immediately walked out from the rear of the tea house. He was already shaking his head. "Eldest brother, I afraid almost all of my stock was sold out. I have very little left that I was already planning to get some from you." The man at the entrance looked somewhat helpless. "I'm out of stock as well. You know how much the great patriarch loves gliding maple leaf tea. The moment he leaves his most recent closed-door training session, he most definitely wants some. I've already ran around a few places and was without luck. It seems that we must go replenish our stocks at Red Leaf Planet. Sadly though, Amber Moon does produce these tea leaves locally, but the production is barely able to cover the usage of it for its locals." The tea house owner pursed his lips. Red Leaf Planet? Not to mention travel expenses, even the prices there are double of what we have here. The man at the entrance also looked reluctant but replied, "For the sake of the great patriarch, this amount of money is worthwhile." The tea house owner pondered for a moment, and walked over to Chinyu's booth. "Young master, could I please withdraw your earlier purchase of the tea leaves, and likewise, I will also return the 12 pieces of high-grade ores." Chinyu frowned in annoyance at the tea house owner's request. "Is this how you do business?" "Young master, I am called Yen Wu Tao, this establishment is also part of the Yen clan. I hope that the young master could give us some face." The man at the entrance walked over to the booth. "Of course, you can name the price. How about 15 high-grade ores? They just sold the leaves and yet now they want them returned?" Chinyu stared at no one in particular, and said, "Do I look like someone who lacks money?" He hadn't even bothered haggling before and instantly took out 12 high-grade ores. Why would he be a kind of person to care about that sort of money? The tea house owner and Wu Tao stiffened. "Did you just say that your great patriarch has entered closed-door training?" Realization dawned on Chinyu. When he put the facts, 1, they are Yen clan's people and 2, they said their patriarch was in closed-door training, together, it meant that the Yen patriarch must have entered seclusion. Wu Tao immediately replied, "That's right, the patriarch has entered seclusion, but when he comes out, it would require this tea. Could you please part with it?" In seclusion, Chinyu did not wait any longer, he immediately left the tea house while ignoring the 2 men's pleas. Following his leave, the 2 shouted after him in vain, "Hey, wait, customer. Walking down the street, Xinyu sighed helplessly. Just when I was about to go trouble the Yin patriarch, I find the man has entered closed-door training. I can only go see how strong the forces are protecting his closed-door training location. Yes. Xinyu eyes lit up with resolution. I'll just grab someone and interrogate them. With a quivering movement of his body, he vanished from sight. Wu Tao was feeling very frustrated as he walked out of the tea house and into a nearby alley. Back then in the tea house, the customer, Xinyu, maintained an uncaring attitude. It had made he quite furious. He wanted dearly to kill Xinyu, but when he probed Xinyu, he found he couldn't determine the other's strength. That could only mean one thing: Xinyu was much stronger than him. This made him quite cautious. Not to mention the extravagant and lavish gesture to buy out the tea house, coupled with that individual's strength, his Yen clan couldn't afford to offend that kind of person with such strong backing. He knew his Yen clan was just a small ruler of one planet, and couldn't compare with some of the bigger players in the immortal plane. A voice resounded out, breaking Wu Tao out of his reverie. Are you Yen Wu Tao? The man in question flinched with surprise. Who is calling for me? Before Wu Tao could speak again, he suddenly felt his mind had blanked out, and the next moment, everything turned black. With Wu Tao captive, Xinyu pulled the fool deeper into the secluded alley, out of the prying eyes and ears of the city goers. With my meteoric tear, using this technique has become quite easy. Xinyu was currently controlling the man in question, Yen Wu Tao. For one, he was much stronger than Wu Tao, and two, he had the constant aid supplied by the meteoric tear. Now, tell me, when did the patriarch enter closed-door training? Wu Yen blinked blankly, and looked listless. Even his eyes were lifeless like marbles. Words dropped out of his mouth in monotone. The patriarch retreated 3 days ago. Another calm question came his way. It sounded slurred like a hypnotist's serene voice. Tell me, when will he exit seclusion? This time, the answer came out in better formation. I do not know. The great patriarch had said that it could be 1 day or it could be 1 year. But, he said this time it should be no more than 2 to 4 weeks. Silence. Xinyu was somewhat satisfied by the answer. That's right, he could wait a few weeks, and he was in no hurry. Of course, the quicker the deed is done, the better it is for him. He already had determined that Wu Tao was a level 5 immortal. A immortal at that level should have a relatively high position within the Yen clan, which meant the fellow would know about many things. Then he asked the third question: where is the patriarch conducting his closed-door training? Another mechanical reply: in Sword Immortal Temple. Sword Immortal Temple, is it? The fellow nodded in slow motion. Without pause, Xinyu asked again, how are the defenses? Sword Immortal Temple is a formation array created by the patriarch himself with the aid of his fellow martial brothers. The defensive ability is very high. The patriarch once boasted that even a level 9 golden sword immortal would have difficulty breaking into the Sword Immortal Temple. Silence. Xinyu was carefully digesting the information. Martial brothers of Yen Gao must be the disciples of the Jade Sword School. Since Yen Gao himself is a level 6 golden immortal, then his martial brothers are most likely at the same level. In that case, the formation array of their combined efforts should have enough power to defend a level 9 golden immortal's assault. What Xinyu did know was that the strongest of Yen Gao's martial brothers had reached level 9 golden immortal. So the combined creation of a defensive formation will not simply defend against a level 9 golden immortal's attack, but also restricts the attacker. Xin asked again, who? Who is the clan leader of the house at the moment? And what is that fellow's power level? He wanted to know as much about the Yen clan as possible, especially the current clan leader. He knew that a family's wealth is divided into 3 portions. The first is held by the strongest of the clan, the second is held by the clan leader, and the third is stored in the clan's shared warehouses. Since Yen Gao is in seclusion, then it's high time to deal with the clan leader, which is right now. The answer came after his short soliloquy. The clan leader is Yen Su Tan and is a level 1 golden immortal. The interrogation went on. Then is Yen Su Tian a sword immortal? How many sword immortal does the Yen clan have? This time the interrogated gave a detailed explanation. No, the clan leader only practices the clan's internal arts. In our family, only 3 are sword immortals. One is our great patriarch, while the other 2 are common immortal stage sword immortals. Xinyu grunted with satisfaction. Now, you can lay down and sleep. Xinyu dismissed the somewhat slack-jawed Wu Tao, and merged back into the shadows. Yen Su Lan. He was the second most powerful expert of the Yen clan and also the current clan leader. His residence was a luxurious palace populated with dense packets of security detail and flourishing botanic gardens. Between patrolling guards and being the second strongest in the clan, the defenses are naturally very tight. In the palace bedchamber, Su Lan was sitting cross-legged on the master bed, in his hand held a high-grade holy elemental ore. Streams of energy continuously flowed from the rock and into his body. The man had a noble but fierce air about him, even his eyebrows were shaped like spears. A hollow voice rang about the bedchamber. Yan Su Lan. The man on the bed shouted, "Who is it?" His eyelids immediately shot open, his gaze flickered side to side like probing lasers. Shiyu. A wave of sword energy had already arrived at the man's face. All one could see was a look of frozen surprise on the man's face, before his body fell apart to each side. At the same time, his interspatial ring and a few immortal equipment appeared by the man's side. The intruder appeared beside the bed and leisurely approached the loot. The intruder was precisely Qin Yu. Well, whatever the goods, at least there is a level 1 golden immortal's yuanying. It shouldn't be wasted. Qin Yu quickly stored the yuanying, and the other dropped goods into his blazing ice ring. He lifted the dropped interspatial ring for inspection inside, 3 voice transfer talisman beads, not bad. A few immortal class items. Sai the best is only at middle grade, that's too poor. Last but not least, top grade holy elemental ores, only 8 pieces? The fact was that Qin Yu did not know much about the wealth of the Yin clan, nor did he know how wealthy the clan was. He turned and left, riding the wind outwards. In his wake was the desolate corpse of Yan Su Lan, whose eyes were still wide open, uncomprehending how he died. The next morning, 2 servants of the clan leader's palace shifted from one foot to another as they shouted to rouse the master, but no responses were heard. They looked at one another. One on the left thought aloud, "What is wrong with the master? Did something happen?" The other dismissed the first, "Impossible. It must mean the master had already left the house. Why wouldn't he respond? You should already know that even if the master is asleep, he would hear our cries." The first looked sheepishly at the second. "Well, then. We will enter master's room to clean." The 2 servants promptly entered the house and started cleaning and organizing the items in the house. Slowly but surely they worked their way towards the bedchamber. The moment they approached the bed, "Ah!" the first shrieked. The other cried out, "Ah! Master, master!" In the short minutes that trickled by, every elder, disciple and member of the Yin clan had heard of the clan leader's death. Each searched in frenzied manner for the would-be murderer of their clan leader, but all was in vain. Even they know that it was impossible for themselves to find that person given how quickly and quietly the murderer managed to kill the clan leader. Only the patriarch of the family could be able to achieve success. In a village hospital near the foothills of the Yinshan city, a wizened old man bowed respectfully at a familiar lady in green. "Mistress, we should return. Amber Moon is no longer safe." But the lady in question puckered her sweet, rosy lips, while drumming her delicate fingers, and shook her head. "Let's stay and play for a few more days." The old man sighed again. "Mistress, last night the Yin clan's clan leader was assassinated. When I investigated the area that Yan Su Lan was killed, there wasn't the slightest life aura present. I could barely detect the slightest trace of sword energy in the area. I presume the assassin is at least a level 9 golden immortal, or it could have been a mystic immortal. Mistress, it is no longer safe for you to stay here, that sort of expert could pose a threat to the mistress." The young lady uttered a cute and muffled cry, then reluctantly agreed, "All right then. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 12, Chapter 10. Book 12 Qin Yu, Chapter 10 Valiant. Plus previously on Stellar Transformations. Qin Yu and Lan Feng's slightly morphed body had arrived at Yinshan City, city of the Yin clan. There he encountered a rare beauty and a special tea house, and learnt of Yin Gao's seclusion. Seeing how the location of Yin Gao's closed-door training is impenetrable, he chose to assassinate and rob the Yin clan's clan leader. People slowly trickled into the Yin clan's great hall, one after another, elders and disciples wearing gloomy and sullen faces. Amongst them was elders Yan Su Fan and Yan Su Yen. Su Fan mumbled to the elder next to him, "Second elder, you are the next in line in terms of seniority. Please go and speak for us." The elders had sorrowful faces. The second elder took a deep breath and felt determination gradually return to his posture. "Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, last night, the clan leader was murdered within his own home, and yet no one in the surroundings felt anything amiss." He paused and swept his gaze across all present, swallowed and continued, "As of now, we are expending all efforts to find the killer. Everyone is looking out for the man in question, but it is only a display. Knowing that the killer could take out Su Lan must mean the killer is, at least, a golden immortal. If the killer wanted to escape, he would have used greater teleportation to get away. So even if we look, we wouldn't even catch a shadow. The crowds of people all wore self-mocking smiles and bitter faces. What the elder said was the truth. Though many people were dispatched to search for the would-be killer, but it was a quest fated to be fruitless. The killer must be at least a golden immortal, and as a golden immortal who has greater teleportation to escape, how could anyone find anything? Second elder. Someone has killed our clan leader, and do we just swallow that down and act as if nothing has happened? Or do we take our revenge? Su Tan asked a little agitatedly. Su Fan reprimanded the speaker. Fourth elder, keep you calm. The announcer, the second elder, slowly shook his head to refute. Our Yen family is far too feeble. Simply relying on ourselves is impossible. Hearing this, Su Fan looked up with hope at the speaker. Second elder, your meaning is? The second elder nodded to Su Fan and to everyone at large. Exactly. We must find a way to acquire some help from the Jade Sword School. If they are willing to help, then the chances of revenge is very high, but unfortunately we do not have much influence over the school or relate to them in any way. This matter, we must let the great patriarch to act. Since the patriarch is a disciple of the school, his word would weigh more than ours. But the patriarch is currently undergoing closed-door training. The wife of the clan leader instantly looked up at the announcer with a helpless look. The second elder and also the announcer nodded solemnly. That's right, we can only wait. This time the patriarch wishes to reach the 7th level of the golden immortal stage before exiting his training. If we were to disturb him before he reaches his goal, we would be labeled as traitors or criminals of the Yen family. Everyone in the hall knew that the patriarch is of more importance than Lu Sulan, the clan leader. Though the latter is dead, as long as the Yen Gao, the patriarch, is around, the Yen family can still stand up proudly, with their heads held high, on Amber Moon. But if Yen Gao were to perish and be destroyed in both body and soul, Yen family would never stand up again. They would be heavily suppressed or suffocated by the other two great families. In a remote village on the borders of the controlled boundaries of the city, Yen Shan, a Ziotionist, is currently in thought. The Ziotionist was sitting in the front courtyard of a well-sized residence. It was Qin Yu. He had bought the residence with one piece of mid-grade holy elemental ore. He didn't bother negotiating and immediately bought the place. The payment was worth far more the house, at least for any Ziationists it was. He was currently deep in thought and inspecting the goods in Su Lan's possessions. He sighed. I'd never have thought that this Yen Su Lan would be so ruthless. He had picked up several receipts showing sums of money to be owed to him. According to his understanding, these were similar to high-interest rate loans from loan sharks of his Qianlong continent. He was only mildly surprised at these packets of receipts, but what was more shocking was that the receipts were signed with blood oaths. From his palm came rivulets of purple heavenly fire and immediately burned all the receipts, reducing them to smoldering ashes. Through the blood oath seal, the many contractors of the oath would have felt the change as the receipts or contracts were burnt. Their contractors were driven into frenzied states just from the presence of these extreme loans. Naturally, they would be overjoyed to find the contracts were not in existence and they did not have to pay back the money. Qin Yu frowned at his inspection. This is strange, very peculiar. For the last million years, the control of the teleportation arrays was almost always claimed by the Yen clan. Logically speaking, the accumulative wealth should be at least several billions, but in actuality, there's only 100 million. He swept his immortal-class spiritual senses once more into Su Lan's interspatial storage ring. He was very positive the total amount of all the holy elemental ore summed to only 100 million. Now the question was, for a large clan, how and why would their clan leader's wealth be so small? He threw the ring into his own storage unit and sat back down in a meditative position. Forget this. I'd rather spend the time training. Instead of returning to his original body, he chose stay within his puppet, because he was training in the ways of the soul. Wherever his soul goes, he can train there. In the immortal plane, strength is absolute. This doesn't just mean personal power, but also strength in the mind and soul. With these as absolutes, once the possessor kills, the target will be killed without quarrel. If the possessor showed mercy time and time again, they would not live long. Qin Yu was no exception. Over the timeless years of meditation and training, his heart had become stone cold and more ruthless as the time passed. Perhaps the only shred of humanity and love left in his heart is his familial love, his brotherhood, his significant other, and these remain in his heart for all eternity. The Yen clan's sword immortal temple. A middle-aged man sat in the center of the temple. Despite man's looks of about middle ages, his eyebrows were completely white and hung down from the two outsides of his face. Around him was waves of sword energy was emitted and absorbed. Suddenly, the same drooping brows floated up by formless energies. Instead of emitting energy, all the energy around him was instantly converged with him as the epicenter. The oppressive force of such highly concentrated sword energy caused a heavy suffocating atmosphere in the chamber around him. The man, himself, was heating up quite quickly. His face was red from constant exertion. It was red. Now it turned purple. Steam and energy was expelled out of the man's nostrils. From within 2 waves of oppressive sword energy was sent outwards, which encircled his body and flew back in. The process was repeated, each time the interval between breaths was shortened, until the man's body started to shake uncontrollably. Boom, dot. So. Countless waves of sword energy erupted from the man's body, expanding outwards in all directions and slammed into the barrier applied on this sword immortal temple. The barrier only rippled slightly without much change. It was, after all, a formation barrier constructed by the man and his fellow martial brothers of high pedigree. In the silence that followed, the man breathed out and said with a satisfied look, "I've succeeded. I've finally reached the 7th level of the golden immortal stage." The middle-aged man's eyes shot open, and from within blazing light shot out. The man's name was Yan Gao. He was the patriarch, who'd undergone closed-door training some time ago. A while ago, he had sensed that he was at peak of the 6th level of the golden immortal and only 1 step away from breaking through. So this time, the closed-door training had succeeded to allow him to reach level 7. Of the Jade Sword School which he was part of, his achievements and prowess was only considered to the mid-low, in other words he was below average. He belonged to the 3rd generation of disciples. The 1st generation was also the schoolmaster and was a mystic immortal at the 1st level. The 2nd generation constituted of 8 disciples, 7 of which were level 9 golden immortals and 1 was a level 8 golden immortal. In the 3rd generation, there were dozens of disciples. Of them, 6 were level 9, level 8 were numbered in between 10 and 20. As for level 7 golden immortals were plentiful, and the rest of the disciples were level 6 golden immortals. Since Yan Gao has reached level 7, he had finally broken through to the average level of the 3rd generation. With a casual flip of his hand, a voice transfer talisman appeared. With a content look, Yan Gao spoke aloud respectfully, "Master, I've reached the 7th level of the golden immortal stage." His master was Yu Dian of the 2nd generation of Jade Sword School disciples. His master was also the only one among the 2nd generation at the 8th level of the golden immortal stage. But in terms of governing and management capabilities, his master is top-ranked. So despite his master low cultivation achievements, Yu Dian still held a relatively high position and status within the school. Yu Dian also looked quite happy. "My disciple, you have finally reached level 7 golden immortal stage." "That's good, very good. I've wanted you to help me with some matters, but was worried that you may not have the commanding aura when you were still at level 6. In a few days, you should come to the Red Lead planet and report to me." In terms of trust and assurance, using one's own disciples was most assuring. "Master, rest assured, this disciple will first make some arrangements for his own family, then immediately rush over there." Yan Gao was not an idiot. How can a small planet like Amber Moon allow him to achieve anything? He was elated at his master's request, and eager to be on his way. The Red Lead planet was situated in the heart of the Silver Stream Galaxy, where there are many powerful experts residing, so for his own development, that planet would be more promising. He had already planned to use the connection between the Jade Sword School and Sovereign Yu, to allow him, one day, to work at Sovereign Yu's side. Even by the end of the voice transfer call, his face was full of smiles. "This Amber Moon too small and non-profitable for me. I've only got 1 top-grade immortal class weapon, which had come with generous help from my master, or else I wouldn't be able to obtain. Once I've reached the Red Lead planet and started working with the Jade Sword School, not only will I be able to be respected and gain prestige, but treasures would be abundant too." But afterwards, he sent out his immortal spiritual powers to encompass his family's town. "Yan Shua, Yan Lan, I'm about to exit the closed-door training area." He was startled to find that he couldn't find Yan Lan's voice transfer signature, and promptly expanded his field of search. However, when he had encompassed the entire mountain range around his home city, he still couldn't find Yan Lan. The replying message from Yan Shua made his blood freeze. "Great Patriarch, the clan leader has been murdered." He had just broken through to the 7th level of the golden immortal stage, also received praise and a job from his master, and was feeling on top of the moon. But now a single piece of news had ruined his parade and darkened his mood. "And what about the killer?" The 2nd elder jumped into the communications link. "Great Patriarch, the assassin snuck in the darkness of the night and killed the clan leader. No one saw the face of the killer nor their escape. As such, we have no way to find the killer." Yan Gao grounded his molars in rage. His face had become the incarnation of a demon's. "Wait until I get there." His message had been broadcasted to every child, disciple, and member of the Yan clan, even those who did not have the status to attend the gathering in the main hall. Only a few was deeply impacted by the death, and in most cases, Yan Su Lan's death had little impact on the family as a whole. That was because the pillar that supported the Yin clan was the patriarch, Yin Gao. Within the courtyard of a remote mountain village, Qin Yu could clearly feel the probing sweep of Yin Gao's immortal spirit power. Though the difference of soul power between the two was large, but thanks to the fusing with the meteoric tear, Qin Yu's immortal powers became very sensitive to the point where he could clearly detect the other. The old man finished his training, huh? He looked up into the horizon in the direction of the Yin clan's headquarters, and with a slight shake of his body, he vanished from sight. Within the main hall of the Yin family's headquarters, chatter filled the main hall. On this day, around 100 family members gathered in the main hall. These 100 were all the elites of the Yin family, even the previously held captive Yin Wu Tao was present. At the time, Qin Yu only captured and interrogated Wu Tao, then put the fellow into an amnesiac coma, and didn't kill the fellow. A harsh voice boomed in the hall, "Silence!" Su Fan, an elder of the family, looked onwards in the distance as he finished his shout. Every bicker and chatter stopped in mid-sentence like someone had frozen time in the main hall. Not one peep of sound escaped another one's lips, because they had all guessed, the great patriarch had arrived, but from behind the rear screens of the main hall, the patriarch and the second elder walk out. The former was in front while the elder walked behind. The patriarch commanded a fierce aura that swept outwards, with brows like spears and a dark skull. Every Yin family member could hardly take a breath. The two elders approached three high-backed thrones at the rear of the hall. The patriarch sat down in the center and the second elder sat to his left. Normally, the clan leader would sit in the middle while the two would sit at either side. Today, to the patriarch's right sat clan elder Yin Shuo. Yin Gao fixed everyone below, in the hall, a stony stare. I just finished my training, only to hear a very infuriating piece of news. Su Lan had been killed. If his eyes did not convey the smoldering anger within, then his words definitely did. Every member in the main hall could not even speak out. His face still deadpanned as he continued, I know this matter has little importance to you all, since killing Su Lan meant the killer must be at least a golden immortal. Everyone has been called here today for two reasons. One is to swear to avenge Su Lan, and the second is to elect a new clan leader. A clan leader election? If the patriarch was going to vote, then no one could dare oppose. But now is not the time to discuss that. He paused. Then he continued lightly, the biggest problem is revenge for Su Lan. We do not have any information about this killer. I ask any of our honored guests, have you found any information about the enemy? These honored guests only shook their heads in shame. Without any clues about the identity of the murder, how could they find any information? Right at this moment, a voice rang out in the hall, I have some information about the killer. The speaker was of a thin and lanky-built man with a fierce and cold expression. On the man's face was a nasty and straight scar that accentuated the man's murderous look. On the man's back was the hilt of an immortal-class long sword. Any immortal wield a visible sword is a special characteristic known to only sword immortals. The newcomer was Qin Yu in the guise of his immortal sword puppet's body. Su Fan snapped at the newcomer, who are you? Who let you enter the glorious mane of my Yin family's headquarters? The fellow was a strong contender for the clan leader position within the family, naturally, wanted to show some poise and command in front of the patriarch. You, silence fool. Qin Yu didn't even look at the man and snapped at him with disdain, I am speaking with the great patriarch, not some puny junior of the likes of you. He didn't bother give the man any shred of respect at all, only a disdainful look. The man wasn't even a golden immortal, and in his eyes such person wasn't even worth the dirt on his boots. Yin Gao spoke with a polite tone, this one is the third generation and a disciple of the Jade Sword School, and is called Yin Gao. May I ask which school is fellow sword disciple from? Qin Yu had deliberately leaked some of his strength and soul force out to allow the other to probe. The fellow thought Qin Yu was just a level 8 normal immortal, and was unconcerned about his arrival. The only reason why the fellow asked was because on his back was a sword which symbolized he came from a sword immortal school. A sword immortal school was numerous in the immortal plane. Many were very powerful, and the Jade Sword School was just a small school compared to those greater powers. What Yin Gao feared wasn't Qin Yu, but the powerful school behind Qin Yu. Qin Yu laughed timidly, I'm not part of a particular school. He could see the fellow's face fell into a scowl. Did you come to fool me with some kind of trick? The second elder to his left exclaimed, Great Patriarch, those who dare to trespass in my Yin clan's main hall is already committing a great crime. Now that trespasser dares to show such audacity to mouth off in its wall, he should be punished accordingly. Qin Yu's face instantly sharpened with a murderous expression. I didn't come to fool you, but to kill you. He had already grasped the hilt of his long sword behind his back. In the next instance, he had drawn his sword and activated the seventh technique of the heaven-sundering sword style. A fiercely thin wave of opaque sword spirit howled towards Yin Gao, who had also pulled his sword out and promptly erupted in explosive power. Shi Yin. Before Yan Gao could even unleash his own attack, a thin line had appeared from his head to his nether region, a look of disbelief still visible in the fellow's eyes as his body fell to the floor and split apart. Body fluids gushed out in fountains, blood vessels and cranium matter splattered on the raised platform where the ruling seat stood. In one sword stroke, the level 7 golden sword immortal, Yan Gao, had died. Everywhere and everyone around was petrified in shock, in dismay, as if time had really stopped. Their clan's sole guardian angel, Yan Gao, and the greatest power had died. And died so pitifully. No one reacted as Qin Yu picked up the Yuanying of their venerated elder. A level 7 golden immortal Yuanying shouldn't be waste. It definitely shouldn't be wasted, because the reality still couldn't be accepted by the onlookers. Qin Yu smiled and stored the Yuanying in his blazing ice ring, then disappeared from the main hall. When they heard the newcomer's voice and watched the man take the Yuanying and disappear, and only then did the crowd wake from their stupor into reality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 11. Book 12 Qin Yu, Chapter 11 Seclusion. Plus previously on Stellar Transformations. Having killed the Yan clan's clan leader, Qin Yu waited in a remote corner of the city boundaries, waiting for Yan Gao to leave seclusion. Upon discovering the man had finished training, he barged into the main hall where all of the elite members of the Yan clan gathered, and where Yan Gao was. There he took the man's life in front of the eyes of all. All of a sudden, cries and rancor shattered the silence in the Yan clan's main hall. The great patriarch is dead. Every single onlooker was a disciple and child of the family, and every one of them stared stupidly at the gory remains at the foot of the central throne. Patriarch Yan Gao was a guardian angel to the family, but for these disciples the man was more than that. He was an invincible god worshipped by many. However, on this day, that invincible god known as Yan Gao, a valiant and heroic entity, was killed in a single sword stroke by the enemy. Amidst all this shock, Su Fan's voice rang in their ears, "Catch the murderer, go catch that murderer." Following this shout, the entire hall erupted in shouts and cries. Many members of the family roared in agony, others ran about hurriedly and the rest busied themselves to look for the murderer. It was all hot air and no action, and they all know it. For them, they knew that for an enemy to be able to kill the patriarch in one sword stroke, wiping them out of existence was as easy as turning their hand over. Still, chaos ensued and frantic bodies milled around in the main hall. Amidst this chaotic display, the elder Su Fan gestured to the second elder across him. "Second elder?" The second elder had a very ugly expression and spoke to Yin Shua. "The other elder, our elder brother, is a third-generation disciple of the Jade Sword School. Any who dares to act against him would incur the wrath of the school behind him. Contact the Jade Sword School, and have them to deal with this issue." Su Fan also agreed. "If our Yin clan hands over 90% of our century-worth profits to the Jade Sword School, they'll likely to take up our request." Far away, Yan Gao's master Yu Dian, a second-generation level 8 golden immortal, was standing on the surface of a nameless planet in the Indigo Bay star field. The man was preparing to use this particular planet's teleportation array to continue his journey. Suddenly, alerted by the voice transfer talisman in his spatial ring, he halted his steps and took out the talisman. On the other end was one of his disciples named Feng Shan. "Master, there has been a big incident." Standing beside the huge teleportation array, Yu Dian paused and shook himself helplessly. He has many disciples, but among them Yan Gao has the lowest strength and worst aptitude with the best disposition. The man neither gets flustered nor daunted by any task. For disciple Yan Gao, he feels he has a special connection with the man. In many ways, he was very similar to Yan Gao. As a second-generation Jade Sword School practitioner, he was the runt of the 8 second-generation disciples. Where the 7 others were all level 9 golden immortals, he was only a level 8 golden immortal. But, in terms of maturity, strategy and managing, he was, by far, the best of all the second-generation disciples. Similarly, Yan Gao is the weakest disciple, but the most mature. When he looked at Yan Gao, he saw himself years ago, the runt of the litter. So when he was about to leave the Silver Stream Galaxy, he was preparing to let Yan Gao take over all the matters in the galaxy's commanding planet, Red Leaf Planet. He was ready to train Yan Gao to become his successor. Snapping out of his memories, he sent a reply, "Feng Shan, no need to be in such a rush. You should try learn a little from your junior Yan Gao to be a bit more composed." He scolded lightly, and asked, "All right then, what matter is causing such a fuss?" The breathless reply rooted him to the ground and left him dazed. "Master, Yan Gao has been killed." Finally he stuttered out, What? Haha, what did you say?" He could barely believe what he was hearing. A day ago, his disciple Yan Gao sent him a message saying that he had broken through the level 6 golden immortal stage to level 7, but today, the fellow at the other end carefully selected his next words: martial brother Yan Gao has died. The killer was a sword immortal, who had killed him in the main hall of the Yin clan boldly and undisguised. There was a visible pause as the man gulped and continued, this piece of news was just sent over by the clansman of the Yin family. Yu Dian felt a little lightheaded and woozy, but soon recovered enough to reply, Fengshan, you said the killer was a sword immortal, right? Who is it? His voice quivered a little with fury. Fengshan answered, Master, I had questioned the Yin clan about the incident. They passed over a detailed account of the person's appearance, but with just the killer's appearance, we cannot accurately determine who the killer is. If the killer could alter their appearance then. He was a man who managed all the affairs of the Jade Sword School, no matter large or small. After grieving his lost disciple for a very short while, he had already recovered his stony and calculating look, and instructed his disciple. No one is to worry about this matter for now. As for the affairs on the Red Leaf Planet, leave them to your eldest martial brother. About the Yan Gao incident. Wait until I return. He wasn't one who would allow emotions to cloud his sound judgment. He could clearly understand that anyone who could kill a level 7 golden immortal in broad daylight, boldly and undisguised, definitely has superior power. Yes, master. On the other end, Fengshan finally loosed a breath. He also knew the murderer had to have strength beyond Yan Gao, naturally, did not want to go investigation such a figure. Yu Dian withdrew his voice transfer talisman bead and stride forward to the teleportation array. He was a man who held great responsibility. Not only was he a representative for the schoolmaster of the Jade Sword School, but he also would go on the behalf of Emperor Yu and the Devil Realm, as their middleman on important matters. So he could not postpone it a bit. He was due to reach his destination of the core and commanding planet of Indigo Bay Starfield, the Blue Solar Star. From here to there and the matters accompanying the Devil Realm side as well, it would all take a large amount of time. He thought about it with frustration, sigh no matter, Emperor Yu's matters are of the utmost importance, if I screw up, not only will I feel the Emperor's wrath but my schoolmaster would also feel the aftershock of it. First things first. I will sort this matter out, then return and carefully go over this Yan Gao incident. With his plans complete, he stepped into the teleportation array, paid the toll of 300 then vanished as a beam of light into the furthest distance. Within the bamboo garden, two Lu family elders was present to thank Qin Yu about their request. The patriarch of the Lu clan was the first to speak. Mr. Qin, I wish to convey our deepest thanks about this recent ordeal. He had just been sent the good news. With Yan Gao dead, the Yin family could be suppressed with ease. Qin Yu laughed lightly. It was just a small matter, no need to be so thankful to me. After all, it was my martial uncle who had received your request. Oh, there is one thing my martial uncle was discontent with. The patriarch, Ming Han, looked puzzled. With what matter? Qin Yu mimicked Ming Han's puzzled look. You had said that the Yin family had been in control of the teleportation array for most of the time. Their wealth should be hundreds of times greater than your own. My martial uncle was puzzled by why killing the patriarch and the clan leader of the Yin clan only yielded a few 100 million. He was completely befuddled by this result. He did notice the changes to the facial expressions of the two elders freeze. Mr. Qin, about this, do you not know? He scratched his head in his mind's eye. He may have asked another dumb question. He could not deny his understanding of the matters in the immortal plane was very lacking. What can he do about, other than ask? Back then I had told my martial uncle that the Yin clan is sure to hold on to great wealth, but after he had killed the two top members of the clan, he had noticed their combined wealth was quite shabby. That is why I raised this issue with the two of you. Ming Han and the Lu clan's clan leader exchanged a look. It seems that Mr. Qin does not understand the inner workings of societies within the immortal plane. Ming Han explained, over the years of controlling the teleportation arrays, it would yield a shocking amount of wealth, that is, if all of it belonged to the controlling clan, Yin clan. Only then will they have wealth few hundred times greater than my family. However, more than 90% of the income is collected by Jade Sword School as tax from this planet. The Jade Sword School will collect tax from all in its territory and give it to Emperor Yu. He paused and took a big breath and continued, Emperor Yu controls a large territory, and how could he not apply taxes on all in his territory? From the Amber Moon, money is given to the Jade Sword School then passed on to the Emperor. In this way, the vast majority of wealth is in the hand of the peak experts of the immortal plane like Emperor Yu and Emperor Xian. Comprehension dawned on Qin Yu. So it was just like the taxes in the mortal plane's countries, nations, and dynasties. Most of the taxes are paid to the governing body of the nations. In this case, the Jade Sword School and the like are the states and local governing bodies, which coagulates and collects individual region taxes. while Emperor Yu and Emperor Xian and the like are similar to monarchs. His eyes sparkled as he imagined the amount of wealth concentrated in the hands of people like Emperor Yu. Even if most is turned over to the ruling monarchs, those that live under them live well-sheltered lives. Their wealth is at least a few dozen times greater than my Lu family. Ming Han looked around and said, so to seek shelter from monarchs like Emperor Yu would be most favorable. Xin Yu smiled with acknowledgement. Mr. Lu is quite right. With the tribute paid from profits from the teleportation array, only then will you be able to seek appropriate shelter from Emperor Yu. At least, part of the profits would be left within the family. If one doesn't seek shelter from Emperor Yu, the chances to obtain great wealth is much less, right? Ming Han confirmed. Yes. Xin Yu said no more and only sipped on his tea. Seeing the former wasn't going to ask any more questions, Ming Han gestured, farewell, Mr. Qin, we will leave then. Qin Yu laughed. Alright, I won't send you off then. Before leaving, the duo had left a pile of assorted wealth up to about a few million, comprised of elixirs, elemental stones, and other valuables. Putting down the china, he opened his mouth and his voice echoed in the peaceful surroundings, Han Shu. An energetic youth bounced into the clearing and bowed respectfully. This disciple greets the master. Xin Yu lifted a single finger and pointed at the gift left by the patriarch of the Lu family. These items were left by the Lu family, which I have no use for. Hence, they are yours from now on. He couldn't care less about these useless baubles. His disciple was stunned. Han Shu still could not believe what he was hearing, and eager to confirm. Master, are you saying you are giving all of this to me? Xin Yu nodded mildly. Be quick about it. I have matters to discuss with you. His tone was edging towards displeasure. Han Shu feared Xin Yu's temper and hurried toward the goods. Han Shu, I have not taken you in as my disciple for a long time, but nevertheless, I can feel you have had some remarkable changes to yourself. His tone was solemn and deep that reverberated in the inside of Han Shu's body. Changes? Han Shu wanted to laugh out loud. These days, no one dares to disrespect him in any way and the clan leader greets him politely. In a matter of a very short time, he had transformed from the ugly runt of the family into the most prized jewel of the family. For that, he felt quite smug these days. Xin Yu's tone quietened and grew colder. In the past, you work hard to train, but nowadays, I have seen a sharp drop in the amount of time you spend training. Often I see you are outside partying and playing with those Lu clan disciples. What I've said are all correct, isn't that right? What Xin Yu had said was the heart of the problem. The truth pierced through Han Shu like a cold knife. It was true. He had spent his days too leisurely. He had no ambition, so with the little recognition he's gotten from his family already achieved. There wasn't more that he wanted, hence he had become complacent. Han Shu hurriedly apologized. This disciple was in the wrong. No, you were not mistaken. Xin Yu shook his head. I was the one who was wrong. Master, Han Shu felt panicky, his heart pounded loudly, its beat quickened in his ears. Xin Yu sighed with exasperation, as if he was berating himself. If I had not appeared, then perhaps you would have practiced resolutely despite the hail of insults from others. But, one day, through your perseverance, you would eventually reach the Dujie stage and so on. You could either become a loose immortal or a normal immortal. Such difficulties with your meridians and other bodily issues would not plague you. Henceforth, you would rise from the ashes of scorn like a phoenix reborn, dazzling all those around you and put the fear of your greatness into them, then soar into unfathomable skies above without any opposition. Xin Yu had a helpless look. But, because of my appearance, your life had changed. The same perseverance of yours in the past was shattered by my appearance. Xin Yu shook his head yet again and sighed again. Han Shu, I ask you, do you know who allowed you to have the respect of everyone around you? Han Shu replied without hesitation. It was you, master. That was right. Precisely because of the master-disciple relationship between Xin Yu and Han Shu. That was the reason why the Lu clan's clan leader looked very favorably on Han Shu, and in turn, all the disciples of the Lu family was very respectful to Han Shu as well. A resolute glint entered Xin Yu's eyes as he stared holes into Han Shu. Han Shu, you must understand that to be truly respected, you must gain that respect by yourself. There is only shame and hiding behind the reputation of the teacher. In the end, that sort of flimsy image will not last. Without blinking, he continued, you may be living comfortably now when I may be by your side, but if one day I'm not around, will your feeble powers gain the respect of those around you now? Cold sweat broke on the face of Han Shu. At this moment, at this time, he had finally woken up from the dreamscape of the recent high life he was living. What was gained from others was not permanent, only by grasping it with your own hands, will the things obtained be everlasting. Xin Yu turned away and looked at the border of the bamboo grove. Enough. I do not wish to say any more to you. I will enter closed-door training immediately, but when I come out, I'd better see some profound changes to you, or else, you need not bother call me master again. From the bowed position, Honshu stood up straight, looking firm and respectfully intoned, of course, master. This disciple will not let master down. Within the bamboo grove's secret cultivation chamber. There wasn't a single person within the secret chamber. A fine layer of sparkling teal-colored gravel covering the floor. No one could imagine that the Nine Swords Immortal Mansion was one of the specks of gravel on the ground. Shinyu was current within that teal-color mansion, deep in meditation. He was sitting cross-legged in the center of a flower garden directly in front of an elaborately designed fountain, which was the same color as the rest of the residence. Suddenly, his eyes shot open. Back then, he was staring at the stone table a fair distance away from his position. He was remembering the memories of his brothers, Xiaohei and Fei Fei, and himself carousing and chatting happily between drinks. Now, he was only by himself. His royal father and brothers were still in the mortal plane, but his beloved Lear was far, far away in an unknown place. And his own sworn brothers, who he could talk to about anything, was in a place along the distant horizon of the demon realm. Whether it was in front of his subordinates, Shuaiyan and Zhang Yuan, or the Lu clan's elders, or his own disciple, he is the higher being of great intellect, virtue and upstanding character. But he was also a man who yearned for someone to talk to, heart to heart. In the past, he could discuss his frustrations, his day's events, anything or everything with his brothers, but now? Now, he could only ponder about his problems by himself. In this vast universe, where could his brothers be? That huge gap between made Shinyu feel a kind of looming and suffocating loneliness. It made his heart grow heavier with time, and his visage become colder and made him feel more withdrawn. This kind of unbearable pressure on him has made him want to reunite with his brothers more so than ever before. In this next closed-door training session, I should rise my soul power to the Golden Immortal stage and refine a level 1 Golden Immortal Yuanying. With it I will open the second layer world of the Atlas. Then I can immediately prepare to depart. Once he'd decided on his plan, he stilled his heart and entered the meditative state to access and use the 3 and 9 soul refinement to quickly advance the stage of his soul force. A year passed. Then 2 years. Within the soul space of the human stage, first layer, of the soul refinement's practice spaces, Shinyu could not feel the passage of time, as his soul grew in power and continuous transform as he continued tirelessly through the many hand seals, which blurred with time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 12. Book 12 Shinyu, Chapter 12 Enter Jade Sword School. Plus previously on Stellar Transformations. Having killed Yin Gao in front of the eyes of every elite member of the Yin clan, he had incited the anger of the Jade Sword School's second-generation disciple, Yu Dian, who swore to deal with it later. Giving the gifts left by the Lu clan elders to his disciple, he promptly reminded his disciple not to show any more complacency, then entered seclusion. His goal was to reach the Golden Immortal stage in soul force so that he could begin his journey across the universe. On the Red Leaf planet of the Silver Stream Galaxy, the headquarters of the Jade Sword School is located in. The headquarters was situated atop 96 layers of steps, each layer had a few Golden Immortal stage disciples. Currently, outside the main hall's entrance, 2 neatly arranged rows of elite disciples numbering near a few hundred, assembled. These 2 rows continued from the walls of the courtyard and into the school's plaza below. Each disciple wore happy faces with bright smiles looking towards the figure at the head of the 2 columns. The figure was their revered schoolmaster, Yu Qingzi. Directly below the schoolmaster was 4 direct disciples of the master who had reached level 9 Golden Immortal stage. Then came the level 8 Golden Immortals of the 3rd generation, while the 4th generation disciples waited below. Martial Master, Brother Yu Dian has done a great service for our Jade Sword School. He has made all the disciples of the school feel proud. A young man, also endorsed by a constant smile, whispered to the schoolmaster in front. The schoolmaster, Cheng Zi, also was a face full of joy. Emperor, you personally notified me about this delight. It seems disciple, Yu Dian, has really lived up to my expectations and fully given me face as the schoolmaster of his school. A middle-aged also laughed and said, Yu Dian's abilities with management, prose and communication are nothing less than brilliant. Their continuous barrage of praises was interrupted by the voice of one of the 3rd generation disciples. Patriarch, Martial Uncle Yu Dian has arrived. All of the experts in the Jade Sword School turned to look at the bottom step a fair distance away. Being immortal practitioners, their vision was incomparably greater than the average man's. They saw Yu Dian where a hinted smile leap up the steps as if the man was just strolling leisurely up a 70-degree incline. As the man passed by, disciples of every generation bowed respectfully at this powerful figure, whom they revered. Being given the hero's glorious welcome was something no other disciple of the Jade Sword School had ever enjoyed. Layers one after another blurred by the man's feet, soon he had reached the area in front of the schoolmaster, Yu Qingzi. Disciple Yu Dian greets the schoolmaster. Yu Dian knelt down with one knee and saluted in traditional Chinese greeting style to Yu Qingzi. The schoolmaster used both his arms to prop Yu Dian from his kneeling position. The master had a pleased expression on his face, and spoke, "Well, Yu Dian, you have achieved another spectacular success with this time's trading agreement with the Devil Realm and His Majesty, Emperor Yu. With your success, you have gained more than what His Majesty expected, and has gained his praise and attention on you. You are definitely climbing up the ladder to the most favorable position to serve Emperor Yu." Hearing this remark, Yu Dian couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. He knew that his accomplishments are limited while working for the Jade Sword Schoolmaster, whereas working for Emperor Yu, a peak expert of the entire immortal realm, has a brighter future. Any small gesture of praise from Emperor Yu could provide him with endless benefits. His fellow disciples all bowed, chanting, "Congratulations, martial brother, congratulations, martial uncle," their voices resounding in the plaza. The faces of all the disciples were rosy and full of smiles. They knew that, though the power of Yu Dian is one level lower than those of his generation, with this latest matter, Yu Dian had risen to a higher position. Know what was in the minds of the masses. Yu Dian bowed again and said in a humble tone, "Master, these are just rumors and hot air." It is this disciple's greatest pleasure to stay by the master's side often. His master's smile broadened, and patted Yu Dian on the shoulder. Man should always strive to attain greater places or progress. For a disciple of mine to work alongside Emperor Yu will bring greater pride to the master. This lesson, this disciple has received appreciatory. Yu Dian bowed again. His master waved indifferently, and then gestured, "Enough, let's not stand outside and talk. We shall begin the feast." Thus it began the celebratory feast in the main hall of the Jade Sword School. The seat of honor was taken by Yu Dian, as one after another well-wishers came forth to drink to celebrate Yu Dian's achievements. Soon the evening sun descended into the horizon, and stars filled the sky. Only deep into the night, disciples began to disperse, and under the carousing and happy farewells from his fellow disciples, did Yu Dian finally return to his residence. Later at night, when the stars were fully visible in the reflective gaze of the courtyard pond of Yu Dian's residence, did he quail his joyful expression? Just a while ago, the loud festive shouts from the main hall had faded, only endless silence remained in the residence. Did Yu Dian settle down? His expression was one of cold determination. His voice, a soundless whisper, was a message to himself, "My dear disciple, Yan Gao. Originally your master wanted to let you take over my position here on the Red Leaf Planet, but I never would have thought that you would be killed by a sword immortal. In these 10 years, your master has put his all into helping Emperor Yu with the trading affairs, and haven't had the time to avenge your death." A sharp ominous glint entered his eagle eyes. "But now, your master has successfully completed that task, your master will spare no effort to avenge your death. Despite my time here in the Silver Stream Galaxy is short, I won't stop until I avenge you, but..." Yu Dian turned to face the starry sky, bathing his face in a serene soft glow, but in contrast, and his heart darkened with thoughts of murderous intent. On the outskirts of the Amber Moon's teleportation arrays, pillars of precious minerals and ores embedded in intricate positions and shapes surrounded a 10-meter-wide circular platform. Around the platform were ideograms of odd figures scribed into the platform. The creation of a teleportation array is very difficult and complex, but maintaining these arrays were very simple. Currently on Amber Moon, there are 3 such teleportation arrays. Normally there would only be a few dozen guards at the teleportation arrays, but on this particular day, over several hundred people dotted the land surrounding the arrays. At the forefront and closest to the array was Yin Clan's elders Yin Shuo and Yin Sufan, who was the newly elected clan leader. The 2 elders of the clan stood with a ramrod straight back in front of the array waiting quietly for some unknown event. The clan leader whispered to the elder next to him, "Say, when Senior Yu Dian is going to come here?" Instead of a straight answer, the latter just shook his head and said, "Who knows? The message said it would be today, but who knows what time will it be? We shouldn't be worried, since we've already been waiting all these years under the pressure from the other 2 great families, Lu and Wang. How could a little more waiting for a day's time be compared to what we already have withstood? Today, Senior Yu Dian will finally come, and with him, is the hope of our Yin clan." The former nodded his assent as well. What was a day compared to those years of waiting? Since the day their great patriarch and former clan leader died, their family had been living under pressure from other clans. Even though the new clan leader, Su Fan, broke through to level 1 golden immortal stage, their family wasn't a match for the other 2 great families and their experts. Naturally, they had to grovel under the foot of the other families, suppressing their influence and power in every direction. In the silence that instilled, When one of the teleportation arrays lit up with blinding light, every member of the 100+ yen dignitaries snapped into attention and bowed deeply, thinking the newcomer was their would-be savior. But, from the shaft of light came a short and stocky figure, whose power level was only at level 2 normal immortals. The newcomer flinched at the sight of 100+ people welcoming him, and started to sweat bullets. The sight had shocked him beyond belief. Why would so many people welcome someone like him? Seeing the stocky dwarf, the faces of the 100+ dignitaries contorted into grimaces and stared daggers at the newcomer. Su Fan instructed a yen disciple behind, "Quickly, send this one out of here." That disciple promptly escorted the level 2 immortal from the premises and quickly returned to wait. Seconds turned to minutes, which turned to hours. Soon the sun was setting on the horizon. Just before the last shaft of the evening light was cut off, one of the 3 teleportation arrays once again lit up, and all the yen members present bowed deeply to welcome the newcomers. From the blinding soft glow, a group of 5 stepped out from the array. Any one of the 5's power couldn't be perceived by any one of the welcoming committee, meaning that all were at least golden immortals. At this point it didn't matter if the newcomers were with Udien or not, Su Fan did dare offend these powerful individuals. A young man among the 5 was the first to speak. His voice was heard in the ears of all. "Where is Yen Shua and Yen Su Fan?" The answer came without pause. "This one is called Yen Shua, is present." A moment later came another. "This one called Yen Su Fan is also present." Su Fan bowed again and asked, "Can I please ask if the 5 seniors are with Senior Udien's group?" These 5 were indeed the group with Udien. Udien knew that the killer must be very powerful, so to make sure his vengeance is unperturbed, he had brought a few fellow disciples and brothers to help him out. Of them, the weakest was a level 7 golden immortal. That is correct. The young man seemed to be the spokesperson of the group. "I am called Lu Chao, a martial brother of Yen Gao. Listen well, this person is my master, Udien." The young man had gestured towards a deadpan middle-aged man to his right. The 2 elders and 100+ entourage immediately bowed and saluted to the master. "We humbly greet the lordship, Senior Udien." The young continued to introduce the others. "This is my martial brother Hong Yu. He is the disciple of my martial uncle. And he is a powerful level 9 golden immortal." This time, the young man gestured to an ebony young man. While in their bowed positions, the 2 Yen clan elders' hearts quailed as if they had been doused in icy cold water. A level 9 golden immortal, eh? That is an extraordinary figure. The elders led the 100+ welcome committee to bow and pay their respects to another powerful figure. "We humbly greet this lordship, Senior Hong Yu." The man in question only nodded slightly as if looking at ants. This time, he came only for the sake of his martial uncle, to give his uncle some recognition, otherwise why would someone like him come to such a rundown and out in the booniest planet like this? The introduction continued. "This is my martial brother Feng Lian, who is a level 8 golden immortal." A level 8 golden immortal? For these elders, these newcomers were far superior to them. "We humbly greet the lordship, Senior Feng Lian." The 2 respectfully bowed again. "This person is my fellow martial brother Hong Feng, who is, with Feng Lian and I, a direct disciple of our master, Udien. He is also a level 8 golden immortal." Holy sh*t. Another level 8 golden immortal? The 2 elder, once again, bowed and paid their respects. "We humbly greet the lordship, Senior Hong Feng. And lastly, I am slight weaker at the level 7 golden immortal stage." Lu Chao laughed, as if joking to himself. "In the future, if you have anything urgent, I can help you contact my master." This Lu Chao obviously was an operative, but nevertheless, a level 7 golden immortal operative, thus the 2 elder bowed respectfully once again to the speaker. With the newcomers, they led the group directly to the home of the Yen clan. Inside the main hall of the Yen clan. At the head of Clan Hall, sat Udien in the host seat. In the seats on the man's 2 sides was Hong Feng, Feng Lian, Lu Chao, and Hong Yu. In the central visitors area was Yen Shua, Su Fan, and an elderly man with pale green hair and beard. Su Fan bowed deeply and said in a humble tone, "As per your command, Senior Udien, we have secretly been observing the Wang clan and the Lu clan. This person is an honored guest of our clan, whose words are solid and truthful. From him, we gained a vital piece of information." Udien narrowed his eyes. A strange light flickered about from within. "Speak." Su Fan glanced at the elderly man, and the elderly with a head of pale green hair, stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Senior, around 10 or so years ago, a mysterious honored guest was invited into the Lu clan. This honored guest possessed unperceivable strength and had level 8 demons or his doormen. Even the patriarch and elders of the Lu clan can forth to visit this guest." Udien flickered his gaze to Su Fan. "Say, was there anything strange from the Wang clan?" The latter shook his head fervently. Nothing strange was of notice from the Wang clan. No one of particular powers appeared. This Lu family's honored guest is the most likely suspect. As Senior said before, my eldest brother, Yan Gao, had not ever offended any powerful experts before, so most likely the act was surfaced from the familial feud between our family and the Lu clan. The china in Yu Dian's hand shattered like thin ice. Payan, hot scalding tea shot out. Not even fazed by the hot beverage splashing on his hand, as he slammed his clenched fist onto the chairside table, which collapsed like a castle of cards. The sudden motion caused the two Yin clan elders and the honored guest to quiver in fear. Yu Dian stared daggers at the elderly with pale green hair. The Lu clan's honored guest, you say, In a deadpan expression and icy voice, Yu Dian instructed, take this honored guest back to his residence, and bring me any information about this Lu clan's honored guest. This is a matter I will personally handle. It was an answer the Yen elders were eager to hear. Of course, Senior Yu Dian. Only stars lit the skies. Amongst the icy gales, 5 figures rode the wind across Yanshan City. Lu Chao laughed with amusement. Master, this Lu clan's honored guest is a really interesting figure. Since meeting the Lu family's elders, the guest have been in closed-door training and hasn't come out for a decade. The most powerful of the group, Hung Yu, sneered, this is for the better. We don't have to look under every rock on this planet to find this guy. All we have to do is go there and capture this guy directly, whether as a hostage or as the murderer. I will kill them nonetheless. While the two martial practitioners chattered, Yu Jian muttered to himself, this Lu clan's honored guest, I have a feeling my disciples, Yan Gao's, death definitely had something to do with this guest. Though, Yu Dian's mumbles was very quiet, but his companions were immortals with heightened senses, so naturally they could hear Yu Dian's soliloquy. Master, rest assured, with the 5 of us, the guy is as good as dead. Unless the opponent is an immortal emperor stage expert, they wouldn't survive. Plus, martial brother Hung Yu is no ordinary level 9 golden immortal but a sword immortal with the strongest offensive power among immortals. Even if the opponent is a level 1 mystic immortal, the opponent won't fare well. His disciple Feng Lian smiled reassuringly at him. The other martial disciples laughed mockingly as this. As a disciple of the Jade Sword School, the immortal practitioners of the sword are far more offensively powerful than an ordinary level equivalent immortal practitioner. No matter who it is, we need to be on our guard. Yu Dian's face changed to a very serious expression. Did you all forget already what the Yin clan's newly elected clan leader said? Yan Gao, who had reached a level 7 golden sword immortal, was killed in a single sword stroke. Instantly the others shut up, the easygoing smiles of the other 4 companions disappeared and was replaced by ugly expressions. 1 sword stroke? A level 7 golden sword immortal was killed in 1 stroke? That single strike must not have been very simple as it is said to be then. Lu Chao broke apart with boisterous laughter. Master, I will not believe that person is a mystic immortal. Much less than a mystic immortal who would go about and randomly kill off golden immortals as their leisure, but... His fellow martial brother Hung Feng also joined in laughing at this frivolous idea. Ha, that's right. An immortal emperor reduced to dealing with golden immortals? What the heck is that? With those two's outburst, the tense atmosphere in the group instantly dispersed like fog in morning light. They continued to travel at an easygoing pace with a joyous mood. None of them could believe that an immortal emperor stage expert would come to a remote planet like Amber Moon to deal with a golden immortal? That is absolutely preposterous. Unheard of. Impossible. Yu Dian also laughed at this idea as well. Haha, that's quite enough. Let's go to this bamboo garden to find this honored guest called Qinyu. Of course, everyone is to act according to the plan where we attack simultaneously using the 5-point chainsword technique. We mustn't be careless. The other 4, third-generation disciples, voiced their confirmations. Yes, Master, yes, Martial Uncle. With that the group accelerated into beams of golden sword energy spheres, and instantly disappeared in the airspace just outside Yanshan City. While the group was taught frivolously, within the bamboo garden, the 2 demons, Shuayan and Zhang Yuan, was relaxing in the shade of the singular pagoda drinking fresh tea. The 2 sentinels had never left the manor grounds since Qinyu first entered the secret cultivation chamber, which was below the ground where they sat on stone stools. The male of the 2 guards, known as Zhang Yuan, smiled lightly and spoke to his female counterpart. The master has been in closed-door training for a decade. I wonder what stage the master is at now. Shuayan mused quietly, looking somewhat reluctant. Given the mystical nature of our master's path of practice, in these 10 years, I fear that he has surely surpassed us. I think he should be able to open the second layer world of the Atlas, releasing hundreds of demon kings. By that time, I think we wouldn't have the chance to help my lord with any more things. At this the 2 quietly sat on their stools in silence, and just as they were pondering about their own things, PSHH, BOOM. High-density air pockets slammed into the surrounding bamboo shoots, causing the stems to burst apart in the ravaging winds. Countless bamboo leaves was scattered in the airspace above the garden and slowly drifting downwards. A split second after, the space above the garden rumbled like thunder and shook in all directions. Countless rippling sword waves was flying from all directions into the garden grounds. Plushy. The garden's maids and normal guards were cleaved and diced by the savage onslaughter of countless sword waves. Blood, intestines and internal organs exploded into small droplets of crimson-colored fluid which fell like rain drenching the ground in dull red. There wasn't a single breath of silence. Mayhem filled the garden, full of wretched cries and despairing screams dying servants, while being turned into human gore passed through a meat grinder. Between their sorrowful cries was the menacing howls of multitudes of sword waves. In an instant, the peaceful garden had been transformed to a bloody hell with cut bodies and bloody remains painting the grounds. Above all this chaos, a challenge was boomed in the sky, Chinyu. Come out and beg mercy. Give yourself up right now. That booming voice echoed in the skies above hell, then the outlines of 5 figures appeared in the sky. Each stood at the 5 primary points of traditional Chinese philosophy of any formation arts: wood, fire, earth, gold, metal, and water. At their hips or on their backs were the hilts of swords. In their positions, their hands formed strange hand seals where they stood like divine adjudicators bringing judgment upon all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 13. Book 12 Chinyu, Chapter 13 Sword Waves in All Directions. Plus previously on Stellar Transformations. After a decade, Yan Gao's master, Yu Dian, resumed his hunt to avenge his disciple Yan Gao. Knowing the killer was a powerful figure, he had brought with him 4 late-stage golden immortals to help him with the elimination task. After finding out the most likely suspect was Chinyu, he led his group of 5 to Bamboo Garden, rained death upon the residents of the garden, to arrogantly announce his arrival. Within a misty spatial pocket, a silently meditating Chinyu was sitting in a cross-legged position. His hands deftly shifted from one hand seal to the next of the 36 different hand seals, with practiced ease. These hand seals belong to the art known as 3 and 9 soul refinement technique, whereas the 36 hand seals was only the first 3 movements, part of the first stage, human stage, of the soul refining art. Consequently, the spatial pocket he was residing in wasn't a normal space, but the spatial pocket manifested by his soul. The 36 hand seals each consume a large and increasing amount of soul force when made. At the beginning, Chinyu found that later hand seals of the series were incredibly difficult to form, but now and over the course of his meditation, he could form them much more freely. And just like that tireless training, Chinyu had successfully made it through every one of the 36 hand seals. He felt his entire existence was immersed in the embracing comfortable and wondrous space, and in there the passage of time was non-existent, thus time outside flowed by endlessly. A soft voice echoed in the depths of that soul space, waking Chinyu like being doused in icy cold water. Within the Jade Immortal Mansion, a cross-legged statue jerked alive. The statue's eyes flickered open. Before Chinyu's eyes was the familiar teal-green jade color that was of the Jade Immortal Mansion. In his ears was the crystal-clear sounds of splashing and sloshing of flowing water on the fountain nearby. The same soft but anxious-sounding voices rang in his head. Master, the situation is terrible. The enemy has invaded the garden intending to slaughter us. The voice belonged to 2 very nervous-sounding Shuaiyan and Zhang Yuan. The 2 weren't too worried about themselves, because they could just instantly return to the first layer world of the Atlas. They feared the worst for their master, Chinyu. They feared that the enemy would have killed Chinyu within the hidden cultivation chamber. But what they didn't know was that Chinyu was meditating within the Jade Immortal Mansion. Ho! The enemy? Chinyu frowned at this. Who would dare attack him right now? He instantly expanded his immortal spiritual powers out of the Jade Immortal Mansion to investigate the disruption in the bamboo gardens. Ever since the fusion of his soul with the meteoric tear, his soul and soul force has undergone amazing transformations. Such as his ability to use greater teleportation when at the normal immortal stage and having extremely powerful passive and active detection capabilities of the soul. The enemy consists of 5 people. The most powerful is at level 9 golden immoral stage. A flicker of his thoughts, he could clearly perceive insightful knowledge about the enemy force. All 5 are quite powerful. He was startled with the information. In just that brief moment, he had his spiritual powers encompass the entire garden and the hell it was wrought into, and covered the entire Lufeng city to discover his disciple, Lu Hanshu, currently present in the main hall of the Lu clan's headquarters. He instantly made his decision. First, Shuaiyan, Zhang Yuan, there's no need to evade those sword waves anymore. Return to the Atlas, where you will be safe. Without pause and a flicker of his thoughts, he withdrew Shuai Yan and Zhan Yuan back into the Atlas of 10,000 beasts. With the Jade Immortal Mansion's protection, he would not believe that the 5 opponents would be able to find and perceive through the contraptions and protections set by Emperor Ni himself. Well, first things first, I should calculate how long I've been undergoing this time's closed-door training session. After a short while, his eyes flickered with wisdom. Whilst training, it did only seem like a few months or years. In a blink of an eye, a decade had passed. He pursed his lips. Oh, that's right. No, wait, 10 years, didn't the Lu Clan's clan leader say, 10 years ago, that the contest for the control of the teleportation arrays was going to be held in 10 years' time? I wonder if it was held already. As soon as he thought of it, he put it aside. It wasn't his problem nor the important matter at hand. Carefully, he started to investigate the details of his progress with his latest training session. I've wasted at least half a year's time. He found that he had already successfully achieved the complete human stage of his soul refinement technique. 10 years ago, his soul was at the level 8 normal immortal stage, and half a year ago he was already at level 1 golden immortal stage, which wasn't much of a surprise. It was just that Qin Yu was fully immersed in that transient realm, so he did not notice his human stage soul was already achieved, and he could have started on the next step, the earth stage of his soul refinement arts. Feeling quite happy with his progress, a smile surfaced on his face. My soul has reached level 1 golden immortal stage. Refining 1 or 2 level 1 golden immortal Yuanying shouldn't be difficult now. He was confident in his success to refine such Yuanying, and yet he did not start refining. Now was not the sort of situation where he wanted to start refining, because 5 powerful experts who were here to kill him was outside. So if he did not come out of hiding, the 5 intruders would continue to wreak havoc on the surroundings, including the city. Along that line of thought, Qin Yu wasn't too worried about confronting the 5 intruders as well. My immortal sword puppet may just be 1 level 9 golden sword immortal, but he wields and uses the most powerful sword style in all of the immortal planes, the heaven-sundering sword style, and its body is nearly indestructible. Simply considering the toughness and defense of the puppet, it is alone powerful enough to face a level 1 mystic sword immortal's assault. If not wiping the floor of these fools, at least I will not lose. There isn't another sword immortal with toughness comparable to the sword puppet, nor there another sword immortal with offensive power as one who uses the supreme sword art, heaven-sundering sword. Simply by these 2 factors, Qin Yu's sword puppet was at least 1 level higher than sword immortals of the same level as it. He knew the battle wasn't going to be an easy one at that. Those 5 experts outside have peak powers of this stage, I cannot be careless. Best I control the sword puppet myself than using my thoughts to remotely control it. His soul quickly separated itself from his body. As it flew the sword puppet also appeared in the courtyard of the Jade Immortal Mansion, where the soul directly entered the sword puppet without hesitation. Normally, to control one's precious equipment involved using thoughts, but in actual fact, precise control of the equipment uses soul force, and with an equipment directly possessed by the master's soul, control is most articulate. Once his soul had entered the puppet, a flash of an idea happened on him. He instantly moved the blazing ice ring into the puppet's interior, then altogether, exited the Jade Immortal Mansion. In the air above the bamboo garden, the 5 invaders still levitated in the 5 primary vertices of a star. They were Yu Dian's group of Avengers consisting of 4 disciples of the 3rd-generation Jade Sword School descendants. Instead of delightful faces having relieved themselves by massacring all in the bamboo garden, they were serious but somewhat disappointed faces. The one called Feng Lian opened his mouth and wondered aloud, "Master, there isn't a shred of life force in the bamboo garden below. Do you suppose that honored guest of the Lu clan has also been killed?" Yu Dian only frowned but did not reply. The 5-point chain sword formation was a formation with the 5 of them standing at the 5 vertices of the formation, with their hands contorted into the hand seals belonging to the Imperial Spirit style. The formation is merely for skimming out the fat or the weak over a large area with an area of effect technique. Though countless sword waves filled the large area the technique encompasses, it could be quite easily shrugged off by powerful golden immortals. Who would have thought that the formation, which has completed their hand seals, would not leave a single speck of life force in the entire bamboo gardens? Even Lu Chao agreed with this juncture. "Master, if you take the size and location of this puny amber moon planet, and the size of the Lu clan, it is obvious that the strength of the honored guests of the Lu clan is comparable to the total power of the Lu clan. I'd say that the honored guest is but a level 9 normal immortal." Maybe the man had already died from our formation attack just then. Lu Chao's lips curved upwards into an eventual smile. If the suspect, which is the Lu family honored guest, was just an ordinary level 9 immortal who was killed in one move by their formation, and if this got out, they would be a laughingstock for overkilling such a weak target. Yu Dian felt slightly ashamed to bring 5 late-stage golden immortals, including himself, to take out a level 9 immortal. He pondered for a short while then looked at Hong Yu. Martial nephew, your soul force is the most powerful of us. Could you check if there are any more human beings in this bamboo garden? Of course, martial uncle. Hongyu immediately spread his spiritual power to sweep over every nook and cranny of the bamboo garden below. His spiritual powers even swept over the speck of gravel, which was the Jade Immortal Mansion. Even if he probe every aspect of the surroundings, the Jade Immortal Mansion included, how could this fellow even imagine breaking past the illusionary and defensive spells placed by Emperor Ni Yang, himself, on the Jade Immortal Mansion? Martial uncle, I just swept the entire gardens with my spiritual power and did not find a single person. Ali, before Hongyu could finish his sentence, he choked on his words and coughed. An expression of shock adorned his previously aloof figure, because a shadowy figure emerged out from behind some, still standing, bamboo shoots. The figure resembled a young man whom was dressed in a flowing black robe, with the hilt of a long sword strapped to his back. The 5 intruders instantaneously flicked their gaze to rest on this newcomer. In that instant, they all had one thought: it's a true expert. They were shocked to find they couldn't perceive even a little of the spiritual powers of this newcomer, so the next most possible answer is that this man was much stronger than them. In a majestic and yet arrogant manner, the newcomer lifted his head and swept an icy gaze over the 5 floating intruders, and in an equally icy voice, he said, "Who are you, and why would you dare come to my bamboo garden and cause mayhem?" At this instance, the leader of the 5, Yu Dian, could not quail the easiness pressing down on his heart. At first, he had hoped the opponent was no more than a level 8 golden immortal, and at worst a level 9 golden immortal, but not someone with powers greater than theirs. Yu Dian could only answer in a lighter tone than his previous challenging tone. "I am called Yu Dian, the master of Yen Gao." "And who are you? What kind of relationship do you have with Qin Yu?" The other 4 may be slightly hesitant in front of such adversary, but Yu Dian was the subordinate under the leadership of Emperor Yu. What could he be afraid of? Even in the face of other peak experts and powers in the immortal realm, mowing down a few was fine and dandy, but he would not be allowed to lose face for his ruler, Emperor Yu. The martial arts master of Yen Gao? It all made sense now. Qin Yu was mildly surprised that they could immediately pinpoint the location and the relationship between him and the murderer so easily. Unknown to him, the other side wasn't completely sure he was the culprit. "Who am I, you say? Normally, you're not qualified to know, and yet you wish to know about my relationship with Qin Yu?" A crafty smile grew on the man's face. "I'll tell you, I am Qin Yu's martial uncle." He was currently in the body of his immortal sword puppet. If the mortal plane emissaries were here, they'd instantly recognize this quirky and aloof sword immortal. It was Lan Feng. Martial uncle? Understanding flashed through the eyes of the floating Yu Dian, who instantly had an epiphany about the situation at hand. The honored guest of the Lu clan is Qin Yu, whose strength is poor, but to be able to kill Yen Gao the murderer must have been this martial uncle by Qin Yu's request. Without beating around the bush, Yu Dian looked pointedly at the man below. "So did you kill Yen Gao?" "Yeah, so what? What of it?" The man answered in a dismissive and condescending tone. "And what are you going to do about it, eh?" The expression on the man's face displayed how much disdain as he looked at the 5 intruders. The 5's expression all grew ugly and menacing. In front of 5 powerful golden immortals, the man dares to trample their faces. Though Yu Dian was an avenger, he was by far not a rash person. "Ho! And are you a mystic immortal stage expert? If you are, then you must be in the same generation as my schoolmaster, and only then you could have shown such disdain towards us. But if you're just a poser, trampling on our faces and insulting us in such rambunctious way, we'd need to at least give you a piece of your own medicine." Yu Dian's voice was soft, but there was some steel in his tone. "Oh, a mystic immortal stage? Sigh, I am but a step from that stage." Qin Yu laughed gleefully. "No need to beat around the bush anymore, allow me to inform you fools. I am a simple man at level 9 golden immortal stage, but am I afraid of you? Ha ha." Qin Yu looked these people as if they were a bunch of clowns in front of his eyes, so he joked about them. Yu Dian's face twitched with rising anger. But that didn't stop Qin Yu from continuing his monologue. He turned to glance at the surrounding scattered bamboo shoots, and said with a dramatic flourish of his hands, "Ah, my dear bamboo garden, I have lived among you for nearly a decade. To all the greenery and tall bamboo groves, I feel slightly disheartened at your current and sorrowful outlook. It brings a tear to my eye. And woe to my servant girls and my beautiful maids." He turned his body and waved his hands in a conductor's pose at the bloody remains of his servants. "Since you don't wish to act first, I must avenge my fallen comrades of my bamboo garden. For every plant I'm so emotionally attached, I must reap your lives for your underhanded actions. Now is the time. A single phrase from Yu Dian, via voice transfer, echoed in the minds of Hongyu, Fenglian, Hongfeng and Lu Chao, followed by a quick decision: "Go all out. Use our ultimate move now." With the level 9 golden immortal, Hong Yu, as the head of the formation and 4 supporters, each immortal nodded their hands through a series of hand seals. Golden light rushed out from their bodies, as their swords levitated free of their scabbards and floated above their heads, pointing inwards. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes against the blinding light from these 5 opponents. Amidst this dazzling but cold harsh light, Qin Yu smiled a devil's smile. Whoa, they come here and immediately use such a cruel and fierce technique. Without losing a hint of his darkly smile, he straddled the air and climbed upwards, as if walking on celestial heavenly stairs, at a leisurely pace, completely at ease when confronted with the opponent's most powerful mystic art. Qin Yu ascended the heavenly stairs under the watchful gaze of the 5 attackers. Seeing Qin Yu's bravado, arrogant and aloof expression, they laughed and jeered in their hearts, because they knew their attack was incredibly powerful. 5-point chain sword formation of 5 points, break. Ry-up. Boom. The immediate space in front of the 5 rumbled like heavenly thunder. 5 streams of golden streams escaped from the mouths of the 5 and into their respective immortal swords, which were floating above their heads. Qin Yu felt the word light up like lit magnesium flares. Sleek bolts of lightning descended on the world below, which combined to strike at Qin Yu. If there was an immortal emperor present, they would notice that this lightning bolt is, in fact, a massive long sword. Qin Yu looked up at the descending lightning bolt, as if to admire its beauty as it cleaved through the air. Under the glow and superheating of the oncoming lightning bolt, Qin Yu stood there in midair, motionlessly watching the spectacle. Kaboom! Hung! Hung! An earth-shattering crash and explosion was heard, followed by a tremendous shockwave of resonating air and smashed against whatever buildings currently standing in the surroundings. With Qin Yu at the epicenter, the crater with a radius of 1 kilometer was made from the explosive impact of the descending lightning bolt. Everything within that crater was blasted into smithereens. Buildings, trees and rocks were transformed into fine powder. What are previously a bloody hell was instantly transformed into a lifeless ruin, where the ground was immaculately clear from a single drop gore. In an instant, the world within the bamboo garden was remade into a new scenery. The actions of this martial uncle had completely baffled the 5 attackers. Even the taciturn Yu Dian was puzzled. Why did this martial uncle not resist nor dodge the attack? As the fine powder of everything had settled, a silhouette appeared in front of them. The silhouette resembled someone they were familiar with. That martial uncle had appeared in front of their very eyes. Yu Dian and the others were completely mystified and made slack-jawed by Qin Yu's appearance. They could not believe what their eyes were seeing. How could a level 9 golden immortal under the direct assault of their ultimate technique survive that attack? Even the Jade Sword Schoolmaster, Yu Qingzi, would try to dodge the attack, desperately, as if their life depended on it. Qin Yu smiled devilishly at the 5 fools. That sword formation technique was indeed quite powerful, but it's still far from hurting me. Well, that attack was your move, now it is time for my turn. He moved his hand and gripped the long sword behind his back, just as the 5 snapped awake from their stupor. But it was too late. Escape is but a dream. Deadly cold light flashed through Qin Yu's eyes. Heaven Sundering Sword Style. 8th movement. Omni Slash. Sword drawing. With the immortal sword facing the heavens above, 8 slender waves of heaven-sundering sword waves flew outwards in all directions. 6 of which fused into 3 extremely powerful sword waves and all heading in the direction of the 5 fools' heads. The waves may have looked like they moved slowly, but their targets did even move so much a muscle, before the waves had arrived. The 3 fused waves had arrived in the faces of Yu Dian, Hong Feng, and Feng Lian, and the weaker 2 waves arrived in the faces of the remaining level 7 and 9 golden immortals, Lu Chao and Hong Yu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 14. Book 12 Qin Yu, Chapter 14 Second Layer World of the Atlas. Plus previously on Stellar Transformations. Having planned on their course of action, Yu Dian's group of 5 readily attacked the residents of Qin Yu's bamboo garden. Confronted by these 5, Qin Yu did not turn tail nor scheme, but instead showed disdain. Angered by Qin Yu, the 5 initiated their ultimate technique, 5-point chain sword formation. They were astounded by Qin Yu's survival, and in their dazed status they were met with 5 sword waves. While Yu Dian's group was still failing to comprehend what in the world was going on. They barely noticed Qin Yu initiating his own counterattack. And before they could move a muscle, 3 powerful and 2 slightly weaker waves of sword energy had already arrived at their faces. The 8th move of the Heaven Sundering Sword style was an extremely powerful technique from the Heaven Sundering Sword repertoire. How could some miserly level 8 golden sword immortal even dream to resist? This move consumed about 50% of all 9 top grade elemental stones installed. If I couldn't kill the lot of you, wouldn't I have made a big loss? Qin Yu snickered to himself. He was confident in killing the 4 of the 5, except the level 9 golden immortal. He wasn't a fool to think he could definitely take care of that level 9 golden immortal Hongyu, so the moment he executed the Omni Slash, he dashed toward Hongyu. Shililik. Shilik. Feng Lian and Hang Feng was instantly bisected at the chest level, blood spraying from the entry and exit wounds of the sword wave, their bodies completely lifeless as they fall down to the ground. Confronted by such silent killer move, Yu Dian was no better than his own disciples. He may have had the business savviness of the trader and the management skills of a leader, but in terms of combat prowess, he was much weaker. He too was rendered lifeless by the attack. As for Lu Chao, he was, by his nature, a cheeky and cunning individual. The moment he saw the martial uncle wasn't dead, he was the first to react and dodge to the side. But the sword wave that was aimed at him wasn't following a straight line either. Each sword wave wasn't a simple sword wave. Each was a wave of sword energy created using the heaven-sundering sword energy, meaning that each wave will home in on their targets like sword waves with consciousness. The sword energy created by the divine longsword Skypiercer bestows the ability and moves belonging to the heaven-sundering sword style. Something as profound and omnipotent at the heaven-sundering sword strikes wasn't something a sly and cunning individual like Lu Chao could even dream on dodging. Naturally, he also fell victim to such a horrific display of power. In this world and in any other world, the strong are revered. Sometimes, in the battle between seemingly equally powerful experts, a slight mistake or difference in strength could determine life or death. Who would bother with several hundred rounds of assault? If you wish to kill the opponent, you would use your sure kill moves. In a moment of weakness, carelessness, or a result of the opponent's lightning reflexes, and with the element of surprise, the targets wouldn't have a chance of survival. Not to mention, the difference in power would only widen that gap. In a blink of an eye, 4 of the 5 attackers, who were all late-stage golden immortals, were instantly decapitated. By concentrating the limited sword energies, Xingyu instantly projected these sharpened blades and killing 4 golden immortals in one go, while he himself rushes forward to confront Hongyu, who could feel the chill rise up from his toes. Being the strongest of the group and most experienced in combat, Hongyu had just enough time to unsheath his sword and block the oncoming sword wave head-on. The impacting power from the sword wave sent him 100 meters or two, while his hands felt a little numb from the jarring force. The force had shocked him greatly, as he felt the pressure from the wave, and his heart quivered in fright. What a fierce and powerful sword wave! Even though the wave was only 1/8 of the total power of the omni-direction attack, it wasn't wise to underestimate its destructive force. No wonder, my martial uncle and the others could not escape from their fate. A level 9 golden immortal like Hongyu was even knocked over 100 meters back from the strength of that one attack. He now was very cautious and more prepared for the strength of this martial uncle of Qinyu's, and stood his ground in mid-air. One should know that melee combat on the ground gives the combatant less maneuverability and freedom to rampage, whereas in the air, it allows for more three-dimensional movement. Ho, you want to oppose me, eh? Qinyu smiled, then broke into a loud laugh when he saw the provocative expression on the last golden immortal. Then accelerated into the air and towards his target. The target was 10,000 and so meters above the ground. Hongyu and Qinyu faced off each other, each clashing at high speed at which lesser immortals could only catch shadowy blurs in the sky. It was a fight between two super experts, whose clashes and power fluctuations created huge energy shockwaves that hammered the residents in the land below. Those of the Lu clan and even the Wang clan of the nearby city could feel energy fluctuations. After all, these people were all immortals with spiritual sense. How could they not feel the widespread quakes in the area? Below, the Lu clan's clan leader in Lu Hanshu could only grimace bitterly at the explosive forces rained down from above. Elders, Yen Su Fan and Yen Shua from Yenshan City, approached from below, towards the Lu family elders. Lu Minghan, the honored guest you invited, is simply amazing. He'd even dare to kill a senior generation of the Jade Sword School. Yen Shua sneered at the Lu clan's clan leader. It's no use for excuses now. I've already informed the Jade Sword School about everything with my voice transfer talisman bead. Yen Shua laughed, and the pitiable expressions on the clan leader's face, he very much enjoyed to torment the other. Amber Moon was a planet in the Silver Stream star field, which was in turn under the command of Emperor Yu's 36 rulers, which in this case was Yu Qingzi. Offending the Jade Sword School was the same as offending Emperor Yu. For the puny little clan like the clan leader's Lu clan, offending Emperor Yu was the same as facing genocide. Yen Shua, don't you dare slander me. My family's honored guests have only the power of a level 9 immortal. Can you not free the explosive energy waves from the fight above? How can an expert of that level accepted an invitation from my Lu clan? The clan leader wore feigned expression of pity. Minghan of the Lu clan refuted in a righteous manner. Yen Shua, you know you have little grasp in controlling the teleportation array via the contest in a month's time, such that you dare to use such an underhanded move to hit me below the belt and denounce my family. The truth of your intentions will be known by the Jade Sword Schoolmaster, who will put you in your place. Yan Shuo only laughed in an arrogant and condescending manner. I won't argue with you here. When the schoolmaster finds out about the death of a senior member of the school, all will be known. Yan Shuo eyed Minghan with disdain. On the surface, Minghan only nodded and smiled in provocation, but in his mind, he had already made a decision. Xinyu is undeniably my honored guest, but his martial uncle and my family have no relation whatsoever. Xinyu, I'd never have thought the prowess of your martial clan senior would be so powerful. Not only Yan Gao, but the man's master and several more powerful comrades above level 7 Golden Immortal, each fell at your martial uncle's blades. One after another was killed effortlessly at your uncle's blade. Minghan didn't know whether to cry or laugh in delight. But he knew one thing, he could not afford to offend the Jade Sword School nor Xinyu, since both have the capability to kill level 7 or 8 Golden Immortals. He had to appease these two powers. With that in mind, he gazed upwards to the showdown between two experts in their final stage of their life and death battle. Boom! Howling gales of two powerful sword energy waves collided, creating two opposing wind fronts and a subsequent explosion. The force of the collision sent the two combatants flying outwards like two strongly like poles, but without a pause in their cadence, they each launched forward at each other for a second round. This process of clashes and rounds proceeded for a short while, when finally Hongyu stopped and wiped some fresh blood from the corner of his mouth and stared daggers at Xinyu. You are very powerful and your techniques are bizarre. I do not have confidence in killing you. If you cannot kill me, but I will kill you. Xinyu spoke in a deadly chilled voice. In reality, Xinyu was just testing out the true power of a high-level expert in a melee combat to get a feel for the powers he will be facing in the future. To do this, he expended all the power from 9 top-grade holy elemental stones by using lower-powered attacks each time to draw out the match. But now, they were at the precipice of the showdown. Xinyu was currently residing in the Sword Immortal puppet with an essentially mortal body. To this day, Xinyu had never seen anything that could actually hurt or damage the puppet's body in the slightest. That was why he wanted to utilize this opportunity to test the extent of his puppet's defense. But despite the same, in this melee confrontation, his puppet had not suffered the smallest of blemishes yet, whereas Hongyu was seriously injured. Cuts and gashes were rare to being the man's body, but internally, Hongyu was completely battered. In the man's eyes was a glint of malevolence. Hongyu may be an extremely aloof figure even among the disciples of the Jade Sword School, no one would dare say they had won against Hongyu. He wasn't just merciless to others, he was the same with himself. If you want to kill me, then prepare to witness this last ultimate technique of mine. It's either you or me now. Bloodlust in the form of crimson invade Hongyu's pupils, with his hands clasped together on the double hilt of his long sword, torrents of explosively bright energy channeled into the sword. A second later, the sword erupted upwards like a howling lightning dragon in the sky above, bisecting clouds and creating a special formation region that contained Xinyu and himself. Wary of this move, Xinyu reacted instantly. Assimilating with his own sword, he cut a wide path by directly colliding with the hailstorm of sword waves, and taking numerous barrages of sword wave he was knocked back a few hundred meters. But even so, would some sword waves hinder his immortal body? With a flicker of his eyes and feet, he approached Hongyu at an even faster speed. Without hesitation or remorse, he pierced right through Hongyu's abdomen. Tendons and muscles ripped in quick succession, the alarming sound of a blunt knife piercing into a carcass was heard in the region. The hand instantly grabbed the Yuanying within the body of the victim, only to feel explosive sword energy emitting from it. That instant when Hongyu's Yuanying was gripped. A terrifying explosion and boom was heard from Qinyu's palm, while a wrathful voice was heard in Qinyu's mind, haha, my ultimate technique is to combust my Yuanying. I refuse to believe that the explosive force from a combusted level 9 Golden Immortal's Yuanying will not kill you. Boom. Rumble. The explosion had occurred in the air, but the earth below shook and shockwaves continued to progress until it encompassed the entire planet. The incredible energy stored in combust in a level 9 Golden Immortal caused a solar flare to envelope the skies of the planet, and in that instant, its brightness eclipsed the sun. Propelled by this ferocious force, Xinyu was swept aside. My goodness! Cries from below did not wake Xinyu, as the violent explosion had happened right next to him and shook the very foundations of his soul, making him lose consciousness. Xinyu's body, Lan Feng, had assumed a dazed state, and within the time for 10 breaths, his body had fallen a considerable height. Afterwards, he woke and exerted control over the body and stopped his descent. This immortal sword puppet's body is, I wonder how Uncle Lan had been able to refine such an item. That violent explosion had not damaged the puppet at all. Xinyu finally recovered from his dazed state and shocked to find his body was not damaged and none of his limbs were missing, but the previous explosion had only left a numb feeling in his hand, while the tremor from it was the most harmful, as it partially attacked his soul. No matter. This Hongyu guy is now dead. Xinyu immediately spread out his immortal spiritual powers. Below, numerous sparkling treasures littered the grounds of Lu Feng City, but neither Lu clan, the Wang clan or the Yen clan dared to touch anything. They were very much afraid of offending Qinyu, thus incurring Qinyu's wrath to rain on their heads. Their lives were more important than treasure. The loots below included Hongyu's interspatial rings, other assorted items as well as the Yuanying and items left from the death of the other 4 golden immortals. These were all collected by Qinyu. Ha, it's unfortunate, I could not get Hongyu's Yuanying. The guy was a level 9 golden immortal no less. Qinyu expressed an exasperated sigh, as if the remaining loot was not enough. No matter. The remaining loot is still quite good, 3 level 8 golden immortal Yuanyings and a level 7 Yuanying. With these, breaking through to the black hole stage should be useful. Though Hongyu combusted the fellow's Yuanying, the other 4 didn't have the chance to self-destruct. While collecting the loot, Qinyu's face instantly turned ugly. He had found that the dead body of Lu Chao had held, in the man's hand, a voice transfer talisman bead. This guy's strength was the lowest, yet the fastest to react. At first he was afraid of causing a huge uproar and attracting big trouble, but now he did not care, because his current identity was as superficial and fake as the intentions of the lowly 3 major clansmen of Amber Moon. Clans, Yen, Lu and Wang. His voice sounded out as he eyed the group of people some distance away. He had deliberately raised his voice to be heard by everyone else as well. The faces of those clansmen was drained of all color, or each had sported parched white expressions. They all had a premonition, such an entity was killing level 7 to 8 golden immortals like taking a stroll in the park, could easily crush their families for breakfast. He. Qinyu chortled coldly at the clansman, then disappeared from sight. This cold snicker was enough to shake the hearts of the clansmen into submission. They unanimously decided, from henceforth, they could not afford to offend the martial elder of Qinyu's martial school and Jade Sword School. That is the woe of puny powers like theirs. They could only prostrate themselves in front of the greater powers. On a distant and barren mountain, a few kilometers below was piles of gravel and sedimentary rocks. Among those specks of gravel was the Jade Immortal Mansion. Within the Jade Immortal Mansion, Qinyu had already returned to his own body, and was sitting a cross-legged position, in front of the same water fountain, but with a level 1 golden immortal's Yuanying levitating in front, a little below eye level. A while later, his mouth opened and from his mouth came tongues of blue fire. After reaching the mid-level of the Dark Star stage, the original heavenly purple flames had become the upgraded blue sky fire. These tongues of blue flames wrapped around the Yuanying of the emissary of old, Huayan. Under the constant heating of the blue sky fire, the Yuanying was melted and refined into a golden liquid. Glug, glug. Like drinking water from an oasis, Qinyu drew in and drank the golden liquid, then he promptly shut his eyes and cleared his mind, and resumed his meditation. Within the Dantian region, the region a few centimeters below the collar, that golden liquid droplet was eroded drop by streams of golden liquid, as his red dark star absorbed the concoction. The volume of the star did not decrease but the color of the star darkened. Still no enough. He couldn't detect that marvelous feeling of an imminent breakthrough was at hand. So he instantly withdrew another Yuanying, which had belonged to the devil emissary, Du Zhongjun. Under the tongues of blue skyfire, the Yuanying turned into a golden red droplet. Gulp! The next droplet was swallowed whole. Once again, the liquid entered the Dantian within his body and was absorbed, only this time the absorption rate was much higher. The Yuanying of the devil Du Zhongjun was instantly consumed by the dark star, whose volume increased by insignificant multiplication, while the color was nearly black. Crackle! Along the surface of his dark star had begun to split apart and change. To accelerate this process, Qinyu withdrew a third Yuanying of the dragon emissary Ao Feng, then refined it and drank the golden liquid once again. The subsequent result was the dark star increased in size by another multiplication, though the star was still small in the boundless universe within his Dantian. With the purest energy from 3 golden immortals Yuanyings, the crackling and changes to the dark star sped up significantly. Can't consume any more Yuanyings. He felt incredible energy erupting from the dark star, threatening to overwhelm his soul's control, thus he didn't dare to refine any more Yuanyings. Crackle, crackle. Ionic beams like open wounds laced the surface of the star, and suddenly, the star collapsed inwards to 1/10 of its original size. Now the star was completely black, deeper than the darkest of nights. Incandescent and ominous light shone from within, like a pearl of evil. After a long time, the transformation stilled. He opened his eyes, and from within a hint of a smile was seen, even his lips curved into a natural smile. He knew he had finally reached the late dark star stage. He then broke into a laugh. Haha, now I should have the power to open the second layer world of the Atlas, right? He asked to no one in particular. At a moment's notice, he felt the power of his current dark star was at least 10 times more powerful than his previous middle dark star stage. Given how close he was to opening the second layer last time, he now should be able to open it without difficulty. Oh, I wonder how many demon kings will there be within the second layer world of my atlas? And how many will there be of level 9 demon kings? His heart thumped with excitement as he imagined wielding a small army of elite peak level demon kings obeying his will. Without further ado, he stifled his excitement and directly entered the atlas to proceed with opening the second layer world of the atlas. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 15. Book 12 Chinyu, Chapter 15 Peak Level Demon King. Plus previously on Stellar Transformations. Single-handedly killing 4 of the 5 attacking golden immortals of Yu Dian's group wasn't enough to satiate Chinyu, as he proceeded to test out his immortal puppet's limits via melee with Hongyu, the most powerful of Yu Dian's group. Even with the self-destruction of Honyu's Yuanying, it merely jarred and numbed his puppet's hand, while the most damage was jarring his soul that controlled the puppet. Once he'd retrieved all the loot from the group, he proceeded to reach the late Dark Star stage to open the second layer world of the Atlas. His heart quivered with anticipation as he speculated about the amount of peak-level demon kings within the second layer world. With these fierce new powers, even level 1 or 2 mystic immortals would be crushed by an army of peak-level demon kings. He held out the golden scroll that was the Atlas of 10,000 beasts. Then channeled his newfound powers of his late Dark Star stage into the golden scroll. Originally, to open the second layer world of the Atlas required the power of a golden immortal, but his late Dark Star stage had the power of a level 2 to 3 golden immortal, so entry should be easy. Blinding light erupted from within the scroll, Chinyu's face split apart in a wide grin. He had succeeded. Kreek. The pearl gates of the second layer world opened slowly and the individual presences and information of all the beasts within entered his mind. The second layer world of the Atlas. It was a mundane day for the divine and magical beasts, many were talking and carousing together. They had all spent years together, but just at this moment, when Chinyu opened the second layer world, all the hearts of these beasts trembled slightly. They all looked upwards at the approach of their new master. There's 28 level 9 demon kings. Chinyu's heart pumped loudly in his chest. By the gods, that's 28 peak level demon kings. If he had opened the second layer world much earlier, then would he have needed to use and directly control his immortal puppet to kill the 5 immortals of Yu Dian's group? Could have just sent 5 or 6 level 9 demon kings, and it would have been a done deal just like that. There are 28 level 9 demon kings, level 8s are just over 100 and level 7s are as high as 300. He felt his chest swell with vigor like a general inspecting his new batch of elite troops. That feeling that within his hand held enormous power, the feeling of supremacy. Attention all of the second layer world of the Atlas, who is the leader here? He sent this message into the world through his mind. Chinyu's voice echoed in the hearts of all the beasts within the layer. A moment later, a tall thin man, a burly fellow with a head of golden hair and a woman in a luxurious white robe, stood in the airspace above the surface. The thin man was slightly in front while the golden-haired brute and the woman flanked the former. Master, this one is called Conlan. This world is under my supervision, as well as my 2 right-hand, man, and left-hand, woman, subordinates, 2 Gang and Dan Meng. The word leader's voice projected into his mind. With a single thought. These 3 experts appeared in front of the eyes of Chinyu, who was sitting in a cross-legged position on a jade-colored bedside. We greet the great master. The trio immediately bowed deeply. Chinyu nodded fractionally. Alright, by opening the second layer world of the Atlas, I am already quite familiar with your strength. From what I observed, you are the leader of the level 9 demon kings, magical beasts. You, yourself is a mid-class divine beast, right? That is right, master. He had already inspected and paid careful attention to all 28 of the level 9 demon king. Of them, a smaller group consists of magical beasts, while the majority are divine beasts numbering up to 20 beasts. Their leader Conlan is, in fact, a mid-class divine beast, while the major group consists of low-class divine beasts. For Conlan to be the leader of all these demon kings, naturally, one can understand, he has the power to back that fact up. Master, elder brother Conlan is not just the leader of the 28 demon kings and a mid-class divine beast, but also an ascendant from the first layer world of the Atlas. Of more than the 1,000 beasts in the first layer world, he was the fastest to ascend to this layer world. The left-hand side woman wearing a body-hugging white robe smiled dreamily and with a playful spark in her eye, as she gave Conlan an eyeful. The moment he heard this remark, Chinyu could determine one thing: after the death of Emperor Niyang and the time after, around 1,000 magical beasts had ascended from the first layer world to the second layer world. To think that Conlan could be part of these 1,000 and also reach level 9 Demon King stage, he must be one of the talented ones mentioned by Shuaiyan before. Conlan, ah. Your cultivation speed is indeed very fast. Xing Yu exclaimed, and smirked. The fellow humbly replied, Master, it was simply because I was lucky. The class of a divine beast is a qualitative measure of their innate potential. Having spent 100,000 years to progress from a level 8 normal demon to a level 9 demon king is not something I would boast about. It was true. Nearly 100,000 years had passed since Emperor Anyang's death. Haha, you don't need to say so humbly. Within the first layer world, wasn't there magical beasts that was still a level 7 normal demon in that 100,000s of quietude and practice? Xing Yu laughed and casually wavered the man's self-deprecating remark. Those people grew complacent and lazy, because there would be less of a chance for the master to give them tasks. However, I do not loiter around and waste time, and let nature have its way with cultivation. I do not sit around and passively cultivate. Conlan frowned, obviously disliked some of these slackers. Oh? This was the first time Xing Yu has ever heard of such a thing. The lower the strength of a beast, the less likely the master would give them tasks, which means they will have less opportunities to please their master. This drives them to become complacent. The white-robed Dan Meng piped up, Elder Brother Conlan is right. Many of the Atlas relish in this concept, but most others also do not want to spend their lifetime stuck within the Atlas. Those also want to go out into the outside world and test themselves, explore and journey with the master. Only those people work hard in cultivation fastidiously, eagerly competing for more opportunities from the master to certain jobs above world. Xing Yu gave them a faint smile. He too could empathize with their desires. Who would want to be under house arrest for their entire lives, without having seen the outside world? A light entered his mind as something piqued his interest. Say, Conlan, you must have known many people over these numbers of years. How many magical beasts ascended from the second layer world to the third? Conlan showed a thoughtful expression, and answered, Master, I've only heard this from the older generations of this layer world. They say that the step between a level 9 demon kings to a level 1 demon emperors are like comparing the Babel Tower to a piece of paper. The difficulties to break through from level 9 demon king to level 1 demon emperor is beyond imagination. Of these 100,000 years, only one demon king succeeded on ascending to the third layer world. Only one? He finally felt like he could really comprehend the difficulty level of breaking through from the peak demon king stage to the lowest level of the demon emperor stage, though the difference is only one step. Conlan explained, Master, the number of demon kings of the Atlas are only between 20 and 10. To have even a single one breakthrough from the second layer to the third layer of that lot is already an incredible occurrence. Under normal circumstances, only 1 out of 100 will become a demon emperor. After a short pause, Xing Yu suddenly asked him, Conlan, if I let you fight against a demon emperor, would you have some certainty in your success? Conlan immediately shook his head in denial, I do not. Xing Yu started. In his opinion, a mid-class divine beast at level 9 demon king stage like Conlan should be equivalent to a mid-class divine beast at level 1 demon emperor stage, which means the fellow would inevitably defeat a magical beast at level 1 demon emperor stage with ease. The fellow wasn't finished. I am not for a demon emperor, but a mystic immortal should be possible. Xing Yu pondered about this. Don't demon emperor of magical beasts have similar strength as immortal emperors? But Conlan is quite firm on his chances with an immortal emperor than a demon emperor. Soon the fellow provided his answer, Master, any who was able to reach the demon emperor stage is at least a divine beast. Only divine beasts have good aptitudes and potentials, as the possibility of a breakthrough to the demon emperor stage is too great of a hurdle for all beasts. That is why I do not have a chance against a demon emperor. Conlan paused, then carefully measured out his words. For a mystic immortal, however, I have about a 50% chance of victory. But that would depend on their equipment. If their equipment is just so and so, I could very well win, but if the immortal has the best great armor, weapons and so on, I probably could not defeat the immortal, much less than killing. Conlan's shoulders slacked visibly. As he sighed he said, that is, because my weapon is of weak and of poor quality. The guy looked very dejected, having a helpless and embarrassed expression on his face. Xing Yu, on the other hand, was shocked to know this. He immediately inspected Conlan's equips, then all the equips of all the beasts in the second layer world. The results surprised Xing Yu once again. The best equipment on Conlan was a high-grade immortal item, while the best weapon in the entire second layer world of the Atlas was just a high-grade immortal class weapon. Not one piece of top-grade immortal class equipment was found. Dan Meng immediately explained why this was so. When the previous master, Emperor Anyang, acquired the Atlas, his power was already at the mystic immortal stage. At the time, when he first caught us, his aim was just to fill up the first and second layer world of the Atlas. To him, we are hardly useful. He couldn't be bothered to use us and would rather use the demon emperors of the third layer world almost all the time. Xing Yu turned to face Dan Meng. The woman was a veteran among the level 9 demon kings, and had to have known many affairs regarding the Atlas. He would have hardly any use for us, Demon Kings, so of course, we would not have much good combat gear. It was just that Emperor Enion was too wealthy at the time. He had tossed some high and middle grade immortal equips into the second layer world, and also dumped some middle to low grade equips into the first layer world. Dan Meng sighed with some jealousy. I can predict that the third layer world's demon emperors should have the best equips. Since Emperor Enion used them the most, they would have the best grade weapons, armors, and other trinkets. Xinyu smiled faintly. What a joke! Would anyone in their right mind give the better equips to the weaker subordinates rather than the stronger ones? He could follow the Emperor's train of thoughts at the time. The Emperor, at the time, was already an immortal emperor and a sword immortal at that. Obviously, the beasts of the first and second layer worlds are of insubstantial existences to him, which he had captured only for the sake of displaying his prowess. The real elite soldiers of his army are the demon emperors of the third layer world. He couldn't help but sigh in praise of the awe-inspiring powers in the third layer world. His face glistened with expectation. Ah, the third layer world. I am truly looking forward to that. He could simply imagine the heroic figures of the demon emperors with their indomitable equips and powers, with at least top-grade immortal equips, possibly even divine equips. But he knew that was a faraway goal. After all, to open the third layer world of the Atlas would require an immortal emperor or equivalent's power. He thought to himself, no rush. I need to take one careful step after another. Even the grandest of structures was built from laying the foundations. With 1,800 demon kings at my disposal, I should be a formidable force within this Indigo Bay Prefecture, galaxy. The forces under his command should be comparable to the Jade Sword School's forces of the Silver Stream Province, Starfield. After all, the schoolmaster was just a level 1 mystic sword immortal. Kong Lan, you are the most formidable of the second layer world of this Atlas, thus I will bestow you with a set of top-grade immortal class weapon and armor. Xinyu withdrew the prescribed set with a wave of his hand from his blazing ice ring. Instantly, 2 shining items appear and floated in front of Xinyu. They were an Assault Division and Defense Division item, and were top-grade immortal class items. Conlan shuddered with pleasant shock, but immediately shook himself a whack, then kneeled in honor and in gratitude. My greatest thanks to the master. He accepted the items with grace as he kneeled with one knee down and his hands above and forward accepting his master's gracious act, then stored them away. Dan Meng, Tu Gang, the two of you are only slightly inferior to Conlan in strength. I shall grant you both a top-grade immortal class weapon for now. In the future, when you have made greater achievements for your master, I will then bestow you with more rewards. With another wave, Xinyu withdrew a few top-grade immortal equips from his ring. Dan Meng and Tu Gang were instantly ecstatic and elation was evident on their faces. It was the first time their master showed such generosity, and top-grade immortal class items no less. For them, it seemed that their new master was much better, in many ways, than their previous one. Still giddy with joy, the two chose one weapon for themselves that was most suited for them. Now then, you all are divine beasts, no less, and now you have the appropriate weapons. I ask this, how sure of you are you, in winning against a level 1 mystic immortal? Xinyu inquired with a quirky smile. A level 1 mystic immortal? I am fully confident in my ability to win against such a person. Kong Lan said confidently. With a top-grade immortal weapon and armor, his new combat ability was at least doubled of his original combat ability, so dealing with a level 1 mystic immortal is no longer a difficult task. I would be the same. Dan Meng and Tu Gon also piped up with their opinions. Then, how about a level 1 mystic sword immortal? When one wishes to compare a normal mystic immortal to a sword immortal equivalent, one does not simply compare them. They are two very different entities. The trio's facial expression instantly froze. None had anything more to add and were completely speechless. Dealing with a level mystic sword immortal was light years different than dealing with a normal mystic immortal, and even they weren't sure they could beat the former. From his series of questions, Xinyu finally grasped the extent of the strength his subordinates had. Kong Lan, I want the three of you to stay here in the Jade Immortal Mansion, while I help you refine, improve and get used to your new top-grade equips. Once you succeed, I will take you with me to the outside world. Xinyu said with a gleeful smile. Take them out to the outside world? The trio's face lit up like lamps and eyes shone with splendor. How long had they stayed within the Atlas without being in the sunlight outside? How long had they desired that so very much? Alright, you should all go about my Jade Immortal Mansion and select a place so that you can practice with your new equips. Xinyu said finality. Of course, master. The trio followed Xinyu and promptly left through the second layer world's gateway. In the Jade Immortal Mansion, Xinyu stood motionlessly next to the familiar fountain. He stared in the direction of the fountain, but wasn't looking at it, he was staring into a far-off space, somewhere in the distance. His mind was thinking about the brothers he missed so dearly and loved ones he left behind in the mortal plane. I've reached the later Dark Star stage, and with the powers contained in the second layer world of the Atlas, I'd say, I have sufficient power to protect myself in this perilous immortal plane. About time I begin my journey. He pondered, and estimated this was high time to leave this amber moon planet. After 3 days, Conlan and the other two had completed their merging in use of their new equips bestowed to them by Chinyu. Now they could convey the full force of their powers with their new equips, and at this time, he decided to finally leave the Jade Immortal Mansion with them. That time ago, when Chinyu massacred the 5 golden immortals of Yu Dian's group, he immediately entered the Jade Immortal Mansion to cultivate, and by refining Yuaniings he opened the second layer world soon after. During this time, the 3 major families of Amber Moon were in a state of chaos. The death of 5 great golden immortals of the Jade Sword School, including a second-generation elder, Yu Dian, and 4 third-generation disciples. Moreover, Yu Dian wasn't some nobody of the Jade Sword School either. He was someone praised by Emperor Yu, and within the territories of the Jade Sword School, his authority was second only to the schoolmaster himself. When the death of Yu Dian was known by the Jade Sword School of the Red Lead Planet, the news had left them in shock. Only mayhem will follow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 16. Book 12 Chinyu, Chapter 16 Sudden Surprises. Plus previously on Stellar Transformations. Looting the dead bodies of the 5 golden immortals, Chinyu quickly hid away in the Jade Immortal Mansion to resume refining Yuaniings to reach the late Dark Star stage. Upon opening the second layer world of the Atlas, he learned many things about the lives and history of the beasts within, and taken with him the top 3 experts from that world. Bestowing them with good equips, he led them to face the dangers of the outside world, the immortal plane. The Great Hall of the Jade Sword School. 5 second-generation Jade Sword School practitioners were currently pacing about the main hall like stalking tigers. Each showed a face of irritation. The mood and atmosphere in the hall was very tense. None of them were at all calm. Every one of the second generation of the Jade Sword School or elders of their school, of the 8, 5 was already assembled, which meant the matter this time is of utmost importance. Eldest Martial Brother, we've heard of Martial Brother Yu Dian's death, but our schoolmaster is currently with Senior Qian Qi, refining immortal pills in the Pill Creation Hall. He has yet to hear of this. What should we do now? A middle-aged man dressed in yellowy robe voiced his thoughts. The man was the 3rd eldest brother of the 8 second-generation brothers. 3rd brother, you're asking me what we should do, but I should be asking you that instead. How do I know what we should do? A fair-headed young man shook his head repeatedly. This matter also involved my disciple Hong Yu's death as well. I, also, am extremely infuriated. Don't think I wouldn't be tasting bile in my mouth at this as well? I also have a belly full of fire, which I want to spit at the killer. The other 3's shoulders slacked helplessly. None of them had any idea what to do. If the death was of another similar generation's martial practitioner, they may be infuriated, but they could just resolve it all by getting revenge. They would definitely be short of their current worrisome predicament. Now that Yu Dian is dead, not only the 5 closest and same generation martial brothers were assembling, the 2 brothers far from home are also hurrying back. This matter regards to Yu Dian's identity. Their brother was a valued asset of Emperor Yu. Allowing Yu Dian to meet his end could incur the wrath of Emperor Yu, which would rain hell upon the heads of all in the Jade Sword School. We can only wait for now, until Senior Qian Qi and our master has finished their immortal pill refinement. A middle-aged elder sitting at one corner muttered, even our master is respectful to the senior, and needless to say, alchemy and pill refinement requires utmost attention. Even the slightest distraction could result in a failure, and that is a responsibility we cannot bear. So voice transfer messages to our master is definitely out of the question. Say if the refinement fails, Senior Qian Qi will be very angry. The other 4 chuckled bitterly at that prospect. What can the 4 of them do now? Prior to Lu Chao's death, he had explicit said that the opponent was a lone wolf capable to take down their 5-man 5-point chain sword formation. Most likely, the opponent's strength is no less than our master's. I fear that even with us 5, the results would still be the same. We would all perish without fail. Their eldest martial brother rubbed his solar plexus at the rising headache that was threatening to break out. Just thinking about that ominous message was enough to the people in the hall on edge. No doubt about it, they would die just as easily. The people present all shrunk visibly, thinking about the scene that would have played out from Lu Chao's message. 5 men stood in the air at 5 primary points of the 5-point chain sword formation, each formidable in their own right. One was at the head of Star, a level 9 golden immortal of high pedigree, a compatriot of Yu Dian, the man who assembled the team. The rest of the vertices was filled with 3 level 8s and 1 level 7, completing the formation. It was a last resort as well as an ultimate technique, one which was sure to grant them victory. They could imagine the amount of power of formation would channel to their collective target. breaking the thoughts of the others. A previously silent, middle-aged man, who was sitting at the foot of a pillar, opened his mouth. Unless we had the help of the schoolmaster and other level 9 golden immortals of our school, including other experts belonged to Emperor Yu's faction, which were currently in this Silver Stream galaxy, we would be hard-pressed to fight this opponent. Only with their help will we have any certainty to erase the enemy. The other 4 didn't utter a squeak. To convene the masters within the Jade Sword School as well as the experts outside its doors, would require someone with greater authority than people like themselves. One who has the authority to command and gather all of the experts in Emperor Yu's faction within the Silver Stream galaxy, and that someone is their master, Yu Qingzi. He is someone who was sent here to the Silver Stream galaxy as per Emperor Yu's direct orders. Even if master was to act, I'm afraid our losses will still be large. The elder brother, who was standing the furthest inwards from the hall's gateway, contemplated. The same middle-aged man at the pillar mused, if Senior Qianxi would not mind acting with us, then the confrontation would not be so difficult. He looked up and into the eyes of the other, who all had a literal light flicker within their eyes. This senior, immortal Emperor Qianxi is no joke. Under the directives of Emperor Yu are 36 rulers, within which Qianxi is a member of, whose strength far exceeds Yu Qingzi. Lu Feng City of Amber Moon. In a quiet corner of the city was the manor of the Lu clan patriarch's remote home away from home. This manor was usually rarely used by the patriarch, as he was much too busy with the clan's matters and rarely spent time here. However, recently, he had come to frequent its rooms. A lone man within of the manor's rooms sighed quietly, muttering to himself. For our small clan to mix with the conflicts of great powers is like riding a wooden raft amidst a typhoon. At any one time, the boat caught capsize and its passengers would drown. During these coming days since the great battle above the city, between the Jade Sword School and Qin Yu's martial uncle, had led the patriarch to worry, day and night, about the consequences. Within that turbulent mind storm, traces of ambition was present. What did this present? If the clan was to operate and proceed as normal, they would still be a small clan, on a small planet, and at the mercy of far too many others. With the recent development, if nurtured well, they could gain either the backing of the Qin Yu's faction or the Jade Sword School. Gaining either one allow a puny clan like theirs to advance in leaps and bounds. Mr. Lu. An insipid voice rang about the manor grounds. The previously silent patriarch made a start. He knew this voice. It was the voice of his clan's honored guest by the name of Qin Yu. Welcome, Mr. Qin, why not come and join me for a cup of tea? Lu Han smiled faintly to no one in particular, whilst flickering his gaze from the doorway to the airspace above. As soon as he blinked, and opened his eyelids again for the third time that moment, Qin Yu strode into the courtyard of the manor, with 3 other attendants in tow. The moment the patriarch, Lu Minghan, laid his eyes on the 3 following Qin Yu, a step behind, his iris contracted with surprise. This Mr. Qin Yu already has a new group of subordinates, whose strength cannot be perceived by me. Minghan's hand froze for a moment before putting his teacup back down. A while ago, he could still be able to perceive the power levels of Qin Yu's previous group of subordinates, but now he can't. Mr. Qin, I'm glad you are alright. In the aerial battle above the bamboo garden, I feared for the worst, but fortunately, I see you weren't too hurt. Minghan stood up to receive his guest and show his concern. Come, please sit with me. Minghan showed Qin Yu to the seat opposite himself, then sat down promptly. That short pause did not escape Qin Yu's observant gaze, though his expression did not change during this entire scene. A touch of a smile was constant on his lips. The patriarch looked quizzically at Qin Yu's companions, then at Qin Yu. Mr. Qin, these people are. Mr. Lu, you are aware that the 5 golden immortals assault. If it weren't for my martial uncle's help, I would have lost my life. My clan is quite worried about my safety, so they sent 3 experts to oversee my protection. He knew he could not leak any hint about the atlas being in his possession. The clue itself would sway hordes of men to kill him for it. If it gotten out, not only men, but the immortal emperor factions such as Yuan Xian, as well as other demon and devil emperors would also rob and kill him for it. The 3rd layer world of the Atlas has demon emperors, whose are valued companions of Emperor Ni Yang himself. Imagine commanding such formidable force with a single gesture of his thoughts. I'm curious to know where Mr. Qin's clan is. Well. Annoyance furrowed his brow as he looked coldly at the patriarch. Mr. Lu, are perhaps aware you are prying a little too much into my business? Minghan shuddered involuntarily and hurriedly tried to remedy the situation. My deepest apologies, I was too presumptuous. The awkward situation had passed. Qin Yu smiled knowingly. Mr. Lu, anything you need to know I will inform. Other than that, you shouldn't pry. Of course. Minghan nodded vigorously. Cold sweat broke on his back. He had just avoided a freight train. He could feel a mysterious air about his honored guest, which wasn't present previously, one which he couldn't place his tongue on, but nonetheless caused his throat to clench. Unknown to him, this aura was the product of Qin Yu's soul fusing with his meteoric tear. Mr. Qin, you are aware that in half a month's time, the three great clans of Amber Moon will convene for the Century Event, Teleportation Array Contest, which will decide the clan to control the arrays for the next century. If Mr. Qin has time, please feel free to come watch the contest. Ming Han smoothly and tactfully changed the subject. Very well, if I have time, I will come. Qin Yu smiled at the patriarch, aware of his tactful retreat. Mr. Lu, I must apologize. The bamboo garden was something you had given to me, and yet I allowed some troublemakers to cause havoc in it. My apologies. Ming Han laughed, not one bit angry. This matter could not be blamed on Mr. Qin. My clan has another manor in the White Circle district. A few days ago, I've ordered that manor to be cleaned out and prepared for your residence. Qin Yu readily accepted the patriarch's invitation. Many thanks, then. He promptly stood up. Mr. Lu, it is time I left. Do not worry, I've already mapped the location of the White Circle district with my spiritual power, and do not need assistance navigating there. Then turned and led his three subordinates to leave. Just as he stepped outside the gateway of the manor grounds, he twisted around to face Ming Han and said, Mr. Lu, if you see my disciple Lu Hanshu, inform him that he must make a journey to the White Circle Manor to see me. Very well, I will immediately instruct him to see Mr. Qin. Qin Yu smiled a thank you, then strode away from the gateway. For Xiationists, it is not difficult to acquire manors and land, but the White Circle Manor had numerous rare herbs and botanic treasures that pleasantly surprised Qin Yu, given the great pains the patriarch would have to go through to acquire such and give it to Qin Yu. While sipping green tea, Qin Yu sat quietly in the main hall of his new manor, waiting for his disciple to arrive. In a short moment, a familiar figure speedily walked in from the manor's main gate. Hanshu half ran and half walked, then knelt before his master. This humble disciple greets the master. A decade ago, Qin Yu had strongly suggested Hanshu to work hard. This in turn awoke Hanshu from his stupor of basking in his master's radiance, and started to train hard. Since receiving his master's support by reforming his meridian channels and near limitless supply of holy elemental stones for his training, his cultivation speed was astounding. Within a decade's time, Hanshu had progressed from an early Yuanying stage to a middle Kongming stage. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and carefully inspected Hanshu's body, and a barely perceivable smile touched his lips. It seems you have truly spent this last decade in training hard. Now, I ask of you, among peers of your generation, who is the strongest and most skilled? As of today, of my generation, the strongest are at middle Kongming stage, which includes myself, while the other is the one master reprimanded, Lu Hanming. A momentary flash of pride crossed Hanshu's face as he continued, but, in another decade's time, this disciple will have an absolute advantage over all other peers of my generation. Lu Hanming, eh? I remember there was fellow with that name, but... Qin Yu scrunched his brows, trying to recall the young man Hanshu was referring to, and with great effort he remembered, 10 years ago, that Lu Hanming was said to be already at the late Dongshu stage. Well, getting to middle Dongshu stage in another decade is just about satisfactory. Master, I have not seen Master for a long time, 10 years no less, and had somewhat missed Master during this time. Qin Yu froze. He suddenly remembered he had not seen his disciple not once these past 10 years. Not only neglecting his disciple, he failed to instruct his disciple in the correct ways to cultivate, and all at once, he felt he had failed as Hanshu's master. As if to make up for his duty as the master, he and Hanshu talked for a long while, during which many matters about Hanshu's training was resolved. In time, night has fallen. Qin Yu sat alone in the master bedroom of the manor. In his vision were the loot from the 5 golden immortals that previous fought with him over the Lufeng city airspace. Since events propagated from another, he had not had the time to ascertain the dropped goods from his battle, thus decided to inspect them now. Ha! Now wonder people like to resort to being bandits in the immortal place. Wealth and murder go hand in hand. Relieving others their entire wealth is so much more profitable than accumulating them yourself. Qin Yu pondered in retrospect, though he did not feel guilty at all, at this moment. For Xiationists, there are no fixed abodes. The path to immortality and ascension is a tough one and frequently require practitioners to adventure around. They generally hold all their wealth on their person. Under normal circumstances, the greater the skills of the individual, the more wealth he or she has. Lu Chao, Heng Yu, Hong Feng, and Feng Lian are all third-generation Jade Sword style practitioners, who all have relatively high position within their school. Naturally, their wealth will be greater than the wealth accumulated by Yan Gao, but Yan Gao had the backing of his own clan, thus the latter had relatively more by himself. The 4 golden immortals, collectively, donated about 5 to 600 million to Qin Yu. According to the clues within Lu Chao's interspatial ring, this Yu Dian fellow is a second-generation Jade Sword practitioner, who is in charge of the finance and commerce for the school. Seems to be that among the 5, Yu Dian held a higher position than the others. Driven by curiosity, Qin Yu sent his spiritual powers into the ring to inspect its contents. Gasp! Qin Yu sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes bulged. Whoa, there's far more than I had anticipated, but... Within the interspatial ring, there was mountains of assets. The sheer volume overawed Qin Yu, not including the magical items. By holy elemental stones alone, the total amount exceeded 1 billion. What Qin Yu did not know was that the wealth of the Jade Sword School and the position of financial officer is succeeded by later generations. Because Yu Dian is soon to be departing the school's wealth was already handed over to the schoolmaster. Even so, the wealth of Yu Dian, by himself, is already alarming. As he continued his casual sweep of the contents, he happened upon an interesting discovery. This is, Qin Yu hurriedly withdrew a jade slip and inspected this item more closely. It was a map. A star chart no less. Now, what was the thing that Qin Yu desired the most? It is a star chart. He had, with some effort, obtained a star chart of the indigo-based star field, but this slip contained the map of the entire immortal realm. Hold it, this map is not as detailed as the previous one, but it seems to have the main routes of the stars in the immortal realm. With this map, I would not worry about getting lost while traveling. He couldn't wipe the smug grin as he beamed at this discovery. The magical items of the 5 golden immortals did not amount to the items found in the rings of those 3 emissaries I killed in the mortal plane, but for me, this map is worth more than their combined wealth. Still grinning with glee, like a child on Christmas Day, finding more gifts than expected. This map was really a sudden jubilant surprise. This map was a gift Emperor Yu gave to Yu Dian for the latter's good work, while on Blue Solar Plane. But now, it has fallen into Qin Yu's outstretched hands. Red Leaf Planet, Jade Sword School. Grind. The stone doors of the primary alchemy hall slowly opened. From within came a rosy-faced Yu Qingzi and another slightly older man in tow. Outside the doors were 7 second-generation disciples, and were nearly driven insane with worry. Their spokesperson, the eldest, called frantically to their master, "Master, there has been a grave ordeal." Still basking in the joyful results of success from the alchemic session with another expert, Yu Qingzi walked a little more before realizing he was spoken to. Before him was 7 of his direct disciples. He knew many of the 7 were in places far away from the school, but what happened, which would force them to convene here? Qingzi looked at each of his disciples in turn, then his face fell. What is going on? And where is Yu Dian? How come he isn't here? Qingzi's cry was thick with anxiety. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 17. Book 12 Qin Yu, Chapter 17 Qin Yu, This and That. Plus previously on Stellar Transformations. In the aftermath of the aerial battle between Yu Dian and Qin Yu, Lufeng City has regained its calm, while Jade Sword is in a whirlwind of anxiety. Qin Yu prepares to leave Amber Moon, but was pleasantly surprised to find a star chart within the contents of Yu Dian's interspatial ring. Unknown to him, forces from the Jade Sword School are moving to close on him. Yu Qing felt a terrible premonition, and seeing so many of the disciples' faces only made him feel even worse. It was obvious that none of the second generation knew how to speak properly of the matter to him. All eyes rested on the senior disciple to do so. "Master, Yu Dian has been killed," said the senior disciple sorrowfully. "Killed? Yu Dian has been killed?" said Yu Qing as his whole body began to tremble. Yu Dian was the disciple that he was most proud of. The fact that Yu Dian managed to gain the recognition of Emperor Yu only made him more prideful of his disciple. After all, Emperor Yu decreed to the 36 rulers, of which he was part of, that only a person who has raised a good disciple can be worthy enough to be prideful. This time even immortal Emperor Qian Shi arrived to praise his disciple Yu Dian. "Yu Qing, my martial nephew has been killed?" ranged out immortal Emperor Qian Shi. Yu Qing nodded and took a deep breath to try to suppress the fury in his heart. He looked at his own disciple. "How did this come to be? I demand a proper explanation. Fanlon, as you are the most senior disciple, I'll have you tell me how this happened," said Yu Qing as he looked toward his most senior disciple. By his side, immortal Emperor Qian Shi also paid his attention towards Fanlon. Fanlon gathered his recollections of the situation and immediately started to answer. "Master Yu Qing. Ancestor Qian Shi. The reason why Yu Dian was killed was due to a matter 10 years ago." 10 years ago? Yu Qing's brows began to crease. Why does a matter 10 years ago have to do with this? "If I remember correctly, 10 years ago was when Yu Dian completed the task that was entrusted to him by Emperor Yu," said immortal Emperor Qian Shi on the side. Fanlon nodded. "Correct, 10 years ago Yu Dian left to take care of the task given to him by Emperor Yu. At the same time, however, his disciple Yan Gao was killed. While Yan Gao's martial skill was ordinary, he possessed incredible acumen in business. In this way he was similar to Yu Dian, which made him his favorite disciple. 10 years ago Yu Dian was preparing for his disciple to take over his position. Who would have thought that he would be murdered? However, he still had to complete the task given to him by Emperor Yu, which made him unable to immediately seek vengeance for his disciple's death. Both Yu Cheng and Xian Qi nodded at this explanation. Yu Dian clearly knew how important the task given by Emperor Yu was. Fan Lan continued. 10 years past. Yu Dian returned home to a warm welcome, yet he never wavered from the thought of avenging his disciple. Immediately after the celebration banquet, Yu Dian took 4 of the third-generation disciples and set off. What was the strength of the 4 disciples that he took with him? Asked Yu Qing. He wanted to fully know how strong the disciples that set off with Yu Dian was. Fan Lan once again continued. Master, the disciples that he took with him was a level 9 golden immortal, 2 level 8 golden immortals, and 1 level 7 golden immortal. 5 people, 5 experts of the 5-point chain sword formation. Muttered Yu Qing. Master, Yu Dian with his 4 disciples went to the Amber Moon planet to face the foe with their 5-point chain sword formation, yet they were still killed. Not a single one of them survived, so we only knew of this through the message that Lu Chao sent. Said Fan Lan with his voice tinged with remorse. Yu Qing was a schoolmaster and a person that was hard to read what was on his mind. He thought for a moment and then asked, does the message tell of how strong this enemy is? Master, there is a matter that I must speak clearly about. Fan Lan shouted as he had a sudden recollection. Lu Chao didn't speak of the enemy's strength in detail, however he said that the foe was an elder of a person named Qin Yu. He was able to easily defeat the 5-point chain sword formation's strongest attack. When Yu Dian and his disciples fought with Qin Yu's elder, Qin Yu said that he has yet to pass into the realm of an immortal emperor. However, when Lu Chao saw how easily the elder beat back the 5-point chain sword formation, he could not believe that was true. As such, in the information provided by Lu Chao, there was no mention of what Qin Yu said. It's incredibly difficult to defeat the 5-point chain sword formation's strongest attack, especially when done by such experts like Yu Dian and his disciples. Said Yu Qian as his complexion changed. Immortal Emperor Qian Shi responded: 1 level 9 golden immortal, 3 level 8 golden immortals, and 1 level 7 golden immortal. Given that the attack has the accumulated strength of these 5 golden immortals amplified by the strongest attack of the 5-point sword formation, its power must have been truly outstanding. Yu Qing, even you would be afraid to face such an attack head-on, right? Yu Qing nodded. Elder brother Qian Shi is right. If I had to face a combined attack by those 5, even I would be grievously injured. If this is true, then our foe's strength would be no less than yours. Said Immortal Emperor Qian Shi as the wrinkles on his head also began to rise. Yu Qing nodded as he began to question Fan Lan. What kind of celestial body is the Amber Moon planet? How could there be such a power expert residing in it? Yu Qing already thought that this enemy's strength was at that of an immortal emperor. In reality, Qin Yu's immortal puppet possessed an incredibly strong body that could not be damaged by such an attack. Even the detonation of a level 9 golden immortal's Yuanying failed to put a single scratch on the body of the immortal puppet. This point caused both Yu Qing and Qian Shi to guess wrongly. The Amber Moon planet is a fairly ordinary celestial body which possess only a few golden immortals. There are 3 major families residing, of which Qin Yu was an honorable guest of the Lu clan. The one who killed Yu Dian is certainly this Qin Yu's elder. Carefully stated Fan Lan. Alright, all of you can retire early. Elder brother Qian Shi and I have important matters to discuss. Ordered Yu Qing suddenly. Yes, master, bowed all 7 of the 2nd-generation disciples. After they bowed, Fan Lan led the group of 7 out, leaving just Yu Qing and Qian Shi in the room. Yu Qing spoke. Elder brother Qian Shi, the strength of our enemy is extremely powerful. I want to deal with this myself, however, though I possess the will, I lack the strength to do so. What Qin Yu inferred of the enemy's strength shook him to his core. He imagined that the foe's strength was a few levels higher than that of his as an immortal emperor. Qian Shi muttered. Yu Qing, Lu Chao was able to send a message back, and this person seems to be one that fully handles his disputes. It seems that though this person's strength is immense, it isn't too strong yet for there to be no room for action. Yu Qing nodded his head. If Immortal Emperor Qian Shi wanted to kill the 5 of them at the same time, how can he let one of them have the opportunity to send a message? However, I'm still worried about one thing. Is that foe Qin Yu's elder, or is this one Qin Yu's elder? How many of them are there? Is this one the most powerful? Immortal Emperor Qian Shi spoke out his worries. Yu Qing's complexion changed. Right. Now this Qin Yu's elder appeared. Is this one the strongest? If that's not the case, then there lies an immortal emperor that is even stronger and frightening. I turn to elder brother Qian Shi for help. Asked Yu Qing. Qian Shi was the head of Emperor Yu's 36 rulers. Not only was his strength immense, he also possessed a great mind that is able to think of ways to handle such affairs. Chen Shi faintly laughed. Don't tell me you have already forgotten Yu Qing? You said. Yu Qing's eyes shone brightly. His Majesty. Immortal Emperor Chen Shi fought to hold down his laughter. Smart. Now you need to recollect that His Majesty paid unusually close interest in Yu Dian. Now that Yu Dian has been killed, would His Majesty remain unconcerned over this matter? But brilliant, laughed Yu Qing. Chen Shi continued. It is difficult to determine how many people the enemy possess, but we do know of at least 2. As the proverbs say, there is safety in numbers. We must gather at least all of the level 8 and 9 golden immortals in the Silver Stream Galaxy. In addition to this, we must also implore His Majesty to send over an expert to handle this matter. In this way, if an even larger action than originally thought is needed, then we can ask His Majesty directly. Yu Qing's thoughts relaxed as he heard this. If this affair reached this stage of the process, then His Majesty Emperor Yu would personally handle the matter. This way, even if the matter couldn't be solved, Emperor Yu would be unable to blame him for the failure. Elder brother Chen Shi, I ask that you take a little rest. I will leave to send a message to notify His Majesty Emperor Yu. Asked Yu Qing. You don't need to be so polite, Yu Qing. Feel free to go ahead. Laughed Immortal Emperor Chen Shi. Immediately Yu Qing left to message Emperor Yu. The realm of the immortals, devils, and demons is far too large, and for such a distance a voice transfer talisman bead would be unable to send a message. It could only be used to cover an area such as that of a single galaxy. The way to send a message over a distance of several galaxies was to put a message within a secret transfer arrangement. Only in this way would a voice transfer talisman have the capability to receive message from such a far distance away. Clouds and mists pervaded across the air slowly. Within it lied a muslin veil fluttering in the wind. Within the veil sat 2 people. Between the 2 was a small table which lied 2 cups of tea at the top. On one side of the table sat a man that was covered in black clothes from head to toe, carrying a long sword on his shoulder. On the other side sat a man wearing a purple gown with his long hair draped over his shoulder. Jibai, I ask of you to wait for just a little longer. The message from Yu Qing will arrive soon, said the middle-aged man wearing the purple gown. As your Majesty pleases, nodded the black-clothed word immortal. The identity of this middle-aged man was truly outstanding. This middle-aged man was the master of one of the 3 great powers, the leader of the immortal realm, Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu had stood proudly at the top of the immortal realm for countless years. There is no need to even talk about the strength of such an individual. As a level 8 mystic immortal, there was no one in the immortal realm who could compare to him. And for this black-clothed sword immortal, even though his strength couldn't compare to that of Emperor Yu, he was still feared by countless individuals. The black-clothed individual is called the Green Blood Sword Immortal Emperor Jibai. He is one of Emperor Yu's 18 immortal emperors, a level 7 mystic sword immortal. As a level 7 mystic sword immortal, he was only 1 level lower than that of Emperor Yu himself. However, the Green Blood Sword Immortal possessed the most powerful attack out of all the sword immortals. In the days when Immortal Emperor Ni Yang still roamed among the living, the Green Blood Sword Immortal was almost on par with him. Many people have said that the only reason that Immortal Emperor Ni Yang was the stronger sword immortal was simply because that he was a level 8 mystic immortal emperor. They say that if the Green Blood Sword Immortal was also a level 8 mystic immortal emperor, then his attack power would even surpass that of Immortal Emperor Ni Yang. This isn't merely just talk, as the source of it was the Blood Sword Immortal sword art, the killer sword art. Of course, all of this is merely conjecture, as the Green Blood Sword Immortal is still a level 7 mystic immortal emperor. The want to break through, this is not done by merely relying on time. Qin Yu, muttered Emperor Yu, holding a voice transfer talisman bead. His brows pursed, which was immediately seen by the Green Blood Sword Immortal. Jibai, do you remember your disciple Huayan? The one we sent to the mortal realm as to enter Ni Yang space and failed to come back? At that time, Huayan, Du Zhong, and Ao Feng all failed to return to their respective realms. After the affair in Ni Yang space was already completed, Huayan messaged back to his leader. He, however, never returned. I remembered, nodded Jibai. It has been quite some time since the affair over Huayan message. He mentioned an individual that held quite a mysterious power. This power leads me to think that there exists 3 people related to Qin Yu. This Qin Yu has a martial uncle called Lan Feng, and there is still someone even more mysterious called Lan Shu. But Jibai nodded right, and the fact that this Lan Feng even knows the Heaven Sundering Sword technique is truly astonishing. What's going on? Your Majesty mentioned Qin Yu just a moment ago. Emperor Yu smiled. It's nothing. A message arrived from Yu Qing stated that the golden immortal Yu Dian has been killed. The person that killed him was Qin Yu's elder. Qin Yu? Stared Jibai blankly. According to Huayan's message, this Qin Yu managed to reach Dashang stage. It is possible that he has ascended. However, the realm of immortals, devils, and demons is vast, and there are thousands of people named Qin Yu. It is possible that he is not the Qin Yu from the mortal realm. This I know, nodded Emperor Yu. This is the message sent from Yu Qing. It says that Qin Yu's elder is also incredibly powerful, at least of that of an immortal emperor. With such a powerful elder by his side, there are very few things that Qin Yu needs to be afraid of. Ji Bai nodded his head. Emperor Yu let out a small laugh. No matter what, we still need to investigate. If it turns out that person is the Qin Yu from the mortal realm, then hopefully after a period of time the situation won't be too oppressive. Won't be too oppressive? If the person possesses the Atlas of 10,000 beasts that Emperor Ni Yang was said to have, then it would already be sufficient enough for immortals, devils, and demons to once again band together to fight. This Qin Yu and that Qin Yu, could they possibly be the same person? Smiled Emperor Yu as he gazed southward. It was as if Emperor Yu could see across the myriad of space and looked at Qin Yu in the indigo bay star field. TL notes. Asterisk. I feel like the Chinese has mastered the profound mysteries of laughter and nodding. There's still so much laughing/smiling and nodding here despite me cutting some of it out. So much. I have as elder, but I guess it could also be elder master/teacher or something too. Still not that experienced with this kind of translation. I'm doing this to help myself improve my Chinese, so sorry for any mistakes beforehand. Quite confused about the way they describe the method of transferring messages over distances larger than a galaxy, would appreciate if you can add some input on that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 18. Book 12 Qin Yu, Chapter 18 Emperor Yu's Command. Silver Stream Galaxy, Red Leaf Planet. In the famed location known as the Jade Sword School. And in a particular hall, a heavy atmosphere clung to the ceiling. Their immortal Emperor Qianqi and the Jade Sword Schoolmaster, Yu Qingzi, are currently feeling puzzled with their predicament. Both had rushed over from the immortal pill alchemy chamber, after hearing the disastrous news. Martial brother Qianqi, I presume that you have already received Emperor Yu's decree, right? The young one of the two smiled hesitantly at the other. The speaker was Yu Qingzi. The other was his senior martial brother Qianqi, who just now removed the voice transfer talisman from their lips. Qianqi nodded, but his face was grave. Yes, I've just gotten His Majesty, Emperor Yu. Did His Majesty's orders seem a bit odd? A bit foolish? So you've also gotten His Majesty's decree, right? Qianqi sounded surprised as Qingzi just acknowledged the same. Originally, I had thought that His Majesty would wish us to seek revenge against enemies of Yu Dian, but in contrast, His Majesty did not care about Yu Dian's death. His Majesty stressed that we should capture any and all who are related with the school this Qin Yu belongs to, then use the Soul Scour art to find the rest. Some short moments ago, the two had just received a list of orders from His Majesty, Emperor Yu. Orders was to 1. Capture any and all related to Qin Yu using one suspect with Soul Scour to search for the rest. If the Soul Scour attempt is unsuccessful, then resort to killing. 2. If you found Qin Yu's martial elder or patriarch, then kill them and retrieve all the equipment from their body. Qingzi looked at Qianqi with an expectant expression. Elder bro, Qianqi, what do you suppose the purpose for His Majesty's orders? I presume, His Majesty's orders are to see the extent of power of this school Qin Yu belongs to. Qianqi pondered slowly, savoring the taste of his words. In any case, to capture targets alive and administer the Soul Scour technique is key to finding the school elders and patriarch and assassinate them. Then killing the target and retrieving their precious equipment. Surely it is for His Majesty to determine the power and quantity of the opposing forces. Elder brother, that does make sense. Unknown to the duo, the true purpose of their master is to determine if this Qin Yu was the same as the Qin Yu that popped up in the mortal realm during the Ni Yang's realm arc. The younger man frowned, a little hesitant with whatever was on the man's mind. Though His Majesty's orders, I can see that he values our successes this time with his affairs, but to instruct all the top experts of Indigo Bay Star Field to be under our temporary command is just that I don't feel too confident in my capabilities. Indigo Bay Star Field has quite a number of top-class experts under Emperor Yu's command, who will be under our directives, so rest assured, our success is evident. Qianqi smiled knowingly and encouraged his junior. Spurred by his senior, Qingzi glanced at his senior expectantly. I'm grateful to have you, Senior Qianqi, by my side. I know all too well about my inadequacies and my capabilities. Well then, this matter should be divided into two parts. The first, we will gather all the available level 8 Golden Immortal of Indigo Bay here, in the Red Leaf Planet. The downside is that the number of experts under belonging to Emperor Yu's faction is small and only a handful are Mystic Immortal stage experts. Qianqi exhaled, a sharp glare flashed by his eyes. That will be the first part of this two-part plan. First is the gathering of experts, and the second, to make sure the entire Indigo Bay is under our control. That sharp glare was none other than a stone-cold severity. Brother Qianqi, your meaning is. Qianqi smiled devilishly. Did you say that? This Qin Yu was the Lu clan's honored guest, right? Then ensure we have complete control over this Lu clan, that way whatever Qin Yu does or wherever Qin Yu goes, he will be within the palm of our hand. By applying pressure or threats where possible, we can corner the martial elders of Qin Yu's school. What was the previous amiable-looking man, now a scheming devil with a toothy grin? For a puny little planet like Amber Moon, and likewise insignificant three major clans, a word from us would be enough to chain them to our cause? Joining the devil was the younger-looking man. Qingzi snickered with his senior, as the two plotted out their plans. For a small clan the likes of them, their greatest fear is their destruction of their clan. At that time, if they still wish to sow and reap benefits from both sides of the fence, then they can do that in their dreams. We will directly blackmail or threaten them with their destruction. If any of them step out of line, then we will annihilate them. For clans in a remote and insignificant place like Amber Moon, in the opinions of the 36 rulers under Emperor Yu, destruction is but a fickle thing. Their deaths would not even create the slightest ripple in the grand view of things. Taking a decisive stance, Chen Shi instructed his junior, Qingzi, make haste to make the call of gathering for all the experts within Indigo Bay that are under Emperor Yu's wing. Have them gather here in Red Leaf. The sooner this is done, the better. Don't worry, I'll do this right now. In the entire Indigo Bay star field, there are 10 major galaxies. Of them the Silver Stream Galaxy is the only one completely controlled by Emperor Yu, the others are of other powers. Despite that, Emperor Yu had inserted numerous powerful forces in the other galaxies to keep the power balance in check. With a simple command from Qingzi, many of these insurgents with powers above level 8 Golden Immortal stage, one by one or in groups, all rush to congregate to Red Leaf of the Silver Stream Galaxy. Even the level 8 Golden Immortals or above experts of Jade Sword School gather to the call of their schoolmaster. Time passed, masters and experts continued to gather in Red Leaf. As a show of force, simply the Jade Sword School by themselves have 16 level 9 Golden Immortals and 50 level 8s, not including many other lesser powers in one galaxy, Silver Stream Galaxy. Though the collective forces from other places, by themselves, cannot compare to the supremacy of Jade Sword School. From the Silver Stream Galaxy, over 40 are level 9s and 100 plus a few are level 8s. Whereas from all the other places, there was a level 1 Mystic Immortal, 30 or so level 9s and a little more than 100 level 8s, all convened in Red Leaf. In just 10 days. 10 days' time, Red Leaf was filled with waves of elite force of Emperor Yu's faction. The forces number in the hundreds, they represented most of the total forces of Emperor Yu's side. In actual fact, Immortal Emperor Qianqi did not reside in the Jade Sword School, his lair was not in Indigo Bay Starfield. The only reason why the man was here on Red Leaf was for the purpose to practice alchemy and refine immortal pills. The man's presence was more than enough to heighten the confidence of all that gathered as well as lending honor to all present. Hailing from another galaxy of the Indigo Bay, was another mystic immortal named Hua Xia. Though, the fellow was a level 1 mystic immortal, energy equivalent as Qingzi, but he wasn't part of the Title 36 rulers group. The reason being that, although their energy levels were similar or within the threshold, to enter the 36 rulers group requires personal strength and external backing. Qingzi not only had formidable personal power, but also the backing of the Jade Sword School, which allowed him to become one of the 36 rulers. A mighty army of elite forces, headed by immortal emperors, Qianqi, Qingzi, and Hua Xia, of over 70 level 9 Golden Immortals and over 200 level 8 Golden Immortals. A supreme force, unlike any seen in the last century, was about to depart to arrive in Amber Moon for their cause. Sometime before the departure the preparation was already complete, all of the three major clans of Amber Moon were brought into control by the leaders of this expeditionary force. Such fearsome event of experts readying for war was unknown to a young man on Amber Moon. She knew part of a small clan like Lu clan, which was restricted to one planet. Naturally they could not have heard about the gathering. They could not have such extensive intelligence to hear about the strange gathering of masters on Red Leaf. In a peaceful, little residence in White Circle district, Xinyu sat atop of stone stool, with his back ramrod straight, opposite his latest subordinates, Kong Lan, Tu Gon and Dan Meng. The four slowly sipped their fragrant tea ignorant of the incoming storm. Xinyu put down his cup, swallowed in small gulps. Kong Lan. What does master wish me to do? The man in question looked quizzically at Xinyu, waiting expectantly for instructions. I'm still contemplating about that same problem. If there wasn't this problem, then I would have already left Amber Moon. Master, are you, perhaps, referring to young Master Honshu? Xinyu sighed. I am, after all, he was my first and my own personal disciple, how could I just leave him here? If I took him with me, the dangers outside of here are unknown and unfathomable, following me would be dangerous for both of us. Then let him stay on Amber Moon. The silent totem, Tu Gang put in his 2 cents. Xinyu shook his head, again and again, unsure of how to proceed. If he left Han Shu here, then he would fare much better on his journey. But that would be against his principles. He was a teacher, a master, and a mentor. The journey is a long one. From here to the demon realm, numerous unforeseeable hazards and obstacles will block his way. Even 1,000 years could easily be given up. A hidden battle was been fought within his mind. Principle versus desire. He was a master, though. How could he have the heart to abandon Han Shu for 1,000 years? His subordinates were all deep in thought, trying to suggest ideas. Dan Mang also put forth her idea: why not let young Master Han Shu stay within the Jade Immortal Mansion? Xin Yu chuckled knowingly. He had already thought about that possibility. That cannot do. The Jade Immortal Mansion is void of any life. There isn't any inhabitants there. Think about it. How old is Han Shu at the moment? How could he stand the solitude if I were to let him into the Jade Immortal Mansion? This idea had to be scratched out. This wasn't alright, that wasn't alright. All these convoluted circles was giving Xin Yu quite the headache. On one hand, he wanted to be the respectable mentor, on the other hand, he wanted to go his own way. Respectability of a so-called master started on oneself and one's self-discipline. Perhaps he should leave some slips entailing mystic arts, cultivation arts, and techniques to his disciple, then he could be on his way. If his disciple has reached a bottleneck, then he could give advice via voice transfer talismans. Did he need to be by his disciple's side all the time? If he still cannot break through, then he can only ask other Zyashinists for help. Xin Yu hardened his heart. He couldn't waste any more time here. What he wanted the most at this moment was to rush to the distant shores of distant planets, to explore the unexplored, to seek his answers and to find his long-lost brothers. Just as Xin Yu had made his final decision, a rather red-faced Han Shu sprinted into the vicinity of the manor. His disciple's face was one of excitement and light exertion. Master! The fellow was still flushed. Excitement was etched into the dimples as a grin was constant on the fellow's face. Xin Yu couldn't help but be infected by the fellow's mirth, and he returned a smile which touched his eyes into merry slits. Han Shu, what is the occasion? Han Shu bit his lip, in a very feminine but cute manner, and took a deep breath. His master just raised a brow in anticipation. This disciple has, a crush on a girl. The reminder of the phrase was barely a whisper, but to immortals whose senses are heightened above the likes of mortals, a bare whisper is clear as day. Oh. Xin Yu replied almost on reflex, then his eyes unfocused and did a double take on his disciple. Surprise was evident on his face with wide-opened eyes. What did you say? Did you say, you've fallen in love with a girl? Yeah. The fellow nodded his head repeatedly, as if excitement made him lose reason. I met her 2 days ago. She seemed to be a very good person, kind-hearted and someone I can talk to about anything really, but I found out she was not a resident of Amber Moon. Han Shu almost cursed in frustration, as if he couldn't bear to leave her. The topic was somewhat interesting to Xin Yu. Well, tell me, how does she treat you? Does she reciprocate the same type of affection? Han Shu stared into the ground at his feet. He fidgeted, nervous, somewhat too embarrassed to say. I think that girl, to me, also interested in me. Dan Meng, the only female listener, laughed out loud. How shameless. At either side of Dan Meng, Tu Gang and Kong Lan also joined in the amusement, chuckled at the young man's passionate exclamation. Seeing the amused looks, Han Shu suddenly felt very self-conscious and drifted between embarrassment and straight-up awkwardness. He pouted like a little boy caught red-handed stealing a cookie from the cookie jar. Love is love. I will not hide from my feelings. I also feel that she also likes me as well, at least she likes me. Master, this feeling. I want to chase her, I want to catch her. I want to marry her. Han Shu stared wide-eyed at Xin Yu as his passion erupted. Xin Yu's mouth opened slightly. His disciple's proclamation of love was like a gong to his ears, while he heart-wavered. Even his own disciple was more braver than him. At the time, he knew he loved Lear with all his heart, yet, he couldn't say it. He didn't have the guts to say it aloud and kept it bottled up. As time passed, he luxuriated in that euphoric feeling they both shared, and still he could not confess. His own disciple was far more emotionally developed than he. His disciple could say the unspoken words he could not. Han Shu, I will support you. If you love her, then chase her. Xin Yu chuckled as he folded his arms behind him. Han Shu looked downwards, feeling gloomy, and reluctantly explained, it's just that, she is a level 2 immortal, while I am at middle Kongming stage. That gap is quite large. Plus I think she comes from an upper-class family with a formidable background. Level 2 immortal in Kongming, eh? That gap is not small, but it can be caught up if you work hard. As for family background, eh? If you like her, then pursue her, you needn't worry about her background. Xin Yu couldn't help but emphasize background with some heat. Family background? Haha, Lear's family background, now that is near unsurmountable. Just look at Lear and those around her, like that, what's his face, that Zhou Xian prick, or even that incredible heart-stopping void creation technique of his. Anyone can see how incredible and extraordinary Lear's family background was. Master will support you. Xin Yu encouraged aloud, but deep inside he said to himself gloomily, I may support Han Shu, but who will support me? Uncle Lon. Still talking to himself, Uncle Lon supports me, but his influence or authority isn't enough to allow Lear the freedom to marry whoever she wishes nor allow him to stand by Lear's side. I can only rely on myself. Thank you, Master. Han Shu was unaware of the inner envy his master was currently feeling. In contrast, he was feeling very ecstatic and promptly withdrew a jade slip from within the folds of his clothes. Master, here. That girl's portrait is imprinted within. Once you've seen it, you will understand the situation better. Oh. Xin Yu just grunted a reply. As Xin Yu swept the jade slip with his spiritual powers, surprise registered on his face. The woman his disciple loves was that same woman in green he saw in the Amber Moon tea house. It was during the time, 10 years ago, when he sought to assassinate Yan Gao and kill the clan leader from the Yan clan. He could still remember that woman. Back then, she was a level 1 immortal, but in a decade's time, she became a level 2 immortal. It seems that my disciple has fallen for a lady belonging to quite a powerful family. I remember that the lady's subordinates were all level 7 immortals at the time. Xin Yu speculated to himself. Since undergoing the ritual 4-3 and 9 soul refinement, his soul had become stronger at an accelerated rate unimaginable to normal practitioners. Upon opening the third layer world of his atlas, he would become one of the most powerful forces within the immortal plane. Presently, he had only just opened the second layer world of the atlas. His power couldn't be considered tyrannical nor a match for the major powers, but to smaller forces, he was a figure to be revered or respected. In the days that followed his disciple's confession, the fellow frequently accompanied that same lady in green around Lufeng City, seeing the city's sights. From his disciple's foolish and, sometimes silly laughter, he knew his disciple truly was smitten by that lady. He, himself stayed within the White District Manor's White Garden. His eyes were shut as he leaned, in a somewhat forlorn manner, against the railing of a pagoda. One hand grasped a jug of wine. Sometimes he would take a sip, others, he would chug continuously. Sometime after, the Lu clan patriarch, Lu Minghan, approached the Solitude Pagoda, but seeing the man within had their eyes closed, he turned back to the way he came from, careful not to disturb the resident. The resident's eyes flickered open. Xin Yu looked in question at Minghan. Mr. Lu, what have you come today? The fellow smiled in apology. Mr. Qin, tomorrow is the day of the contest for the control for the teleportation arrays. The location will be on the Great Plains adjacent to the teleportation arrays themselves. If Mr. Qin has the time, please feel free to attend. Then immediately handed Xin Yu an invitation slip. Xin Yu took the slip and murmured, I will, if I have the time. Finished with the exchange, he closed his eyes. Then I won't bother Mr. Qin any longer. Farewell. Minghan chuckled quietly, then left. With his eyes closed once again, he continued to enjoy the gentle embrace of the cool afternoon breeze. He was loved by the wind, and he loved it back. It reminded him of the cool yet delicate stroke of his beloved, Lear's hand. The time she caressed his face in affection and in love. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 19. Book 12 Xin Yu, Chapter 19, Title Hidden. Lear, I will find you soon, very soon. Xin Yu murmured in his heart, and, at closer inspection, one would note the moisture on his eyelashes that revealed the longing in his heart. His eyes closed, and he began to drift in a dream full of scenes and images of his time spent with Lear, flickering by like a digital gallery. A specific one stood out. It was the time just prior to Lear's departure, before her lovely figure was swallowed by the rupture that pierced the sky. It was the final glance as their gazes met and locked in place as if time had frozen, but sadly time did not stop, and that moment had ended. What was left was only regret. Deep regret. What is the farthest distance in the whole wide world? The big question. His eyes flew open as he remembered when he was a boy on Qianlong continent, when he had heard of such a question. He remembered what the answer was. The farthest distance known to man was to stand in front of you, right next to you, yet not know I love you. But another answer came to mind. The farthest distance known to man should be the distance between two people who love each other deeply, and yet cannot be together. The thought pulled at his heartstrings, and a sharp pain blossomed in his chest. In the past, when he was still mortal, Xin Yu still had his brothers and family. He had not felt the ache of loneliness then. However, now in immortal realm, he cannot help but to constantly think of Lear. Who? Xin Yu stood up strongly, shook his head, and struck the surrounding with his palm. The water in the lake beside the pavilion splashed, and a breeze carried some of the water droplets onto his face, leaving Chinyu refreshed. Training, I must not rest. Chinyu reminded himself. Only by training relentlessly, not idling or pitting his wits against others, can Chinyu take his mind off Lear and not feel the torment of missing her terribly. I can't wait anymore. I'll just accompany Honshu to watch the competition for another 2 days, after which I must leave immediately. Chinyu muttered, gritting his teeth. The next day. At the plains of Amber Moon Planet's teleportation arrays, the experts of the 3 great clans gathered. The competition to obtain the right to control the teleportation arrays could be said to be the biggest event on Amber Moon Planet. The Yen clan, Lu clan, and Wang clan, these 3 families have to compete against one another. The Yen clan will fight against the Lu clan against the Wang clan, and finally the Wang clan against the Yen clan. A total of 3 matches to see which clan will obtain the most victories, and each match is decided by the best of out of 3 rounds. The Lu clan will win. The Lu clan will win. Each and every Lu clan members were shouting and cheering, and the members of the Yen clan and Wang clan followed suit. Each hoped to pressure their opponents. Yan Shua, what are you staring at me for? Lu Mingwang mentally transmitted with surprise on his face. Yan Shua, who was sitting in the opposite camp, laughed coldly. Lu Mingwang, I shall see how long you can be smug for. We will not let the matter of my brother's death go, nor will the Jade Sword School for that matter. Lu Mingwang only smiled indifferently at the threat. At the Lu clan's camp, Chinyu sat on a chair with Lu Honshu standing beside him. Master, who do you reckon will win? How will our Lu clan fare? Lu Honshu voiced his concerns. With the rules of best of 3, it is not just a simple case of having the strongest expert. The 2 strongest experts in the Yen clan have already died, so it will be strange if they could somehow win. Chinyu laughed lightly. As long as that Lu Minghan plays his cards right, he can obtain the controlling rights this time, but Chinyu already knew the strength of the various participants with one sweep of his holy sense. With Yen Gao's death, Lu Mingwang had become the strongest within Amber Moon Planet's 3 clans. It would be a guaranteed win regardless of which match he was in. Furthermore, the number of level 9 immortals in the Lu clan was enormous as well. There were still the 2 elders who were reaching the golden immortal level soon. Achieving another 2 victories would be simple. The match was not a big deal to Chinyu. It was after all a competition, not some fight to the death. Even if both sides displayed their prowess without holding back, it was meant to defeat the opponent, and not kill them. This type of competition was definitely dazzling. Each fight could last for many hundred exchanges, and the skills displayed were eye-catching. In the end, whoever manages to injure the opponent will obtain victory. The outcome was as Chinyu predicted. In the match between Lu clan and Wang clan, Lu clan won 2-0, so there was no need for a 3rd round. In the match between the Wang clan and the Yen clan, the Wang clan lost. At this point, the Wang clan had lost all of its face. After which, the Lu clan fought the Yen clan and won 2-0. In the end, as expected, the Lu clan obtained victory. Joyful cheers filled the air. The energy was felt even by Chinyu. Every single member of the Lu clan was excited as this was only the 2nd time they had obtained the control rights since the first victory a few 10,000 years ago. Master, the move that Great Elder executed against the current Yen clan's lord was wonderful and strong, wasn't it? Lu Honshu was still immersed in the energy of the exchanges earlier. Strong? Chinyu laughed indifferently. A simple sword strike would have sufficed. Why waste so much energy? Chinyu had his own sentiments regarding battles. Honshu, I will be leaving tomorrow. Chinyu spoke suddenly. Ah, master, what are you talking about? Lu Honshu looked at Chinyu in shock. Chinyu laughed. I stayed on Amber Moon Planet just to prepare for the Demon Realm. I can't waste any more time, and therefore my decision is to set off tomorrow. Then this disciple shall follow master. Lu Honshu gritted his teeth and said. His heart could not bear to leave the lady in green, but he could not bear to separate from his master as well. Won't you miss that girl you like? Chinyu laughed and continued, Honshu, the journey to the Demon Realm is not only a long one, but one that may be dangerous. Being by my side is not safe. Furthermore, the road of cultivation does not require you to always be with me. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can always use the soul transmission jade slip anyway. Lu Honshu pondered for a long time, then nodded. Your disciple will obey. Chinyu nodded satisfactorily. I don't wish to bid Lu Mingwang goodbye, help me convey the message tonight. At the same time, Chinyu pulled out a spatial ring. This time, I have no idea when I will be back after I depart, so this spatial ring shall belong to you once you've dropped your blood. There are many immortal weapons and elemental stones in it. Lu Honshu knew of a spatial ring of immortal grade's importance and value. Yes, master. There was a lot in his heart he had yet to say, but Lu Honshu could not manage to. Night. Great Elder, Honshu seeks an audience, Lu Honshu called out from outside the Great Hall. Oh, it's Honshu, come on in, Lu Mingwang's voice sounded from the Great Hall. As Lu Honshu stepped into the Great Hall, Lu Honshu also entered from the back. Lu Mingwang sat down and smiled gently. Honshu, come sit quickly, what's the matter that you would be looking for me so late at night? Lu Honshu laughed bitterly after taking a seat. My master had told me that he will be leaving Amber Moon Planet for the Demon Realm tomorrow. He told me to inform the elders that he's leaving directly. Lu Mingwang trembled and his face turned white. Oh no. The Great Hall's door closed with a wave of his hand, and Lu Mingwang asked hurriedly, Honshu, you're saying that your master Qin Yu will be leaving tomorrow for the Demon Realm? Are you very certain? Lu Honshu was startled. Great Elder, what's the matter? At the time he arrived, Master had asked for a map of the Demon Realm, did he not? His staying here for these many years has been a treat for us. Surely we can't expect a person of his caliber to stay on this small planet forever, right? Lu Honshu was speaking for his master. Lu Mingwang felt that he must have looked too anxious, and brushed it off, laughing, oh it's not a big deal. It's just that Mr. Qin Yu's desire to leave so suddenly came as a surprise. Honshu, can I ask you for a favor? Great Elder, please say it. Honshu hurriedly replied. Lu's clan Great Elder was here asking for a favor. This made Honshu worried. Lu Mingwang laughed, your master Mr. Qin Yu has been a huge benefactor to our clan and has done us a huge service. If we just let Mr. Qin Yu leave like that, it would seem as though our Lu clan does not know how to repay favors. Why don't you go and ask your master to stay for just a few more days? We will prepare a huge feast to send him off properly. Honshu, what do you think? This. Honshu hesitated. It's just a farewell feast. Mr. Qin Yu has already stayed for so many years, a few more days would not make a difference. Lu Mingwang laughed hurriedly. Honshu shook his head helplessly. Great Elder, it's not that I'm unwilling, but Master has stated that he leave early tomorrow morning. I know his temperament, once he has decided something, nothing can sway him. Lu Mingwang frowned. Lu Mingwang, there's no need for so much trouble, a cold voice rang out suddenly as a middle-aged man walked out from the back. Lord, Lu Mingwang bowed in respect. Honshu saw the scene and his entire body prickled in suspicion and he thought, Lord? The sudden appearance of this person led the Great Elder of the Lu clan to call him Lord. Just who was this mysterious character? The middle-aged man spoke coldly, what's the use of dilly-dallying? If this matter is not settled, your Lu clan can await its demise. Wiping out the Lu clan? Honshu was shocked and immediately used the soul transmission to contact Lu Mingwang. Elder, who is this person, why does he want to wipe us out? Worried, Honshu maintained his alertness in front of this person. Lu Mingwang looked towards Honshu, and said helplessly, Honshu, just treat it as me begging you, please make your master stay for a few more days. Otherwise, our Lu clan will really be over. What's going on? Just what is going on? Lu Honshu was perplexed at the scene in front of him, and he could only fathom something he did not want to believe. His own family had actually conspired with someone to deal with his master. Honshu easily guessed the situation, but he was not willing to believe it. You are that Qin Yu's disciple? The man looked coldly at Honshu. You listen carefully, I'm giving you two options. 1, listen to your elder and convince Qin Yu to stay a while longer. 2, you oppose me, but let me tell you that I, Wu Bo, am a level 8 golden immortal, so every move you make will be under my observation. You can forget about using the soul transmission. I have already laid a foundation array around the Great Hall when I came here. You can also forget about using the soul transmission jade slip, because the moment it appears in your hand, I will kill you. Wu Bo looked coldly at Honshu. One was a level 8 golden immortal while the other was just a late-stage Kong Ming practitioner. It was like the difference between the heavens and earth. Your people want to kill my master? Honshu glared angrily at the level 8 golden immortal Wu Bo in front of him. Yes, and you had better cooperate. You should know the importance of this matter. Wu Bo laughed lightly. What a coincidence. If you hadn't come to report, Qin Yu would have gotten away. Honshu's heart burned like an angry flame. Sealing me? I know you guys are worried that with my death, my jade slip will shatter, and if my master knows something happened to me, he will get wind of your plan, right? Honshu laughed and licked his lips, as his eyes seemed to turn red. Clever. Wu Bo laughed lightly, and raised his finger. A streak of divine energy shot from his fingertip and into Honshu's body, sealing Honshu's yuanying. At this point, even if he wanted to self-destruct, it would be impossible. That is why I will not let you die. This way, Qin Yu will not suspect a thing. Wu Bo continued, son, be smart. If this matter goes awry, thousands of members from your Lu clan will have to die. Han Shu, for the clan's sake, just promise. Lu Ming Wang chipped in. For the clan, Han Shu laughed loudly. Lu Ming Wang, at this juncture, for the clan's sake, you want to sacrifice my master, who has given me a second chance at life? Lu Han Shu had directly addressed Lu Ming Wang by name. Lu Ming Wang was startled. The level 8 golden immortal Wu Bo still looked coldly at the scene. Lu Han Shu had obviously gone mad. Since you dare talk to me about the clan, what has the clan given me from young? Not even a single piece of low-grade elemental stone. What it has given me was endless ridicule, shame, and torment. From when I was young, I was just a target of humiliation for the Lu clan. I couldn't even walk with my head upright. I couldn't look people in the eye, and anybody could order me around. Han Shu's voice was getting more desolate, his eyes turning redder. You talk to me about the clan, but do I really belong here? What the Lu clan has given me was ridicule and humiliation. I'm worse than being an orphan. I used to think my life was over, my mother had died by the lake, and I almost committed suicide. But Master appeared. He was sincere towards me. He reconstructed my veins and didn't hold me in contempt. He even stayed in this small maple moonstar for me for a whole 10 years. I was reborn, and, in these 10 years, nobody dared to look down on me, no one dared to disrespect me. Even you, the great elder Lu Ming Han, has to kindly call me Han Shu, but... Lu Han Shu angrily pointed at Lu Ming Han, his whole face turning red. This whole time, even Wu Bo noticed that something wasn't right. Standing up straight and walking and living comfortably, this was my dream since I was small, and Master let my dream come true. I was happy these past 10 years. Lu Han Shu's face turned red and started dripping with sweat. I lived this whole time, not for others, but to be able to stand up straight and dashing for myself, only for this reason. Master let me live happily for 10 years, so I am also satisfied. If I am sorry for anybody, it would probably be for him. Lu Han Shu lowered his voice. Suddenly Lu Han Shu lifted his head and stared at Wu Bo. You are probably very confused as to why my face is this red, right? I'll tell you, this is a poison which only the Maple Moonstar has. It is unfortunate that this is a poison that you immortals don't know about, but I do, Wu Bo was surprised, and he poured divine energy into Lu Han Shu's body and tried to block it, but he didn't understand the properties of the poison. This was a type of poison for normal cultivators. After eating it, the poison would cause the blood vessels of the brain to burst, making the 7 orifices bleed and thereby killing them. Although Lu Han Shu had a Yuanying, it had been sealed. Therefore the effect of the poison was completely utilized, and the blood vessels in his head burst open. His soul couldn't fuse with the Yuanying and was dispersed. Wu Bo's only course of action was to lift the seal and let Lu Han Shu's soul enter the Yuanying. Unfortunately, Wu Bo didn't dare remove the seal because, if he removed it, Lu Han Shu might send information to Qin Yu or self-destruct his Yuanying. No matter what, Lu Han Shu would die. Master, I have had 10 years of self-respect, and it was better than living 100, no 1,000 years, as a mediocre person. If your disciple's death can let you know of the danger, your disciple is already satisfied. In Lu Han Shu's eyes there was a hint of a regretful longing. His love had just begun, but it had already ended. Hong. Bleeding from his 7 orifices, Lu Han Shu collapsed slowly. At the same time, in Qin Yu's blazing ice ring, Lu Han Shu's soul jade slip shattered with a pang sound. Book 12 Qin Yu, Chapter 19 Han Shu's Death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 20. Book 12 Qin Yu, Chapter 20 Blood on the Amber Moon. Translated by Okenba and Kakuta Takeo, edited by Sergeith and Librophile. *TN. I have used immortal lords to represent, instead of immortal emperor so as to not confuse with Emperor Yu. Translates as immortal/deity, can mean king/lord/emperor but definitely refers to an emperor. In fact, the term Yu Huang could be a wordplay on the Jade Emperor Yu Huang. Oh no! Wu Bo, the 8th level golden immortal, quickly took out his transmitter pearl. Master, we have trouble. Qin Yu has discovered our trap. We need you to get to the Amber Moon system quickly. Any delay and he will surely get away. Equals. Meanwhile, in the Red Leaf system. Upon receiving the message, Yu Qingzi's disappointment made him feel as if he had just been punched in the temple. They had so many opportunities, but they give me just a ton of failures. He grumbled. But he had no time right now to punish his errant disciples. He had to get some people to the Amber Moon system immediately. Everyone take note of the following orders. I will be leaving first along with brother Qianqi and Xiaohua. We will then be followed by the level 9 golden immortals. After that, level 8 golden immortals will take up the rear. Everyone is to proceed as quickly as they can towards the Amber Moon system. Yu Qingzi's spiritual sense swept out to envelope the entire Red Leaf system. His call to arms could be clearly heard by all involved. Yu Qingzi. What happened? The immortal lord, Qianqi, silently inquired. Yu Qingzi had a belly full of fire. This task had been carefully entrusted to him by the Emperor Yu. If they screwed it up, there would be hell to pay. I have no damn idea what those disciples at the Amber Moon system were doing, but they actually leaked our intentions to Qin Yu and he now knows that we are after him. Brother Qianqi, Xiaohua, let's move quickly. We can't let him get away no matter what. Indeed. Who would dare defy the orders of Emperor Yu? Xiaohua agreed. The three immortal lords immediately rushed towards the teleportation array leading to the Amber Moon system, and, in a few moments, close to 70 level 9 golden immortals as well as nearly 200 level 8 golden immortals gathered nearby. However, the teleportation array could only take 10 people at any one time and there was no direct connection to the Amber Moon system, so everyone had to pass through several arrays to get to their destination. Let's go! Yu Qingzi, Qianqi and Xiaohua immediately got into the teleportation array. In a flash of light, they were transported away just as 10 level 9 golden immortals quickly moved up to a similar teleportation array. There were two routes leading from the Red Leaf system to the Amber Moon system and the three immortal lords naturally chose the shorter route. A long line of golden immortals snaked their way down towards the two teleportation arrays. Their destination was the innocuous Amber Moon system, but, today, the quiet Amber Moon system would soon usher in the most glorious night in its entire history. This night, the Amber Moon system would be flooded by such a huge number of experts as it had never been before in its entire recorded history. The three immortal lords, 70 level 9 and 200 level 8 golden immortals. The strength of such a team was absolutely unimaginable. Every single one of them was an expert in his own right. Even level 7 golden immortals were not qualified to be a part of this team. Conlan, Tugon and Dan Meng were quietly waiting on Qin Yu, while Qin Yu himself was silently looking up upon the majesty of an amber moon. The moon within the Amber Moon system was truly amber in color, its uniqueness was the system's defining characteristic. They were to leave early the next morning, and Qin Yu found that he did not want to spend the night sleeping. All of a sudden, Qin Yu's expression changed. With a flip of his palm, several jade slips appeared in his hand. As he looked upon the jade slips, Qin Yu's eyes widened and his face turned ugly. Han Shu. Han Shu is in danger. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu's spiritual sense spread out to cover the whole Amber Moon system. Ever since his soul had fused with the meteoric tear, Qin Yu's spiritual sense had advanced to a truly frightful degree. The basic restrictions set up by a level 8 golden immortal simply could not hold him. His spiritual sense very quickly focused in on the presence of Wu Bo and Lu Minghan, and beside them, the fallen Lu Hanshu. In a flash, Qin Yu vanished, leaving behind him nothing more than a shockwave in the air. Conlan looked up, and after taking a brief moment to lock onto Qin Yu's position, the three level 9 demon kings swiftly followed. Dot. In the Great Hall of Lu Mingwang's mansion, Lu Hanshu had only just fallen and Wu Bo just sent his message, yet in a split second, Qin Yu appeared and rushed to Han Shu's side. Han Shu. Han Shu. Han Shu's soul had already left his body. There was no one to reply to Qin Yu's cries. Lu Ming Wang. Qin Yu turned his eyes towards Lu Mingwang, his body shaking from uncontrollable grief and anger. Lu Mingwang. As an elder of the Lu family, you actually conspired with the enemy to kill my disciple? My only disciple. No. No. Lu Mingwang protested, it was the Jade Sword School. Nothing to do with me. Yet how could Qin Yu believe him at this point? Shua. In a flash, Qin Yu appeared before Lu Mingwang, his speed was simply outrageous and even the level 8 golden immortal Wu Bo felt that he would not be Qin Yu's match. This was Qin Yu's first display of speed since he had encountered the Dark Star. With a wave of his arm, Qin Yu's hand pierced right through Lu Mingwang's stomach and grabbed his yuaning. Lu Minghan could only stand there, shaking uncontrollably. He had absolutely no means of defense against Qin Yu's amazing speed. With his hand on Lu Mingwang's yuaning, Qin Yu performed the secret magic art, Soul Search. With the help of his newly fused meteoric tear, it took but a moment for Qin Yu to find out exactly what had happened. Whether it was the secret plans of the Jade Sword School, or the entire proceedings within the Great Hall that night, all was revealed to Qin Yu. Whatever Lu Mingwang had seen were now replayed in Qin Yu's mind. Family? You dare talk to me about family? Do I have a family? The Liu family has given me nothing but insults, nothing but humiliation. Family? I'm worse than an orphan. As Qin Yu saw how his only disciple was pushed to the point of despair, he could not help but feel an even closer connection to this disciple of his. Desperation? Hopelessness? Didn't he go through those feelings as well in his younger days? Are you surprised? Surprised by how red my face is? Let me tell you, I've just ingested poison. This poison can only be found in the Amber Moon system. Unfortunately, this is a poison that you immortals would surely know nothing about, but I know. As Qin Yu watched Han Shu put his own life on the line to save him, he could not help but be consumed by hatred. Foolish child. So what if my enemies came looking for me? Did you think they were even capable of killing your master? If only I had told you earlier of the true extent of my power, about my Jade Immortal Mansion, about my Beast Atlas. What have I to fear? Yet you sacrificed yourself for me, just so your death could be a warning to me, and I might not fall into their trap. Foolish child. Master, these 10 years that you have been with me have been years when I have finally been able to walk around with some measure of self-respect. These 10 years have been far more worthwhile than 100, no, even 1,000 years of living in shame and mediocrity. If, by my sacrifice, I am able to warn you of this coming danger, then it would have been a worthwhile sacrifice. Qin Yu looked on in silence as his disciple was dying, blood flowing from every pore of his skin. It brought back memories of how his own father had met with danger and how Qin Yu had sought to perish together with their enemies. The determination to do what needed to be done at any price, he now saw it in his disciple. My only regret is her. With his dying breath, Han Shu could still only think about her, his eyes misting over as if in a dream as he held on to this final thought, one which he was unwilling to let go of. In his mind's eye, Qin Yu looked on as the ramrod-straight Han Shu slowly fell onto the ground with a loud thud. Qin Yu himself felt as if he had been physically hit by the sound of the body hitting the floor. He awoke with a start, his body trembling with equal parts sorrow and anger. Aha! Qin Yu's whole body was trembling. His hands were trembling, the muscles in his entire body were now so taut you could see the veins straining against his skin, and his eyes resembled a crazy predator's as they fixed on the Wu Bo. Jade Sword School. This is a blood debt you must repay. Only a level 2 or 3 golden immortal. Wu Bo sniffed. He could easily sense Qin Yu's strength and looked on in disdain. After all, he was an 8th-ranked golden immortal, and a sword immortal at that. He had nothing to fear from a mere 3rd-ranked golden immortal. Wu Bo unsheathed his sword and attacked with a bang. With less than 10 meters between them, when a level 8 golden immortal faced off against a last-stage Dark Star expert, there was simply no room to dodge. Qin Yu was wearing a top-grade immortal armor, and he also had an artifact armor hidden within his skin that could surface at a moment's notice. Wu Bo's sword landed squarely on Qin Yu's armor and did not make so much as a scratch. However, strangely enough, the energy behind that strike could be keenly felt by Qin Yu as if it had passed directly through his armor without being stopped by it at all. Wu Bo grinned evilly. If one's Yuaning was weak, a level 3 golden immortal would be completely obliterated by this single strike. Unfortunately for him, Wu Bo had severely underestimated Qin Yu. It was true that Qin Yu was only a late-stage Dark Star expert, and without the use of any special weapons, his offensive strength would only be equivalent to a level 3 golden immortal. However, Qin Yu's body could be said to be even stronger than a level 9 golden immortal's. After all, it was extremely rare for an immortal to have trained their body to the extent that Qin Yu had, and, more importantly, Qin Yu was filled with a profound and limitless life force. Even when he was injured, his life force would replenish almost instantaneously. Furthermore, Qin Yu's body did not hide an ordinary, weak Yuaning, but held the extremely condensed strength of the Dark Star. The strike that would be so devastating on someone else was easily brushed off by Qin Yu. The only question was, would Qin Yu's offensive strength be sufficient to overcome the defense of a level 8 golden immortal? Wu Bo was only wearing a mid-grade immortal armor, yet, with his natural strength as a level 8 golden immortal, Qin Yu might not be able to harm him even if he was using a top-grade weapon, but... In an instant, a short sword appeared in Qin Yu's hand, and, in one smooth strike, pierced right through Wu Bo's body and stabbed straight into his Yuaning, passing through Wu Bo's armor as if it was made of paper. This is the first time I've used a divine weapon to kill someone, Qin Yu whispered to Wu Bo as the latter looked on in surprise at the sword sticking through his chest. That's Sky Piercer. Wu Bo simply could not believe his eyes. Every single immortal was keenly familiar with Sky Piercer, the divine sword of the top sword immortal, Emperor Ni Yang. Could this short sword actually be that sword of legends, the divine Sky Piercer? There was indeed a huge gulf between the strength of Qin Yu and Wu Bo. Were it not for Wu Bo's initial assessment of Qin Yu's aura that had led him to underestimate Qin Yu, there was no way that Wu Bo could have been killed so easily. In the end, it was still the shock factor of the divine skypiercer that made the difference. The strength of divine weapons was such that it could allow an individual to defeat one who was several tiers of power above him. In addition, Skypiercer was a mid-grade divine weapon, far more powerful than the low-grade divine weapon that Pan Mang had previously used. Foolish disciple, I decided not to use my sword immortal puppet, but to personally kill this man for you. With a wave of his sleeve, Qin Yu respectfully stored away the body of Han Shu. Han Shu, once this is over I will give you a proper burial. As for now, let us make sure that we make your enemies pay for this with their own lives. In an instant, the sword immortal puppet had appeared and a beam of light passed from Qin Yu into the puppet. Just like that, Qin Yu's soul was now within the sword immortal puppet. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yu stored his body into the Jade Immortal Mansion. Of course, he knew that his own body was far more important than the sword immortal puppet. After all, he relied on his own body to progress in his training, and it was his body that possessed limitless potential for further growth and development. But as for now, the sword immortal puppet was far stronger and far more suited to Qin Yu's current purpose, which was slaughter, just plain, all-out, mass murderer type slaughter. As Qin Yu pushed open the doors of the Great Hall, Kong Lan, Tu Gan and Dan Meng were all respectfully waiting outside. They had known all along that Qin Yu was in the Great Hall, but they did not want to interrupt him in his grief. Master! Kong Lan bowed deeply as he greeted Qin Yu. Qin Yu raised his head to glance at the dark amber moon and whispered, Kong Lan, have you noticed that under the light of this dark amber moon, this amber moon system simply isn't red enough? Kong Lan's pupils narrowed, his eyes revealing a hint of bloodlust. Then perhaps we need to paint it a deeper shade of red, blood red. Hearing his reply, Qin Yu slowly nodded his head. You're right, we should paint it blood red, with the blood of our enemies. Staring at the open sky, Qin Yu's sensitive spiritual sense had already detected several people approaching them with killing intent. These three individuals were moving very fast and the aura they were giving off was so strong it made the inhabitants of Lu Feng City quake in their boots. Never before had they felt such fear from just an aura. 3 immortal lords. In the dark of the night, 3 shadows stood side by side in the air, coldly looking down at 3 others below them. 3 level 9 demon kings, and they're all divine beasts as well. Not bad at all. The immortal Emperor Qian Shi smiled as he remarked. Just then, 10 more shadows started flying over at breakneck speed. The first group of level 9 golden immortals had arrived. Turning from the demon kings, the immortal Lord Qian Shi turned to glance at Qin Yu inside of the puppet. Are you with Qin Yu's clan? He felt that this person was rather mysterious and carried an unreadable air about him. Qin Yu responded with a cold, cruel laugh. My clan disciple was killed by one of your men. He was my only disciple, and he died for me. Qin Yu's obvious anger and frustration were pointedly ignored by the 3 immortal lords. By now, group after group of level 9 golden immortals had arrived one after another, quickly followed by the many groups of level 8 golden immortals. Nearly 70 level 9 golden immortals, and almost 200 level 8 golden immortals. Qin Yu looked on coldly at the arriving groups of immortals. Almost 300 experts formed up into 2 large circles in the air, looking straight down at Qin Yu and the 3 demon kings. 300. Each one was no weaker than a level 8 golden immortal. The aura they collectively gave out would suffocate a normal person to death. Looks like everyone should be here by now, right? As Qin Yu asked that simple question, the surrounding immortals could not help but feel a sense of surprise. My dear disciple, Qin Yu muttered to himself, there was one thing that your teacher never had the chance to find out. The strength of this sword immortal puppet, when coupled with the power of the divine skypiercer, what sort of devastation do you think that would bring about? Qin Yu looked up, his gaze slowly falling on each and every golden immortal surrounding him. I guess today is the day when we will find out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 21. Book 12 Qin Yu, Chapter 21 Pay with Your Death. Translated by Philip and Kakuta Takeo. Edited by Sir Jethan Librophile. Emperor Yu commanded many experts, especially immortal Lord Qian Shi. After all, he was the leader of the 36 immortal lords, be it in power or status, he was much higher than Yu Qingzi. Was it you who killed my disciple Yu Dian? Yu Qingzi shouted condescendingly. Currently, Yu Qingzi felt that everything was under control. Therefore, before making a move, he wanted to find out in detail what kind of person the murderer of his disciple was. It was me. Qin Yu lifted his head and gazed coldly at Yu Qingzi. Not only have I killed your disciple Yu Dian, but today I want to kill many more of your disciples. Utter nonsense. Yu Qingzi glared furiously. At this time, Immortal Lord Qianqi's voice transmitted to Yu Qingzi, don't forget Emperor Yu's order, it would be best if we can capture him alive, if not, after we kill him, it would not be too late to use the soul-searching art. Brother Qianqi, it was rash of me. Yu Qingzi apologized immediately. Seeking revenge for Yu Dian was not as important as completing Emperor Yu's order, which was of the utmost priority. Immortal Lord Qianqi gazed indifferently at Qin Yu. I, Immortal Lord Qianqi, am after all the leader of Emperor Yu's 36 immortal lords. I do not kill small fries, tell us your name now. Qianqi wanted to use this tactic to find out the opponent's name. Emperor Yu? 36 immortal lords leader? Although murderous qi filled his entire chest, Immortal Lord Qianqi's words made him vigilant from the bottom of his heart. If the enemy only wanted to get revenge for Yu Dian, moving this big of a force was simply unimaginable. Whatever my name is, you people are not qualified to know. Qin Yu coldly said. Brother Qianqi, let's just stop this nonsense. According to Emperor Yu's orders, we can just kill him right now, then use the soul-searching art later right before he dies. Yu Qingzi said icily. Yu Qingzi even spoke this out loud so Qin Yu can hear it. You can crazily resist all you want, Emperor Yu personally sent an order for your capture, do you think you can still escape? Yu Qingzi coldly said to Qin Yu. Qin Yu's mind was somewhat feverish, but his heart was calm. Stay calm, the other side is clearly under the orders of Emperor Yu. So Emperor Yu must have heard the name Qin Yu. In the mortal world, both Qingsu Mountain and Yin Yu Palace had a way to communicate with the Ascendant Realm. When that Hua Yan was in the mortal world, he definitely contacted the immortal world, most likely, Emperor Yu is also familiar with my name. Qin Yu suddenly felt a surge of wrath. I don't believe that they can stop me. If I really wanted to escape, the horizons of immortal, devil and demon realms are limitless, how will Emperor Yu be able to find me? Qin Yu's killing intent started to rise. When this matter is resolved, with the help of the meteoric tear, I will be able to breathe a little and gather my strength. Once I have left here, I will change my appearance. No one will be able to recognize me then. Qin Yu felt more certain of his chances. Nothing afterwards can worry him, what does Qin Yu have to fear? Just then, Qin Yu stopped suppressing his fury, and, in a flash, it filled his thoughts. Brother Qianqi, let's stop wasting time, we should make our move. Yu Qingzi called out. Immortal Lord Qianqi looked once more at Qin Yu. I shall give you your last chance, as long as you surrender, you can at least keep your life, otherwise, with a single command, your death is certain. My death is certain? Qin Yu licked his lips, and a bloodthirsty light flashed past his eyes. Kong Gang, Tu Gang, and Dan Meng, these three people were waiting quietly for Qin Yu's order. Emperor Yu, you put in so much effort to figure out my identity, so I cannot disappoint you. From Qin Yu's heart gushed an uncontrollable urge to kill, and his pupils shrank. Immortal Lord Qianqi saw Qin Yu's expression and knew that the enemy wouldn't just let himself get captured. He ordered immediately, kill all 4 people within one breath. Yes. All 70 level 9 golden immortals and 200 level 8 golden immortals responded to the command. Their voices shook the area, and the practitioners in the entire city felt their hearts trembling, only daring to peek out of their windows to watch the shadows of the numerous experts in the skies. Who? Countless sword energy shot towards the 4 individuals, like a rain of arrows. Qin Yu and his companions were surrounded by the sword energy in a flash. All the level 8 and level 9 demon kings in the 10,000 Atlas, attack. When Immortal Lord Qianqi gave his command, Qin Yu had done similarly. 40 pieces of holy elemental stones, let's see how long it can fuel this immortal puppet's body? Silly disciple, this is your master's memorial gift of a bloody night for you. Qin Yu saw the imminent sword energy, and his whole body suddenly sprung into action. Qin Yu's entire body became a dark shadow and pierced through the gathering of the level 9 golden immortals in the skies, fresh blood spraying into the night sky. Wherever Qin Yu's body flashed past, a few level 9 golden immortals would fall. Those level 9 golden immortals had holes in their abdomens, their yuanyings penetrated. Qin Yu made use of the immortal puppet's indestructible defense, and attacked without a care for the enemy's immortal weapons and sword energies. His whole body flashed with the quickest speed and used the divine heaven sundering art to cut off his opponent's lives. Impossible. Immortal Lord Qianqi, Yu Qingzi, Immortal Lord Xiaohua were all shocked. Even an Immortal Lord's defense would not reach Qin Yu's level where he can ignore all level 9 golden immortals' attacks, and, on top of that, be able to kill 12 of them in a short span of time to boot. Slaughter. This was a slaughter. Ah! Screams filled the air. Immortal Lord Qianqi, Yu Qingzi and Immortal Lord Xiaohua only then realized, many shadows appeared amidst the level 8 golden immortals, and they were crazy beyond any comparison. With just a shush, many people had appeared. In the second tier of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas, there were 28 level 9 Demon Kings, and over a 100 level 8 Demon Kings. This entire group had also suddenly launched their attack, so the Golden Immortal army was caught off guard right from the start and lost many experts. However, in a short while, these level 8 and 9 Golden Immortals began their counterattack. Some of the Golden Immortals saw that they were not a match for their enemies, and immediately tried to escape. In a blink of an eye, they were beyond miles away, yet some of the Demon Kings chased after them. What was supposed to be only a battle in the skies above Lu Feng City had transgressed to a huge war zone that affected many areas due to the ferocity of the fighting. Boom! Huge explosions sounded everywhere. The power of the level 8 and 9 Golden Immortals fighting surged non-stop and exploded everywhere like a thunderstorm that raged incessantly. Not only the Lu Feng City, even the other two capitals on Amber Moon Planet heard the sounds of this battle. Sword energy everywhere. Light shot in 4 directions. Houses fell, mountains split, and rivers stopped flowing. Hundreds of level 8 and 9 Golden Immortals clashed with madness. The entire Amber Moon Planet seemed like it was in the midst of hell. Even the strongest cultivators only had strength of a level 1 or 2 Golden Immortal, so they simply could not match up to the levels of the experts. Apocalypse. Countless cultivators were all trembling. The 15th one. Qinyu's entire self shot out from yet another level 9 Golden Immortal, whose body split into 7 to 8 parts, fresh blood splattering all over, and Qinyu proceeded to keep the Yuanying inside his flame ice ring with a flick of his hand. Suddenly, a green sword energy shot down from the sky, heading towards Qinyu. Qinyu thought to dodge, but he suddenly felt that his whole body was bogged down and his speed fell drastically. There was not enough time to escape, so Qinyu switched to his short sword to block that sword energy. Qinyu descended fiercely as though he was smashed by a huge weight. The power consumption is too fast. Just by blocking this strike, Qinyu could feel that it used up 30% of the power generated from the 9 pieces of holy elemental stones. To think that you are able to take a hit from me and not die, your strength is remarkable. Yu Qingzi stood in front of Qinyu, looking coldly at him. You were able to withstand so many attacks earlier, are you wearing some divine battle armor? Immortal Lord Qianqi and Xiaohua both looked at Qinyu, the 3 immortals' gaze searing. They had seen Qinyu's reckless actions during his massacre of their army earlier. Other than the explanation of having a divine armor, they could not fathom how Qinyu's defense could be at such a formidable level. Divine battle armor? To date, even Immortal Lord Qianqi did not have a single divine equipment, so one can only imagine how precious they are, let alone a complete divine armor. All 3 immortals' eyes were green with envy, although the Chinese said red. Qinyu did not move, he just stared at Yu Qingzi. What technique did you use just now? How did you make me feel as if I was bogged down? Qinyu questioned directly. Yu Qingzi, Immortal Lord Qianqi, and Xiaohua were all startled. When achieving an Immortal Lord's level, one can control the ability domain. Don't tell me you didn't even know this? Yu Qingzi was stunned, and laughed coldly. You do not need to act dumb here. Yu Qingzi made his move again. This time, Qinyu saw the misty sword energy. The moment Yu Qingzi's sword swung, the surrounding area spread out like a wave. At the same time, countless sword energy naturally appeared in this space and gathered at the sword without stopping. This must be domain? Qinyu wondered. Master, the number of level 9 Golden Immortals are too many, and quite a few of them are sword immortals. Our brothers cannot hold on. Conlan's voice sounded in Qinyu's mind. As Qinyu retreated swiftly, he spread out his holy sense. What he saw was a massacre everywhere. The people from the Jade Sword School had powerful might. Level 8 Golden Immortals fought against the level 8 Demon Kings, however many of these Golden Immortals were sword immortals whose attack might was much stronger than average Golden Immortals. Qinyu's beast army was facing a disadvantage. One by one, whenever the level 8 or 9 Demon Kings were about to be killed by their opponents, they would retreat unanimously into the Atlas. This led the numerous Golden Immortals to discover, to their disdain, as they were about to kill off their opponents, the enemy would just disappear as fast as they had appeared. However, the similarly powerful level 8 or 9 Demon Kings were mostly divine beasts. They could also deal huge damage to the opposing Golden Immortals by penetrating their bodies, destroying their Yuanying, and scattering their unfortunate souls. The Demon Kings could escape into the Atlas in times of danger. The same cannot be said for the Golden Immortals being killed by Demon Kings. Fresh blood painted the night sky. One by one, many lives were lost, with the huge majority belonging to the Golden Immortals. Conlan, kill as many as you can. When it becomes overwhelming, just hide in the Atlas. With regards to the remaining. Qinyu felt the limitless energy in his body. Leave it to me. Qinyu held the heaven-sundering sword in his hands tightly. Yes, master. Xinyu looked towards Yu Qingzi, who was at a distance, and called out, "Yu Qingzi, I remember that Silver Stream star system is under your control, right? You must be considered the #1 expert on Silver Stream star system. At this point of time, you still want to drag out the time? Your death is certain, so you don't have to rack your brains for another way out." Yu Qingzi looked coldly at Xinyu, while the other two immortal lords surrounded Xinyu on the other sides. Xinyu could not be bothered by this, he just looked at Yu Qingzi. "No, I just want to tell you one thing. On this Amber Moon planet, the Lu clan had a member whose name was Lu Hanshu. He reached the middle Jindan stage only at 25 years old. Only middle Jindan stage at 25 years old? Hearing this, Yu Qingzi could not help but smirked at Lu Hanshu's lack of talent. Lu Hanshu could be considered the lowest lifeform, always being ridiculed and looked down upon. When he was 25 years old though, he experienced a life-changing chance. As Qinyu was recounting, Immortal Lord Qianqi and Xiaohua were secretly laying a formation array. Qinyu did not seem to care, Yu Qingzi was also gladly delaying the time. Leading a life where he could live proudly and freely, it was only a short 10 years. He died, because of me, and was killed by your man. Qinyu's voice had turned mild, not only was there no anger, he even had a trace of a smile, however his smile made people shiver. Therefore, I want every single golden immortal here, even the immortal lords, to be buried with him as compensation. Qinyu lightly swept his gaze over the three immortal lords. A single 25-year-old piece of trash in the middle Jindan stage died, and you want us immortal lords to die as compensation? Dream on. Yu Qingzi sarcastically retorted. Whether it is wishful thinking, you will know right away. Qinyu laughed lightly. Die. As Yu Qingzi's voice rang out, 3 blades of light shot out from the 3 immortal lords' hands. Qinyu's entire body seemed to be engulfed in it, and the space around him seemed to distort into 3 colors. Seal. Suddenly, the area surrounding Qinyu exploded, and, in just a flash, the entire area lit up as brightly as the sun, shining over the whole Lufeng city. Must be dead. Immortal Lord Qianqi was feeling very satisfied, thinking, even if it was me facing this skill, I would have died on the spot. The other 2 immortal lords also reckoned that Qinyu was dead. Just then, the weakest immortal lord Xiaohua was only 10 meters away from the explosion as a single shadow shot out from the explosion. The distance was too short to prepare any defense, immortal lord Xiaohua could only block with his strength. The short sword pierced through immortal lord Xiaohua's body, right through his yuanying. The sword swept upwards ferociously, resulting in a wound over half a meter long. Qinyu grabbed his body with both hands, and tore apart immortal lord Xiaohua, blood splattering the entire ground. Qinyu's entire body floated where he stood, bathed in the blood of immortal lord Xiaohua, whose fresh blood slowly dripped off Qinyu's body. Under the blood-red light of the moon, Qinyu looked even more horrifying. Silly disciple, this is the first immortal lord that I bury for you, Qinyu silently thought in his heart, and with just a slight movement, shooting like a meteor, he appeared in front of Yu Qingzi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 22. Book 12 Qinyu, Chapter 22, A Sneaky Escape. Translated by Okenba. Edited by Librophile. Impossible. Yu Qingzi and Qianqi simply could not believe their eyes. Even the combined attacks of 3 immortal lords was not able to kill Qinyu. Impossible. Having just witnessed Xiaohua be destroyed in the blink of an eye, and watching Qinyu now speeding furiously towards his direction, Yu Qingzi did not delay but seized the initiative to let loose a tremendous strike with his sword. Smash! Qinyu's entire body was sent flying, and it was several seconds and a few hundred meters before Qinyu managed to compose himself, floating in midair to stare silently at Yu Qingzi and Qianqi. Or so it seemed anyway. While Qinyu looked to be simply staring at the 2 immortal lords, in reality, he was swiftly reloading the sword immortal puppet with a new batch of top-grade holy elemental stones. All that energy, completely used up. Gotta load up with these 9 fresh top-grade holy elemental stones. It took but a moment to reload, but Qinyu was nevertheless shaken by Yu Qingzi's tremendous attack. In just one strike, roughly 30% of the sword immortal puppet's energy had been depleted. Looks like I was pretty lucky that their first strike was meant more to restrict than to overpower. So much of their energy was spent to lock me down that the attack itself wasn't all that powerful. Qinyu sighed to himself. This was the one big disadvantage to the sword immortal puppet, its insatiable need for energy. Obviously, Qinyu could choose not to power the puppet with top-grade holy elemental stones, yet if he did not, then that last strike from Yu Qingzi would surely have had him soaring like a comet across the Amber Moon planet. When he was up against an attack of that caliber, there was no way Qinyu would possibly be able to meet it without expending his precious energy. Yu Qingzi, Qinyu smiled darkly. I did mention that I'd be sending some immortal lords to hell to accompany my disciple Han Shu, didn't I? Did you think I was kidding? Qin Yu glared at the two remaining immortal lords. Yu Qingzi and Qian Shi were completely stunned. To have Qin Yu actually lived through the combined attack of 3 immortal lords? Impossible. I also said that I would send hundreds of level 8 and 9 golden immortals to accompany him. Look around. How many more do you think I have to kill? Qin Yu smirked. Yu Qingzi and Qian Shi immediately swept across the planet with their spiritual senses. Out of 200 level 8 golden immortals, about 130 were dead, and of the 70 level 9 golden immortals, almost 30 had already died. Even as they watched, Kong Lan, Tu Gon and Dan Meng were leading several others in continuing their slaughter. Kong Lan was clearly the most outstanding of the lot. Clothed in a top-grade immortal armor and wielding a top-grade immortal weapon, coupled with his own natural ability and strength, not one among the level 9 golden immortals was able to match up to him. A top-grade immortal weapon? Yu Qingzi's eyes lit up. Moving quickly, Yu Qingzi turned swiftly away from Qin Yu, launching himself several hundred meters in the direction of Kong Lan while throwing out a vicious strike in his direction. Completely taken by surprise, Kong Lan could only hurriedly raise his weapon to block the incoming strike. A level 9 Demon King would already be at a disadvantage in a clash with an Immortal Lord ranked Sword Immortal. Furthermore, this strike from Yu Qingzi was completely unexpected and Kong Lan was taken by surprise. Kong Lan threw up a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying from the sneak attack, while Yu Qingzi was already swiftly closing in to deal the finishing blow. There had simply been no time at all for Qin Yu to react. But suddenly, even as his entire body was sent flying from the massive blow, Kong Lan simply vanished right in front of his enemy's eyes. As Yu Qingzi stared in shock at where Kong Lan had been, a sudden fast-approaching shockwave could be felt through the air. As soon as Yu Qingzi saw those cold bloodshot eyes staring at him, he wasted no time at all in raising his sword, striking out in a beam of stunningly brilliant light. Boom! As Yu Qingzi and Qin Yu met in a clash of swords, the resulting impact sent both of them flying off in opposite directions. There goes another third of my energy. Qin Yu muttered in frustration to himself. This fella's offensive strength is clearly far beyond that of Xia Hua. Just one strike from him could cleave me in two. Even before I could get close enough to attack him, that one move was so stunning there was simply no way that I could have dodged it. Yu Qingzi's position as one of the 36 immortal lords was truly well earned. How could Yu Qingzi be so easily defeated? Yu Qingzi, this guy is wearing divine armor and will have a natural advantage in an exchange of blows. Do not let him get close. Qian Shi transmitted to Yu Qingzi. I know. Don't worry. There is no way that he will be able to get past the defensive moves of my Yu Huan sword technique. Yu Qingzi confidently replied. Note, it's actually the Jade Ring sword technique, which could be confusing, so Yu Huan was used. The breakdown is probably that it is part of the Jade school and it creates a defensive ring using the sword. Brother Qian Shi, I get the feeling that his own strength isn't actually all that great. If you use your earth-shaking symbol, even if most of it is blocked by his armor, you should still be able to kill him. My earth-shaking symbol? Qian Shi's eyes lit up. Qin Yu watched quietly as the two immortal lords conversed. Though he could not hear what they were saying to each other, he was in no rush to attack. After the initial few passes, Qin Yu could tell quite clearly that he would not be able to match up to them. Dear disciple, looks like your master still isn't strong enough right now. I'm not even able to get close enough to them to attack. Qin Yu swept his gaze around, taking in the carnage that had been wrought all around him. Currently, among the level 9 golden immortals, only 30 or so had been killed. He quickly made up his mind. If I can't kill another immortal lord for you, guess I'll have to make it up by killing more level 9 golden immortals. A black beam of light shot out in the direction of the various groups of level 9 golden immortals. Every single golden immortal that encountered that black beam was swiftly sent to accompany Han Shu in death. As the golden immortals were being massacred, Qian Shi looked on solemnly, his fingers creating many intricate symbols in the air. As he formed those symbols, streams of light were pouring out from them, combining into a glowing green character that slowly imprinted itself onto Qian Shi's palms. Just as Qin Yu killed the 12th golden immortal, he suddenly felt as if he was stuck in quicksand, his movements restricted like never before. At the same time, a 8-meter high palm appeared in midair, fiercely slapping down towards Qin Yu. Smash! With no way to dodge, Qin Yu took a direct hit and was smashed down to the ground. As soon as he was hit, Qin Yu felt a strange force that actually passed right through his armor, into his body, heading directly for his 9x9 spirit array. Qin Yu was scared witless. If his spirit array was breached, the sword immortal puppet would also be destroyed. Thankfully, just as the strange force approached the perimeter of his spirit array, it seemed to immediately disperse. Xinyu heaved a sigh of relief and quickly reloaded the sword immortal puppet with a fresh load of top-grade holy elemental stones. Just as his body was approaching the ground, Xinyu finally managed to regain control and halt his fall. Wow! That strike depleted half of my energy. As Xinyu took a minute to assess the extent of damage caused, he was stunned by just how powerful that attack from Qianqi must have been. Die! Smash! Yet another huge palm from Qianqi smashed down towards Xinyu. This palm struck directly onto the top of Qinyu's head, and that huge force smashed him directly into the ground. Yet once again, as that strange force approached his spirit array, the entire force just automatically dispersed. Smash! 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 Qinyu's sword immortal puppet was smashed repeatedly into the cold hard rock, and all of the energy from his top-grade holy elemental stones had been completely consumed by now. Qianqi's strength is just too frightening. If I was in my real body, even with the help of the divine armor Black Snow, I would still probably be heavily injured, or possibly even killed. Xinyu could feel that although the strength of each palm strike was mostly on the surface level, there was still a strange layer of force that bypassed the surface to strike directly into his body. If this force struck his real body instead of the sword immortal puppet, Xinyu would indeed be in deep trouble. The sword immortal puppet, however. Not only was the body of the puppet indestructible, it seemed that even its inner spirit was indestructible too. Not going to play around with this Qianqi any longer. Just 2 palm strikes was all it took for him to deplete my puppet of all its energy. Xinyu swapped in yet another new batch of top-grade holy elemental stones and stopped to look around. As Xinyu took stock of his surroundings, he realized that he had already been struck deep into the crust of the planet. It seems that the spirit beasts have already returned to the Beast Atlas, so that's one less thing to worry about. Just that I've still yet to find out exactly what these attacks are all about. Even up till now, Xinyu had no idea why these enemies were after him. Were they trying to find out more about his identity? Or were they simply trying to take revenge for Yu Dian? Just as he was thinking about this, Xinyu suddenly realized that Qianqi was speeding down the tunnel that the puppet had carved out as it was being struck into the earth. Without a moment's hesitation, Xinyu made his decision and swiftly rushed off in the opposite direction. Neither of them dared to teleport. As it is, the air around both of them was vibrating with the force of their passage. Teleportation under these circumstances was incredibly dangerous, and there was a risk that their bodies would be torn apart amidst the chaotic space. Relying on the strength of the immortal sword puppet, Xinyu smashed through the rock and, in a single breath, arrived once again on the surface. With a quick sweep of his spiritual sense, Xinyu detected a level 8 golden immortal somewhere nearby. Without even bothering about the chasing Qianqi, he took off immediately in the direction of the golden immortal. This golden immortal had been engaged in a prolonged fight with a level 8 demon king. The fight had taken them through several cities when his opponent had suddenly vanished without a trace. Right now, the golden immortal was incredibly frustrated that all his efforts had come to naught. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he sensed a swift shadow passing behind him. And then, he knew no more. Xinyu's hands were stretched out like claws, sunk into the head of the golden immortal. Soul Search Demonic Art. The Soul Search Demonic Art was dependent on the soul of the user. Even though Xinyu was in the body of the sword immortal puppet, this did not in any way inhibit him from performing this demonic art. As he searched through the soul of this third-generation disciple of the Jade Sword School, Xinyu finally realized the truth. Yu Qingzi, Chen Qi, and the rest of these people aren't here to seek revenge for Yu Dian? Xinyu finally realized the truth. If the enemy wasn't here to seek revenge for Yu Dian, then there could only be one other possibility. Emperor Yu was now truly suspicious about Xinyu. Bah! So what? Emperor Yu, by the time your subordinates have reported back to confirm your suspicions, you may have guessed by then that I do indeed have the Beast Atlas, but what good would that do you if you aren't able to find me? Xinyu muttered confidently to himself. The meteoric tear could hide him from the spiritual searches of others, so as long as Xinyu disguised himself, there would be no way for Yu Qingzi, Chen Qi, or anyone else to be able to identify him. Suddenly, Xinyu felt a terrifying force descending from the sky. Not far away, the immortal Lord Qianqi was finally catching up to him. Eat my dust. The divine sword Skypiercer magically enlarged itself as Xinyu stepped onto it while it floated in midair. As soon as Xinyu got on, Skypiercer shot away at a terrifying speed. Qianqi could only stare, wide-eyed and slack-jawed as Xinyu literally left him eating his dust. In a little while, Yu Qingzi and the remaining level 8 and 9 golden immortals also arrived. Roughly only 20 level 9 and 50 level 8 golden immortals were still left standing, and even then, every single one of them was heavily injured. Brother Qianqi. Where did he go? Yu Qingzi looked quizzically towards Qianqi. He got away. Qianqi could only reply bitterly. Throughout this entire battle, the enemy did not suffer any significant losses. Perhaps only a few enemies were killed when their own golden immortals unexpectedly self-destructed. And yet most of the immortals on their own side had been killed, including the immortal Lord Xiaohua. On the other hand, Qin Yu left the battlefield with a huge bounty of level 8 and 9 golden immortal Yuanyings, and even the Yuanying of an immortal lord. And now that Qin Yu had fled the battlefield, how would they ever be able to find him again? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 23. Book 12 Qin Yu, Chapter 23, Shi Shuang. Translated by Philip. Edited by Surjith. The Lu family patriarch, Lu Yunlu, was petrified at the moment. The shockwaves from the battle in the sky added to his worry and fear. Whether it was the Jade Sword School on the one side or Qin Yu on the other, the two-side strength was so strong that it was scary. Over 300 golden immortals, and the weakest are the level 8 golden immortals. What strength is this? Lu family patriarch's heart trembled. When that level 8 golden immortal Wubo contacted the Lu family patriarch and the Lu family elders, he had revealed that the lowest level of the experts coming were level 8 golden immortals, and the Lu family patriarch was also aware of the number of combatants. Since the planet's teleportation array was under the control of the Lu family, therefore, the Lu family was always aware of the number of visitors, however many they may be. That Qin Yu's background is too big. Even when compared to the Jade Sword School, you can't tell who is stronger. Lu family had remembered the Great Elder being killed, and he felt his legs grow soft like jelly. If the Jade Sword School wins, then they might blame my Lu family because Qin Yu is an honored guest. If Qin Yu wins, since he could kill the Great Elder, he could also easily exterminate my Lu family. No matter who won, it wasn't good for the Lu family. The Lu Jia family head could only see darkness ahead of him. The sounds of the explosion slowly faded away. The Lu family head felt that the blood-red night slowly began to revert back to its tranquility, like the calm in the aftermath of a storm. It was so eerily quiet that any slight noise could be heard clearly. This caused the Lu family head to become even more distressed. Sitting in the study, the Lu family head's mental state was very unstable. Suddenly, a chain of piercing sounds rang outside the study, and the Lu family head's face started to lose color. Lu Yunlu, come out. A thundering voice came from outside the study. What was supposed to come has came. The Lu family head still felt depressed as he stood up straight, opened the door, and went out. Outside stood Yu Qingzi side, enraged like a bull. Yu Qingzi and immortal Lord Qianqi led the surviving 70 to 80 golden immortals behind them. When they came, the level 8 and level 9 golden immortals numbered over 270, and now almost 200 had died, including an immortal lord. Lu Yunlu, this is my Jade Sword School head, who is the elder generation of immortal Lord Qianqi. A level 9 golden immortal shouted. Lu Yunlu immediately bowed and said, Lu Yunlu greets the elder generation. At this time, Lu Yunlu didn't seem at all nervous. When a man's fear reached the limit, they would resemble the present Lu Yunlu, no longer afraid of anything, since he had already prepared for the worst. Are you the Lu family patriarch? Yu Qingzi's gaze was cold. Yes. Lu Yunlu bent to bow. Yu Qingzi slowly said, the Emperor Yu has ordered the arrest or death of Qin Yu's martial elder. However, this time that guy managed to escape. Although we searched the whole Amber Moon planet for Qin Yu, but we couldn't find a trace of him. What happened? I know that the teleportation array on the Amber Moon planet is controlled by your Lu family. He can't leave without your Lu family knowing, right? Yu Qingzi asked. Lu Yunlu thought in his mind, and concluded, Qin Yu's power has reached the golden immortal level. I think he got information beforehand. It might not be impossible that he then used greater teleportation to escape to another planet. Yu Qingzi's hid his dark expression, and the nearby immortal Lord Qiqian also was upset. This time they lost badly. Yu Qingzi was so mad that he wanted to go on a killing spree. If he had to continue to suppress his anger, Yu Qingzi would go crazy from it. In this skirmish, their Jade Sword School lost so many of their elite disciples, and the number of second-generation disciples was also reduced to 2. In the Silver Stream Galaxy, this number of experts was far from enough to maintain prestige. Feng Yuzi's position with Emperor Yu would also decline. Immortal Lord Qianqi similarly failed in his tasks. Although the galaxy he was in control of wasn't the Indigo-based star field, but he didn't finish the highly important and sensitive task given by Emperor Yu. Of course, immortal Lord Qianqi wasn't happy. Tell me everything that you know about Qin Yu, especially where Qin Yu could have gone. Immortal Lord Qianqi spoke out. Immortal Lord Qianqi and Yu Qingzi had already ordered for those people who had fought with Qin Yu in close quarters to be treated. They believed they had no chance of finding Qin Yu's martial elder, so they could only find Qin Yu now. Where could Qin Yu be now? Lu Yunlu pondered solemnly. Immortal Lord Qianqi and Yu Qingzi stared at Lu Yunlu. Ah, it could be that. Lu Yunlu's eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly said, "Two elders, that year when Qin Yu first came to the Amber Moon planet he had requested from us an interstellar map for the Demon Realm. We talked many times, and it seems that Qin Yu always wanted to go to the Demon Realm." Immortal Lord and Yu Qingzi felt their hearts leap with happiness. Demon Realm? The two great Immortal Lords opened their eyes. "Tell me, is there any other way to find Qin Yu?" Immortal Lord Qianqi inquired again. They wanted to suck all the information that Lu Yunlu knew. Lu Yunlu thought for a long time, then helplessly shook his head. Yu Qingzi's eyes flashed angrily and he asked again, "In your entire Lu family, other than you and the Great Elder, who else was close to Qin Yu?" "None, even if there were, they're all dead now." Lu Yunlu replied as he thought of Lu Honshu. When Lu Yunlu found out the Great Elder had died, he also found that Lu Honshu's soul jade slip had also shattered in the soul jade slip hidden storage. Yu Qingzi and Immortal Lord Qianqi were stuck on the Amber Moon planet doing nothing for a whole day. They carefully searched every spider web and horseprint. Finally they could only dejectedly head back to Red Leaf Star. An ethereal white tent floated in the air, playing hide-and-seek with the drifting clouds. Within the tent, a purple-robed middle-aged man sat alone in the middle, with a cup of tea on the small table in front of him. On the other side was a green-clothed sword immortal who had no more information to disclose. A very strong defense? Suspected to have a divine-grade battle armor? The corner of Emperor Huang's mouth held a trace of a smile. Looks like it might really be Ni Yang's Black Snow divine-grade battle armor. That person was able to kill Xiao Hua, looks like he's around a level 9 immortal or a level 1 immortal lord. There were a lot of level 8 and level 9 demon kings. Emperor Yu looked at Soul Transmission Talisman's information and shook his head as he laughed. That time Hua Yan sent me some information that the Atlas of 10,000 Beasts was obtained by Qin Yu's martial uncle Lan Feng. Looks like that person who slaughtered everyone really is that Lan Feng, but why would he only send out demon kings? His power level should be that of a level 9 golden immortal. From these several scraps of information, Emperor Yu had already deduced some new ones. Since he already knew that there was the divine-grade Atlas of 10,000 Beasts and Black Snow, Emperor Yu could easily deduce that there had to be other divine-grade equipment, such as Sky Piercer, the divine sword and the number 1 treasure of the immortal, devil, and demon realms, the painting of the lost god. Even after listening to these messages, Emperor Yu's expression didn't change, and he only lifted his eyebrows a bit. Heading to the demon world. Seeing Yu Qingzi's message, Emperor Yu hesitated slightly, then immediately understood. Hua Yan once said that Qin Yu has 2 brothers, one of which was a fiery-eyed aquatic monkey. It looks like his 2 brothers ascended to the demon realm, and he wants to go find them. Everything that Emperor Yu speculated was pretty close. Then Emperor Yu lightly issued a few orders. Taking a sip of his tea, Emperor Yu gazed towards the southwest. From the Indigo Bay Star Field to the demon realm, directly heading eastwards from the immortal realm should be the shortest path, and it is also the place where my influence is the strongest. Lan Feng, Qin Yu. My many obstacles, can you two, uncle and nephew, pass them? Emperor Yu's displayed a big smile. Ha, lightly letting out a breath of air, Emperor Yu said to himself, painting of the lost god. Oh, painting of the lost god. Even if it's me, knowing of your existence moves my heart. I am already a level 8 mystic immortal, but I can't tell when I will become a level 9 mystic immortal. The only obstacle before me is that the divine calamity's power is too great, and the chances of success are too low. Painting of the lost god, if the fact that you came back to the immortal, devil, and demon realms gets spread out, those old friends will surely leave their lairs. Emperor Yu raised his teacup and slowly stood up. Last time it was Ni Yang who got the painting of the lost god, but it was his bad luck that he was poisoned by the celestial realm's poisonous bug. You can't even underestimate a bug from the celestial realm. Only this time, I am the first to know information regarding the painting of the lost god. This one time it should be my turn to obtain the painting of the lost god. The smile on Emperor Yu's face grew even more brilliant as he peered through the white fog, through space, and finally his gaze fell at Qin Yu. From the Violet Bay Star Field to the transportation array to the demon realm, the security is very strict, especially in case people from the demon world appear. Even Yu Qingzi and Immortal Lord Qianqi were there to carefully inspect any suspicious people. After all, Yu Qingzi and Immortal Lord Qianqi have seen Qin Yu as well as Kong Lan, Tu Gang, and Dan Meng. Emperor Yu's influence is very strong. The number of galaxies that he actually controls is over 20, but it is impossible for him to control an entire starfield. The galaxies controlled by the 3 great powers of the immortal realm were all scattered. No one could control an entire starfield. Emperor Yu controlled about 20 galaxies, and he also has many allies and vassals, so Emperor Yu controls a large area. Search. But despite Yu Qingzi and Immortal Lord Qianri running around till their legs were almost broken and searching all the suspicious things, they could not find a trace of Qin Yu. This caused the faraway Emperor Yu in the headquarters to be surprised. On one relatively busy planet, Yu Qingzi and Immortal Lord Qianxi faced each other. Brother Qianxi, just now His Majesty Emperor Yu sent a message, and it seems the two of us can rest for some time. Yu Qingzi let out a long sigh of relief. Immortal Lord Qianxi also smiled helplessly. It is clear that Emperor Yu pays a lot of attention to the school which Qin Yu comes from, making us expend our best efforts to try to catch those two, and monitoring anyone who came from the demon realm. But it was all for nothing. That Qin Yu and his martial elder are so strange, it's like they evaporated into thin air. How can we not find them? Yu Qingzi helplessly said. Immortal Lord Qianxi lightly smiled. When we were on the Amber Star planet, the enemy escaped and we couldn't find anything, and even now there is no trace of them. It really is interesting, but we are monitoring everything so strictly and yet we couldn't find anything. Maybe, when they're traveling among the stars, maybe they didn't use the transportation array, but directly use greater teleportation? Yu Qingzi suddenly said. Immortal Lord Qianxi hesitated. Repeated use of greater teleportation for interstellar travel? Even immortal lords wouldn't be so crazy. Greater teleportation's range was certainly greater than teleportation, but to continuously use it for interstellar travel, not only does it waste energy but it also consumes time. Using the teleportation array, not only was it easy, but it was also fast and optimal for long-distance travel. If Qin Yu and his martial elder really used greater teleportation to travel, then they could have avoided Emperor Yu's men. Immortal Lord Qianxi smiled as he said, except if they were to do that, wouldn't it be too crazy? But the intersection of the Devil and the Immortal Realms, the Indigo Bay star field has 10 big galaxies. Of them, the biggest was called the Blue Moon Galaxy, which was shaped like a crescent. In the Blue Moon Galaxy, there were 2 planets with an enormous influence, one of which was the Lordine star. Lordine star was in the northern region of the Blue Moon Galaxy, and the experts were as many as the clouds. In normal planets, the number of golden immortals were very small. However, in the hidden Emperor star, you could see them everywhere. After all, on the hidden Emperor star, there lived the number 1 expert of the immortal realm, Lord Yin. Of the 2 powerful planets in the Blue Moon Galaxy, the other was the Blue Flame star. Blue Flame star was the central planet of the Indigo Bay Galaxy, very powerful and flourishing. Even among the countless planets of the immortal, devil, and demon realms, the Blue Flame star could be considered one of the top planets, filled with countless immortal, devil, and demon experts. There were people from many mysterious places. It was like fishes and dragons were mixed together. On the Blue Flame star, there was an upper middle class inn called Bright Moon Inn, which was an 18-story inn. For immortals and devil experts, not to mention an 18-story inn, even a 100-story palace is easy to build. On the second floor of the Haoyu Inn, there were quite a few people eating and drinking. Young master, please go back and rest. The meal has taken too long to eat. The dishes are cold now. A maid with bright eyes and a pretty smile gently pulled at the hand of her master. This maid was from the demon realm and was already a level 6 demon king, and was originally a white rabbit. Her young master was a young man clothed in blue. Wanaer, don't worry, please wait until your young master finishes drinking this wine. This young man treated his maid very nicely. The maid Wanaer puffed her cheeks and looked at her master while nodding her head. The blue-clothed young man gave a light smile, then slowly drank some. He gazed outside the window and looked at the bustling city. The street was full of experts, and golden immortal level experts could be seen everywhere. This was the central planet of a star field. Although the Haoyu Inn was not one of the top ones, but a stay for one night was 100 low-grade holy elemental stones. It wasn't something normal people can afford to live in. Owner Chang Yen. The blue-cloaked young man suddenly called out. A stout middle-aged man heard the cry, and immediately turned his head and looked over. It's young Master Shi Shuang. I didn't think that I could see young Master Shi here. As he said this, he laughed out loud and walked over. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 24. Book 12 Qin Yu, Chapter 24 Hibernation. Translated by Kikuta Takeo. Edited by Sir Jeeth. Qin Yen, the owner of Haoyu Inn, can be considered one of Blue Flame Star's underground bosses, and the wealth he possesses can rival that of Amber Moon Star's major clans. There are numerous influential people on Blue Flame Star, and people like Lu Ming Wang and Yen Gao would only be considered average if they come to Blue Flame Star. On Blue Flame Star, the likes of the influential people on the level of those from Amber Moon Star are many. From this, it can be seen that Blue Moon Star is truly worth its reputation. Here, there may be top-tier experts who may even have had the opportunity to see immortals or devils of the king level. Hao Yuan's boss Qing Yan had gotten to know this young master Shi Shuang just a fortnight ago. He could remember young master Shi Shuang mainly because young master Shi Shuang was truly generous. The cost of staying a night at Hao Yuan was 100 stones, yet when young master Shi Shuang came, he casually placed a deposit of 10 pieces of high-grade holy elemental stones, and just said, "Just deduct the cost of my accommodation and meals from these. Let me know if it's not enough." 10 pieces of high-grade holy elemental stones, it was worth 10,000 stones. It was definitely enough for young master Shi Shuang to stay here. Influential customers like him were rare, mainly because those intending to stay long would rather rent a place or purchase a house directly. Very few would stay at the inn. Hao Yuan had 18 levels, levels 7 to 17 were the guests' rooms and every room was spacious. That time, Qing Yan drank with young master Shi Shuang at the same table. The moment Qing Yan saw young master Shi Shuang's maidservant, he knew that he was not a common man, as this maidservant's prowess was equal to a level 6 demon king, and was just standard. Furthermore, young master Shi Shuang seemed to give off an aura of a level 2 or 3 golden immortal. The master is weaker than the maidservant? This can only mean that this master must belong to some huge clan. Otherwise, to get someone so much stronger to do his bidding, would definitely be out of the question. Young master Shi, have you gotten used to this place during this past fortnight? Qing Yan laughed, walking to his side. Sit. The youth dressed in blue smiled. What is boss Qing Yan rushing out for? The youth in blue laughed lightly and asked. Qing Yan was a little startled. The youth continued casually, if it's supposed to be secretive then there's no need to answer, I won't press further. The maidservant who had always been quiet, lashed out, the young master asked you a question, what are you making a face for? Wan'er. The youth looked at Wan'er, and she immediately held her tongue. Qing Yan laughed aloud, Master Shi, there's no need to blame Miss Wan'er, there's nothing secretive about my trip. Most of the time, Hao Yuan receives low-grade holy elemental stones as payment, rarely do we get mid-grade ones. High-grade stones are even rarer. Therefore, usually over a period of time, our inn will accumulate huge amounts of low and middle-grade stones. I'm just thinking of exchanging for high-grade ones. Oh. The youth understood, that's true, the prices here are only so-so, why would people use high-grade stones? All right, the low and middle-grade stones that you have right now, where will you go to exchange them? Qing Yan chuckled, Master Shi would not know this. Like I wish to exchange upwards, there are people who want to exchange for the lesser currency as well. Having stayed here for so many years, I have my ways. The youth smiled and nodded, with regards to the understanding of this blue flame star, my knowledge cannot match boss Qing Yan's. There's no need to say that. Young master usually would have his servants to help with his affairs. How can you be expected to handle all these cumbersome matters? Not knowing some underground matters is normal. Qing Yan immediately replied heartily. Qing Yan has long felt that young master Shi Shuang was not from a common background. It was not just the simple matter of observing his maidservant. The way he carries himself, that aloof and elegant aura. Most of the guests of Hao Yuan belong to the level 8 or 9 golden immortal/devil king realms. However, this young master Shi Shuang did not even seem to care about them. The youth smiled lightly, speaking about exchanging currency, I suddenly recall something I need to trouble boss Qing Yan with. Please don't stand on ceremony, if it's within my capabilities, I will definitely provide my assistance. Qing Yan spoke at once. The youth nodded, lately, I've been thinking of cultivating, the only problem is that my stash of top-grade holy elemental stones is too little, and the high-grade ones are not enough for me to absorb. I wish to seek boss Qing Yan to help me exchange my high-grade stones for top-grade ones. Qing Yan was stifled. He scolded in his heart, what the hell? Using high-grade stones for cultivation is not enough? Even I feel the pinch when I use just one high-grade stone each time. Fortunately, the youth had erected a small barrier isolating their exchange, otherwise the other customers would have cursed him equally if they had heard his words. At the same time, Qing Yan became even more certain. This young master Shi Shuang must be from a big clan, with only the strength of a level 2 or 3 golden immortal, his training already requires the usage of top-grade holy elemental stones, just one piece of top-grade holy elemental stone is worth 1,000,000. It can be estimated how vast his wealth was. Exchanging for top-grade stones. Qing Yan thought deeply and after a moment, smiled bitterly, Master Shi, although I have my means, I usually only exchange for high-grade stones, as to top-grade ones, I did exchange a few times, but only a few at that. Young Master Shi Shuang smiled mildly, I know you're familiar with the channels here, I won't let you work for nothing. Qing Yan's heart leapt a beat upon hearing this. He knows when such an influential character promised him something, then the rewards for his efforts will definitely be huge. After pondering a while again, Xing Yan's eyes shone with determination and looked at young Master Shi Xuan. Master Shi, this time I will do my best and try for your sake. How many are you intending to exchange for? Young Master Shi Xuan took a light sip of his wine and smiled lightly. Do your best. 100 is not considered little, nor is 1,000 considered much, of course. The more the better. I have plenty to exchange. Gulp, Xing Yan swallowed. He felt his heart trembling. 100 is not considered little? 100 top-grade holy elemental stones was worth 1 billion. Even if Xing Yan was to pool his entire fortune, it barely came to that much. Hearing Master Shi's tone, it really sounded like it meant nothing to him. Seeing Xing Yan's expression, young Master Shi Xuan smiled to himself. What does 1 billion mean to himself? During the battle at Amber Moonstar, the number of level 9 golden immortals killed was huge. Even the dead level 8 golden immortals numbered in the 100s. The divine beasts under his command managed to obtain the Yuan inks and spatial rings of those they killed. This was Qin Yu's command from the get-go. Pillaging treasures during the slaughter, it was perfectly normal. Level 8 and 9 golden immortals, even the poor ones had more than 10 million, the rich had at least 10 billion. Amongst those that Qin Yu killed, the richest was naturally immortal Lord Xiahua. He was after all an immortal lord, his fortune was alone worth almost 50 billion. When combining all that wealth, he easily exceeded 100 billion. Furthermore, at that time, the three emissaries Huayan, Aophone, and Du Zhongjun possessed a lot of treasures, even if they did not have as many stones. The sum of the wealth from those three was also unbelievable. If one was to count treasures also, Qin Yu himself possessed over 100 pieces of top-grade divine equipment, and over 1,000 pieces of high-grade ones. Shi Xuan. Wanner actually feels that this name is feminine. Qin Yu smiled self-deprecatingly. Shi Xuan. It was an alias Qin Yu had invented for himself. The battle at Amber Moonstar. At the last moment, Qin Yu had dodged like lightning and relied on the continuous use of greater teleportation to move from planet to planet, for over 3 days and 3 nights. From one planet to another planet. Fortunately, Qin Yu possessed the comprehensive map of the Indigo Bay starfield, and knew which planets were safe, which were not. It was like this that Qin Yu made his way through planets. One moment an entirely deserted one, the next, a populated one. This was how he spent 3 whole days, and at the end, after exiting the Silver Stream star system, he managed to recollect himself, changed his appearance, and sent Kong Lan, Tu Gang, and Dan Meng back into the Atlas. After which he made his way to Blue Flame Star through the relaxing means of the teleportation arrays. Even if he met patrols along the way, no one could recognize Qin Yu. With the aid of the meteoric tear, even if Yu Qingzi and immortal Lord Qian Shi came personally, they would not be able to even discover his breath. His dark star had perfectly condensed, and currently rested at the Dantian's deepest and smallest spot. At this point of time, Qin Yu arrived at Blue Flame Star. Knowing that Emperor Yu would definitely lie in wait along the way to the demon realm, Qin Yu decided to lead a quiet life. And therefore Qin Yu decided to bide his time at the most vibrant place in the Indigo Bay star field, Blue Flame Star. Qin Yu knew that Emperor Yu would have ordered his subordinates to keep a lookout for the existence of level 9 demon kings. Appearance of even a single level 9 demon king aroused suspicions of the Beast Atlas being nearby. The bustling activity on Blue Flame Star can be disconcerting. There were many experts from all 3 realms here as well. Qin Yu decided to choose a rabbit of the level 6 demon king strength. Here this type of strength was not noteworthy. Qin Yu even went the extra mile to instruct Wanner to address himself as young master, instead of milord. Like this, a maidservant Wanner and a young master Shi Xuan led a life unnoticed by many. How would the underlings of Emperor Yu be able to find them? Young Master Shi, 100, that kind of exchange, I don't have that ability. Xing Yan exclaimed helplessly. Qin Yu was not worried at all. In the aftermath of the battle at Amber Moonstar, he obtained so many spatial rings. In them he found quite a few top-grade holy elemental stones. The total number was shocking. Especially immortal Lord Xiaohua's. It could be because of his position and status, or because his cultivation required the use of top-grade holy elemental stones, but he possessed over a whopping 200 pieces of them. Do what you can, just exchange as much as you can. For every 1 piece of top-grade holy elemental stones that you change, your commission will be 5 pieces of high-grade ones. Qin Yu's had a light smile. Xing Yan's eyes brightened, and his breathing became rougher. Rest assured Master Shi, I will do my best to help you exchange enough top-grade holy elemental stones. Xing Yan's manner had changed completely. He had obviously decided to make full use of his channels and means to assist this youth. For every top-grade holy elemental stone he exchanged, he would get 5 pieces of high-grade ones. That is to say, if he managed to exchange for 500 pieces of top-grade stones, he would earn 2,500 high-grade ones. That would mean a fortune of 25 million. Regarding this matter of exchange, whatever you can change for me during the period that I am staying here, I will accept that amount. Xin Yu laughed. I still have to seek your advice on another matter. Please go ahead, Master Shi. Xin Yan was definitely motivated. Xin Yu's eyes twinkled. Boss Xin Yan, I heard that 10 years ago, the Emperor Yu and the Blood Devil Lord from the Devil Realm forged a good trading relationship, right? That's right. Xin Yan had a look of envy. Emperor Yu and the Blood Devil Lord, both of them are supreme characters. Their agreement has led their wealth to reach truly frightening proportions. 10 years ago, their newly formed friendship was a huge event on Blue Flame Star. At that time, there was a level 8 golden immortal assisting Emperor Yu to facilitate the negotiations, called Yu Dian if I recall correctly. Oh. Xin Yu nodded lightly. This time, he had two motives for staying at Blue Flame Star. One was to hide amongst the numerous experts of both sides of the law. Naturally, it would be safe. The second was to investigate. Investigate about Emperor Yu. The agreement between him and Blood Devil King allowed for the strength of these two superpowers to grow even more. Their trade agreement related to items specially belonging to the Immortal Realm, and some only native to the Devil Realm. Thus, the agreement was beneficial to both. It was just that such an investigation was not so simple. Xin Yu had to make sure he understood everything thoroughly before making his move. At that point of time, he would also make use of the Immortal Puppet's identity. How often is the trade conducted? Xin Yu continued asking. I am not very sure, but I think that they conduct their trade once every 3 years. Even then, it is not fixed. Sometimes it could be once in 4 years. This is only hearsay, but I heard Emperor Xian, Emperor Qing, even the Black Devil Lord and Azura Devil Lord from the Devil Realm want to sabotage the trade agreement. Xin Yan continued speaking to himself, just Emperor Yu and Blood Devil Lord, their partnership has increased their strength. Damn it, every time they do a trade, if one manages to steal that, it would be worth at least a 100 billion. So the other Immortal Lords and Devil Kings have been plotting in the shadows too. No, it can't be said in the shadows. Xin Yan hurriedly said, there's no one here on Blue Flame Star that does not know. As long as there are people who can think, they will be able to guess. However, since the agreement is important to a lot of people under Emperor Yu and Blood Devil King, hence there hasn't been any issues. Xin Yu understood, this was all conjecture of people on Blue Flame Star. It was just that the possibility of this information being positive was still huge. Young Master Shi, why are you asking all these? Don't tell me. Xin Yan thought of a possibility. Since this young Master Shi was so generous, he must definitely belong to some super huge and strong family. It was likely that the family had their motives and wanted to take action as well. Xin Yan knew, regardless of realm, there were many strong individuals other than the strongest Emperor Yu, Emperor Xian, Emperor Qing, Blood Devil King, etc., and the strength they possess may not necessarily be lesser. Be careful of what you say. Xin Yu smiled lightly. Xin Yan immediately broke into laughter. Haha, it was a joke. However, he thought, who knows, this young Master Shi's family could really be thinking of planning a heist. Xin Yan was a small character in this boundless world. With regards to having designs on matters of importance like this, he only dared to dream about it. Xin Yu lifted and finished his cup of wine. Boss Xin Yan, regarding the exchange of currency, I have to trouble you already. Xin Yu stood up. Warner, let's go back. After which, Xin Yu dispelled the barrier. Yes, young master. Warner hurriedly stood up beside Xin Yu. Young Master Shi, please take care. Xin Yan smiled and bowed lightly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.